Don't come any closer. I'll kill you.
What am I even saying? Liam opened his eyes groggily, still feeling dizzy. Before him a girl was pointing a kitchen knife at him. Her eyes were red, and swollen tear streaks trailing down to her chin, half of her once delicate makeup smeared. The girl was very beautiful. Liam knew her, young Yeshua, one of the school flowers at their high school. Many boys had dreamed of holding her hand and eating ice cream under a tree. Of course Liam was no exception. He looked around. It seemed to be a dilapidated wooden shack somewhere. Being alone in a room with young Yeshua should have made him happy. But her clothes were not exactly intact. Her jacket was nearly torn off, revealing a pink bear print. Obvious red marks on her neck and arms. Even an idiot like Liam would understand what had happened. A disheveled girl, a knife pointed at him, and himself looking like a beast. But he hadn't done anything. Did he do something while unconscious? And remember nothing? What a pity. How terrible. Activating. Activation successful. Host Liam. Strength ordinary feeble. Mastered combat skills 52 style fist technique 1. 3. Life countdown 7 days 14 hours 23 minutes 47 seconds. Awaken talent reincarnation. Level unknown. Kill any living being to seize its life and strengthen yourself. Lines of data like text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Before Liam could figure out what was happening, a flood of information surged into his mind. He had transmigrated. This world was almost identical to his original one. The only difference was that this world had transcendence. Transcendence made up only 1 in 1,000 of the world's population, a profession even more respected and recognized than civil servants. All students hoped to awaken talent and rise above others. Unfortunately, the original owner of this body seemed to have nothing to do with transcendence. The original was also named Liam, same parents, same sister, same family background, even the same place to live. Liam's family was wealthy, one of the top rich families. Originally, Liam's life plan was to get into a top 985 university, then go abroad for graduate studies, become a returned overseas student, but end up jobless and experience all the world's hardships. Finally, he would inherit his father's business. But this world's Liam, without awakening any transcendent talent, had hit rock bottom. He spent every day indulging in debauchery, frequenting red light districts. He contracted a disease. And even contracted a disease. Liam scratched his head. Eventually, as the illness grew severe, and he was diagnosed with a short life expectancy, he decided to go out with a bang before dying. So he had his lackeys kidnap young Yeshua, one of the school flowers of Rongqing Senior High, and bring her to this isolated shack. He planned to die under the peony flowers, being a romantic ghost. Liam patted his head. Not bad, he had figured out the whole story. Good. Like hell it's good. First of all, he had a happy family, and his life hadn't even started yet. Now he had transmigrated to this completely strange world. And the key is, the original person is gone. But why leave me such a huge mess? Liam looked at the tear-streaked face before him. He swallowed. Well? Young Yeshua thrust the kitchen knife forward, her pretty yet pitiful eyes wide with anger. Could you pour me a glass of water? I'm a bit thirsty. Liam blurted out this sentence. He hated awkwardness the most. Every time he encountered an awkward situation, he never knew what to say. Let alone at a time like this. Young Yeshua was completely baffled. At a time like this, I'm in this state, and you ask me to pour you water. I'm telling you, Liam, if you dare touch me, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Young Yeshua spoke with a sobbing voice, barely coherent. Liam shook his head. Suddenly he stood up, then walked toward the water pipe. He poured himself a glass of water. He was really thirsty. Gulping it down. Then he poured several more glasses, drinking them all to relieve his dry throat. Finally, he slowly walked toward young Yeshua. He placed a glass of water on the ground between them. If he got any closer, the knife would pierce him. Well, maybe have a drink. You look thirsty too. Liam glanced at young Yuexu's slightly chapped lips. Young Yuexu's body suddenly tensed, her expression turning more flustered. His casual glance made her mistake it for a lecherous intention to continue his assault. A dull thud. The sound of metal piercing flesh. Young Yeshua let out a shrill scream. She never meant to actually kill him. But her hand had moved unconsciously. Damn! Liam squeezed out the word through clenched teeth. God damn it. Could he be about to die right after transmigrating? No novel protagonist ever had such a treatment. Warm blood slowly flowed out along with his body heat. Fatal wound received, life loss accelerated, life 2 days. Life countdown 5 days 14 hours 21 minutes 16 seconds. Use life to repair damaged tissue. Yes, repair. Foreign object detected in the wound, unable to repair. Damn. Liam gritted his teeth, both hands covering the knife handle trembling as he pulled the blade out. The wound, which had only felt numb when inserted, now sent instant pain to his brain, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Wound repaired, life 3 days. Liam lifted his torn shirt. The inch-long wound was visibly healing, though the pain still throbbed in his mind. The effect was better than expected. Such a knife wound wouldn't normally be fatal, but Liam's body was too weak. His nights of debauchery had pushed his body to the brink of collapse, along with various complications. Yang Yueshua watched Liam's series of actions dumbfounded. She had even forgotten to cry. She had seen the knife go in and pulled out, and the wound healed itself. Wasn't he a known talentless loser? How could he possess the strength of a transcendent? Liam exhaled and slowly raised his head.
Can we talk now?
Yang Yueshua was frightened, unsure how to respond. She still remembered the ferocious expression on this man 5 minutes ago, as if he would tear her apart. But now his eyes seemed tired, like the post-Saint mode a friend had told her about for men.
It's complicated. Let me slowly.
Before Liam could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he abruptly reached out and hugged Yang Yueshua tightly. Yang Yueshua couldn't even react. The terrible thought rose again in her heart. Sure enough, this bastard will never change. But the next second, she was roughly thrown aside, hitting the ground hard. When she opened her eyes again, Liam was completely on the ground, a wolf, nearly 2 meters long, pinning him down.
Wolf. Damn it! How many more messes does this day have? What kind of wolf is this? Aren't we in the city?
Liam couldn't help cursing loudly, the sharp pain in his shoulder making his teeth chatter. The wolf's finger-thick fangs had sunk completely into his shoulder. Damage taken, life 1 day. Fine. So I only have 1 day to live after transmigrating, is that right? The feeling of weakness grew stronger. This body was truly riddled with flaws. Liam's trigeminal nerve ached more than his shoulder. The countdown of his life was accelerating every second. The speed was still increasing. System, give me some strength. Otherwise he'll really die. Use remaining life to enhance. Yes. Liam understood that using it might grant him a few more minutes, while not using it meant immediate death. Please choose enhancement, attribute, strength, intelligence, agility, charm. What the hell is charm? Enhancement successful, charm attribute slightly increased.
Just kill me then.
Life countdown 0 days 0 hours 59 minutes 1 second. Bang. A crisp sound came from above Liam. Yang Yueshua had somehow fetched a piece of wood and struck the wolf's head hard. Originally she had been too afraid, hesitating whether to save Liam. After all, this disgusting man had wanted to take her. But just now, for some unknown reason, she suddenly felt he didn't seem so detestable. The image of her own position just now appeared in her mind. Wasn't that exactly where the wolf was pouncing? Liam had used his own body to shield her. Otherwise she would have become mincemeat in the wolf's mouth. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, she struck.
You have some conscience after all.
Liam muttered quietly. The wolf, apparently stunned by the blow, paused its jaws, then had been trying to devour him. Liam immediately grabbed the wolf's fur-covered neck. Using almost all his strength, he turned over and pinned the starving wolf beneath him.
My turn.
Liam gripped the wolf's neck with one hand, and with the other raised high the kitchen knife he had just pulled from his own body. He stabbed down fiercely. He knew he couldn't hold the wolf for long, so he had to plunge the knife into its flesh with all his might again and again.
Die,
he muttered while stabbing. Only when Yang Yueshua grabbed his hand did he realize the wolf beneath him had completely stopped breathing. It had become a sieve. With a clang, the knife fell to the ground. Liam almost collapsed, gasping for air. Sweat soaked his entire back. Something warm slid down his face. He wiped it with his trembling hand. It was blood. He could no longer tell if it was his or the wolf's. Liam, who had lived in a peaceful era and couldn't even kill a fish, had just slaughtered a wolf. The smell of blood suddenly stung his nostrils. His stomach churned like a stormy sea. Liamo swallowed hard, forcing back the urge to vomit. Killed wild wolf cub life 10 days life countdown 10 days 0 hours 52 minutes 1 second, so only 7 minutes had passed. Heal wounds. Life 1 day watching his gradually healing shoulder, and the restored countdown. Liamo finally let out a slow breath. He turned to look at the bloody mess on the ground, the artwork he had created with random knife stabs. This was just a cub. The body was nearly 2 meters long, something he had never even heard of. Only a wolf king from the Siberian tundra should have such a size, right? Wasn't this a small hill in the center of Rome City? Liamo carefully opened the wolf cub's mouth. Sharp fangs were surrounded by several growing new teeth. It was indeed a cub. It seemed this really wasn't the world he had been in before. That democratic, free, and harmonious society. Liamo rubbed his temples. His brain hurt. God damn it. He couldn't help but curse. Then he remembered something. He looked up at that fair, delicate face. Those eyes were also watching him warily.
Let me explain. No need.
Yang Yueshua interrupted, tears streaming down her face again.
I want to go home.
Liamo scratched his head.
Then I'll see you there.
Yang Yueshua was about to refuse, but glanced at the corpse on the ground. She didn't speak. That counted as acceptance. Past life memory told him, if a girl doesn't immediately refuse when you offer to walk her home, it means she agrees. It should apply in this situation too.
Right. Let's go.
Liamo sorted through his thoughts while pulling open the door. Carefully poking his head out to ensure no Uncle Wolf or Aunt Wolf creatures were around. Then he took off his jacket. He draped it over Yang Yuexu's tense shoulders, signaling her to follow behind him. But the girl stood frozen, not moving a step. Indeed, any romance teaching depends on the environment. Liamo sighed. He placed the blood-stained kitchen knife into Yang Yuexu's palm.
If you're still scared, take this. If I try anything again, stab me like just now.
Liamo said calmly. Not that he really meant it. But consider this: if something dangerous happens on the way back and Yang Yueshua gets hurt, that would be very disadvantageous for him. After all, he was the one who kidnapped her. If she died out there, wouldn't he be accused of everything? At least with a weapon in her hand, her chances of surviving any danger would be higher. He had the system; he could act as a meat shield. He still hoped to return alive. He wanted to go back to a happy life. If he went back alone, he'd face a long prison sentence. Earlier, when he was in danger, Yang Yueshua had saved him. Would she do the same again? That was also why Liamo was willing to give her the weapon. Looking at the man walking silently ahead, then down at the blade stained with 2 kinds of blood, Yang Yueshua felt a moment of dizziness. She felt that the man before her, compared to 5 minutes ago, was like a completely different person. One moment, he was disgustingly terrifying enough to make her legs tremble. The next, he seemed foolish and honest.
Oh, right.
Liamo suddenly stopped.
I didn't do anything, okay? I only glanced at some.
Didn't look carefully. Anyway, consider it my reward for saving me.
Liamo's eyes wandered uncomfortably elsewhere, yet were unconsciously drawn back.
If it weren't for this place, he would really want to appreciate it properly. After all, it was quite impressive.
Humph.
Yang Yueshua snorted coldly. So it was her illusion. This guy was truly incorrigible. Fortunately, they encountered no danger along the way, except for the rough mountain path that was hard to climb. His body was as weak as an old man. Liamo was panting heavily. After successfully sending Yang Yueshua home, Liamo walked nervously toward that familiar yet strange small path. Arriving at his front door, his hand groped the doorknob for a long time. He let out a long breath. As if making a decision, Liamo inserted the key and turned the lock. Familiar surroundings. Mom still liked sitting on the sofa, her spot for binge watching after work. But today, she wasn't watching any show. The moment he opened the door, it seemed she had been waiting for him for a long time. Her eyes reddened instantly. She hobbled over to him, then hugged him. Still the same mother.
Son, no matter what happens, Mom will be with you.
Don't run away anymore, okay? Mom wants to see you more. See you more.
Mother's head buried in his shoulder, her body trembling.
Liamo's memories surfaced. After he was diagnosed with a terminal illness, the family already knew he didn't have many days left. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around his mother.
Mom, what are you talking about? There will be fewer chances to see you in the future. I'm going to take the Transcendent Enrollment exam in 2 days.
Xia Hong was taken aback. She supported Liam by the shoulders, and studied his face, sensing he was only saying that to spare her feelings.
Alright, you can be whatever you want. I'll support you no matter what,
Xiaohong said, wiping away her tears.
I really am going to sign up for the Transcendent Academy. Mom, you'll need to help me pay the tuition then.
Liam hugged Xiaohong and planted a kiss on her cheek. Confirming that she was indeed his mother, he felt no further worry.
But your illness?
Liam waved a hand.
It's nothing, I won't die from it. Oh Mom, I want braised pork belly tomorrow.
Xiaohong stood frozen in shock. Ever since Liam learned he didn't have long to live, he had lost all appetite. His weak constitution was largely due to this. Following his memories, Liam entered his room. His younger sister Li Wan was usually in her own room playing on her phone. That was the same as in his past life. She probably didn't know how to face him either. Forget it. There was plenty of time ahead. Sitting in the chair he had occupied for years, Liam looked up at the room, both familiar and strange. The surging emotions within him slowly began to rise. He had truly transmigrated into a world full of transcendence. Every boy dreams of becoming a superhero. He was no exception. And this world truly had superheroes. Those powerful transcendents guarded this world, which shared the same name as his previous Earth. He too wanted to become a transcendent. Pulling down his pants zipper, Liam looked down. He was indeed terminally ill. Treat physical disease. Flower X syndrome treatment requires 5 days of life. Treat it. No matter what, he had to eliminate some hidden dangers first. Life 5 days. Body begins self-repair. Natural life increase 242 days. Liam's eyes lit up. An unexpected blessing. But even with cancer, the treatment cost little life. It seemed the system's true intention was to make him stronger. That illness was the foundation of his cancer, yet curing it left him with less than a year of life. It was a bit absurd. The disease had drained his cells' self-healing and metabolic abilities. Living over 200 days wasn't bad. At least, he didn't have to worry about dying immediately. It was one problem solved. As for his other ailments, kidney yang deficiency, kidney yin deficiency, gout, lumbar muscle strain, keratitis pleurisy, and various other complications, he would gradually nurse them back to health. For now, the priority was to pass the Transcendent Academy entrance exam. The Transcendent Academy was the dream destination for everyone in this world. It gathered numerous transcendent mentors and abundant transcendent resources. Entering the academy guaranteed becoming a revered transcendent warrior. In this world, some people awakened a special ability called talent at age 15. These abilities varied. Some could walk through walls or water, others could create fire or ice. These individuals were called natural transcendents or innates. Those who didn't awaken attended ordinary high schools to cultivate combat techniques. The common combat technique was the
3-1 fist art,
which used the head, body, and feet as 3 points in a minor cycle for energy circulation. For those like Liam from better-off families, they learned the
5-2 fist art,
which incorporated the head, body, feet, and both fists into a minor cycle, allowing energy to circulate in a closed ring. The 5-2 style was harder to master than the 3-1, but was also stronger. The Academy's entrance requirement was proficiency in any combat technique, meeting the standard to qualify for the selection exam. However, the time limit was 3 years of high school. If one couldn't master it, it meant they had no talent. Liam was already in his senior year. The college entrance exam was approaching, his last chance. Only transcendents could enter areas infested with demons and monstrous beasts. Liam needed to kill to survive. He couldn't kill humans, so he desperately needed the chance to enter the Transcendent Academy. Calling up the panel, Liam sighed. His mastery of the
5-2 fist art
was only 1-3. No wonder his predecessor had given up so easily. After a year of practice with almost no progress, anyone would know they had no talent. So,
former Liam
not only stopped trying the 3-1 fist art, but also gave up entirely, magnifying his already reckless nature. In the end, he even resorted to kidnapping. Forget it, don't dwell on that. It's all in the past. Liam prided himself on his optimistic attitude. He jumped off the chair and, following his vague memories, performed the
5-2 fist art.
He felt nothing. Indeed, he had fully inherited the original's talent. Liam helplessly opened the system panel. He had noticed earlier that there was a progress bar under the
5-2 fist art.
The progress bar had a dot, and below it showed 1-3. He could drag this bar, but the cost would likely be his life. To be honest, he wanted to save as much as possible and use none. That's how he played games. He would rather be tortured by a boss 1,000 times until he learned every move perfectly than use consumables. They'd just sit in his inventory vanishing with the game's ending cutscene. Use it. Increasing income is more important than saving. Liam unhesitatingly dragged the progress bar to 100.
5-2 fist art.
Mastery life 230 days, life countdown 20 days, 19 hours, 56 minutes, 24 seconds. A basic fist art cost over 200 days of his lifespan.
What the?
Liam rubbed his forehead. Couldn't it have warned him? Would you like to exchange life for exchange rate hints? Consume 15 days of life. This dog system is a real profiteer. Does it not value human life at all? After much deliberation, Liam decided to exchange. Better to sacrifice a bit of life than to die from reckless exchanges. Exchange successful, life countdown 5 days, 19 hours, 56 minutes, 7 seconds. Now, he could finally see the exchange rates. Strength, intelligence, agility. Each enhancement cost only 1 day of life. Charisma cost 5 days. Liam had a feeling the system was trying to drain his life to the limit. He'd hold off on other enhancements for now. He needed to find a way to extend his lifespan first. He couldn't afford to live anymore.
Hey, did you hear? One of our school's beauties was kidnapped yesterday. Yang Yueshue. Whoever did it must have some nerve. Exactly. This is a society governed by law. Aren't they afraid of getting stabbed for pulling something like this?
Liam widened his eyes, leaning into the crowd and speaking loudly. The few who had been whispering fell silent instantly. They stared blankly at Liam, though the news hadn't revealed who was behind it. Everyone knew full well who could have done such a thing.
Why are you all staring at me?
Liam drew back his head in surprise.
Oh, I get it. You mean a girl as beautiful as Yang Yueshue should be protected by a man as handsome, suave, and powerful as me, right?
Yang Yueshue, who happened to be passing by in the hallway, twitched and cast a resentful glare at Liam sitting in the classroom. The guy hadn't noticed it all, still lost in his daydream of playing the hero saving a damsel in distress. Liam certainly couldn't admit he was the one who did it. That would land him in serious jail time. It wasn't until he woke up this morning that he belatedly realized the gravity of the situation. He had even shuffled into the classroom one hesitant step at a time. Luckily, he was greeted by his familiar classmates. Not by those officers with the enforcement caps. It seemed Yang Yueshue hadn't spilled the details from yesterday. Fortunately, he had transmigrated before doing anything irreversible. Otherwise, things would have been truly dire. Seeing the prime suspect sitting nearby with an impassive face, the others decided not to press the topic.
I heard there's been serious demon trouble near the chemical plant lately. You all should be careful to avoid that road when coming to or leaving school. Huh? No wonder that area's been cordoned off lately. Last time my dad drove, he had to take a detour. Good thing we didn't go in there.
Someone said with lingering fear.
Demons running amok in the city. Aren't the enforcement authorities doing anything? They can't. The chemical plant is private property, and unless the owner reports it, they can't force an intervention. They didn't report a demon outbreak. Who knows? But I heard the plant owner is already hiring strong fighters to clear the demons.
Liam pricked up his ears and listened intently. He was just looking for something he could kill. Last night when his mom was making fish soup, he helped kill the fish, but it didn't increase his lifespan at all. It seemed ordinary creatures couldn't boost his life. That fish even slapped him a few times with its tail. He was so mad he downed 5 bowls of soup. He wished he could swallow the fish bones too. Slap. Just as he was getting into it, his desk was slammed hard. A graceful figure stood before him.
Liam, I'm breaking up with you. Huh? Who's this lunatic?
The words had barely left his mouth when memories flooded his mind. Oh, this girl named Chu Yu was indeed his girlfriend.
Did you hear me? I'm breaking up with you.
Chu Yu's eyes blazed with fury. At least she had been his girlfriend a second ago. Chu Yu was somewhat indignant. She had planned to have a proper farewell with this boyfriend of 6 months, parting ways amicably. But she had called him several times, and he hadn't even responded. He completely ignored her. Chu Yu, always doted on by men, couldn't stomach that. She never liked Liam anyway. If it weren't for his money and her desperate need for it, she wouldn't have stooped to dating someone without even the potential to become a transcendent. Her 52-style fist technique was already at mastery, just one step away from perfection. She was confident she'd break through to perfection before the college entrance exams and pass the Transcendent Academy entrance test. Her father had already paved the way for her. If she could master the 52-style fist technique, getting into the Transcendent Academy was practically a sure thing. Now she was going to dump this loser.
Fine, break up.
Liam waved his hand impatiently. He was just getting to the crucial part. This girl Chuyu, in his past life, had heard she had dated many boyfriends, one after another, all rich second-generation heirs. Later, during a single period, she had tried to get close to him. Back then, he was busy solving the last 2 problems on the college entrance math exam, completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge. He hadn't paid her any attention. So how did she become his girlfriend in this life? Liam didn't like Chuyu either. He sorted through his memories. It turned out that in this world, Chuyu had been aggressively pursuing Liam since the start of high school. Back then, Liam was just experiencing his first feelings of love and had politely rejected her. But he couldn't withstand her relentless assault. Eventually, 6 months ago, he agreed to date her. Though the original Liam lived a lavish life, he treated Chuyu well. He bought her almost anything she wanted, never scolded or hit her, and was completely obedient. A big reason she improved so fast was that Liam had bought her plenty of spiritual energy potions. The original Liam treated her so well, partly out of affection, and partly because Chuyu's family had some connections. Though her father wasn't a transcendent, he worked in a transcendent-related agency. As long as Chuyu fully mastered the 52-style fist technique, she could almost seamlessly enter the Transcendent Academy. Never mind whether she'd become a true transcendent. At least she could get a diploma. Then if Liam married her, even if he couldn't become a transcendent himself, they'd be a transcendent family.
When one person attains the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven.
In a sense, the original Liam was quite naive. As for the current Liam, don't disturb my hope of staying alive. After brushing off Chuyu with a few words, Liam turned back to the silent crowd, oblivious.
Don't stop talking. Go on. Liam, what kind of attitude is that?
Chuyu's voice rose.
Go find somewhere cool to hang out.
Liam waved his hand dismissively, making a face that said, don't bother me. Chuyu stood frozen. In the past, whenever she mentioned breaking up, Liam would beg her not to do it. He'd even buy her gifts beyond his allowance. How had he changed so completely today? Though she was dead set on breaking up today, she had even prepared her speech. She'd say she wanted to focus on studying for the exams and then disappear right after. But she didn't get to use it at all. Deep down, she had still wanted to see him hurt and sad. At least, that would prove her charm. But Liam didn't show any of that. He looked at her like she was something dirty. Chuyu's blood pressure shot up.
What do you mean?
Liam raised an eyebrow at Chuyu, who still hadn't left.
Still here? Want me to tell the teacher you're in a relationship?
Chuyu patted her heaving chest, gasping for breath.
You'll regret this.
She turned and kicked Liam's desk heavily before storming off. Liam silently straightened his chair. Turning around, he noticed everyone had fallen silent. Someone quietly gave him a thumbs up. Then they went back to their own business. Just as Liam was still troubled, a head suddenly poked through the classroom doorway. A pair of sunken small eyes scanned the classroom. Upon confirming that Liam was still there, he let out a long sigh of relief. He scurried over to Liam, crouched down, and squeezed a forced smile onto his chubby face.
Brother Imo, last night.
Liam clamped his hand over the boy's mouth, glaring angrily. Don't bring up what shouldn't be brought up. This chubby lad was called Wang Hu, a name as generic as a background character in a novel. He was practically Liam's lackey. Earlier, when his father fell ill, and they desperately needed money, his family only ran a small Japanese sushi shop, which couldn't possibly cover the medical bills in time. It was winter then, and business was dismal. Out of nowhere, the former Liam had booked his shop for an entire week to prepare breakfast and lunch for the whole class. That sum had covered his father's medical expenses. From then on, Wang Hu stuck by Liam's side every day. He was even the one who had helped kidnap young Yueshue. Actually, that period was the honeymoon phase between Chuyu and Liam. Chuyu loved the sushi from Wang Hu's shop. She casually mentioned how nice it would be to eat such delicious sushi every day. So Liam booked the entire shop, or rather he booked Wang Hu's mother to make sushi for the whole class every day. It went on until the 7th day, when Chu Ye's face turned sour from the monotony, and he finally ended this extravagantly absurd gesture. Those headaches-inducing memories swirled in his mind. Sometimes Liu Mo felt ashamed of sharing the same name and identity as his predecessor. In his past life, Wang Hu had also been close to him. His father had indeed fallen seriously ill then. But Liu Mo had directly asked his own father to lend them the money, thinking that as classmates he should help if he could. Wang Hu was suffocating, his neck merging with his chin turning bright red. Only then did Liu Mo release his grip. The chubby little hand gestured sheepishly, signaling heaven knows, earth knows, you know I know. His smile darted a glance toward Yang Yuexu's classroom. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know I know, she knows. Wang Hu was actually quite timid, not even daring to skip class usually. Yet he had risked so much for Liu Mo. He had probably even written a confession letter.
Huzi, let me ask you something. Do you know about the chemical plant boss hiring people?
Wang Hu nodded. His home was not far from there.
Do you know how to get in touch with that boss? Sister-in-law should know.
Wang Hu said, pointing at Chu Yu, who was sulking in the first row on the right. He had just arrived and didn't know what had happened earlier.
Her dad works as a clerk in the Supernatural Management Bureau. Such information should pass through her father first. That's bad.
Liu Mo spat on his palm, slicked back his already messy hair toward his hairline, and checked his reflection on his cup to confirm his looks were still on point. Step by step, lightly and silently, he crept over to Chu Yu.
Little Yue.
Chu Yu tilted her head, snorted coldly, and ignored him.
Oh, little Yue.
A real man knows when to bend.
I was wrong earlier, I was too harsh, please forgive me. Now you regret it. Too late.
Chu Yu, fuming, swung her hand to push him away. But her hand was caught midair. How is this possible? Chu Yu froze, staring at Liu Mo in shock. This guy was weak and frail. She hadn't held back her swing. Normally, he should have been thrown back several meters. Yet he had caught her hand so effortlessly. Her 52-style fist technique had reached mastery, giving her strength far beyond an average adult male. Few boys in the class could spar with her, let alone a waist like Liu Mo, who needed medicine just to keep his legs from giving out.
Don't be mad, I was just joking with you.
Liu Mo tried his best to muster what he thought was a loving expression. Chu Yu looked at his face, which seemed to be having an eyebrow spasm, and bit her lower lip.
I don't care if you misunderstand or not, but today we're breaking up.
Before she could finish, Liu Mo suddenly pulled her into his arms. A finger pressed against her lips, silencing her.
Hey, don't say that.
The sudden gesture made her face flush crimson. In their 6 months of dating, Liu Mo had never been so bold. She was so startled her body went rigid. Her large trembling eyes locked onto Liu Mo's, flustered and at a loss.
You? What are you doing?
Her breathing quickened and her gaze instinctively dropped to his lips. Could it be? He wants to.
I have a friend. Well, a cousin. He wants to earn some extra cash lately. I heard you have connections with the chemical plant boss hiring.
Chu Ye's breath hitched. Liu Mo slowly released his hold on her slender waist, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin.
That's all.
Mom. Chu Ye's anger flared even more. She plopped down onto her chair without a word. Her jaw clenched audibly. Finally, as if resigned, she said,
Liu Mo, this is the last time I help you.
Liu Mo's eyes lit up.
Thanks. I hope we won't have any more ties.
Before Chu Yu could finish, Liu Mo had already walked away.
Break up?
No problem. Liu Mo called back as he returned to his seat in the back corner, assuring Chu Yu. He didn't even glance at her flushed face. Not bad, not bad. Liu Mo sat back down, thoroughly satisfied. Consider that one thing done. Class was always dull, but Liu Mo found it fascinating. None of this had anything to do with his past life. The teacher mostly covered basic applications of supernatural abilities, the 31 and 52 style fist techniques, and future plans. These novel and unfamiliar topics intrigued Liu Mo greatly. He even raised his hand to speak during class. The teacher, who had never seen such a sight, took off his glasses to confirm several times before realizing the student volunteering was the same delinquent who was either absent or sleeping. Chu Yu worked with remarkable efficiency. By that afternoon, Liu Mo had the chemical plant boss contact information. It seemed she was determined to cut all ties with him. There was also a letter of recommendation from her father serving as a guarantee. With it, the chemical plant boss would surely hire him for the upcoming cleanup. The time was set for the next morning, which happened to be a rest day. The setting sun painted the horizon in blood red. In the woods of the back mountain, a pine tree fell with a thud. Liam merely wanted to test the level of mastery he had achieved with the Wu-Er-style fist technique. As he casually threw a punch, the impact was comparable to that of a heavy sniper rifle striking the trunk. Is this still considered human? Liam couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, confirming once more that this world possessed extraordinary powers. He had already gained the threshold to enter the extraordinary world. Now he only needed to wait for his parents to secure the registration form, and he would have the chance to step into the true extraordinary world. The Wu-Er-style fist technique was merely an introduction. The true extraordinary beings depended on something called talent. Those who awaken their talent by the age of 15 are collectively referred to as innate. They who practice the Wu-Er-style fist technique postnatally must overcome 3 thresholds. This is akin to continuously unraveling the genetic limitations on the human body. Ultimately, they gain talent. Only those who possess talent can be considered true extraordinary beings. Currently, there are 81 known sequences of talent in the human world. The last 50 sequences are unordered, while the first 50 sequences are arranged in order of strength from weak to strong. However, Liam couldn't find any description of his talent Luan Zhuan on the sequence list. It should be considered an entirely new sequence. It appeared quite strong at present, though it was a bit life-threatening. After confirming the strength of his body, Liam put on his jacket and headed home. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find his father Li Hongwei at home. He was flipping through an old book with yellowed pages, and when Liam entered, his hand paused. "Old Li, why are you back today?" Liam asked as he set down his backpack and washed his face. Usually Li Hongwei was consumed by work, only returning home on Sundays. Even when Liam was declared dead by the doctor, he only stayed for 3 days before leaving. Li Hongwei often said that his company couldn't survive with just him. If he stopped, his employees would starve. Back. To rest. Li Hongwei pushed up his glasses, frowning, as he continued to flip through the pages. "Mower is back. Come and eat something." Xia Hong came from the kitchen bringing 2 plates to the table. Stir-fried shredded potatoes, stir-fried cabbage, and mushroom soup. "Why is it so vegetarian today?" Liam was taken aback. Zhenghong Steel Group has declared bankruptcy due to a funding break with Li as the legal representative. The television suddenly blared. Li Hongwei glanced at the TV, paused for a moment, and quickly grabbed the remote to turn it off. "Isn't Zhenghong Steel Group my dad's company?" Bankrupt? Liam had not received this information in his previous life. But upon reflection, this world even had talent sequences that could produce iron blocks out of thin air. If such a steel group could survive, that would be a fantasy. Liam now understood why Chuyu suddenly wanted to break up with him this morning. She truly is a pragmatic woman. Perhaps something she wanted to conceal was discovered by her son on the spot. A subtle, awkward atmosphere permeated the air. Liam said nothing and walked directly to the table, serving himself 4 bowls of rice. He knocked on Li Wan's door, and just as she was about to say, "Why is it so vegetarian?" 4 people stood at the back of the line, 3 women and 1 man. The man appeared robust, his muscles bulging like twisting serpents. Among the 3 women, one wore glasses, her head lowered with thick bangs obscuring her face. Another had an ordinary appearance, carrying an iron rod on her back, her skin dark and tanned. The last one was strikingly seductive, dressed in shorts that barely reached her thighs. Her shapely legs bore a hint of plumpness, yet exuded perfect contours, and her makeup was meticulously applied. But her temper left much to be desired. She was the one who had just spoken. "Boss son, you know how dangerous it is to clean up the chemical plant. If we encounter a demon, it'll take us a huge effort to kill it. Dragging along a dead weight like him, are you expecting us all to get wiped out, and your chemical plant to shut down forever?" The woman crossed her arms, propping one foot on the chair in Sun Pinglin's office. She shot Liam a disdainful glare, her eyes brimming with contempt. Liam frowned. It wasn't that her words bothered him. The woman's hot pants were just too short. From this angle, if he squinted just a little, he could almost see. Sun Pinglin nudged Liam with his elbow, whispering in his ear, interrupting his contemplation of whether he could use life strengthening to enhance his vision. "Wu Jiao's just a bit domineering. Don't take her words to heart. If danger strikes, make sure you cling to her thigh." "Cling to it, huh?" Among these four, Wu Jiao is the only one who has mastered the 52-style boxing, almost reaching perfection. She's the strongest. The other three had all reached perfection in the 31-style boxing. After roughly assessing their abilities, Liamo realized none of them were transcendents. They had merely perfected their boxing techniques. That made sense. Real transcendents wouldn't bother with such trivial tasks. No wonder that Wu Jiao was so arrogant. The chemical plant is rumored to have a demon, but it's actually just some half-demons that haven't evolved yet. Still, it's caused such panic that my factory can't operate anymore. Sun Penglin explained. It wasn't that he didn't want to hire real transcendents, but their fees were exorbitant. One transcendence quote could cover 10 missions with a team like this. Boss Sun, forget about the cleanup. If you want me to take this useless guy along, I'm out today. Wu Jiao was already in a foul mood because she had gained some weight, and then she had to wait an extra half hour here. He doesn't look strong and he's wrapped up tight like some celebrity going out. Wu Jiao was relentless with her words. She despised freeloaders on missions. She at least knew the other three and wouldn't mind protecting them if danger arose. But who was this random nobody? If trouble came, she'd have to spare time to protect him. It made no sense. Seeing Wu Jiao's attitude that it was either him or her son, Penglin leaned in and whispered something to her. Wu Jiao's expression shifted slightly. She glanced at Liamo again, then lifted her foot from the chair. Fine, come if you want. Don't blame me if you die. With that, she strode straight into the factory. Bear with it, young friend, Sun Penglin said, patting Liamo's shoulder. Liamo shrugged, signaling it was fine, and followed slowly behind. He had already experienced being inexplicably transported to another world and stabbed by someone. Such baseless hostility meant little to him. Women, after all, have those few irritable days each month. As soon as he stepped inside the chemical plant, Liamo halted, covering his nose to keep from vomiting. The stench was unbearable, a putrid fishy odor that defied description. And he was still wearing a mask. The others, maskless, all grimaced in discomfort. Wu Jiao forced herself to endure the smell, scanning Liamo briefly before putting on a composed facade. Sun Penglin, clearly accustomed to it, pulled out several masks from the factory entrance and handed one to each person. When he reached Liamo, he looked up, then silently put the mask away. Liamo's outfit today was indeed a bit suspicious. Last night, while searching online for information about transcendence, he discovered an organization called Blood Moon with extremely high search rankings. That organization was composed of antisocial individuals gathering all kinds of transcendents, who enhanced their talent levels through unethical means. It was a primary target of the Enforcement Bureau. It was said that the Blood Moon organization would target transcendent prodigies showing exceptional potential, either recruiting them or killing them on the spot. Nipping the future in the bud. As a child from an ordinary family, Liamo decided it was best not to reveal his true strength until he had sufficient background and power. The half-demon is inside. I won't go in, Sun Penglin said, pointing to a rusty red iron door ahead in the factory, then stepping back behind the group. The foul stench emanated from beyond the door. Frowning, Wu Jiao pushed it open, the screech of metal grating against their eardrums. Behind the door was another factory area filled with heavy machinery. Apart from mold and rust on the walls, an iron door, the machines were surprisingly well maintained. Due to the half-demon disturbance, they hadn't been serviced for days, but the aluminum alloy surfaces had only dulled slightly. Beyond those machines, the place was a mess. The floor was littered with bottles and jars of all sizes, colorful liquids soaked into the ground, and discarded cardboard and packaging scattered everywhere. It was more like a dump than a factory. How could a half-demon even survive in a place like this? TCH. A sound of impatience rang in Liamo's ear. Amid the stench, a whiff of fragrant breeze drifted by. Suddenly, Wu Jiao grabbed his shoulder, leaped behind him, and drove a dagger she had drawn from somewhere straight into the ground. Squeak! The rat under the blade didn't even have time to react before its head was pierced. Liamo turned his head, his pupils contracting. That rat was as big as his arm. Was that even a rat? Wu Jiao flicked the blood off her dagger, then pulled out a small knife from her back and tossed it to Liamo. If you're so useless you want to kill yourself, remember to wipe the knife clean when you're done. This woman. Besides the time he was suddenly attacked by a wild wolf, this was Liamo's first real encounter with a half-demon, and he hadn't reacted in time. Despite her sharp tongue, Wu Jiao had still saved him. Sister Wu, what did Boss Sun whisper to you? The shy-looking girl asked softly. He said if that guy accidentally dies, his pay goes to me. Liamo pursed his lips, guessing that he was introduced by Boss Chu. Wu Jiao casually pulled a dagger from the head of a half-demon giant rat, shaking off the blood. The sixth one. Liamo counted in his mind, feeling a pang of regret. These were all precious lives. He hadn't managed to catch a single one. Yet his comprehension of the 52-style fist art was clearly superior to Wu Jiao's. At least it was a perfect mastery. It seemed that no matter how high a realm one reached through a single life-consuming accumulation, the gaps in experience were still hard to bridge. For instance, experience. Liamo exhaled a turbid breath. He focused intently on Wu Jiao's every move, trying to discern some trick.
Sister Wu, that man keeps staring at you,
the shy girl whispered, lowering her head. Wu Jiao frowned and glanced at Liamo. She glared back fiercely. Liamo paid no attention. All his focus was on the subtle movements of Wu Jiao's body. Her slight breaths, the shifts in her shoulder blades, the rise and fall of her chest. With a sudden leap, Wu Jiao pierced the head of the seventh giant rat. Liamo understood. The secret lay in hearing. Every time Wu Jiao moved, her ear would twitch. That was a sign of her consciousness concentrated on hearing. Although the 52-style fist art was but a single technique, it required much practice. One had to guide that indescribable energy within the body from the crown of the head through the arms, down the abdomen, and finally to the soles of the feet. Once that energy coursed through the body, one's cells would be strengthened, unleashing superhuman power. But it wasn't limited to combat. Upon reaching mastery of the 52-style fist art, that energy no longer needed to circulate throughout the entire body. Concentrating it on a specific part would enhance that part's attributes. Liamo, following suit, focused that formless energy around his ears. His hearing sharpened considerably. Even in the noisy environment, he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. How convenient. As a novice who had just attained perfection in the 52-style fist art, Liamo marveled once again at the wonders of the supernatural world. Soon a rustling echo reached his ears. It came from the right rear. Wu Jiao hadn't reacted. Liamo quickly stepped back a few meters, silently swinging his blade backward. A giant rat was pinned by its sharp mouth, and then its head was crushed underfoot. Killed half-demon rat life. 10 days. Liamo stroked his chin. It seemed the enhanced hearing had a range. His 52-style fist art was superior to Wu Jiao's, so his auditory range was broader. Wu Jiao turned in confusion and glared at Liamo. She must have heard his sudden retreat. Wu Jiao's gaze slowly lowered. Liamo spread his hands, indicating he had accidentally stepped on the dead rat she had just killed. The air grew increasingly sticky. The factory wasn't large, about 2,000 square meters, but it held more rats than imagined. Liamo had killed 8 in total. Adding Wu Jiao's kills, this small factory housed at least 15 arm-sized giant rats. No wonder all the employees had fled. Liamo sniffed. In the foul air, a strange fragrance seemed to mingle.
What are you doing?
Wu Jiao suddenly shouted. Not at Liamo, but at the only other man in their group. The man's hand holding a fragrant spray bottle froze midair.
The smell is too strong. I can't bear it.
Wu Jiao snatched the bottle away, veins bulging on her forehead.
Half-demon rat-like creatures are extremely curious. Having grown accustomed to this environment, a sudden new scent will drive them mad, charging straight at us. Just a little. Should be fine.
Too late. Liamo, focused on his hearing, now heard a commotion like a road roller on concrete. How many? Impossible to count. Only the dense sound of crawling echoed in his ears. Wu Jiao's face turned pale. That number far exceeded what the factory could hold. With just one spray, all the half-demon rats in the entire chemical plant had gathered.
Damn! Great!
Wu Jiao and Liamo spoke simultaneously, their voices instantly drowned by a clattering din. The others' faces also turned ashen, for they saw a tide of enormous rats swarming toward them.
Stand back to back,
Wu Jiao shouted. The others quickly huddled together with her. Liamo, too far away, had no chance to join them. The next moment, their vision was obscured by leaping giant rats. The group fought back to back, swinging their weapons wildly. But those with only initial mastery of the 31 style couldn't hold their own against the rats. Unknown, they could easily kill a rat. But with dozens piling on, their attacks couldn't deliver a fatal blow. They could only rely on agility to fend off the rats from biting them. Even Wu Jiao's hands were restricted, her arms couldn't fully swing as rat after rat blocked her range. She couldn't pierce the rats' heads in one strike. Half-human giant rats had tenacious vitality. Unless the brain or heart was directly destroyed, even a half-missing face wouldn't stop them. Fear gripped their hearts. Ordinary people had never seen such a scene, like a ukiyo depicting natural disasters.
That idiot!
Wu Jiao's face flushed red.
Move slowly, head toward that guy.
In a critical moment, she made such a decision.
Damn it, even if he's dead, well, collect his body.
Wu Jiao's words rarely matched her heart.
Sister Wu, forget him, let's save ourselves first.
The man shouted, his face growing more terrified.
F you, BL F you.
Wu Jiao's torrent of curses silenced him.
Shut your dog mouth. If not for you, we wouldn't be in this mess. Before we came, I said all actions follow my command. Either come with me to drag him out or die here alone. Choose.
Wu Jiao's expression turned grim. She had reminded herself this morning not to swear.
Sister Wu, it seems. Not necessary.
A timid female voice reached her ears.
Is he dead?
Wu Jiao's eyes flickered with reluctance. She hated seeing anyone die, especially before her eyes.
No. Sister Wu, look over there.
Wu Jiao turned. She had been facing away and hadn't noticed the situation behind her. Now she saw that the rats near the other three had mostly disappeared. The pressure on her side had also eased. She slowly looked up. That man in the thick hood and mask had his eyes wide open, his expression visible even through the mask. A face full of excitement. Liam-o was enjoying the slaughter so much that he even hummed a tune. Killed a half-demon rat, life 10 days. Killed a half-demon rat, life 10 days. Killed a half-demon rat, life 10 days. I can live again. I can live again.
I really want to live another 500 years.
Those half-demon rats charged madly in his direction. Opening their blood-soaked maws, they bit fiercely into every part of his body. Liam-o paid them no mind. Eat up, eat up. Your last meal. Don't hold back, brothers. Liam-o dodged the fatal spots. He fully exposed the rest of his body to these giant rats gnawing. A chunk of shoulder flesh bitten off, no big deal. A piece of buttock meat torn away, a minor wound. A bite from the thigh root. Plop. Watch your step next, life. First time remaining survival days exceed 500. Opening talent repository. Opening successful. Spend 500 days of life to randomly acquire a sequence talent. Acquire a talent. Wouldn't that make me a true transcendent? Liam-o glanced at the life countdown of over 500 days. Acquire. What I lack is just life. But if I miss the talent, it's gone for good. Searching talent sequence repository. Compatibility. Physique match. Gene potential match. Match successful. Acquired talent heavenly fire level 1. Grade C sequence position 64. Flames from the celestial domain capable of incinerating all things in the world. A crimson flame suddenly rose from Liam-o's palm, blazing fiercely like a raging inferno. Liam-o casually waved his hand, releasing the flame. It instantly ignited a giant rat in front of him. The rat, which would have required effort to pierce through its skull, merely struggled twice in the scorching blaze, then fell to the ground, dead. Its body rapidly carbonized, emitting crackling sounds of sizzling fat. Liam-o gazed at his palm. Is this the power of a transcendent? So strong. 2 more flames swiftly rose from his palms. The flames swayed in rhythm with his breath. The remaining few giant rats nearby were instantly roasted to death by the fire. The half-human rats that would have taken some time to deal with. Within seconds of the heavenly fire's appearance, they all melted away. Killed a half-human rat, life 10 days. Life countdown 83 days, 16 hours, 24 minutes, 16 seconds. Liam-o's wounds had mostly healed. He had been on the brink of death. Yet it only took 16 days to repair all his injuries. Worth it. This time I've gained a lot. And I've awakened a talent. Looks like getting into the Transcendent Academy is a sure thing. The sounds of giant rats had faded from his ears. All dead? Liam-o looked up at the spectacle he had created. Nodded in satisfaction. Power truly is an intoxicating thing. The few people standing a few meters away watching Liam-o had their mouths wide open.
How are you so strong? Are you a student from the Transcendent Academy?
The trio was so stunned by Liam-o's strength that they forgot to move.
Did you bring gasoline and a lighter with you?
The man stared at Liam-o with an almost obsessed gaze.
Did you know there would be half-demon giant rats here and prepared these in advance? Where is your lighter hidden? So cool. Let me see it, the man said excitedly. The half-demon rats blocked most of their view. They only saw the sudden burst of flames and the burned giant rats. They completely failed to notice that the flames had materialized from Limeau's hands. They assumed Limeau had prepared gasoline and a lighter in advance. After all, this world had items called cube boxes, capable of compressed storage. But they were quite expensive. They would rather believe Limeau carried a cube box with a minimum price of over 400,000 than consider he might be a transcendent. After all, transcendents were extremely rare, and Boss Sun couldn't afford to hire one for this job. Limeau himself realized. If he had awakened the heavenly fire earlier, killing these half-demon rats wouldn't have required such strenuous effort. Fully unleashing the heavenly fire, it would probably take only tens of seconds to burn them all to death. And this is just a Isekai'd talent ranked at sequence position 64. How powerful must the talents in the top 10 sequence positions be? Limeau glanced at the system prompt. The next talent repository draw would cost 6000 days of life. A flicker of anticipation stirred in his heart. The few people walked toward Limeau. Their faces were much warmer than before. That's just how this world works. The strong are welcomed wherever they go. They also failed to notice that Limeau's injuries had healed. The half-demon rats were so numerous that Limeau's wounds, hidden by the swarm, were in their visual blind spot. It just looked like some tears in his clothes. Only Wu Jiao lagged behind, her slender willow-leaf brows furrowed. Was it really a fire extinguisher? The others couldn't tell, but she could vaguely discern. The power of those flames was nothing like ordinary fire. It seemed more like a special flame from the sequence. But could this man really be a transcendent? She had seen transcendents before. Transcendents usually exuded a unique aura. Hard to describe. Like the allure of bread to a starving man stranded on a desert island. Wu Jiao had read research materials on transcendence. That allure was actually caused by genetic potential. The higher the genetic potential of a transcendent, the greater their attraction to ordinary people. Because higher potential meant they were closer to perfection and more powerful. Humans are naturally drawn to strength. It's an instinct. But Wu Jiao didn't sense any of that allure from Limeau. Instead, she felt a slight repulsion. A sign of extremely low genetic potential. That's why she had initially pegged Limeau as dead weight. Could the research she had read be wrong? Thoughts flickered through Wu Jiao's mind. Are you okay? It wasn't until Limeau waved his hand in front of her eyes that she snapped back to reality. Not dazzled by my heroic figure, are you? Limeau smoothed the stray hairs peeking out from his hood, tilting his head back. He watched as Wu Jiao turned her face away in displeasure. Limeau muttered under his breath. Your taste is lacking. Do you have a cube box? I've never seen one, can you show me? The man's excited voice abruptly cut off. Warm liquid instantly sprayed across Limeau's face in a mist. Blood. Show me. For some reason the man's view only caught a few ankles covered by pant legs, and his own headless body falling. The warmth seared Limeau's face painfully, but his back felt ice cold. Dead. His mind hadn't even processed the information. A pitch-black shadow hovered in midair, without any warning, like the shadow of a demon. Silently it had killed one of their group. Shadow. Shadow demon. A real demon. The taste of salt and blood seeped through the mask into Limeau's mouth. It was the metallic sweetness of blood jolting his numb brain into instant awareness. In the next moment, a tremendous energy erupted from his hands, a high temperature sweeping forward like an explosion as a fiery fountain shot out. It burst forth like sparks, igniting all the surrounding trash and flammable materials. In an instant, the factory transformed into a sea of flames. The high temperature continued to scorch his skin. Yet Limeau's heart felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. He could not sense the location of the shadow demon. Is it dead? He felt no impact from the flames. It was as if he had unleashed fire upon thin air. The shadow demon hides in shadows, flames give it more space to escape. Wu Jiao trembled, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. To stay awake she bit her tongue, the sharp pain allowing her to recall knowledge about the shadow demon. It was a true monster, a being that only transcendent individuals could combat. Her previous encounters with demons were merely exaggerations. Wu Jiao had never seen a real demon. All her knowledge came from books.
She thought she understood demons even though she had yet to become a real transcendent. With the 5-2 fist technique, she believed she could cope. But when the demon truly appeared before her, she had no chance to react. When Husi died, she felt no reality of it. In other words, she was merely lucky not chosen as a target by the shadow demon. Otherwise her head and body would have been severed. She didn't dare look at Husi's corpse, even a glance made her legs weak. That was the oppressive power of the demon. In just one encounter, she lost her ability to resist even her desire to fight. She could not fathom how to counter it. The shadow demon was a rather special type among monsters able to merge into shadows. Most who could kill them were endowed with shadow-related abilities. But there was only one who wielded flames here. Their compatibility was completely mismatched. They were all going to die here. Despair gnawed at her like ants consuming her bones. Suddenly a hand wrapped around her waist. A powerful force yanked her up, leaping into the air. Her thighs stung sharply, as her hot pants were slashed open, revealing purple lace underneath extending to her knees, blood oozing from the cut.
"Wake up!"
Liam said, gripping her, as he landed heavily on the ground. He turned his head, his pupils reflecting the roaring flames.
"You seem to know a lot about this shadow demon. How should I deal with it?"
Liam's expression was unusually tense. He was not looking at Wu Jiao. He was staring at the shadows on the ground. The flames illuminated too many shadowy realms. That eerie thing was not jumping from one shadow to another. Instead, it was directly traversing through various shadows. It was as if a world existed within those shadows. Liam's eyes dared not leave that creature. If he lost focus for even a second, the shadow demon would completely vanish from his sight. Who knows where it would emerge from to slit his throat.
The shadow demon. Fears like it becomes quite vulnerable in the shadow world, usually killed there.
We have no means to enter the shadow world.
Wu Jiao's originally seductive red lips had turned completely purple.
Her hands and feet felt terrifyingly cold. The moment Liam touched her, it felt like he was touching a corpse. The shadow world, huh? Liam's pupils suddenly contracted. He released Wu Jiao's hand and dashed forward in a single bound. The shadow, unable to catch him, charged toward the remaining two girls. Damn it, such formidable power combined with intelligence. Why was it so disgusting? Liam almost channeled all his energy into his thighs, erupting with unprecedented speed. The heat wave scorched his face. Ultimately, he reached the two girls, first shoving the reserve girl aside. He tightly pulled the girl wielding the stick into his arms. The shadow demon was leaping toward that reserve girl, and Liam's shove was quite forceful. The girl flew several meters, like a cannonball, giving him enough time to protect either of them if the shadow demon acted again. Rip! Something split open. Crisp yet heart-wrenching. Liam looked down. His chest felt filled with a foreign object. The next moment, pain followed. A pitch-black claw-like blade pierced through his chest along with the girl's body. He had underestimated the intelligence of the shadow demon. That thing was merely feigning an attack on the girl he had pushed away. The instant he shoved her aside, the shadow demon did not emerge from that shadow. Instead, it predicted where he would land and dashed toward a nearby shadow. Severe damage sustained: lungs punctured, stomach missing, arteries damaged. Repair using life for 10 days. Repair successfully. Mo's expression gradually turned cold. The girl in his arms also grew increasingly cold. The claw that pierced through his body punctured the heart of the girl with the stick. Blood flowed rapidly. Liam had always found the transcendent world unknown and fascinating. It felt like a marvelous and beautiful utopia. But at this moment, he realized that death was the norm in this world. Great power inevitably comes with the danger of sleeping by the pillow. Liam gently laid the girl's body down. The black shadow twitched, as if questioning why its attack had not killed the man before it, or perhaps mocking him. The flames rose silently. Liam expressionlessly shot out a fireball the size of a yoga ball toward the location of the shadow demon. The demon once again dove into the shadows. Liam did not stop. The flame shot out like rain. The entire factory was engulfed in flames. Thick smoke began to rise, quickly swallowed by new fireballs. Liam seemed to have lost his mind, frantically releasing fireballs. His complexion gradually turned pale. Talents are not meant to be used without limit. Once he exceeded his mental capacity, the power of his talent would weaken and eventually exhaust. Liam seemed completely unconcerned, continuing to generate fireballs from his palms, even speeding up. The shadow demon hiding in the shadow world swiftly traversed, but could never reach the real world. Did it think it could stop it with flames? In the next second, the shadow demon's trajectory suddenly changed, rushing toward Wu Jiao. It knew that no matter how attacks were unleashed, humans would not throw attacks at other humans.
Got you.
Li Mo's voice was as cold as ice. His flames could not keep up with the shadow demon, so even if he saw where it would appear, he could not attack it. Even predicting where it would land could be detected by the demon, causing it to refrain from emerging. It didn't matter if he couldn't predict. He would just seal off all its paths.
It cannot appear in moving shadows, cannot remain in shadows for long, and each time it traverses the maximum distance is 5 meters. Therefore, that is your final position. Li Mo fixated on the shadow behind Wu Jiao. The shadow demon could no longer change its path.
Only now did it realize that the flames Li Mo launched completely covered all shadows within a 5-meter diameter, its only last position. And Li Mo was already standing there waiting for it. A massive and dazzling crimson fireball hung above Li Mo's index finger, like a mini hot air balloon.
Go!
The fireball fell onto the shadow, merging with the emerging shadow demon, erupting in a burst of light like a powerful flashlight. The flame surged like a waterfall, threatening to completely engulf him and Wu Jiao. Li Mo gently embraced Wu Jiao's trembling body. His palm exhaled flames, drawing a wall of fire from right to left, blocking the spreading flames.
It's okay now.
Shadow Fiend newborn level slain, 254 days of life. Life countdown 340 days, 16 hours, 19 minutes, 34 seconds. Li Mo's legs gave way beneath him. He barely avoided collapsing onto the scorching ground. Straining to support himself, he walked into the sea of flames and picked up a pitch-black crystal, the Shadow Fiend's core. Just a newborn level demon. As enemies of the Transcendence, demons were also ranked. The newborn level was the weakest of all. Even so, it had nearly wiped out Li Mo and his group. The blood of the girl with the staff still stained his face. He didn't even know her name. Talent Heavenly Flame Level 1 Completion 1. 2. The system notification flashed before his eyes again. Ever since he had continuously used the Heavenly Flame, he had seen this progress steadily increasing. The completion percentage probably corresponded to the talent's level. Not every transcendent became a godlike being right after awakening. All talent abilities started from level 1. As the talent level increased, those transcendent abilities would become increasingly terrifying. Just like the Heavenly Flame. Right now, Li Mo could only release some fireballs or waves of flame. After leveling up, a Heavenly Flame transcendent could even condense flames into a mountain of fire spanning thousands of miles. Once the completion reached 100%, his talent should be able to level up. The familiar progress bar appeared beneath the Heavenly Flame talent. But this time, the exchange rate was displayed. 20 days of life can be exchanged for 1 completion. That meant to upgrade the level 1 Heavenly Flame talent to level 2, he would need at least 2,000 days of life. Where in the world was he supposed to find that? Li Mo thought for a moment. His finger slid cautiously. Life 100 days completion increased by 5. Talent Heavenly Flame level 1 completion 6. 2. Flames rose from Li Mo's palm once more. He closed his eyes and felt carefully. The stability of the flame had improved. The temperature seemed to have risen slightly as well. Moreover, the dancing flames were now easier to control. It seemed that increasing the completion also elevated his mastery over the Heavenly Flame. He touched the Shadow Fiend's core in his pocket again. Li Mo glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground, their skin completely drained of color. He had to become stronger. If his ability hadn't happened to counter the Shadow Fiend today, he would have died here. If he ever faced those demons again, especially the beast-type ones, whose hides the Heavenly Flame couldn't burn through, Li Mo would be a delicious feast for them. With a loud hiss, a massive amount of mist was abruptly sprayed in. Boss Sun, his face filled with worry, ran in carrying a fire extinguisher.
Why can't this fire be put out? Are you all alright?
As soon as Sun Punlin asked, he saw the 2 bodies lying on the ground. His stomach churned violently. He quickly tore off his gas mask, leaned to the side, and vomited everything he had eaten for breakfast. Even someone accustomed to the nauseating, persistent stench of a chemical plant could hardly bear the shock of seeing the corpses. Especially such gruesome corpses.
Hey, raise 5,000 yuan for you, take good care of it. The remaining 5,000 is for that woman.
Sun Punlin gestured with his eyes towards Wu Jiao, whom Li Mo was carrying on his back. She had already fainted. This boss was really not one for discretion, telling him right there about the difference in their compensation. Liam felt the heavy stack of 5,000 yuan in his hand. He gently tucked it into Wu Jiao's bag. In his past life 5,000 wasn't a small amount, but it wasn't a huge sum either. He had never had a real sense of money. So 5,000 could buy two people's lives. Sun Penglin really knew how to be a boss. He didn't mention any compensation for the two who died. An incident like a demon appearing in the city was considered a serious crime. It was a failure on the part of the Transcendent Management Bureau. Although rumors outside said Sun Penglin deliberately concealed the demon's presence, the truth was that the Transcendent Management Bureau had privately judged that no real demon would appear in this area, and had never sent anyone to thoroughly investigate. Rumors were just something to laugh about. If a demon truly could appear, whether Sun Penglin reported it or not, the Transcendent Management Bureau would dispatch Transcendents to forcibly clean it up. This time, the casualties were due to their misjudgment. Sun Penglin was even already drafting documents for a lawsuit.
"Are you planning to clean up these chemical wastes?"
Liam asked. The source of that nauseating stench was the chemical waste. The compound odor combined with long-term enclosed production had completely saturated this place with the smell. This was probably another reason Sun Penglin didn't report the appearance of the half-demon. The production environment was severely substandard.
"Ah, don't even mention it,"
Sun Penglin said, his face full of helplessness.
"This waste is quite special. It contains a toxic substance that when burned produces a large amount of toxic gas. The garbage station simply refused to recycle it. I can only pile it up here. When it accumulates to the point where it can't be stacked anymore, I hire a transcendent with special flames to burn it all at once for me." "Can transcendents with special flames handle toxic substances?"
Liam asked curiously.
"A transcendent's flames have a higher density and stronger burning effect. The toxic substances break peptide bonds during the burning process, losing their toxicity. It's just that the cost is a bit high."
Liam hadn't realized transcendents had such special uses.
"Boss Sun, maybe I can help you dispose of this garbage." "Really?"
Sun Penglin looked skeptical. 10 minutes later, the flames rising in the factory slowly died down. Liam wiped the sweat from his forehead. He let out a long breath. He hadn't expected flame control to be more difficult than imagined. It took a lot of effort to avoid burning the chemical equipment while precisely incinerating the garbage piled nearby. Sun Penglin, overjoyed, took out 1,000 yuan from his bag, stuffed it into Liam's hand, and showered him with praise. He also said that the price would be the same for the next cleaning. Liam glanced at the sly Sun Penglin, too lazy to say anything. This amount was definitely too little, at least much less than what an ordinary transcendent would get. Moreover, this 1,000 was already within Sun Penglin's budget. A small accident had just occurred during the process. Liam didn't bother with these minor details. He looked down at the blue light screen. Talent Heavenly Flame Level 1 Completion 9. For this was his main goal. He had noticed while the residual flames were burning that incinerating this chemical waste visibly increased his completion percentage. Maintaining a long-term partnership with Boss Sun was what he needed. The thick stack of 1,000 yuan was in his hand. This was the first time he had earned money. It was much faster than he had imagined. No wonder everyone wanted to become a transcendent. Looking at the 1,000 yuan, and then at the two bodies already zipped into body bags, Liam separated 2 stacks from the 10 stacks of cash, and handed them to the shy girl who had fortunately survived.
"Give these to their families for me."
Then he put the remaining 8,000 into his own backpack. His kindness was not unlimited. He needed money now too. Entering the Transcendent Academy would be the biggest expense. His family was bankrupt now, and couldn't support him. Liam adjusted his hood. He took one last lingering look at the purple lace. Wu Jiao. After confirming she was fine, he left the chemical plant. Night fell. Inside a dark, cramped room, only a small window 10 centimeters from the top of the wall let in a sliver of faint light. In the deep, murky shadows, 2 figures stood facing each other.
"The Shadow Fiend is dead. Was it discovered by a transcendent?"
"Not sure.
But to be safe."
One of them slowly placed 3 photos on the table. In the photos, the flames distorted the air. They captured the faces of 3 people from different angles.
"Name: Liam. Gender: Gender.
The man in uniform raised his voice, his eyes exuding an undeniable authority.
Male.
Liam replied helplessly.
All right, Xiao Yuan, let me take over.
Lin Jinya, who had been lounging in his chair at the interrogation table, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled a plume of smoke and stubbed the remaining butt into the ashtray. Liam wore an expression of utter despair. Early in the morning, 2 enforcement officers had knocked on his door. This man named Lin Jinya had grinned as he handed over a pair of handcuffs and his enforcement badge. He asked if Liam would prefer to be cuffed or walk on his own. Liam glanced at the one-way mirror in the interrogation room. Had his secrets finally come to light? Regret? The person involved expressed profound regret. At that moment, it wasn't really him acting on impulse. It was another version of himself. Would Officer Lin believe that? His life as a newly awakened transcendent had only just begun. Lin Jinya fixed his gaze on Liam. His pupils were a rare shade of blue like sapphire set glass, which had been hidden behind the smoke until now.
Wu Jiao is dead.
Liam, who had been contemplating whether to request a defense lawyer, suddenly sat up straight. Who? Wu Jiao. That woman from yesterday. The sudden news left Liam stunned for a long moment.
Who is Wu Jiao?
That woman named Wu Jiao had only a sharp tongue, but when the half-demon rats attacked, she had still thought to save Liam. Was she really dead? Lin Jinya didn't answer. He silently picked up the unfinished cigarette, took a deep drag, exhaled.
Blood Moon.
Liam's body tensed.
Heard of it. Of course, everyone in Rongqing must know their name.
Liam's mind raced to organize his thoughts. Wu Jiao was dead, killed by the Blood Moon organization. The Blood Moon wouldn't suddenly target an ordinary person who hadn't yet reached transcendence. The only explanation was that they had somehow discovered him using his talent in the chemical plant. Due to information asymmetry, they were now searching for the transcendent who had wielded that special flame. Through process of elimination, they had found Wu Jiao first. A shiver of fear ran through Liam's heart. It was fortunate he had chosen to conceal his identity. Otherwise, he would have been completely exposed to the Blood Moon organization. This only strengthened his resolve to keep his abilities hidden. They had killed someone in Rongqing so silently, and then vanished without a trace. Until his power was fully developed, he must not reveal himself. Otherwise, the danger wouldn't be his alone. His father, mother, and sister could all be targeted. Liam's breathing grew rapid and his face turned pale.
What do you mean? What does that person named Wu Jiao have to do with Blood Moon, and what does it have to do with me? Officer Lin, I am not being targeted by the Blood Moon organization, am I? Am still a high school student. I have a bright future ahead.
Liam shot up from his chair in agitation, slamming his fists heavily on the table. The wooden table remained unmoved, emitting only a faint thud.
I heard you signed up for the test at Rongqing Experimental High.
With a crack, the wooden surface split open. Good thing he had slipped a tiny spark into the table when he slammed it. Otherwise, he would have been caught. How had they even investigated this? Lin Jinya waved his hand, signaling Liam to calm down and sit.
Seems like your fist technique is pretty good. Confident you'll get in.
Lin Jinya shifted the conversation, suddenly chatting about everyday matters.
Officer Lin, if there's something you need to say, please just say it. I still have to go back to school.
Having watched many crime dramas, Liam knew he couldn't follow the other's lead or head reveal everything. Lin Jinya raised an eyebrow and had his assistant Xiao Yuan pull a stack of photos from a yellow paper bag. He laid them out neatly before Liam.
I heard you asked your cousin to get a letter of recommendation from Chu Luoshu at the Transcendent Management Bureau. Which one is it?
Liam's eyes widened. There were 12 photos laid out. And they were all of his cousin. Some with thick brows and big eyes he had never even seen. Holy crap. That clean-looking one? Was he a trainee idol? This one looked as kidney deficient as himself. After staring for a long time, Liam randomly pointed at a cousin he didn't recognize at all.
This one. That person died 5 years ago. This isn't him,
Liam said with a straight face. Then why did you point at him? Lin Zini's expression stiffened slightly.
Continue. This one.
Lin Jinya just smiled without answering.
This one doesn't seem to be it either.
Liam moved his finger with a forced grin.
This one. Are you asking me?
Lin Jinya finally lost his calm demeanor. He wanted to just torture the brat and get it over with.
Then it's this one.
Liam put on a convincing act, glancing several times at the photo, and then at Lin Jinya.
This one, I guess.
Lin Zini's face darkened.
This one went missing 3 years ago. Oh, then it's him. No wonder he always wore a mask and a thick hoodie. When he first came to me, I was worried he was a poor relative asking for money.
Even Xiao Yuan couldn't bear to watch and was about to speak, but Lin Jinya stopped him.
All right, you can go back.
Lin Jinya even politely escorted him along with Xiao Yuan to the entrance of the Rongqing Enforcement Bureau Chengjiang branch. Watching Li Mo's receding figure, Xiao Yuan finally spoke.
Captain Lin, is it him?
Lin Jinya shook his head.
When he heard Wu Jiao was dead, his reaction was shock, confusion, fear, and a hint of relief. That's not the reaction of a killer.
As the cigarette smoke dissipated, if Liam had turned back, he would have seen that Lin Zini's eyes weren't blue at all. They were a light chestnut, the color of an ordinary person.
He probably knew Wu Jiao, but didn't want to admit it. And that relief.
Xiao Yuan was puzzled. Lin Jinya shrugged.
How should I know? Can't even the Eye of Insight see through it? Eye of Insight only lets me observe micro-expressions more clearly to detect emotional states. It's not a real mind-reading ability. If I had mind-reading powers, I'd rather know when the old director plans to promote me and give me a raise.
He lit another cigarette.
Probably some emotional entanglement with Wu Jiao, a romantic scandal or something. With the victim gone, he might feel relieved. Definitely related to a woman. That's how teenage boys are.
Lin Jinya flicked off some ash.
That's the instinct of a first-class enforcer. But it's probably not connected to the case. Then why was he acting like that?
Li Mo's acting was too poor, even Xiao Yuan could see through the shoddy performance.
He did it on purpose.
Lin Zini's eyes followed the smoke toward the direction Liam had left.
Rather than pretending to be an innocent lamb, it's better to act like a suspect with secrets. That way he keeps our enforcement team watching him, reducing the chances of a blood moon attack. It's like getting free bodyguards. He's clever.
Lin Jinya smiled, recalling the faint, barely visible spark that had slipped into the wooden table during the interrogation. A special flame-type transcendent, wasn't he? Raindrops pattered against the asphalt, a thin chill draping Xinjiang City's 7th senior high school in a layer of cold.
Xiao Yu,
Chuyu furrowed her willow leaf brows, stomping her foot hard on the wet tiles at the school gate, splashing up water.
What exactly do you want?
She had finally reached her limit. Hadn't they agreed that after that incident, they would have no more ties? For the past 2 days, Liam had been clinging to her like a persistent ghost, even more clingy than when they were together. Liam deftly dodged the splashing rainwater. He used his own umbrella to push aside Chuyu's, his shoulder bumping against hers. Then he flashed a naive, innocent smile.
It's like this. I want to know something. You've already asked me enough questions these past few days.
3 days had passed since the chemical plant incident. During these 3 days, Liam had been scouring the internet for knowledge about superhumans. But after all, online information was ranked by click-through rates, and the answers were wildly varied, making filtering through them time-consuming. Wasn't there someone right beside him whose family worked as civil servants in the Superhuman Association? Liam decided to seize the advantage of being close by.
So, do demon cores have many uses?
Chuyu rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, but still patiently explained.
The effects of a demon core usually depend on the demon's original traits. For example, a demon that originally had the ability to traverse space, its core could be made into a dimensional box. For those beast-type demons, their cores, when crafted into accessories, can enhance the wearer's physical strength, speed, and such. Demon cores are highly valuable, so many graduates from superhuman academies often hunt demons after graduation, selling cores for commissions. Especially those with special traits. Their cores are far more expensive than beast-type cores of equivalent value. Oh.
Liam scratched his head, half understanding.
Why is an ordinary person like you asking about all this?
Liam's gaze shifted.
I'm asking for my cousin. What kind of core would a superhuman with an elemental sequence talent need? Just one of the corresponding attribute. But most elemental sequence talents are lower tier sequences, while demons are special breeds, hard to kill and hard to find. So elemental talents are often called starting at a disadvantage talents.
Chuyu squinted at Liam.
Your cousin didn't just happen to awaken an elemental talent, did he? No, just asking casually.
Liam chuckled sheepishly. His right hand instinctively went to his chest. A lumpy sensation. There lay a pitch-black demon core silent. The core of a shadow demon. He had only learned of its uses from his online search today. The shadow demon was incompatible with his heavenly flame. It was useless to him. He considered asking Chuyu to help him sell it, so he could acquire a core related to the fire attribute. After a moment's thought, Liamo decided to handle it himself. Chuyu didn't know his true strength, and Liamo didn't want to reveal his talent to an unrelated person at this point. Wu Jiao's death still stung in his heart. Danger lurked at every moment. The more trump cards he had, the greater his chances of survival.
Goodbye.
Having gotten the answer, he wanted Liamo turned and left, leaving Chuyu standing flustered in the rain. He hadn't taken 2 steps before his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. He greeted warmly.
Officer Lin eaten yet?
Lin Jinya, standing at the entrance of a public restroom, froze.
Give me that shadow demon core you have, and it'll help you get a fire tribute core.
Lin Jinya had overheard their conversation. It was hard not to. Li Mo's voice was astonishingly loud, cutting through the rain clearly. The kid had definitely done it on purpose.
What shadow demon? What core? What fire attribute? Officer, I'm just an ordinary person.
Liamo looked baffled. Even after saying this much, the brat was still playing dumb.
Go ask your cousin, he might know. Didn't my cousin go missing 3 years ago?
Lin Jinya lit a cigarette.
If there's nothing else, I'll be off. I'm planning to ask my mom to make braised pork. Officer Lin, if you don't mind. Send me a few pounds of pork belly.
So it wasn't an invitation for a meal. Lenzini's hand holding the cigarette trembled, as he barely suppressed the urge to beat the brat right there.
I've got things to do tonight. If you don't have anything, Officer Lin, he'll be going.
Lin Jinya narrowed his eyes, but said nothing. Just as Liamo turned to leave, he suddenly came back, pulling out a pitch-black stone from his pocket.
This was given to me by my cousin last night. He said if I run into someone from the Enforcement Bureau, I should hand it over. They won't let me down. Can't just keep it for myself, right?
It was the Shadow Demon Core. The Enforcement Bureau counted as civil servants too, right? They wouldn't take his stuff and not deliver. After parting ways with Lin Jinya, Liamo felt a bit better. The core issue was settled, and he had a chance to boost his strength. Before officially entering Rongqing Experimental High, every bit of power gained increased his odds of survival. Humming a tune, he headed home. Opening the door, he swung the heavy pork belly, imagining his little sister Li Wan would be thrilled and leap into his arms. Since their dad went bankrupt, they'd been eating vegetarian for 3 days straight. The door creaked open.
Little sis, look what Big Brother brought.
Li Mo's words died in his throat, his expression freezing. That unkempt, rough-looking uncle was sitting at their table waving at him.
What are you doing here? Visiting. You asked if I'd eaten, wasn't that the invitation?
Lin Jinya beamed brightly, his unkempt stubble looking almost youthful. He jingled his car keys. He explained how had arrived before Li Mo, not even giving him a chance to refuse.
Look at you buying so much meat. How can you finish it all?
Lin Jinya shamelessly acted familiar, taking the plastic bag from Li Mo's hand in a low voice, before calling out to Xia Hong in the kitchen.
Sister Xia, look at my memory. I left the pork belly in the car. How about we add another dish?
Good grief. Liamo finally lost it. Lin Jinya had smoothly appropriated his meat. He was already regretting handing over the Shadow Demon Core. Lin Jinya shot him a look. Don't try to outsmart a middle-aged man. Liamo stared wide-eyed. Lin Jinya stared back just as wide-eyed. The two of them locked eyes, blinking in unison. On the television, a drama titled New Police Love Story was playing. Liamo suddenly reached out with his chopsticks, swiftly aiming for a piece of braised pork belly, while Lin Jinya was off guard. But just as the chopsticks arrived, that piece of meat had already vanished. Youngster. Munch munch. You still need practice. Munch munch. Lin Jinya said, in a tone of earnest advice. How could Li Mo's movements possibly escape his insightful eye? Officer Lin, is something the matter? Xia Hong asked cautiously. He was unaware of the connection between Lin Jinya and Liamo. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Enforcement Bureau was a symbol of their safety. It was because of their existence that they could enjoy such a peaceful and happy life. But that feeling didn't apply to having an Enforcement Bureau officer sitting in their own home for a meal. Xia Hong worried that something had happened to her son Liamo or Li Hongwei. After all, Hongwei's company had just gone bankrupt. Financial disputes, debts, and various negative factors were all troubling her mind. Nothing much, just dropped by for a casual visit. Lin Jinya signaled for Xia Hong not to worry. A couple of days ago young Liamo helped our enforcement bureau catch a fugitive. I especially came to see what kind of family nurtured such an excellent child, and to thank this remarkable young man. Lin Jinya lied through his teeth without a blush or a racing heart. As he spoke, he pulled the stiff-faced Li Missouri close and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Truly a hero is born from youth, Lin Jinya exclaimed with emotion, casually picking up another piece of braised pork belly that Liamo had been eyeing and popping it into his mouth. Hearing this, Xia Hong felt much more at ease. The tense expression on her face finally softened as she picked up a clean pair of chopsticks to serve herself some food. For such an outstanding child, have you considered having him apply for the Transcendent Academy? Lin Jinya asked, though he already knew the answer. He wanted to understand why a boy who had clearly awakened his talent, even capable of single-handedly killing a demon like a shadow fiend, was still attending an ordinary high school. Our boy didn't awaken his talent at 15, and because his constitution isn't great, even though he practiced the 52-style boxing, it didn't have much effect. We don't expect him to achieve great things. We just hope he can be healthy and happy a little longer. But Xia Hong's voice grew softer and softer until her eyes began to redden. Those were all quacks, Mom. Don't dwell on that nonsense. Liamo picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Xia Hong's bowl. What do you mean? Lin Jinya didn't understand the situation. It's nothing. A while ago, I went to the hospital for a checkup, and they said I had a terminal illness with less than 2 weeks to live, Liamo said expressionlessly. Huh? I told you, they were quacks, Liamo shrugged. Lin Jinya cast a suspicious glance at him. A 15-year-old who hadn't awakened his talent and couldn't master the 52-style boxing yet. At the chemical plant, he had used a special flame talent. Lin Jinya had investigated the scene and determined that the talent was most likely sequence number 64 Skyfire. It was a very powerful talent, at least top tier in destructive capability among its rank. Could it be that he had awakened from the very beginning, but had been hiding it until now? Lin Jinya dismissed this conjecture. Once an innate transcendent awakens their talent, their physical condition improves along with the talent's influence. It was impossible for them to have the poor constitution Xia Hong described. Then it could only be an acquired awakening. But how could an acquired awakening occur without unlocking the genetic lock? Lin Jinya grew more and more curious about Liamo. His gaze at him became increasingly intense. I like women, Liamo said, getting goosebumps from the stare, immediately making his stance clear. Lin Jinya ignored him and simply patted Xia Hong on the shoulder. Sister Xia, don't worry. It was probably just a quack. I saw your Liamo's skills the other day. That's not the state of someone with a terminal illness. The hospital probably mixed up the reports. Go get checked again, and you'll see. Xia Hong suddenly looked up, her wrinkled expression freezing for a moment. She grabbed Lin Zini's hand fiercely, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Really, Officer Lin? When people are at their wits' end, they desperately cling to any faint glimmer of hope. Even if she knew that glimmer might be an illusion, she would stubbornly reach out anyway. Xia Hong knew about the Enforcement Bureau. It was a government agency mostly composed of transcendents responsible for public security, criminal cases, and maintaining social stability. Before their family went bankrupt, she had taken Liamo to every hospital, but to no avail. Conventional medical treatments were completely useless. Subconsciously, she had pinned all her hopes on transcendents, hoping that their miraculous power could save her son. That was why she had agreed without a second thought when her son wanted to sign up for the Transcendent Academy. Now, with someone from a genuine transcendent organization saying such words, the stone that had been suffocating her finally loosened its grip a little. Is that so? Thank you so much, thank you so much. Li Hongwei, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up and grabbed Lin Zini's hand. It was the first time Liamo had seen his father's emotions fluctuate so drastically. Li Wan said nothing. Her appetite had been poor these past few days, but now she was eating with much more frequency. Liamo felt a slight twitch in his left chest. So this was the heavy burden everyone had been carrying in their hearts. He had never noticed it before. Tomorrow, he would accompany his mother to the hospital for a checkup. After all, the illness was already cured. Since Liamo had transmigrated, this was the first time he saw everyone eating with such relish. Li Hongwei brought out the health liquor he had been saving and shared a few drinks with Lin Jinya. It was as if the bankruptcy had never happened. So his dad was actually such a talkative person. After dinner, Liam walked back to his room. Lin Jinya followed him in. They exchanged a glance but said nothing. Then Liam opened the wardrobe. In front of Lin Jinya, he put on his hooded jacket and a black mask. "Where are you planning to go?" Liam turned around in confusion. "Who are you?" "Liam isn't home. I'm his cousin." Then Liam walked out dressed exactly like he was at the chemical plant. Lin Jinya followed behind, exasperated. Liam walked aimlessly ahead, with Lin Jinya trailing behind. They circled at least 7 streets in Chungjiang district. What the hell was he up to? Lin Jinya was already considering whether to drive his little Jetta and follow behind. Suddenly Liam changed direction, and Lin Jinya followed him all the way to the entrance of the chemical plant. What was he doing here? He watched as Liam circled the chemical plant once. Then with a flick of his wrist, a blazing flame was hurled directly at a factory building behind the plant. This was the northwest side of the plant, far from the main gate. It would take at least 10 minutes for Sun Penglin to discover the fire. What was he doing? Lin Jinya couldn't understand Liam's intentions at all. Not until the smoke from the burning rose for a while. Only then did Liam extinguish the flames. Then he walked away as if nothing had happened. Lin Jinya followed closely, but then, as if a thought struck him, he began to slow his pace. He put a great distance between them. Insightful, I allowed him to track targets over 500 meters away. As long as there were no buildings blocking the view, even in a bustling commercial street, he could clearly pinpoint Liam's location. Liam did not go home. Instead, he slipped into a secluded alley. He slowed his pace step by step until his footsteps were completely silent. "Come out," Liam said with a slight smile. 2 figures emerged from the shadows. In the pitch-black night, their shadows were like 2 sharp blades stabbing into Liam's shadow. "You're very bold," the person in the shadows spoke. "The Blood Moon Organization." Liam stared at the 2 figures emerging from the shadows. Both wore masks etched with a crimson moon pattern. The Blood Moon Organization was the dark underbelly of the world. They lived only in the shadows, never to be discovered by the world. By day, they assumed various identities, perhaps a revered teacher, a bus driver, or a frail woman. But once they donned the Blood Moon masks, they transformed into cruel, cold-blooded assassins, finding pleasure in torment. "Any last words before you die?" Before the speaker could finish, Liam was already far away. The 2 exchanged bewildered glances. Hadn't he deliberately lured them out? Liam wasn't a fool who would deliver himself to evil forces. As a newly awakened transcendent, how could he possibly fight opponents whose ranks and abilities were completely unknown? Holding his breath and lowering his head, he sprinted forward. Finally, beneath a hopeful street lamp, he saw his salvation. Lin Jinya, whose cigarette was only half burnt, stood there. Liam charged toward him, like a cannonball, a broad smile spreading across his face. "Feed a soldier for 3 days, use him for a moment." Thumbs up pointing behind him. "Officer Lin, it's all yours." That was his plan. The assassins of the Blood Moon Organization had haunted his mind for too long. Every day was fraught with terror. Rather than be a lamb waiting for the butcher's blade, it was better to call the soldiers to arrest the butcher first. After days of observation, he confirmed that the informant he had planted within the Enforcement Bureau was well hidden by his side. Even when he went to a public restroom, he would find Lin Jinya lurking in the distance, sneaking peeks at passing beauties. "Since you're a high-ranking officer of the Enforcement Bureau, take this burden." A collaboration between citizen and bureau. Liam patted Officer Lin on the shoulder. "Go for it." Lin Jinya was silent for a moment, then stubbed out his cigarette. He sighed, looking past Liam's neck at the 2 Blood Moon masks rapidly approaching. He patted Liam's shoulder in return. "Go for it." "What? What do you mean?" Lin Jinya looked innocent. "Literally." He tucked the half-smoked cigarette into his pocket, rubbed his fingers, and said helplessly, "I'm a desk clerk with no combat ability." Snap. A string in Liam's mind broke. He had miscalculated. He had never considered this possibility. The Enforcement Bureau actually had desk clerks. Weren't they all frontline superheroes battling criminal transcendence to the bitter end? So what now? Run! By the time he said that, Lin Jinya was already dozens of meters away from Liam, drawing out a long trailing tone. "Damn it!" Liam sprinted after him at full speed. "Why did your surveillance team send a useless guy with no combat power?"
Hey, that's harsh. I'm at least a first-class officer. Think how a rookie like Xiao Yuan would feel hearing that.
Lin Jinya said calmly.
Besides, who told you I was here to surveil you? Following you is purely my personal choice, nothing to do with the Bureau. Why are you so calm?
Liam O shouted hoarsely.
I had an injury, as a kid, weak facial nerve response. Truth is I'm scared shitless.
Lin Jinya even shook his leg as he spoke.
I thought you dared to provoke them, because you were sure you could kill them. I don't have a damn thing. I was counting on you to unleash some badass skill and blast their underwear off.
Liam O choked on his own spit from speaking too fast.
I've already messaged Xiao Yuan. He's strong in combat, handling these two should be no problem. When will he get here? Why didn't you just call? He's off duty.
The air went silent.
The Enforcement Bureau needs rest too.
Liam O suddenly stopped running. He spun around, unleashing a burst of flame from his hand at the two Blood Moon members sprinting toward him. Whoosh! The heavenly fire exploded in midair, a dazzling yet deadly firework. Life 1 day, life 1 day, life 1 day, strength slightly increased, intelligence slightly increased, agility slightly increased, life 5 days, life 5 days, life 5 days, strength slightly increased, intelligence slightly increased, agility slightly increased, life 10 days, life 10 days, life 10 days, strength slightly increased, intelligence slightly increased, agility slightly increased. Liam O spent a total of 48 days of life to boost his 3 attributes. Flames burned in his pupils. He stopped running. Endless flight only brought him closer to death. Damn it. Who knew when that backup called Xiao Yuan would arrive? Better to rely on yourself than on others. His mind cleared and his body felt lighter. The 3 consecutive boosts to his attributes made him distinctly aware of the difference. The heavenly fire swirled in his palm. But the next second both his wrists were immobilized. Liam O looked down. 2 root-like objects had materialized on his wrists. Yet they were as hard as thick ropes. Even with his enhanced strength, he couldn't break free. Sequence 57 Tree Shadow Crank. Lin Jinya explained from the side. Tree Shadow and Heavenly Fire are on par, and Heavenly Fire counters Tree Shadow, but if the power gap is too large, the fire can't sever the roots. Liam O already knew. He had been using Heavenly Fire to burn these damn roots. But after a few seconds of scorching, the outer layer carbonized into a protective coating completely unbreakable. The completion rate was at least over 90. Good news, this was a level 1 transcendent. Bad news, he was almost at the threshold of level 2. Then countless roots rose from the ground beneath him, attempting to envelop him entirely. Once Liam O lost mobility, he would truly be a lamb on the chopping block. Too late. The next second, Liam O's body vanished into the darkness. How can there be roots that fire can't burn? A low growl erupted from the silent mass of wood. In the next instant, a dazzling golden light burst from within the wooden mass. Bang! The roots that Heavenly Fire couldn't burn were blown apart. A fireball shot out from within. It was actually Liam O. As the flames receded, his face showed a flash of torn flesh revealing bone, then healed completely in an instant. He had ignited high-energy Heavenly Fire inside the root space, blowing himself and the entire root mass apart. Life 12 repairing damaged tissue. The sudden scene stunned the Tree Shadow user for a moment. The next second, Liam O's fist wreathed in blazing Heavenly Fire grew infinitely larger before his eyes. Liam O aimed with all his strength at the Tree Shadow user. Smack! Before his fist even landed, he was sent flying by another heavy punch. The other Blood Moon mask wearer had thrown a punch. This was no ordinary human's fist. Liam O felt as if he had been hit by a truck. A body enhancement talent. He judged it instantly. The fist had only struck his chest, but several ribs were broken. A single punch cost 8 days of life to repair. Almost as much as his own internal explosion earlier. Both Blood Moon assassins were likely level 1, but their completion rates exceeded 90, far surpassing Liam O. At least they're both level 1. Liam O muttered, bouncing several times on the ground after being thrown. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to kill you bastards. A spark suddenly exploded on the Tree Shadow user's face. As Liam O was thrown out, he had concealed a clump of Heavenly Fire behind him. He used his own body to block that attack. A perfect hit. That wretched bastard. Blood Moon struck Heaton by celestial flame shattered his mask, revealing the face beneath. Scorching fire seared through his skin, erupting in yellow pus-filled blisters. Severe burns forced him to collapse onto the ground, shrieking in agony. I will kill him. His gut-wrenching cry tore through the street and pierced Li Mo's ears. Liamo staggered upright from the pavement. His broken bones were mending, but a sharp escalating pain throbbed deep in his chest. Healing demanded time. He had never repaired his body so repeatedly in rapid succession, as if painstakingly filling a honeycomb riddled with 1,000 fractures. One wielded strength amplification, the other manipulated shadowy tree forms. Not an easy pair to overcome. Liamo clicked his tongue. Blood Moon's true power surpassed even his gravest expectations. The proximity of death sharpened his mind to crystalline clarity. A single moment's lapse, and he might truly fall here in this god-forsaken wasteland. Celestial flame roared fiercely in his palms. Liamo thrust both hands backward, harnessing the explosive propulsion of the flames to close the distance between himself and the two adversaries. He was no man who waited passively for doom. They possessed close combat techniques. So did he. And his were fiercer, hotter, more unrelenting. In an instant Liamo appeared before them, nearly nose-to-nose, and hurled a blazing fireball. A torrent of scorching heat instantly engulfed them both. Yet celestial flame's searing intensity left them utterly unscathed. One bore the inferno barehanded, the other encased himself within thick woody roots. Blood Moon, his strength amplified thrice, crossed his arms before his chest. No sooner had the fire wave dissipated than he raised his right fist. But Liamo's fist struck faster. It crashed squarely into his opponent's face, the true objective all along. The fireball had been mere misdirection. What he sought was that fleeting hesitation, the split second their defenses faltered. With triple strength and might, Liamo's raw power dwarfed that of ordinary transcendent cultivators. His opponent clearly hadn't anticipated such devastating force. Dizziness flooded his mind the instant the blow landed. Against peers of equal rank, physical strikes had once barely registered, like raindrops on stone. In the next breath, Liamo's palms blazed, a new flame coalesced, condensed to the size of a fingertip, then swelled, until it bloomed into a sphere the size of a clenched fist. Its contained energy, so terrifying even Liamo's own pulse quickened with dread.
Fond of hiding in your shell? Then let's serve you braised turtle's hell.
With a sharp crack, Liamo hurled the orb toward the Shadow Tree cultivator, then pivoted sideways, slipping behind the strength-amplified foe while he still reeled in disorientation. His rear leg drove hard into the ground, his palms braced against the broad, solid back of the strength-enhanced cultivator, using the man as a living shield against the imminent blast. The explosion shattered the cocoon of roots entirely. Stunned, the Shadow Tree cultivator was yanked out by Liamo's iron grip, then slammed with a brutal bone-jarring punch to the face. The strength-enhanced cultivator lunged forward with a thunderous strike of his own, landing squarely on the same man's face. Two perfect symmetrical bruises bloomed, one on each cheek. A sickening crack. His skull fractured. He died.
My insight, I grants me control over others under specific conditions.
Lin Jinye's pupils glowed faint cerulean as he gestured explanation. Liamo understood instantly. In that dazed, suspended moment, he launched another crushing blow at the strength-enhanced cultivator. Liamo's strikes never ceased, each one accelerated, each landing with surgical precision upon the temple's lower abdomen and lumbar region, all the body's most vulnerable points. His heightened agility granted him unprecedented command over his own form. Excruciating pain provoked a guttural roar, and suddenly his flesh hardened like tempered steel. Liamo's punches now rang hollow, like striking armor plating. Yet the very next second that armored body swung its own fist, mercilessly, into its own torso. The human body possesses innate self-preservation instincts. A puppet has none. That final blow caved in his sternum completely. A dull wet thud followed, then crimson blood oozed slowly from the corner of his mouth. His hardened epidermis began to recede. Meanwhile, Liamo had already shaped a massive ultra-concentrated celestial flame. He forced it deep into the man's collapsed chest cavity, and detonated it. Flesh and splintered bone erupted violently. Transcendent Cultivator eliminated 234 days of life. Transcendent Cultivator eliminated 183 days of life. Liamo clicked his tongue again. So killing yielded diminishing returns. Both were near level 2 Transcendent Cultivators, yet the life days gained fell short of what a single Shadow Demon would grant. Liamo invested another 300 days of life into advancing Celestial Flame's completion. Life 300 days. Talent Celestial Flame Level 1 completion 29. 7. Liam rubbed his eyes and verified the figures once more. 300 days should have added only 15, yet completion surged by roughly 20. 3. Clearly the recent life-or-death combat had further elevated Celestial Flame's refinement. No wonder protagonists in cultivation novels always achieved quantum leaps in power after near-fatal battles. Liam lifted his gaze toward Lin Jinya, exhaling a long heavy breath of turbid air. His eyes flickered toward the two fallen figures. Only now did the visceral weight of taking lives settle upon him. An inexplicable wave rose within him, nausea, revulsion, primal fear. As adrenaline ebbed, those darker emotions rushed in. Liam suppressed the urge to vomit, slapping his own abdomen sharply. This was inevitable in this world. If he hadn't slain them, he himself would be dead.
Well done!
Lin Jinya gave him a thumbs up. The praise was genuine. Could this youth truly have awakened his talent only recently? His combat fluency bordered on genius. Uncanny decisiveness, flawless adaptability, and a reckless, fearless fighting style. Indeed, he had not misjudged this young man. Moreover, under the gaze of his insight, Lin Jinya had witnessed the precise moment the Shadow Tree cultivator's form exploded. When Liam's body momentarily laid bare down to gleaming bone across much of its surface regenerated fully within seconds. What kind of regenerative capacity was that? Could any mere level 1 talent bearer possibly possess such power?
Boy, join me!
After days of observation, Lin Jinya made his decision at last. He would recruit this youth into the Enforcement Bureau.
You're not thinking...
Liam began, but froze mid-sentence. His pupils contracted violently. Something vital had slipped his mind. Cold sweat drenched his spine, gooseflesh crawled up his nape. A flash of lethal cold swept past. His neck chilled as blood welled from a fresh gash. Even the sting of pain was eclipsed by sheer paralyzing terror. Thankfully, instinct made him tilt aside. Otherwise his head would now lie severed from his shoulders. He should have realized it earlier. Blood Moon's two cultivators were undeniably formidable. To eliminate Wu Jiao, a non-transcendent civilian, either could have done it effortlessly. Yet if the Shadow Demon had also been their doing, the pieces wouldn't align. Their talents offered no counter to such a demon. Even these two, who could slay Liam without effort, would perish instantly beneath the Shadow Demon's blade like shadows. Their talents didn't match. Unless there was a third, someone wielding shadow manipulation. Liam slammed his palm downward, unleashing Celestial Flame. His prior encounter with the Shadow Demon remained vivid. Upon emergence, re-entry into darkness required direct contact with shadow, and such traversal obeyed strict spatial limits. Instantly, Celestial Flame erupted across the ground, transforming the 10-meter radius around Liam into a blinding, inescapable conflagration. Nowhere left to hide. The final figure, masked in blood-red moon insignia exposed beneath the open sky, had nowhere to flee. One final blast of Celestial Flame sealed his fate. Transcendent Cultivator eliminated 124 days of life. Life 100 days. Talent Celestial Flame level 1 completion 34. 7.
Join the Enforcement Bureau. No!
Lin Jinya folded his arms, sitting upright and staring intently at Liam. Then he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his bag and flicked out one of the last 3 remaining.
I don't smoke.
Lin Jinya withdrew his hand sheepishly. He then fished out the hottest masked hero action figure from his bag.
I don't watch that tokusatsu.
The plastic felt horribly cheap, obviously a knockoff. Finally, Lin Jinya hesitated for a long time. Slowly, he pulled a photo book from his bag. His eyes were filled with reluctance and unwillingness.
You don't actually think these things can buy me off, do you?
When speechless, one really does laugh. Liam curled his lips into a forced smile and asked,
Psy kids these days are so hard to please. Do you know how hard it is to find a job these days?
Lin Jinya looked at him with utter disappointment.
The average salary in Rongqing is only 4,000 yuan now. Do you know how hard it is to find a job like this? What's your salary? 3,800.
Lin Jinya slapped the table.
Don't sweat the small stuff, we have bonuses. How much? At least 2,000 every year before New Year's. Averaged out, that's only 5,500 a month.
Liam spread his hands.
If a transcendent kills a demon, the core alone sells for over 5,000. The price goes up with the demon's level. So if I'm lucky, just killing one demon can net me something close to a year of your hard work.
He did the math for Lin Jinya.
Oh, and the Transcendent Administration occasionally puts out bounties. They pay well too.
Liamo added.
You can't just look at that. At least the Enforcement Bureau is safe. Most of the time we don't have to fight those demons. So you're saying it's safe to outwit and fight those vicious, murderous, transcendent criminals every day. How many days off do you get a month? 2 days on 1 day off. So 10 days off. That's not bad. No, it's 2 weeks on 1 day off. What about company benefits? 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Every company should have that. That's not a benefit. The Bureau occasionally gives out some resources. Like what?
Lin Jinya put on a serious face.
Expensive eye drops.
His talent was the insightful eye, which made his eyes dry and irritated after use.
Low pay, high intensity, poor benefits, and high danger. What are you after?
Liamo leaned in close to Lin Jinya, delivering a soul-crushing question like a hammer blow. Lin Jinya shifted in his seat, straightened his posture, and his expression grew serious, as if he were truly pondering the question. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly.
For justice.
Liamo sighed.
Officer Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now.
He had no such thing as justice in his heart. Fighting for justice or for the peace of society was not his obsession. Liamo only wanted to survive in this world, and then become a top-tier transcendent. Living on the edge himself, he had no time to care about the lives of others. Lin Jinya rubbed his brow. This was going to be a long haul, although he wanted to recruit Liamo, this uncut jade, into his ranks. But from any angle, sending Liamo to the Transcendent Academy was the best path for now. The resources they could provide were far beyond what the Enforcement Bureau could offer him at this stage. Planting a seed now was enough.
Don't rush off. Take this.
Lin Jinya pulled out a silver ring from the bag that seemed to contain everything. The ring had no special adornments, only a thick square alloy cover on the face. He flicked the cover, and the alloy rotated, flipping downward to reveal a blood-red gem. Inside were dark flocculent substances, like blood clots and congealed blood.
The fire-type core you wanted.
Liamo didn't need Lin Jinya to tell him, he could already feel it. The moment the alloy flipped open, the energy of the heavenly fire within him surged, uncontrollably craving it like a baby seeing milk. Liamo took the ring and put it on the index finger of his left hand. The heavenly fire instantly ignited. The flames leaped. Their color had changed from before. A somber purple flickered within the once bright flames. Liamo could clearly feel the temperature of the flames had increased, and it seemed to have stronger adhesion. The heavenly fire was already hard to extinguish. Now even a single spark of it could eventually blaze into an inferno. So powerful. Just a single core from a newborn-level fire-type demon had increased the power of Liamo's heavenly fire by about 30. No wonder cores were so valuable. And they were hard to come by. Not every demon dropped a core. What Liamo didn't know was that a newborn-level demon core usually provided an amplification of about 15. The one Lin Jinya gave him was already approaching the effectiveness of a weaker growth-level demon core. This core came from a friend of Lin Zini's. It was obtained during their last mission together. Bought with a life.
Keep it safe. If you ever don't need it, bring it to me, and I'll trade it in for a new one.
Lin Jinya stared at the blood-red core, somewhat lost in thought. Leaving the Enforcement Bureau, Liamo was in high spirits. He felt carefree now. The near-death experience 2 days ago had paid off. At least now, he didn't have to worry about someone suddenly tracking him down to kill him. The Blood Moon organization usually operated in small cells. This network-like connection made it hard to track them, which was why they were so difficult to eradicate. But it had a clear drawback. Once a cell was completely eliminated, a layer of the network was severed. It would be much harder for other Blood Moon members far away to trace Liamo. At least for now, he had nothing to worry about. But the memory of that battle still sent chills down his spine. He had nearly had his throat slit. The system could heal wounds, but not death. Yesterday, he went for a checkup with his mother. The doctor looked shocked, declaring that his bodily functions were recovering and showed no signs of impending death. The atmosphere at home had improved a lot. Time for a nice meal. Liamo called home, but his mother had already bought groceries and told him to eat out. Liwan clamored from the other end of the line, demanding he bring back some late-night snacks. He hung up. Liamo rubbed his stomach. He knew a great hot pot place in the north of the city. It was in the complete opposite direction from his home in the south. But no matter. Since he was in a good mood, just grab a shared bike and slowly ride over. Liam hummed a tune, his mouth watering, his mind full of tripe being swished in the hot pot, slowly curling and turning crispy. Just as he was halfway there, a striking figure caught his eye. Yang Yueshua. She was standing by a cart stacked with steaming baskets of buns. Beside it were a few small wooden tables and plastic chairs. On the chairs sat 3 punks with brightly colored hair smoking cigarettes. Passers-by all gave the stall a wide berth. Liam stopped his bicycle. Having read so many novels, he naturally understood what was happening at a glance. He never expected that this world also had such little bullies, who achieved nothing but relied on bullying others. He clenched his fists and sighed inwardly. After all, he felt somewhat indebted to Yang Yueshua, especially since he had indeed kidnapped her back then. He had truly caused her psychological trauma. Although he had already taken a stab for his evil deeds, it couldn't make up for what had happened. Liam felt a bit guilty towards her. After all, until now Yang Yueshua had not reported him. He should at least help her with some manageable troubles. With Liam's current strength, dealing with a few little bullies was naturally not a problem. Since becoming more familiar with his own power, he gradually began to sense the intuition that Wu Jiao could feel. These little bullies were clearly not extraordinary individuals. Their genetic potential was evidently low. Dealing with them was a piece of cake for him. As a teenage boy, there wasn't anyone who hadn't fantasized about standing up coolly when a goddess was bullied and easily knocking down the opponent, thereby earning her favor. Marrying a beautiful and rich girl, reaching the pinnacle of life. To be honest, Liam had fantasized about this too. He thought about it almost every day when he was 16. Now this kind of divine situation was actually happening. Even if he didn't owe Yang Yueshua anything, he had to put on an act. While pushing the shared bicycle, the corners of Liam's mouth were almost unable to be suppressed. He glared coldly at that group of trendy little bullies. As he approached, they noticed him. With a thud, all 3 stood up in unison. "Hello, Brother Li." Their movements were perfectly synchronized, flowing like water, as if they had rehearsed this thousands of times. "Huh? Me? You? Ma?" Liam stood awkwardly in place. Memories of the past surged back like a tide. These 3 were indeed his little brothers. To be precise, they were the little brothers of his former self, specifically sent to keep an eye on Yang Yueshua to ensure the kidnapping plan went off without a hitch. They were the eyes. The memories of his previous self did not all appear at once. His brain selectively picked out some important memories that fit the current scene. Just like studying math, knowing it doesn't mean that the formulas will pop up in your mind at all times, they only appear when needed. And at this moment, that damn memory appeared. How coincidental it surfaced just as he had awkwardly walked up to Yang Yueshua, being seen by 4 pairs of eyes. If he had walked around a bit earlier. Damn. Now it was really awkward. Before Liam could react, one of the blonde boys approached him, with a smile, bending at the waist and inviting him to sit. Another boy with blue hair took Liam's shared bike, stabilizing it, as the last one with pink hair was vigorously wiping down the table. Trying to polish the wooden table to a mirror shine, Liam sat dazedly in the chair. Faced with 3 level 1 extraordinary beings, he could respond quickly. He was firmly controlled by the 3 little bullies. After being fussed over in the chair for a while, Liam finally came to his senses and darkened his face, waving them away to leave quickly. The 3 nodded in compliance, then finished wiping down Liam's already locked shared bike, placing it steadily to the side before leaving. Leaving Liam, who was in disarray, sitting in the chair. Damn mouth, say something. Liam's mind went blank. "What would you like to eat?" Yang Yueshua's voice descended like that of an angel, melodious and sweet. She pretended not to notice what had just happened. Liam let out a sigh of relief. "2 baskets of soup dumplings, please." Unknowingly, the hot pot plan turned into ordering soup dumplings. When people feel awkward, they want to do something. In such a scenario, eating is the best way to alleviate the awkwardness. Perhaps the steamer had just started, and the dumplings were not yet fully steamed. The food was not immediately shoved into Liam's mouth. The atmosphere returned to an awkward state. Should he play on his phone? He felt that opening Douyin to watch edge-cutting videos was not a good choice right now. "Sorry. This." Liam felt for the first time that he had lost his ability to speak. "It's okay," Yang Yueshua said lightly. Her tone seemed to indicate that she was neither scared nor angry.
They haven't done anything bad just sitting here.
Yang Yueshua did not look up. She understood what Liamo wanted to express, and quietly continued.
Business hasn't been great lately. They eat a lot of dumplings every time they come, so it's like they're helping me.
Oh! Liamo referred to the incident when Yang Yueshua was kidnapped.
Nothing really happened. You saved me, so let's just let it go.
What a good girl. Liamo was moved to the point of tears. What on earth was his former self thinking all day? He wished he could hang himself for a beating. The soup dumplings were ready. Yang Yueshua picked up the steaming basket with her hands and placed it on the wooden table in front of Liamo. Liamo then noticed that this girl, who appeared fair and beautiful, actually had rough hands covered with burns and frostbite scars. Seemingly aware of Liamo's gaze, Yang Yueshua quickly withdrew her hands, hiding them in her apron. She was merely a girl who appeared strong on the outside. No girl would want her classmates from the same school to see her at this moment. Yang Yueshua's pretty face slowly buried itself in the collar of her raised coat.
It's embarrassing for a girl to do these things.
She hadn't finished her sentence when she was interrupted.
Delicious.
Liamo smacked his lips. The dumpling skin was unexpectedly thin, with a filling that was extremely tender, finely minced, and the sweet meat flavor carried a hint of white pepper, much better than those heavy-oiled and overly salted ones outside.
Did you make this? It's amazing.
Liamo couldn't help but compliment. Yang Yueshua's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly lifted her head.
No, my mom made it. Did your mom participate in the World Soup Dumpling Competition?
Liamo said seriously. Yang Yueshua laughed out loud.
You look very cute when you smile.
Liamo suddenly spoke.
Why do you hide such a cute face?
Yang Yueshua clutched the hem of her clothes, her palms damp with sweat, her gaze suddenly wandering, like a fleeing little hamster, a hint of pink adorning her cheeks. Liamo did not look up, and did not notice Yang Yueshua's changes. He just continued speaking to himself.
There is no profession or anything that is shameful in this world. Regardless of what stage you are at or what you are doing, it is all a part of life. Living earnestly is not shameful. Giving up on life is what is truly shameful.
As he spoke, he stuffed the dumplings into his mouth one by one, clearing the 2 baskets at lightning speed. He rubbed his belly, feeling slightly unsatisfied. Then he slowly raised his head and met those beautiful eyes, his smile radiant.
Bring me 2 more baskets.
He felt as if he had been struck by sunlight in summer.
You seem to have changed a lot.
With no customers, Yang Yueshua placed 2 fresh baskets of steamed buns on the wooden table, untied her apron, and sat down. Resting her chin in her hands, she cautiously studied Liamo's profile.
It's as if you're a different person.
Liamo, who was sucking the broth out of a bun, choked and coughed repeatedly.
Too hot.
Liamo wiped his mouth, his gaze wandering.
By the way, why haven't I seen you here before?
In Liamo's memory, he had been to this road north of the city many times. If this bun shop had been here, he would definitely have remembered it. Especially since it was run by the family of Yang Yueshua, one of the school's beauties. It was hard not to notice.
In my first year of high school, my father had his leg broken by a demonic beast. The whole leg was shattered. The cost of the bone graft and subsequent hospitalization was enormous. Originally, our family ran a small restaurant at No. 14 Chunghua Street.
Yang Yueshua pointed in a certain direction.
After my father's accident, my mother closed the restaurant and used all our savings to pay for his treatment. During the day, my mother runs the bun shop to earn money for my schooling, and at night, she goes to the hospital to take care of my father. So I have to be the temporary pillar of the family.
Yang Yueshua gestured toward the bun shop. Lowering her head, she fidgeted with her fingers on the table.
But I'm always so clumsy. Besides kneading dough, I'm not good at anything else.
Liamo bit into a small steamed bun. No wonder this place felt different from his memories. In his original world, there were no demons. Then Yang Yueshua's father wouldn't have lost his leg to a demon. No. 14 Chunghua Street was an old district, and Liamo usually never went to such places. It seemed that in this world many things couldn't be judged by his past life. After devouring 10 baskets of small buns, Liamo finally let out a satisfied burp. Ever since he had mastered the 52-style fist art and awakened the heavenly flame, his appetite had grown immensely. Especially after his talent awakened and following his encounter with the Blood Moon organization 2 days ago. After returning home, he had devoured nearly 5 jean of pork belly and an immeasurable amount of rice. The rice cooker at home had steamed batch after batch. Fortunately, he had earned some extra money from boss son earlier. Otherwise, this appetite alone would have bankrupted the family. No wonder it was said that transcendents earned a lot, yet most lived frugally. The more they earned, the more they consumed. The more they consumed, the more they spent. The more they spent, the less they earned. The more they earned, the less they had.
Please pack 2 more baskets of small buns for takeaway.
The moment he spoke, a plastic bag was already handed to him. Yang Yushua stood with one hand behind her back, her face flushed crimson under the streetlight.
These are on the house for you.
Liam froze for a moment, then looked down at the bag. Inside were buns, each one lopsided and oddly shaped. They looked like they were having a party with flashing lights. These must have been made by Yang Yushua herself.
You ate so much, my mother's buns are all gone.
Her earlobes burned as if about to smoke. These failed products were supposed to be thrown away. They looked terrible. What if he found them disgusting? Liam didn't mind. He took the bag, said thanks, and wobbled home on his small bicycle. Yang Yushua watched his figure gradually disappear under the streetlights. He really did seem different.
So this time it's a girl who loves small buns.
Li Wan fiddled with the plastic bag, looking at Liam with a speechless expression.
Food is food. Why so many questions?
Liam retorted grumpily.
Bro, can you stop being so lovesick? Last time you went crazy and brought home bags of sushi for a whole week. The fridge was almost bursting with rice and seaweed. And now, another glutton who loves small buns.
Li Wan barefoot swung her legs over the armrest of the swivel chair. She sighed, then fished out a small bun from the bag.
Is this a trendy new design?
Li Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. Whoever saw a small bun that looked like a flattened cooked potato?
I get it. You've fallen for a glutton who makes small buns.
Liam shot her a glare. He couldn't be bothered to reply.
By the way, are you really planning to go to Rongqing Experimental High?
Despite her disdain, she stuffed a whole bun into her mouth.
Aren't you a cultivation waste?
Li Wan scooted her chair over its 4 wheels, rolling until she was next to Liam. Her greasy face leaned and scrutinizing him suspiciously from head to toe.
You're not my brother.
The air in the room suddenly chilled. Liam's hand scrolling on his phone froze.
You're a secret overachiever. Go eat your buns.
Liam dashed to his room in 3 strides and slammed the door shut. Li Wan giggled and pulled out another oddly shaped bun. She squinted at Liam's closed door.
Rongqing Experimental High, huh? I was just wondering which transcendent school to attend.
Energy within her body surged from her soles through her hands, converging at the crown of her head. Rongqing City Transcendent Experimental Cultivation Senior High School. Today was September 15th. By tradition, the 15th of every month was the day for testing postnatal transcendence. In the past, there was usually just a small booth at the school gate with a few students sitting there as guides for applicants. But today, several teachers were standing at the gate.
Teacher 1, aren't you supposed to be watching those troublemakers in your class? What brings you here to observe these postnatal students? Teacher Son, aren't you the same? I recall there's a prenatal student in class 3 who can't even control his talent. Shouldn't you be giving remedial lessons? All right, stop arguing. Don't play peacemaker. It's fine if the other class teachers want to join the fun, but Zhou Ping, what are you doing here? Your class still needs to recruit students. Shouldn't you be focusing on getting someone to actually unlock their genetic lock? Exactly. By the end of the year, if none of the 12 classes under you produce a single unlock, you might not even keep your position as homeroom teacher.
The man named Zhou Ping awkwardly adjusted his glasses, coughed twice, and pretended not to hear.
What's the point of wasting time on these postnatal students who haven't unlocked their genetic locks? It'd be better to channel all resources to prenatal students. That way we can nurture strong individuals faster and more reliably. Giving resources to students who haven't unlocked their genetic locks is a sheer waste. Not to mention those at our class who've been studying for 2 or 3 years without unlocking. Even the class students who manage to become postnatal talents are just the best of a bad lot. Hey, don't say that. There are strong postnatal transcendents too. Though the proportion is small, many ancient texts say that only postnatal transcendents can cultivate to the highest levels. Look at our academy's dean. Isn't he a postnatal transcendent? How many deans like him can Rongqing produce in a year? Most people at his level are prenatal transcendents.
The teachers argued back and forth about the merits of prenatal versus postnatal transcendence. It seemed that everyone was most enthusiastic when slacking off at work.
Enough. What's the point of this debate? All of you talking about how prenatal is good and postnatal is bad, but aren't you all here today for the dean's postnatal daughter?
Everyone fell silent. After all, the one who spoke was a teacher from the class where every student was not only a prenatal transcendent, but also among the top experts in the entire school. Yet even he had come. They were all there for that girl. The one most likely to become the next postnatal transcendent of the dean's caliber.
That girl Ran isn't going to cause trouble for me, is she?
Huang Chuan rubbed his temples with a headache. He wasn't worried about whether his own daughter could get into his academy. It was mainly that this girl had a fiery temper and had been spoiled since childhood. He feared she would stir up trouble everywhere. Before she even officially enrolled, she might have already offended all the kids in her cohort. As a sentimental old father, he also hoped his daughter could make some friends. A knock sounded at Huang Chuan's office door.
Come in.
The one who pushed the door open was the teacher responsible for overseeing the entire selection ceremony for acquired transcendence, holding a notebook in hand.
Dean. Usually the entrance test for Class A only prepares about 5 sand-toothed tiger half-demons. But this time arranging 32 of them, is there really no problem?
The man flipped through the notebook frowning as he uttered the unbelievable number. It was like a boss, who usually only ordered one at a karaoke bar, suddenly ordering 32. It hardly seemed like he could handle it. Huang Chuan waved his hand, signaling him not to worry.
We haven't had any students with gene potential reaching Class A level in the first half of this year. Today it's probably just that girl Ran alone. She wouldn't have much trouble dealing with 1 or 2 sand-toothed tigers on her own. If we only put 5 in there, she'd probably kill them all before the test time even ends. Adding more will make her feel the pressure.
Huang Chuan paused.
Besides, these sand-toothed tigers are precious. If I lose 1 or 2, I'll have to spend money to buy new ones. There aren't any wild ones nearby to catch. It's 1055. Just made it.
Luo Fei glanced at his phone and let out a long breath. Another person beside him nodded in relief. The test usually started promptly at 11 o'clock, and they didn't want to be late before even enrolling.
It's okay, don't be nervous. Whatever the result, we'll just do our best.
Su Guang patted Luo Fei's shoulder. Luo Fei clenched his hands, pursed his lips, and nodded firmly. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of several teachers standing at the door, and a flicker of joy stirred in his heart. Wasn't it said that teachers usually didn't show up during the acquired transcendent test? Why were so many here today? An uncontrollable wave of delight spread within him. How wonderful! Luo Fei suppressed his excitement, his face adopting an expression of youthful valor, unafraid to waste his prime. As long as he had burned brightly, it was worth it, as he responded to Su Guang. Just thinking about what was about to happen made him want to laugh. Rongqing Experimental High School assigned classes and test difficulty based on gene potential values. They couldn't put 2 students with vastly different gene potentials in the same exam room to compete. Such a disparity in strength would make it hard to discern anything. Students with gene potential values between 20 and 25 were assigned to Class C exam rooms. Those with values between 25, 1 and 60 went to Class B exam rooms. Students with gene potential values above 60, 1 were assigned to Class A exam rooms. Most of these examinees had gene potentials around Class B level, while Class C was usually rare. This was because to master the 31 style or 52 style fist techniques before senior year, a student's gene potential value needed to be at least above 20. Class A was almost non-existent. Students with gene potential values exceeding 60 almost always became innate transcendents by age 15. Only a very few existed with high gene potential who didn't become innate transcendents, much like Huang Chuan. Luo Fei had connections at home and had secretly tested his own gene potential value long ago. 67, just barely above the Class A exam room threshold. This was already a genius among 10,000. The uncle who prepared the gene testing ceremony for him was so shocked his jaw dropped. It was just a pity he hadn't become an innate transcendent. But Luo Fei didn't mind. He believed that even as an acquired transcendent, he could still shine brilliantly just like Dean Huang. That was also why he chose Rongqing Experimental High School. As for Su Guang, his childhood friend beside him, he clearly wasn't as fortunate. He was 2 years older and had only just perfected the 31-style fist technique close to the college entrance exam. Such talent wouldn't be very high. Su Guang walked to the testing area. The method was simple: prick a finger to draw a drop of blood and verify the gene potential value through blood testing.
Su Guang gene potential 23. For go to Class C exam room.
The examiner handed Su Guang a slip with the address of the Class C exam room. The expectant light in Su Guang's eyes dimmed slightly. After all, no one wanted to be in the lowest tier in the ranking order. Even so, he forced himself to stay calm and patted Luo Fei's shoulder.
Don't worry, you'll definitely be better than me.
Of course I'm better than you, Luo Fei sneered inwardly. But he still comforted him aloud.
It's okay. Just getting into experimental high is pretty good. What difference does Class C or Class B make? As long as you can become a transcendent, that's all that matters. Next.
Luo Fei's lips twitched as his gaze shifted to where the teachers were. The teachers' eyes were all looking into the distance, completely oblivious to this supernova about to ignite. It's okay, you'll notice me. Luo Fei stepped onto the testing platform one step at a time, as if ascending a coronation throne. The silver needle pierced his fingertip and blood fell.
Luo Fei gene potential 60. 8. Go to Class A exam room.
Su Guang was already speechless with shock. Even the examiner's face showed astonishment. Perfect, this was exactly the effect I wanted. Luo Fei's heart soared with delight. But then, the examiner seemed to show a hint of sympathy. What did that mean? Never mind, it must be an illusion. His vanity swelling, Luo Fei's gaze once again secretly shifted to the group of teachers. Every teacher's expression showed a look of satisfied anticipation. Sure enough, they had noticed this blazing supernova. Fight over me. Snatch me up. It's okay, let the storm rage even fiercer.
Move aside.
Still lost in his glorious fantasies, Luo Fei suddenly felt his collar tighten, and then his whole body rolled to the side. A surge of anger rose from his heart, and he was about to stand up and unleash a tirade when a voice came from beside him.
Huang Ranran gene potential 82. 9. Class A exam room.
Even the examiner gasped. He looked at her as if she were a monster. Even Class A rarely had anyone with gene potential exceeding 80. A girl with twin ponytails wearing a white jacket over a black inner layer looked haughty. She pinched her slender fingertips, frowned, and said,
"What a bother,"
then strode toward the exam room.
82. 9.
Luo Fei sat frozen on the ground. How is this possible? All his anger vanished in an instant. A true genius. Even her petite figure seemed to tower in his eyes.
Excuse me, is this Rongqing City Transcendent Experimental Cultivation High School? What else could it be?
Luo Fei snapped, his subsided anger flaring up again.
Oh, okay.
Liamo rubbed his temples, having nearly been late. The taxi driver had just taken him to Rongqing City Experimental High School.
Is the test here?
Liamo handed the registration form to the person who looked like the examiner.
It's over there. Young man.
Zhou Ping looked exasperated.
Oh, okay.
Since this was his first encounter with transcendence, he thought the examiner for this kind of test would definitely look like someone forced to work overtime with a bitter expression. He couldn't have been more wrong.
Squeeze a drop of blood onto this.
The examiner handed him a white test strip. Liamo followed the procedure and squeezed a drop of blood onto it. The examiner took the test strip, his pupils dilating and eyebrows shooting up. His expression was even more exaggerated than with Huang Ranran. Luo Fei's heart skipped a beat. Had he provoked another big shot today? Was this some kind of bad luck? Why were all the bigwigs gathering at this monthly acquired selection event? The examiner took a few deep breaths, glanced at the test strip, then at Liamo. He looked at the test strip again, then at Liamo again. Finally, he slowly exhaled.
Liamo gene potential 0. 93. Young man, are you sure you haven't wandered onto the wrong set? Ha 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 ha.
Luo Fei laughed heartily, patting his slightly protruding belly.
I thought a rank genetic potential was so cheap. Bro, you look like you're getting on in years. Hurry back for your college entrance exams, this place isn't for you.
Indeed, his own rank genetic potential was still quite rare. Except for that girl just now. That was an accident. I just need to steer clear of her during the assessment.
Brother Su, let's go. Stop watching this clown show here, the assessment is more important.
Luo Fei wrapped an arm around Su Guang and strode toward the assessment site. Su Guang felt sympathy for Li Mo's plight. He wondered which family's child that was. Another 100,000 wasted.
The entrance exam is no joke. Entering the examination hall without mastering the boxing technique is life-threatening.
The examiner warned sternly. After all, he had taken someone's money.
It's fine, it's fine. I've already mastered it,
Li Mo said. Li Mo waved his hand. 0. 93. Although he knew it wouldn't be high, being this low was truly astonishing. No wonder his past self had trained for 3 years, and the progress of the 52-style fist only increased by 1. With this genetic potential, even if he cultivated for centuries, he could hardly achieve perfection. Fortunately, he didn't rely on rigid effort. It all depended on talent and sweat. The examiner curled his lips, not particularly surprised. Having overseen exams for so many years, he had seen plenty of people with no genetic potential stubbornly signing up. There were always those foolish, wealthy, and obstinate types.
Take this.
The examiner pulled a gray semi-transparent crystal from a drawer.
Run the boxing technique you've cultivated through your body. If you can fill this crystal completely with blue, we'll let you into the exam.
This object was called an energy crystal derived from demonic beast cores. A complete energy crystal could store the source power needed by transcendence, but this broken one couldn't. However, due to its nature, it could forcibly absorb external energy. As long as one touched it and activated the boxing technique, the energy circulating in the body would be absorbed, manifesting as blue. Only the complete energy circulation of the 31-style fist could fill this finger-sized shard of energy crystal. Given this examinee's genetic potential of 0. 93, he had probably just started practicing the 52-style fist before coming. It would be a stretch for him to even make the energy crystal emit a blue speck. Snap! Just as the examiner was silently mocking him, the energy crystal in Li Mo's hand suddenly burst with brilliant blue light. Then it shattered.
Do I need to pay for this?
Li Mo carefully gathered the remaining fragments of the energy crystal and pushed them toward the examiner. How could the testing equipment be such shoddy quality? His family was bankrupt, they had no spare money for compensation. The examiner's mouth hung wide open. His jaw moved mechanically several times, but he couldn't utter a word for a long time.
What the hell? What boxing technique did you practice?
He finally regained control of his jaw, rising heavily from his chair. His shock far exceeded the expression he had shown upon seeing Huang Ranran's genetic potential test. No matter how high Huang Ranran's genetic potential was, it still followed normal logic. Everyone had long known about this Huang family's acquired genius, and was mentally prepared. But what was up with this kid? With 0. 93 genetic potential, he was almost setting a record for the lowest human genetic potential. Maybe it truly was a record. How? How could he shatter the energy crystal shard? To think this energy crystal shard, though only thumb size, could easily withstand the full energy of the 52-style fist without shattering. Yet it shattered in Li Mo's hands, and not just a simple crack, it exploded. This meant the energy within his body far exceeded the limits of the 52-style fist.
The 52-style fist, what's the problem?
Li Mo asked, puzzled.
Impossible.
How could this be? You're telling me this is 0. 93 genetic potential. Examiner Zhou Kaixiang felt his worldview shattered. Zhou Kaixiang repeatedly compared Li Mo's blood test strip, finding no issues. Unwilling to give up, he grabbed Li Mo's hand, poked a hole with a needle under Li Mo's panicked gaze, and took a new test strip. Dipped in blood, tested. The test must have been wrong. The specialized genetic potential measuring device clicked as it consumed the strip, and then spat it out. Zhou Kaixiang picked up the strip. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. It was indeed a mistake. 0. 92. It had even dropped by 0. 1. Zhou Kaixiang slumped into his chair, staring at Li Mo with a look of utter despair.
Are you really not a demon?
He suddenly crossed his hands and asked solemnly, staring into Li Mo's eyes.
Teacher, am a loyal citizen.
Li Mo rubbed his fingers, putting on a helpless expression. Was it really that exaggerated? Wasn't it just having low genetic potential, but slightly higher overall strength? Li Mo didn't know that genetic potential almost determined a person's upper and lower limits in cultivation. The reason innate transcendence could awaken from birth was precisely because their genetic potential exceeded the 60 threshold, forcibly unlocking their genetic locks. For someone like him, whose genetic sequence was bound locked in a safe, and sunk into the sea. Mastering the 52-style fist was nothing short of a fantasy. Not to mention Zhou Kaixiang, even Huang Chuan, a legitimate, acquired transcendent powerhouse, would doubt the 12 years of compulsory education he had received.
Can I go take the assessment now?
Zhou Kaixiang slumped in his chair, waving his hand, which suddenly froze midair. Right, which examination hall should he be assigned to? With a genetic potential of 0.92, there wasn't even an official recommendation. Should he go to the Clevel Hall? If his actual strength could shatter an energy crystal, then the half-demons in the Clevel Hall probably wouldn't be enough for him to handle. Zhou Kaixiang had only seen innate transcendence capable of shattering energy crystals. Should he go to level? But his genetic potential was too low. If he turned out to be just a flash in the pan, and got eliminated immediately, it would be unfair to him.
Go to the Clevel examination hall.
In the end, Zhou Kaixiang made a conservative decision. Following the guidance slip Zhou Kaixiang gave him, Liamo made his way through Rongqing Experimental High School. It should have been class time, so the playground was empty. The Transcendent Academy was indeed different. He had walked for nearly 5 minutes from the main gate without reaching the assessment point. Rows of green shade lined a straight path. It was said these were cherry blossom trees, which would carpet the area in a sea of pink in March. No adolescent boy wouldn't yearn for such a campus life. This was indeed the place for him. In his past lives' memory, this area was a plaza, but now it had been transformed into a campus, showing just how vast it was. As he walked, Liamo finally reached the assessment grounds of Rongqing Experimental High School. It was essentially an empty playground. In the center of the playground, 3 spaces were illusory, like vortices formed by turbulent air currents. 3 middle-aged teachers stood guard beside each vortex. In front of each vortex stood a signboard labeled A, B, and C. Liamo followed the path to the C entrance. The middle-aged man saw him and frowned.
Being late is not something a good student should do.
Liamo scratched his head with an embarrassed chuckle. Seeing that Liamo didn't respond, the man couldn't be bothered to say more. Few Clevel students pass the entrance exam each year. He tossed Liamo a sachet.
Keep this on you. It attracts demons. Once inside, if you can last 3 hours without being eliminated, you pass the assessment. If you encounter a half-demon, do your best to escape,
the man kindly advised.
There are half-demons.
Liamo's eyes lit up. He had no idea such good fortune existed.
Can I kill the demons inside?
He then asked cautiously. The man let out a contemptuous laugh. Another reckless youth.
Give it your all if you want. If you can kill one, I'll make soup from its corpse to nourish you.
Still want to kill the half-demons. These kids who have never experienced battle are just daydreaming. When they see a half-demon, they better not wet their pants. Such situations have occurred several times in the examination hall. There was even a time when Dean Huang provided diapers as a welfare for the candidates. Li Yinping usually despises students who aim too high. They are only at Clevel genetic potential. It's questionable whether they can last 3 hours. Still want to kill half-demons. Do they really think half-demons are not demons? Let's just a barbecue with extra cumin and spice. Speaking of which, my family hasn't tasted half-demon meat yet. Liamo said seriously. This teacher is quite nice. Li Yinping twitched his mouth. Hurry up and go in, you're 5 minutes late compared to the others, which means you have 5 extra minutes in the examination room, he said irritably. Although he disapproved of such students being a teacher, he still subtly reminded them. The longer they waste time outside after being late, the longer they will have to face the wave of half-demon beasts alone. By the way, the illusory domain is a complete space where all examination halls exist within the same space. Once you enter, regardless of where the half-demons chase, you do not cross the red line defined in the space. Within the red line range, no matter how dangerous, it won't be more dangerous than outside the red line. To pass the assessment, just stay within the red line and avoid the half-demons' attacks as much as possible. Li Yinping saw Liamo looking blankly, probably never having even looked up information online, and explained to him. Oh. Liamo indicated he understood with his index and thumb together. Then he stepped into the illusion. The light and shadow reversed. A strong sense of weightlessness suddenly struck, as if he had instantly risen from the ground to 10,000 meters high. Liamo's body swayed, and the next moment, he felt he was about to fall to the ground. Then the feeling of weightlessness disappeared again. It felt like experiencing a brief, bizarre dream. The scenery around him had completely changed. The once fragrant campus playground transformed into a place resembling a forest. He was standing on soft grass with fluffy white clouds drifting in the sky. Is this the illusory domain? I've heard that extraordinary beings with spatial abilities can open their own space after reaching a certain level. The illusory domain was opened up by a certain powerful individual. Liam stomped his feet. The tactile sensation was so real. The power of extraordinary beings is indeed extraordinary. What would my heavenly fire look like if it were to be upgraded to a higher level? Liam looked at his palm, clenched his fist, and then relaxed. This time, he did not intend to use his heavenly fire. He wanted to keep this ability hidden. This way, he would have an extra trump card. Moreover, having previously killed members of the Blood Moon organization, if his talent were to be exposed, the Blood Moon organization would likely quickly connect him to the 3 deceased individuals. Before he had more trump cards, Liam needed to do his best to remain undetected by the Blood Moon organization. The death of Wu Jiao and the strength of the 3 from the Blood Moon organization were still fresh in his memory. The sound of wolf howls reached his ears. 1, 2, 3. He had just entered this space, and already 5 hunters were charging towards him in this forest. Liam patted the purple fragrance pouch in his hand, realizing it was indeed a good item. He would ask later if it could be counted as a gift from the assessment to take home. Over here. Hurry up. Before the wolf pack appeared, a voice called from above Liam. He looked up suspiciously, seeing a familiar face pressed against a tree. Su Guang, the boy he had tested with before. Wolves are not good climbers. You can hide in the trees for a while. Hurry up, together our chances of passing will be higher. Su Guang invited Liam. This assessment is originally meant to test the overall quality of the students, and the half-demons placed by the academy are set to be slightly stronger than the upper limit of different grades of students. In other words, the likelihood of killing them is extremely low. In the real battlefield against extraordinary beasts, humans are often faced with similar situations. The true reason humans have not been exterminated by powerful extraordinary beasts to this day is precisely due to cooperation and unity among themselves. What the Academy wants to see is how these students can survive longer during the assessment. Moreover, not everyone with talent is good at combat. A significant portion of talents are more supportive in nature, and the first thing to consider for supportive talents is the adaptability of the student themselves. Su Guang anxiously waved at Liam. From his high vantage point, he had already seen wolves appearing in his line of sight. They were pure red wolves with white markings forming of shape around the forehead, revealing only a small portion of the white pattern. These wolves are called blood wolves, a true breed with demon bloodlines distinct from other half-demons that have mutated due to environmental influences. Although their demon bloodline is low, it has indeed significantly altered their physical structure. They run faster, are more bloodthirsty, and possess greater aggression. Their sharp fangs can even bite through steel, making them opponents that humans cannot contend with. Not even the 5-2 style fist can do anything. When the white markings on their foreheads spread completely across their bodies, that is when they break through their bloodline limitations and become true demons. The white pattern blood wolf. Although this one's white markings are not prominent, it is still not something that the candidates who have perfected the 3-1 style fist can handle. Don't confront them, he didn't. Hurry up. Once you get knocked down, you lose your qualification. Su Guang's voice grew louder, as the blood wolf was now less than 5 meters away from Liam. But Liam remained standing still. This is bad. Seeing a half-demon for the first time, he was stunned. Su Guang sighed inwardly. The blood wolf had already leaped high. There's no escaping. Splat. The sound of flesh being torn apart. Then a head rolled on the ground. Hot blood splattered all over Liam's face. Liam disdainfully brushed off the headless blood wolf carcass that was lying on him. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. He shouted hoarsely to Su Guang. A few seconds earlier, he had withdrawn the energy concentrated in his ears, and now all he could hear was the fierce roar of the blood wolf. Kill the half-demon blood wolf, life 20 days, just this little bit. Liam pouted. However, the red figure that followed quickly washed away this disappointment. Quantitative change causes qualitative change. Just right to practice my new move on you. Liam glanced at the item in the panel called Shattered Gold Power. This is an extraordinary skill collected from the cube boxes of the 3 members of the Blood Moon organization. It is an extremely rare item that can enhance the corresponding talent. It allows one to unleash power that surpasses the corresponding level. And Shattered Gold Power is exactly what extraordinary beings with body enhancement talents possess. Theoretically, Liam should not be able to use it. Once cultivated without the support of a corresponding body enhancement talent, the body would explode from the violent energy. Liam just tried to operate it a little. It took 13 days. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't need to exert effort. When the icon of shattered gold power appeared in his system panel along with a draggable progress bar, he knew that this power belonged to him now. Wolf pups. Help me prove my path. The shattered gold force was at 23 with a conversion rate of 5 days per percent. It was still far from enough. Liam touched his pocket, a fleeting warmth flashing across his chest. A towel was abruptly pulled out from thin air. In his pocket lay a dark ring, the cube-shaped box he had seized last time. It was one of the only 2 benefits he had gained from killing a member of the Blood Moon organization, taken from that supernatural with a power talent. Inside, aside from a copy of the shattered gold force, there were only a few packs of compressed biscuits. The assassins of the Blood Moon organization lived quite a frugal life. Liam wiped the blood off his face, his clothes nearly soaked through with wolf blood. These little wolf cubs weren't putting up much of a fight. Just this many. Who could even bother killing them? Liam grumbled to himself. He had originally expected more half-demon creatures to be here. But after he had slain these 8 blood wolves, the surroundings fell unusually silent. Sugwang jumped down from a tree, his face full of astonishment.
Bro, that's insane!
It was no different from stepping on ants. A blood wolf that could have easily killed him was being taken down with one punch by this guy without even a heavy breath. He remembered this person's genetic potential was 0. 92, right? Was that 0? 92.
You're not a congenital supernatural, are you?
Sugwang inquired. He had even felt a bit of sympathy for him earlier. He never expected that he was the one who needed sympathy.
How do you train? I want to become as strong as you.
Liam patted him on the shoulder.
Hard work and sweat,
he said with a deadpan expression. Sugwang looked as if he understood.
What's the next move, bro?
In just a few seconds, Sugwang made the wisest decision of his life. As long as he followed this man, he was sure to pass this trial. With strength like that, taking down a blood wolf with one punch, walking through the Clevel exam grounds would be like strolling through his own backyard. Liam scratched his forehead.
Wasn't this place supposed to be full of half-demons? How come there are only this few? The Clevel exam grounds are quite vast. When candidates enter, they are randomly teleported to different locations, and the sachets they carry attract nearby half-demons.
Generally, it's normal for a candidate to encounter 4 or 5 demons at once.
Sugwang chuckled awkwardly.
I just had bad luck.
The other demons only move toward other scents after the nearby candidates are eliminated.
That was really bad. Liam thought to himself. This would take forever. If he couldn't finish off all the half-demons here within 3 hours, he would be at a huge loss.
And bro, since you just killed so many blood wolves, the smell of blood on you is too strong. Other half-demons will instinctively avoid this place. After all, a dangerous-smelling spot like this scares them too. Comparatively, those less dangerous places are more attractive.
Sugwang explained.
Bro, I reckon we can just sit here for 3 hours, enjoy the scenery, and pass the exam.
Even he hadn't expected it to be this easy. A smile spread across his honest face. But Liam couldn't bring himself to smile. No way. If only he had known earlier, he would have cleaned up more discreetly. He had just thought it was easy to shatter these blood wolves' heads with a punch, never imagining such a backlash.
Is there a way to contact the other candidates?
No, he couldn't just sit and wait. The top priority now was to find the locations of the other candidates. But this was his first time in such a different space. He had no idea how vast it was. Could he really manage to find other candidates in a place like this?
Sure,
Sugwang answered without a second thought. Liam's eyes lit up, looking at Sugwang with some surprise. He hadn't expected this honest-looking guy, who didn't seem too bright, to possess such a skill for finding people. It seemed you couldn't judge a book by its cover. Sugwang slowly reached into his pocket, fumbled around for a while, and pulled out an Android phone. He opened WeChat and entered the
T-level exam grounds group chat. Bro, you came in a few minutes late. When we were all at the exam entrance, we thought it would be convenient to stay in touch, so we created a group face-to-face.
Sugwang said.
Oh, add me.
Liam expressionlessly took out his phone, scanned the code, and joined the group.
Ahem, help me send a message.
Liam coughed twice, trying to stay calm, and said,
Just tell everyone to gather here.
Sugwang's eyes lit up.
Bro, I didn't know you were such a good guy. Willing to help everyone pass the exam.
Su Guang, a man with a strong sense of justice, was deeply impressed by Li Mo's selflessness. He had initially felt lucky to follow Li Mo. Now he felt he had met the right person for life.
When in power, benefit all. When in poverty, cultivate oneself.
How many people, when they had the strength, would still help their weaker classmates?
Anyone there?
Su Guang sent a message. No one replied in this small group of 17 people.
They're probably all busy with the exam and don't have time to respond,
Su Guang explained to Li Mo. Then he quietly opened a photo on his phone, selected the first one, edited it, zoomed in, and used the doodle tool to mark a red dot. Finally, he sent the original image. Li Mo appeared calm on the surface, but inside his mind was in turmoil. It was a map of the exam grounds. Had this world become so advanced? What were all those novels he used to read? He felt like a caveman. Su Guang silently typed on the 26-key keyboard.
I'm here.
The red dot marked their current location. Since this was a different space, the phone's built-in map was unusable.
Got legs. Come quick.
He sent 2 concise messages. Then the group responded almost instantly. 1. Within a minute, the remaining 17 people all replied, 1, to show their respect.
This should be fine, right? Yeah,
Li Mo replied calmly. Soon the energy he had focused on his hearing reacted. Someone was coming. Li Mo, who had been sitting on the ground, stood up and saw a student running toward them, followed by 5 blood wolves.
Legs! Help! Urgent!
Li Mo shot forward like a spring, circulating the shattered gold force within him. The reason those without talent couldn't cultivate was that the wrong approach caused powerful energy to run wild. But by using life to trade for proficiency, it was as if Li Mo had fully mastered it. As long as he had the intent to use it, the shattered gold force would automatically flow through his body along the standard path. In an instant, the 5 blood wolves were scattered all over the ground. The surviving student, gasping for breath, couldn't even say a word. The sounds around them were like 1,000 horses stampeding. Half-demons were charging toward them from all directions, along with the pale-faced students of the club exam grounds.
Bro! Watch out!
Su Guang shouted in warning. It wasn't just wolves, there were also crescent moon eagles circling high above. They were even harder to deal with than the wolf pack. Though less aggressive, ground creatures found it difficult to attack airborne ones. The combined number of blood wolves and crescent moon eagles exceeded 50, the dense mass of half-demons resembling a small-scale beast-tide. Everyone had thought running over would let them latch onto a powerful ally. But instead it felt more like a grand gathering of half-demons. Was Su Guang's so-called big shot really reliable? Would they all be wiped out in one fell swoop?
Everyone gather together. Don't move. Don't run. Don't attack recklessly,
Li Mo bellowed. That instantly steadied the group's morale. He had no intention of letting these people coast through the exam painlessly. He just didn't want them to mess up his own survival. If they moved, ran, or attacked randomly, they might scare away his experience points. Li Mo pulled out a spine from a blood wolf. He spotted gathering momentum, then hurled it fiercely. The blood-red spine, still clinging with shreds of flesh, streaked across the sky like a spear. It pierced the circling Sanyue eagle with deadly precision. As the last half-demon beast fell, the club examination ground fell into absolute silence. A gruesome pile of corpses and severed limbs accumulated into a sea of blood. 18 people sat huddled together, their gazes fixed intently on the man drenched entirely in red. They sat upright like a well-behaved class awaiting their teacher. Not a single one dared to breathe too loudly, fearing that the murderous deity in his killing frenzy might turn on them as well.
Is this the lag you were talking about?
Someone whispered tremblingly into Su Guang's ear.
This is a damn god.
In just 30 minutes, the club examination ground had been cleared. Not a single examinee was eliminated. Everyone sat there earnestly watching Li Mo fight alone in a bloody chaos. If anyone dared to stand up due to an itchy bottom, they would be suddenly shouted at to sit back down.
Are you sure he didn't come from the A-level exam?
Su Guang nodded.
No, he didn't. I was there when his genetic potential was tested. 92, a standard level physique.
Everyone's eyes turned to Su Guang, their gazes filled with contempt. There had to be a limit to treating people like fools. Forget the fact that 92 was a value so low they had never even heard of it. Did they need to look at the mountain of flesh and bones on the ground and ask who had made that? Who's 92 genetic potential was as ferocious as a beast's. They would have believed it if someone said a level 2 transcendent had come in to experience life. It was too absurd. Killing so many half-demon beasts single-handedly wasn't the terrifying part. What was truly astonishing was that he hadn't used any talent at all. It meant that all of them, and this unfamiliar classmate, were at the same cultivation level. Yet, while they were helpless against these half-demon beasts, he treated them like chicks. They could only obediently hug their knees, watching helplessly from behind.
Does anyone have a handkerchief?
Liam walked toward the crowd, his face flushed red. He looked as if he had bathed in a pool of blood reeking of gore. Never mind his clothes, but his face had to be cleaned up a bit. A girl among the crowd stood up, nervously pulled a dainty pink handkerchief embroidered with a little bear pattern from her bag, and handed it to him, her own face flushed. She didn't even dare to meet Liam's eyes. Liam wiped all the blood from his face, revealing a pale complexion, as if he had lost too much blood. Many of those seated felt a jolt in their hearts. So delicate and handsome. Liam wasn't ugly to begin with. Being young and wealthy, he had cultivated an air of nobility. It was just that his excessive indulgence made him walk unsteadily, looking somewhat frail. Coupled with his illness, he had become much thinner. But after recently recovering, his chiseled features began to emerge. Add to that the heroic aura from the recent battle, and many young maidens felt their hearts quicken in secret. The strong always made hearts race.
Is that all?
This was the second sentence Liam spoke. Everyone stared at him blankly, then looked around. Wasn't this enough? Liam curled his lips. Crushing Gold Force 100 life countdown, 413 days, 16 hours, 5 minutes, 12 seconds, he had gained another full year of life. Life 300 days, Heavenly Fire level 1 completion 49. 7 still not enough. Although Crushing Gold Force was maxed out, his own talent Heavenly Fire was only half complete. There was still a long way to go. Liam raised his head and looked into the depths of the forest.
You'll go take a look over there.
After dropping that sentence, Liam walked toward the deep forest. Only when he completely disappeared from everyone's sight did someone belatedly say,
"So, are we all successfully enrolled?" "It seems so. Why don't you look happy at all? It just doesn't feel real."
The remaining 18, chattering among themselves, slowly recovered from the shock Liam had brought. A surge of emotion erupted. Everyone hugged each other, crying tears of joy. Entering Rongqing Experimental High meant they had truly stepped into the world of transcendence. Even if they didn't ultimately become transcendents, this graduation experience could serve as a stepping stone in their job searches. But how could these teenagers barely over 10 think so far ahead? They simply rejoiced in their present success. After the excitement subsided, everyone discovered another problem.
What do we do now?
They were supposed to survive in this place for 3 hours in a life-or-death struggle, but only half an hour had passed. There wasn't a single half-demon beast left. They had to stay in this god-forsaken place for another 2.5 hours. The network signal established by the Void Domain was only enough for WeChat messaging. They couldn't do anything else.
I brought some playing cards. I brought some comics. I have the latest game console. How can you bring these things to an exam? My cubic box originally had them. You didn't buy a cubic box, did you? I still have some barbecue grill and leftovers from the last picnic. This meat here should be edible, right? Great, then let's start a fire. How about we have a bonfire breakfast? We can get to know each other.
Shuicheng frowned, staring at the illusory space of the clever examination ground. There was no sign of any fluctuation. He looked down at his phone. It didn't make sense. Half an hour had passed, and not a single person had been eliminated. He looked up again at the level examination ground. 2 students were already standing, their heads bowed, biting their lips, struggling to hold back tears, lingering stubbornly in front of the exam teleportation gate, refusing to leave. They had lost their qualification. Some might have another chance next time, for others this might have been their last. But everyone's regret was the same. The level was as usual with little fluctuation. All of this was normal. Except for Shuicheng's gate. In previous years, the Clevel exam was always the first to produce eliminated students. Rongqing Experimental High's class was already near saturation. Pouring excellent resources into class students was itself a waste of resources. The level of genetic potential also determined their absorption rate. So every year Rongqing Experimental High tried to suppress the number of class admissions, making the exam relatively harder than the level. The elimination rate was also the highest. The sachet each student carried was not only a deadly lure for half-human beasts, but also a tool to protect them. Once they suffered a fatal attack, the sachet would automatically eject anti-space matter, and the student trapped in the void domain would be instantly ejected from the exam. According to previous months, it was normal for over 60 of clever examinees to be eliminated by now. After all, those who could survive in the exam ground, whether for half an hour or 3 hours, didn't differ much. So the early period was the easiest time for eliminations. But now, why was there no movement at all? He remembered there should have been 19 people entering, right? Where were they? At least 1 or 2 should have flown out by now. He recalled that this year quite a few Sanya eagles and blood wolves had been placed inside. These 2 creatures were difficult even for level examinees with around 40 genetic potential. Shuicheng rubbed his chin. It seemed this year's batch of clever examinees were pretty good. They were stronger than he had imagined. They were probably giving it their all to get into Rongqing experimental high, fighting fiercely in the clever exam ground. Thinking this, Shuicheng couldn't help but show a gratified smile. The younger generation was truly formidable. Liamo strode briskly through the forest. The space of the void domain was more real than he had imagined. He could even occasionally see earthworms wriggling in the soil, and cicadas clinging to the trees. Everything was just like a natural ecological environment. This indicated that an internal cycle had already been established here, a closed energy loop capable of self-sufficiency. A true subspace suitable for human habitation. No wonder those with space-type talents were treated with such high regard, far surpassing other supernaturals. Liamo grabbed a handful of soil, finding unknown insects and ants within. It was just like a real wilderness forest. What level of space-type talent would be required to achieve this? It was too real. Having recently absorbed much information about supernaturals, Liamo knew that creatures far more terrifying than demons existed in the world. They were called aberrations and aberrant beasts. The world map was far larger than in his past life, but some regions were completely different from what he remembered or had seen on television. For instance, Hawaii in the Americas was now a vast ocean. Other places were also different. The area of human activity was much smaller than in his previous life. Most territories were controlled by aberrations and aberrant beasts. Humanity continuously cultivated and sought out supernaturals to reclaim more land and resources from those creatures. But the aberrations and aberrant beasts were too powerful, far beyond what human supernaturals could contend with. Over the years, humanity had been confined to this small corner. They were draining nearly exhausted resources and energy. The aberrations and aberrant beasts were stirring restlessly, and so were humans. It was said that if the day came when the aberrations breached the cities or human resources ran dry, dimension spaces like the void domain would become humanity's last sanctuary and home. But so far no one had managed to create a dimension large enough to accommodate all surviving humans. Material resources were also far from sufficient for long-term survival. This world was more dangerous than he had imagined. Thus Liamo had to strive even harder to become a high-level supernatural. Although he had yet to face the terror of aberrations and aberrant beasts directly, he still wished to possess the ability to protect himself on the day they breached the city gates. And the prerequisite for that self-preservation ability was reaching level 5 in a certain talent. Level 5 was the minimum requirement to enter the frontlines known as the Grey Mist Zone. It was a long and arduous road. In Liamo's sight, a striking red line finally appeared, spanning the land with no end in sight. The security guard at the entrance had mentioned that the exam venues were connected. Crossing this line would lead to the level exam venue, right? Liamo showed no intention of stopping. He stepped directly over the red line. After taking just 2 steps, he heard a roar. A rhinoceros with a silver-gray horn and muscles, like coiled serpents, charged at him, its body covered in a gray shell like cement. Its iron hooves pounded the ground, causing tremors. An ironhorn rhino. Well, not quite. A true ironhorn rhino was a newborn-level demon, its horn turning into a sharp silver-white. This one only exhibited the traits of an ironhorn rhino. Its surging momentum seemed intent on crushing Liamo, the child in front of him. Liamo, who was about to clench his fist and strike, froze. He recognized the face of that child. It was someone he knew. Wasn't that the shy girl from the chemical plant last time? She was also an examinee. She saw him too. Save me, save me. She frantically waved at Liamo, her small, dusty, round face wearing an expression of being rescued. She scrambled and crawled toward him. Limeau's body paused, as the little raccoon suddenly pouncing on him interrupted his movement. He had no choice but to change his intended straight punch into a protective hold, cradling her in his arms. Then he twisted and delivered a side kick. The kick landed squarely on the face of the semi-demonic iron-horned rhino. The massive rhinoceros body was sent flying 3 or 4 meters before stopping. Limeau was somewhat shocked. His full-power side kick had failed to shatter its skull, merely cracking the gray stratum corneum on its face. Blood oozed from the rhino's face. Although he hadn't used crushing gold force this time, if this kick had hit a blood wolf, it would have been dead instantly. The rhino stood up, somewhat unwilling to admit defeat. It stamped its front hooves twice, and snorted a puff of hot air before charging at Limeau once more. It was much tougher than a blood wolf. Get down. Limeau grabbed Bai Shuang under her armpits, lifting her like a toy, disregarding her startled and embarrassed round face. Then, as if placing a little bear plushie, he set her down beside him with a thud. Crushing gold force instantly flooded every corner of his body. The powerful energy felt as if it would burst through his internal organs, bones, skin, and flesh. He gathered it into his fist, clenched it, and stomped his back foot hard against the ground. He punched. Bang. The iron-horned rhino's body came to an abrupt halt. The front part of its body, its horn-bleeding head and forelimbs, disappeared, leaving only a broken spinal column with bloody hindquarters exposed to the air. A single punch filled with crushing gold force had obliterated half of the iron-horned rhino's body. Killed semi-demonic rhinoceros life 27 days, so little. It seemed it wasn't much stronger than a blood wolf. The iron-horned rhino had thick flesh and high health. Ordinary postnatal supernaturals who practice fist techniques would find it difficult to break through its defense. In terms of danger alone, the blood wolf was even more formidable. Its agile body and biological instincts made it an extremely troublesome opponent. They would wear down their prey's willpower through relentless, uninterrupted attacks before finally biting through its neck. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Limeau, who relied on overwhelming force to overcome all cunning. Almost as soon as they got close to Limeau, they had no chance for a second attack. Bai Shuang patted her plump round face, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Good thing I ran into you. I was almost eliminated. Limeau stood silently. By the way, why didn't you use heavenly fire? Damn, I've been recognized. Limeau put on a puzzled expression, tilting his head. Sorry, do we know each other? He silently hoped to bluff his way through. Bai Shuang paused, her small round face tilting, as a faint blue glint suddenly flashed in her pupils. She twisted the braid hanging on her chest as if in confusion. Then a mischievous smile spread across her face. A smile that spelled trouble. It seems I really did mistake you for someone else. Limeau breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Shuang clapped her hands. I have a friend who uses the heavenly fire talent, and he looks a lot like you. Is that so? What a coincidence. Bai Shuang flicked her braid, a smirk curling at the corner of her lips. And there's an even bigger coincidence. She suddenly leaned close to Limeau, stood on tiptoe, and whispered in his ear. If you don't take me through this exam, I'll tell the whole world that you're my friend. The one who uses heavenly fire. Bai Shuang deliberately emphasized the words heavenly fire. Damn it. Limeau's mouth twitched. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Bai Shuang grinned, revealing 2 tiger-like canines, as if she had anticipated this. A faint blue glint flashed through her pupils again, as she pointed at her eyes. What others say might not be believed by many, but what the Eye of Insight says very few people doubt. I'm inherently at odds with the inside eye, Limeau said with a darkened face. Bai Shuang was twirling several hemp ropes into loops one after another. Why don't you want to reveal your talent? She had guessed Limeau's thoughts, but didn't quite understand. If you just showed your talent, you wouldn't even have to participate in this assessment. Heavenly Flame isn't like Inside Eye, an auxiliary talent. Once awakened, it should be highly sought after, Bai Shuang muttered while wrapping the ropes around Limeau. She was also a natural transcendent, but Inside Eye was a relatively auxiliary-type talent among abilities not highly regarded. Coupled with her talent potential not even breaking 60, she had to practice the 3-1 fist technique to join the Transcendent Academy in another form. Heavenly Flame was different. It was one of the talents with extremely high combat power at level 1. Many academies would offer exceptional conditions to recruit students with this talent. Its early-stage progression was also the fastest. Kids know nothing, Limeau said irritably.
Hey, I'm 16 years old, alright.
Bai Shuang pouted, looking unconvinced.
I remember when I first met you, you were quite shy.
Bai Shuang patted the knots firmly fixed on Li Mo, grinding her small canine teeth.
I'm not shy, it's just that Mom and Dad said to talk less around strangers. This is our second meeting. Strangers the first time, friends the second.
Her tiny miniature hands grabbed the other end of the knot, threading through new rope and starting to loop it around her own body. Then she hugged Li Mo, tied a tight knot, and pressed herself entirely against his back. It looked like Li Mo was carrying a small backpack. This was her method for advancing in the level trial. With Li Mo as a strong support, as long as she stuck to him, she was sure to pass the exam. A warm and soft body pressed against Li Mo's back. The curves and shape were unavoidable in his mind, even through the fabric. Bai Shuang was bigger than she looked.
Ahem.
Li Mo coughed awkwardly.
Hold on tighter, so you don't fall off later.
Li Mo spoke with a righteous tone. Bai Shuang wasn't heavy. After enhancing his strength, carrying her didn't affect basic running and jumping, though joint flexibility was slightly reduced. Her knotting method had alleviated most of the inconvenience. Li Mo focused his mind on his back again. Fortune and misfortune intertwined.
I'm not entirely useless. I can show you the weaknesses of those half-demons.
Her insight I activated once more, and she whispered into Li Mo's ear.
Just don't wiggle around.
Li Mo pushed off the ground with his back leg and continued deeper into the level exam grounds. The scent of blood on him was so strong that even after entering the level grounds for 3 or 4 minutes, not a single half-demon charged at them. This wouldn't do. Fewer kills meant fewer extra days of life. You're wasting time. I'm wasting my life.
North.
As they ran, Bai Shuang suddenly spoke in Li Mo's ear. Her breath warm and moist brushed against his ear canal. It tickled.
The south is full of tracks from ironhorn rhinos. That area probably has many students gathered. The north is safer. Let's go north.
By Shuang's insight, I saw far more details than Li Mo could. Li Mo suddenly stopped. He twisted his body and turned, continuing to run.
North. North.
Bai Shuang's small face stiffened, her eyes wide as saucers.
Can't you tell north from south? You're going the wrong way. The wrong way.
Li Mo acted as if he hadn't heard, but his steps grew faster and faster. Bai Shuang wished she could bite his ear to stop this raging bull.
Don't you want to hide your talent? Without heavenly flame, if we run into too many half-demons, we'll be eliminated.
She wanted to say more, but it was too late. At the edge of her sight, over a dozen ironhorn rhinos had appeared. For people were surrounded by this herd of rhinos. Their clothes were already tattered. They were battered and bruised. It seemed they would be eliminated soon. They were a hastily formed team forced together by the ironhorn rhinos. These half-demons had come from all directions, surrounding them and completely blocking every escape route. Originally, with level gene test results, surviving 3 hours here meant constantly using the terrain and survival skills just to barely avoid direct conflict with these half-demons. Now they were undoubtedly in the worst possible situation. There were supposed to be 5 of them. One had already been eliminated. Under the impact of a rhino, with a noticeably brighter horn than the other's, space rippled, and he vanished from the exam grounds. The rhino's horn was still stained with his blood. It looked immensely proud. It raised its head, and sunlight struck that silver horn, its reflection blinding the group. When they opened their eyes again, that rhino was less than 3 meters away. It was over. Their hearts sank. They finally understood why that classmate hadn't even moved before being knocked out of the grounds. Who would have thought a half-demon creature could use sunlight reflection to attack? The group slowly closed their eyes. Though unwilling, they could only wait until next year.
Wait.
The expected impact never came. The group opened their eyes in confusion. Before them, a small red figure carrying a black backpack leaped high into the air. Oh, that wasn't a backpack. It was a girl in a black skirt. She was frantically biting the red figure's ear, whimpering through her canine teeth.
Burn them! Burn them! Burn them!
Bai Shuang screamed in despair. Was this lunatic crazy? Couldn't he see these were dozens of ironhorn rhinos? Even a natural transcendent should assess the situation before jumping in. Even a natural transcendent would be eliminated after 2 hits. Especially since we're just primitives fighting with fist techniques. Several rhinos were already charging at them. 1 hit, and we'd be eliminated.
I'm scared of pain.
Bai Shuang closed her eyes, digging her nails into Li Mo's shoulders, burying her face against them. Forget hiding for now. Don't let them hit us. The other four didn't understand what was happening. Burn them now. At a time like this. And who was this red figure? Was he from the Blevel grounds? They hadn't seen him when they entered. All these thoughts flashed in an instant. Liam had already leaped over the rhino herd, grabbing the horn of the lead iron-horn rhino midair. His back and waist tensed, the shattered gold force exploding in his forearm and wrist. With a sudden push of his body, that fiercest rhino was yanked from its charging state, lifted off the ground by Liam. Liam's bulging muscles pulsed with a strength beyond his normal body. He stomped his feet on the ground and swung the iron-horn rhino like a kite. Thud, 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 thud. The rhino's massive body crashed into 4 obstacles first. Those 4 humans were the first victims of Liam's human rhino windmill. Liam, clutching the iron-horned rhinoceros, spun faster and faster. The centrifugal force dragged him uncontrollably in arcs across the ground. Every iron-horned rhinoceros that charged at him was sent flying the moment it made contact. Dazed and disoriented, they collapsed to the ground. Some had their skulls fractured from the collisions, while others had their horns snapped off. Liam continued spinning for a full minute before coming to a halt. He hurled the iron-horned rhinoceros king in his grip with tremendous force. The massive gray body crashed onto the earth, accompanied by the crisp sound of snapping bones. But the beast had long since lost its breath. Its body was riddled with bloody holes pierced by the horns of its kin. It had perished during the chaotic charges of the other iron-horned rhinoceroses. Once relying on its most pronounced physical evolution, it had commanded the other iron-horned rhinoceroses and will only to meet its end at their hands. The iron-horned rhinoceroses, with their thick hides and immense bulk, stood as steady as boulders. Once overturned, they struggled immensely to rise again. With a single move, Liam had stripped every iron-horned rhinoceros here of its combat capability. It sounded simple, yet no student in the Blevel examination hall could achieve it. Not everyone possessed the raw physical strength to flip an iron-horned rhinoceros like Liam. Even Bai Shuang, clinging to his back, began to wonder if he was a natural transcendent with a muscle-strengthening gift. Liam didn't rest. He dashed over, finishing off each iron-horned rhinoceros one by one. In his cubic box was still the small knife Wu Jiao had given him last time. When Bai Shuang saw it, she fell noticeably silent, her fingers gripping Liam's shoulders tightly. Heavenly Fire Level 1 completion 75. 7. Not enough. Do you have any small groups for Blevel examinees? Liam patted the head on his shoulder. Only Clevel examinees bother with that. Blevel examinees have their pride, they only pick suitable teammates. There's no need for such cliques. What do you want to do? Bai Shuang's head was still spinning from the earlier rotation. A troubling thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. You're not going after other Blevel examinees, are you? She glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground. Your bloodlust is way too strong. Do you get stronger by killing demi-demons or something? Bai Shuang was speechless. Who harbored such deep enmity with demi-demons? She could tell. Liam showed no fear of demi-demons at all. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Do me a favor. Liam tilted his head and said with a grin. I can't really help you pass the exam for free, can I? Help me find all the demi-demons here, and I'll get you through without a scratch. Liam grabbed Bai Shuang's thighs wrapped around his waist. His palms pressed firmly. Bai Shuang's body tensed suddenly, and a crimson blush spread across her face. It'll help, it'll help. You let go first. Southwest, there are footprints over there. Liam chuckled and released his grip on the softness. Go, go, go. Let's move. Thank you. A few weak voices came from beside him as he was about to leave. So those 4 hadn't been eliminated yet. It seemed that when he first started spinning, the force wasn't as devastating as imagined. It had only sent them flying. They weakly raised their hands, giving Liam a thumbs up. But Liam was already far away. Didn't you say there were others surrounded by iron-horned rhinoceroses with you? Hu Haishan looked at the 2 already eliminated from the Blevel examination hall. They stood dejectedly in place. One of them had come with a friend waiting for him to emerge even in failure, so they could return together. Yes, everyone was badly injured, back then too hurt to look out for each other. The most ferocious iron-horned rhinoceros Silverhorn emitted a blinding light, and I was eliminated. Hu Haishan narrowed his eyes. According to that person, 4 others had been completely encircled by the iron-horned rhinoceroses along with him. In such a situation, a human who had only cultivated the 52-style fist art had a survival rate close to 0. Logically, they should have emerged by now. 10 minutes had passed. Hu Haishan pondered. Among the children who had entered earlier, one little girl left a deep impression on him. The aura radiating from her was far from ordinary. It carried the scent of a natural transcendent. Yet she appeared quite fragile. Genetic potential alters one's temperament. Hu Haishan's own gift was insightful, so he subtly detected the same aura emanating from the girl. He initially thought the little girl might share the same gift as him. After all, only weaker gifts like insightful, had a genetic potential below 60. But now, perhaps she was concealing her strength. The relative difficulty of the level examination hall wasn't as high as that of Clevel or a level. Once an uncontrollable variable appeared, it wasn't impossible for demidemons to be slain. Over the years, instances of demidemon kills during assessments had almost always originated from the level hall. Another promising seedling. If she ended up in his class, he would have to train her well.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die.
Bai Shuang clung to Li Mo, her small face pale as she screamed. Unaware that someone outside had already set their sights on her, the chaotic scene had her legs trembling on the verge of tears. During his battles with the iron-horned rhinoceroses, Li Mo constantly performed death-defying maneuvers, brushing past the beast's charges by a hair's breadth. At the moment the horn was about to strike him from behind, he executed a backflip kick. He even pulled off consecutive back handsprings to dodge with flair. Each move was indeed energy efficient and effective. But Bai Shuang wasn't so fortunate. Trapped on Li Mo's back, she felt like she was experiencing a live circus performance. And she was the little monkey on the tightrope. With her insightful eye activated, her senses were magnified, doubling the dizziness and fear. By the end, she simply gave up and deactivated her insightful eye. She pressed her face tightly against Li Mo's back, refusing to think or see anything. Until a hand patted her on the head.
Hey, you're not asleep, are you?
Bai Shuang lifted her head, her face smeared with snot and tears.
Spare me, please.
Bai Shuang sobbed, sniffling. She was just a 16-year-old kid trying to cut corners to pass the assessment. She had never experienced such a spectacle. Since being tied to Li Mo, weightlessness had become routine. Each charging rhinoceros glared fiercely, getting up close and personal. She could even see the dirt embedded in the wrinkles on their faces. And the blood and gore scattered everywhere. This was pure hell. Her mother was right, don't get too close to men, it brings misfortune.
Stop crying. Is it all dead?
Bai Shuang, sniffling, cursed Li Mo for being inhuman and exploiting child labor. At the same time, she scanned the surroundings with her insightful eye. Finally, a smile broke through her tear-streaked face.
It's done.
Bai Shuang suppressed her sobs and looked at Li Mo pitifully.
Nose. Snot.
Li Mo took out the little bugbear handkerchief the girl had given him earlier from his cubic box and casually wiped Bai Shuang's face.
All done. You can put me down now.
She mumbled, her voice muffled by the handkerchief, as she urged Li Mo to release her. When the suffocating sensation on her face disappeared, Bai Shuang was puzzled to find that she still wasn't untied. Looking down, why were they standing on the other side of the red line?
You? Are you insane?
Bai Shuang's sobbing returned. She really wanted to go home now.
Get away!
Huang Ranran shouted, her voice sharp and her eyes defiant. She fixed her gaze on the weakest among the dozens of Sanfang tigers before her. Hidden among the pack, its sharp fangs were broken in half, and bruised blood stained beneath its eyes. It frequently lifted its right hind leg, shifting its weight onto the other three. Its eyes glared venomously at the twin-tailed girl who had inflicted such harm upon it. Huang Ranran's condition was even worse. Her right arm hung limp and useless, broken at the shoulder. A massive claw mark on her waist and abdomen had turned a dark crimson. No more blood seeped out. She had lost too much blood, and her vision was blurring. The already numerous Sanfang tigers multiplied into afterimages before her eyes. She was shouting at the man before her. With a lash of her whip, she struck out toward Luo Fei. The whip coiled around him, like a top, flinging him away to crash heavily onto the ground. Luo Fei winced in pain. He dared not voice his anger, though resentment smoldered within him. Was this an A-level examination? Over 30 Sanfang tigers. They were already half-step newborn-level demonic beasts. Each one alone could massacre a level exam venue. And here over 30 appeared at once. What was the purpose of this? Were they not recruiting for Class A this year? Despair filled Liu Fei's eyes. He had initially believed that with his strength passing such a test would be effortless. Many had posted online about the A-level exam at Rongqing Experimental High School. At most there would be no more than 5 Sanfeng tigers. Liu Fei had prepared extensively for that. He was confident he could endure 3 hours under the siege of 5 such beasts. The moment he entered the A-level exam brimming with confidence, he landed to find 5 tigers staring at him hungrily. Before he could curse his bad luck, he was terrified by the blood-red eyes opening around him. Was this really just 5? Aside from the species of half-demonic beasts, matching nothing else aligned. The roar of the Sanfeng tigers nearly made him stumble on flat ground. Then a ripple in the void, another person appeared. Despair flooded Liu Fei's entire being. Now the only 2 A-level examinees had been thrown together. There was no chance to disperse the tigers. It was either all in one pot or being cooked in one. 30 minutes later this was the result. Liu Fei had 3 broken ribs, a fractured right arm, a chunk of flesh missing from his left calf, and 1 swollen eye. When he was flung just now, his tailbone seemed to have taken a hit. He couldn't voice his complaints to the one who caused it. Over those 30 minutes, Huang Ranran had borne the brunt of the pressure. Nearly 25 Sanfeng tigers surrounded her. Only 7 or 8 were left for him. Even so, he was close to elimination, severely wounded. It was unimaginable what pressure Huang Ranran faced amidst the tiger pack. Liu Fei was terrified. Even knowing death wasn't certain, the pain was all too real. No matter how much theoretical knowledge he had or how many preparations he made. Every wound on his body tugged at his nerves, instilling a deep primal fear. The Sanfeng tigers circled him, but did not attack immediately. They were wary, their blood-red eyes fixed unblinkingly on Liu Fei lying on the ground. As apex predators, they waited for the moment their prey showed a flaw. In a flash, they would pounce and snap his neck. Liu Fei's hands trembled uncontrollably. A year ago, he had been just an ordinary person. Only after the age of 15 could humans begin cultivating martial arts, as young bodies could not withstand the circulation of high-density energy. Before 15, he had only sat in classrooms listening to lectures and dreaming of becoming a transcendent on the battlefield, commanding with a single call. He fantasized about being a hero who, under the admiring gazes of beautiful girls, stylishly annihilated demons and even aberrant beasts. For this, he burned the midnight oil studying and trained in martial arts from dawn to dusk. He analyzed every demon's weaknesses more diligently than his books, memorizing knowledge by rote to engrave it into his mind. He thought he was ready. But the moment a Sanfeng tiger, barely a true demon, approached, his legs gave way. The primal fear from his varied biology caused the energy of the 52-style fist to flow awry. Many of his wounds were caused by fear. He could have lasted longer. He remembered every habit, movement, expression, and attack pattern of the Sanfeng tigers clearly. Yet, when they lunged, his mind was filled only with their terrifying fangs and bloody maws. His thoughts went completely blank. Liu Fei pulled a sachet from his pocket, which continuously emitted a strange fragrance. The teacher had warned him, before entry, opening the pouch would exit the exam venue. But it also meant failure. Liu Fei knew he was done. He couldn't bear any more pain. One advantage of A-level genetic potential candidates was that even if they failed the exam, they could still enter Class B at Rongqing Experimental High. He still had a fallback. He smiled bitterly and glanced at Huang Ranran still standing on the battlefield. For the first time, he realized how vast the gap between people could be. Still, judging by her state, she was likely near her end too. Without hesitation, Liu Fei opened the sachet. Space twisted. His vision shifted. Before him appeared the face of the A-level exam teacher. From the teacher's expression, this outcome seemed utterly unsurprising. "Go and train well in Class B," the teacher said flatly. Liu Fei turned his head and glanced at the empty entrance to the A-level exam venue. Had Su Guang already left? Huang Ranran's arms and legs were nearly numb. The energy circulating in her body was intermittent. She sensed what had happened behind her. "Worthless!" she spat without turning her head. Liu Fei's disappearance from the A-level venue meant she had to face all the Sanfeng tigers alone. Her expression didn't change. Indeed, these people were unworthy of being her friends. Her father always said one couldn't be alone forever. Loneliness was more terrifying than weakness. But Huang Ranran despised weakness. The weak needed protection, the weak could only cry, and the weak could only stand at her mother's funeral staring at that black and white photo. She yearned to become a powerhouse like her father. She firmly believed only such a person could stand by her side. But such people were far too few. Like Luo Fei, who strutted before the weak but cowered and fled when facing true strength, exposing his fragility completely. Huang Ranran raised her whip. Even against the roars of over 30 Sanfang tigers, she held her head high defiantly, her chestnut eyes fixed solely on the injured tiger. She could have easily evaded the tiger's attacks with her agile body and waited out the 3 hours. But she chose not to. She cared nothing for pain or whether she passed the exam. The opponent's strength didn't matter. She wanted to cast off weakness, and that meant fighting until her last drop of blood ran dry. The numbers didn't matter. She would kill them one by one. Energy flowed again through her body, stalling as it passed through her arm. Bruised blood blocked the energy's path through her meridians. She gritted her teeth, and a spurt of blood erupted from her arm as she forcibly broke through the cloth. She charged toward the Sanfang tiger hidden among the pack. Crack. The next moment the whip fell, and she collapsed, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. Bones cracked within her body. Huang Ranran lay on the ground, her body completely out of control. She could not rise again. Was she still unable to be like her father? Huang Ranran forced her eyes open, compelling herself to stare at the Sanfang tigers. She would watch them pounce and etch this failure into her very marrow. The tigers with their gaping bloody maws lunged toward her, ready to snap her neck. But then, they suddenly stopped. All the Sanfang tigers, as if by instinct, raised their heads and looked in the same direction. Sanfang tigers! Sanfang tigers! They're Sanfang tigers! Bai Shuang grabbed Li Mo's neck, crying with pear blossom rain. She had gone mad. People will die, they really will. Bai Shuang had completely forgotten they were still in the void domain. Even her inside eyes had faded. Only pure terror remained. Who in their right mind would go from fighting rhinos to tigers? Those weren't beasts with monotonous attacks like the rhinos. Tigers. A single Sanfang tiger was nearly 3 meters long. Even with Bai Shuang on his back, Li Mo was only half their size, like a toddler before a giant. Put me down. No, hold me tight. Stuff me into your body. Bai Shuang babbled incoherently. She had only wanted to use the little red-clad figure to clear the exam unscathed. What was wrong with that? But this little red-clad figure had run from a blank exam hall all the way to a rank. He wouldn't even dodge when he saw a half-demon. A pack of Sanfang tigers, and he didn't even blink. He flashed a chilling grin, strode up to one and delivered a brutal kick. At the very least, he should have been taking them down one by one in secret. Who starts a fight against overwhelming odds by kicking down their front door? Shouldn't he be hiding in a room, picking them off one by one? Bai Shuang gave up resisting, clinging to Li Mo like a sloth. She pressed her face tightly against his neck, abandoning all pretense of propriety between men and women. Better to avoid getting hit. These big cats hit the hardest. Huh? Li Mo grunted in confusion. He had put his full crushing gold force into that kick. It hadn't killed it in one blow. He saw the unfortunate Sanfang tiger used as his greeting turn into a giant cannonball, crashing into several others and sending them tumbling to the ground. Its sternum was completely caved in, yet it still stood up shakily. Killed half-human Sanfang tiger, life 74 days, that much. Wait, wasn't it still alive? Li Mo was puzzled. Following his gaze, he saw that the first tiger struck by the collision had already breathed its last. Half of its fang had been knocked off, and its right eye was swollen. Even half-humans have their slackers, Li Mo mused. Truly the weak get beaten. Li Mo's actions enraged the Sanfang tigers that were about to feast on Huang Ranran. The pack instantly shifted its target. They would kill this human first, then enjoy their meal together. Li Mo rolled his shoulders. Ready? No, Bai Shuang replied weakly. Wasn't asking you. I was asking myself. Oh. Life 60 days, talent Heavenly Flame, level 1, completion 99. 9. The progress bar had stalled. It was stuck at the last 0. 1. It probably required some special method of advancement. He hadn't expected a single exam to max out his Heavenly Flame progress. It was true, only by becoming a transcendent could one grow stronger. Li Mo clenched his fists. It didn't matter that the Heavenly Flame was full. Life, of course, the more the better. He was still saving up 6000 days to exchange for a new talent. His gaze swept over the ferocious Sandfang tigers. A battle intent like the heavenly flame itself burned in Limeau's eyes. Humans feel fear. But not him. Who would be afraid of walking bundles of life force? Crushing gold force surged through his entire body, energy flowing like a tide through his head, arms, and dantian. He moved faster than the Sandfang tigers. He charged straight into the pack. Through the unceasing battles of the past few minutes, he had grown accustomed to chaotic fights. A knee strike slammed into the second Sandfang tiger, which had charged at him simultaneously.
"You're the ugliest one."
The sound of cracking bones rang out. Its skull cracked, making its already hideous face even more terrifying.
"I call you ugly and you put on airs."
He followed up with a brutal punch. The Sandfang tiger's massive head was driven into the ground by that punch, kicking up a spray of gravel as the earth split. There was no notification. Still not dead. Limeau was surprised. He was using full force, crushing gold with every blow. If it were a horned iron rhino or a blood wolf, they would already be part of a half-demon jigsaw puzzle. Wind howled past his ears. Limeau leaned back, dodging an attack. A Sandfang tiger behind him slammed its paw towards his former position, smashing directly onto the head of the tiger Limeau had just planted in the ground. A dull, heavy thud echoed. Killed half-demon Sandfang tiger, life 69 days.
"That wasn't my fault." "Why did it give even fewer life days than the slacker? Was the system judging by looks too?" Limeau grumbled inwardly.
Then he dodged a pounce from a Sandfang tiger on his flank. These Sandfang tigers were incredibly agile. He had narrowly avoided their massive claws several times. The Bai Xuan on his back was so terrified she kept tightening her legs around him. His punches only managed to send the Sandfang tigers flying. The attacks he could weave in between weren't enough to take them down in one blow. This was a real problem. The biggest taboo in a siege was a prolonged fight. And Limeau wasn't good at protracted battles. The full recovery that consumed life could only heal wounds, not restore stamina. Having fought his way from the crank exam hall, Limeau felt his body starting to give out. His calves were beginning to weaken. At this rate, forget about killing these Sandfang tigers. He would probably be eliminated. Even the air currents from the massive claws grazing past him made it hard to keep his balance. A direct hit would mean severe injury. That was Limeau's conclusion. He wasn't a muscle reinforcement type transcendent. Crushing gold force only increased his strength. His body was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person's. Limeau's mind raced. What to do? A scorching heat stirred restlessly in his palm. Using the heavenly flame could easily incinerate them all. Limeau looked up at the sky. But this was the void domain. He wasn't sure if anyone was observing this area. Using at-risk exposure. After much deliberation, he abandoned the idea and continued the melee with the Sandfang tiger pack. Just as he was at his wit's end, a figure caught his eye. It looked like a girl, her body nearly twisted, and lying on the ground, her eyes wide open. Her face was covered in blood, but one could vaguely make out her delicate features from before her death.
Died with her eyes open,"
Limeau gasped.
"She's still alive."
Bai Xuan clung to Limeau, her voice as faint as a mosquito's, afraid the big tiger behind him would hear.
"Her chest is still rising. She's probably just exhausted." "That can't be right."
Limeau grunted, kicking away a Sandfang tiger charging at him.
"Looking at her injuries, she must have been swiped by a Sandfang tiger several times. How is she not dead?"
Limeau had genuinely thought Huang Ran was dead. Her body had several deformed spots. It was obvious they were the work of the Sandfang tigers. He felt one hit would have finished him. How was this young girl still alive, and not eliminated?
"Ah!"
Bai Xuan suddenly shrieked in his ear, startling him. The punch he had thrown, aimed at the Sandfang tiger's face, ended up lodged in its nostril.
My apologies, my apologies."
Limeau pulled his hand out with a strange expression, pushed the tiger's head away, and backflipped to create distance.
"What are you screaming about?"
He flicked Bai Xuan's smooth forehead irritably. Bai Xuan winced, holding her forehead, but the shock on her face didn't fade at all.
"You haven't even tempered your bones yet. You've only practiced the 52-style fist art, and you're already this ferocious."
Bai Xuan stared at Limeau as if he were a monster. Such combat prowess. She had no doubt that Limeau could battle innate transcendent beings with just his physical body. She had originally thought he had even completed heart inquiry.
What is bone forging?
Liam asked, puzzled. He had been too busy gathering information on transcendent beings to learn about these fundamentals.
For postnatal transcendent beings, unlocking the genetic lock requires 3 steps: blood foundation, bone forging, and heart inquiry. Practicing these in sequence grants a chance to break the genetic lock's limits during heart inquiry and finally obtain a talent.
Bai Shuang explained with her eyes closed. Watching Liam perform all sorts of acrobatic dodges on the ground made her dizzy.
Blood foundation is the fist art we practice. It strengthens blood and chi, allowing our physique to surpass ordinary humans and better endure the power of talents. Bone forging stabilizes the bodice structure. Simply put, it makes you more resilient to attacks and allows more energy to flow within. Finally, heart inquiry tests the will, breaks through the bodice constraints, unlocks the genetic lock, and grants a talent. These are the necessary steps for a postnatal transcendent being. Innate transcendent beings can choose to practice or not. Practicing only strengthens the body slightly. Completing heart inquiry won't grant them new talents because their genetic lock is already unlocked. Most innate transcendent beings skip this process, as the enhancement is minimal.
Bai Shuang paused.
At least not as monstrous an enhancement as yours. You haven't even done bone forging,
she explained in astonishment once more. She thought this was the limit of the human body. And you're telling me it can still improve? What is this guy planning? Does he want to achieve physical sainthood, like those characters in web novels?
How do I do it?
Liam was also surprised. He hadn't known about this step. No wonder the girl who seemed on the verge of death was still breathing.
You're not planning to start bone forging right now, are you?
Bai Shuang couldn't understand his thought process. Bone forging, like blood foundation, takes time. It's like the martial arts in cultivation novels. You have to slowly and continuously adapt to bone forging, gradually strengthen, and finally achieve perfection through transformation. It also has stages: initiation, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection.
Even if you were an innate transcendent being, you couldn't possibly achieve initiation instantly in such a tense and intense battle.
Bone forging also requires a fist art.
Won't know until I try.
Liam roared, having just killed another Sandfang tiger on the fly. But he was already panting heavily.
I've always been talented. Do you know the method for bone forging? I do,
Bai Shuang said irritably.
Bone forging is also known as the 73 style fist art. It's essentially the sequel to the 31 and 52 styles. Do you really think your genetic potential is 99?
9 that you can master it in this situation.
A 100 genetic potential would mean a mutated monster one that couldn't even be called human anymore.
Despite her words, she still taught Liam the method. After all, she was counting on him to protect her. If he got upset and cut the rope binding her, she would be left helpless, crying out to heaven and earth. Bai Shuang had no desire to tremble in fear amidst a pack of tigers, each with heads larger than her entire body.
The core of the 73 style fist art is to guide the energy within the body into the bone, starting from the coccyx and spine, so the energy no longer circulates only through the meridians.
Bai Shuang explained concisely. Actually, starting from the arms is the original sequence of the 73 style fist art. Whether it's the 52 style or the 31 style, the energy cycle passes through the arms, though the 52 style is more precise. The arm bones can withstand the energy better than the coccyx and spine. This starting point was Bai Shuang's own conclusion. It was more dangerous, but also the fastest. Her inside eye's internal vision allowed her to avoid the intricate and tangled meridians. But it was as dangerous as walking on a blade of steel. One misstep, and the energy would dissipate, injuring the spine and causing permanent damage. This method was too dangerous to be widely taught. Usually students weren't in such a hurry either. Starting from the spine was only about 20 faster than starting from the arms. Bai Shuang blushed as she activated her inside eye. A level 1 insight eye wasn't just a visual enhancement. It also allowed her to sense subtle changes in another person's energy through physical touch. She could feel Liam guiding the energy within his body towards his coccyx. She felt it through her lower abdomen.
Left. A little to the left. A bit more to the right. Too deep. Release a little.
The more she spoke, the redder her face became, and her voice grew softer. Liam frowned, his mind far from Bai Shuang. Guiding the energy was harder than he imagined. No wonder bone forging required mastery of the previous fist art first. Without a perfected 52 style fist art, he couldn't stably control the energy flowing through his body. As the energy continuously entered his spine from the coccyx, Liam felt all the bones in his body begin to tremble. It felt like the most sensitive part of his body was infested with itch-inducing bugs, and his whole body was resisting trying to shake the energy out.
The initiation of the 73 style fist art involves continuously washing all the bones in the body with energy until they no longer reject it. That's considered initiation.
Bai Shuang whispered. No wonder she said achieving initiation on the spot was unrealistic. The Buddhist bones rejected the energy. Getting all 206 bones to stop trembling would take an eternity. Liam said nothing, simply forcing the energy in. Due to his divided attention, he even took a direct slap. He was sent flying with a crack. In the moment of landing, he forcibly twisted his body face first into the ground. Bai Shuang's face turned pale with fright.
Are you okay, Liam?
She was astonished to find that even so the energy at Liam's coccyx hadn't dissipated. He staggered up from the ground, wiped the blood from his lips. His sternum was completely caved in. It slowly restored itself. Life 17 days, Bai Shuang didn't see the change at Liam's chest, only felt the increasingly concentrated energy. What astonishing willpower. Like steel tempered 1,000 times. 73 style fist art mastery 0. 1 here it comes. Liam smiled. Of course, he hadn't relied on himself to achieve initiation. Exchange rate 10 days of life for 1. Not bad. Exchange. Life 100 days 73 style fist art mastery 10. Liam's body suddenly emitted a rough grinding sound like rusty machinery forced to turn its gears. The next moment all the trembling bones stopped. Energy flowed smoothly from his spine to all 206 bones in his body. Unobstructed. Like a newly built canal. Bai Shuang's expression froze. Her lower abdomen felt that surge of energy. She then drew in a sharp breath, utterly speechless. He achieved initiation just like that. Is this still human?
Ah, that's more like it.
Liam shook his hand, nodding with satisfaction, as he gazed at the sand-toothed tiger, whose lower jaw had been completely dislocated. This was the power he was meant to wield. With the force of shattered gold enhanced strength, and the hardened bones from tempering, Liam's attacks grew increasingly fierce. If not for the fact that all his 4 attributes, save for charm, could no longer be improved, he would have gladly elevated his strength to another level. Just moments ago, he had kicked another sand-toothed tiger to death. His bone tempering progressed a notch further, and his assaults became even more brutal. He had thought that growing stronger with each strike would quickly end the battle, but then the sand-toothed tigers suddenly slowed their movements. It wasn't that Liam had sped up, they deliberately slowed down. These half-demonic beasts were smarter than he had imagined, sensing the changes in his body. They realized that if this continued they would all perish at the hands of this increasingly unreasonable human. The pack grew more cautious. Over 20 pairs of eyes stared warily at Liam, circling him at a radius of about 15 meters, neither allowing him an escape route nor rushing to attack. As apex predators, patience was their greatest asset. Liam frowned, his breathing growing more ragged. This unhealthy slowdown was hardly good news. The once monotonous attacks of the sand-toothed tiger pack had turned cunning. When Liam charged, they scattered in unison, evading his strikes. And when his body stiffened, they lunged to bite. Each time Liam had to twist his frame violently, expending extra effort just to barely dodge their assaults. The battle had reached a stalemate. Bai Shuang, clinging to Liam's back, recognized the problem, and asked, with a grim expression,
"What do we do? What can we do?"
Liam spat.
"Think they can wear me down with guerrilla tactics? They'll have to outlast my stamina first."
What other choice did he have? To tire out a hooked fish with a rod, you need to be stronger than the fish. Suddenly the power of shattered gold erupted within his blood and chi. A terrifying surge of energy flooded into his legs. For the first time Liam unleashed unprecedented speed, swift as an arrow shot from a bow. He slammed into the sand-toothed tiger with a dislocated jaw. The beast had been ready to flee, its blood-red eyes fixed on Liam's every move. But this attack was too fast, even prepared it couldn't evade. Killed half-demon sand-toothed tiger, life 71 days, he cared little for whatever tactics the pack had. If you're strong you'll strike with greater force, if you flee you'll chase with greater speed. That was Liam's strategy. Time ticked by second after second. A fresh layer of blood coated the already clotted wounds on Liam's body, all his own. His clothes and pants were tattered rags. revealing the red shorts underneath. It was his zodiac year after all. His wounds healed once more. He had lost count of how many times. His face pale, lips purple from blood loss. The system could heal wounds, but not the excessive bleeding that left his head spinning.
The last one.
Liam straddled the dying sand-toothed tiger, ending its life with a final punch. Exhaustion made him stagger and collapse onto the lifeless beast. Killed half-demon sand-toothed tiger, life 78 days, life countdown 1184 days, 14 hours 45 minutes 26 seconds, shattered gold max, bone tempering maxed, heavenly fire level 1 maxed. Liam even maxed out his charm on a whim. This trip was a bountiful harvest. Now if he encountered those three from the Blood Moon organization again, he could kill them without loosening his belt. A single assessment had allowed him to max out everything upgradable, even granting him over 3 years of life. Indeed, having his mother register him for the Transcendent Academy right after his transmigration was the right choice. Only in such a place could he fully utilize his talent. Gazing at the 4-digit countdown, Liam nodded with satisfaction. Over 1,000 days of life might have no immediate use, but who would complain about having more? He was saving up for 6,000 days to draw another talent. Heavenly Fire had already brought him enough surprises. With it he could pass these assessments virtually unscathed. Sand-toothed tigers that couldn't be killed with a single punch were a joke before Heavenly Fire, well done in minutes. As for upgrading Heavenly Fire to level 2, Liam looked at Bai Shuang, opened his mouth, then closed it again. Better not let this little girl know the true extent of his strength. The more he concealed, the longer he'd live. He could afford to progress slowly, but he couldn't afford to die before growing stronger. He had tasted the Blood Moon organization's methods. If not for his freakish talent Reincarnation, which could enhance abilities through life force, he would be just an ordinary transcendent who had just awakened Heavenly Fire. Those three from Blood Moon could have killed him many times over. Liam exhaled a turbid breath. Bai Shuang in her black miniskirt came pattering over. She probed suspiciously at Liam's body.
There are people around,
he reminded quietly. Why were girls nowadays so unguarded? Bai Shuang ignored him, her light blue eyes fixed on Liam, as if trying to see through him.
You're a demon, aren't you?
She finally blurted out an absurd conclusion.
Have you seen a demon this handsome?
Liam rolled his eyes. Though he had never seen a demon, judging by the name, they were probably the kind that oozed black mist and had prominent horns.
How else could your body heal so fast? Bone tempering in 2 hours.
Bai Shuang was still excited when Liam clamped his hand over her mouth, glaring sternly to remind her that others were nearby. Huang Ranran had woken from her sleep. She had expected to find herself in the Academy's hospital with her father smiling at her. But when she opened her eyes, it was still the blue sky and white clouds, only now the air was thick with the stench of blood. Huang Ranran struggled to her feet, her pupils dilating. All around lay the corpses of sand-toothed tigers in grotesque shapes, missing limbs or twisted beyond recognition. 32 of them. Not one missing, all dead. How was that possible? She turned to see Liam and Bai Shuang watching her. Liam waved at her, greeting warmly. Transcendents really were all beautiful, he mused silently. In any scene, if two people don't speak for more than 4 seconds, awkwardness sets in. The silence here lasted a full 30 seconds. Liam kept waiting for 30 seconds, his smiling face and hand frozen stiff. Huang Ranran completely ignored his enthusiasm. She stared at them coldly. This didn't make sense. Hadn't he just maxed out his charm? He really hated this kind of awkward atmosphere.
Teacher,
Huang Ranran finally spoke, her voice laced with doubt. The two didn't look much older than her. Before Liam could answer, Bai Shuang puffed out her cheeks and stood up.
You should respond when someone greets you. How rude. And we saved you.
Bai Shuang defended Liam. Exactly. Liam sat on the ground silently agreeing. But since when was it we? Liam looked at Bai Shuang in confusion. Huang Ranran frowned too, glancing between them. Even in her battle-worn state, she maintained an icy proud demeanor, chin lifted with a hint of reluctance.
Who said I needed your help?
She bit out as if suffering a great humiliation. Then she pulled out a sachet, opened it, and with a twist of space vanished from the spot. She had directly left the examination grounds. Huang Ranran gave up the easily attainable pass for the assessment and was teleported out of the A-level examination site. The scene changed, and in the next moment a row of teachers appeared before her. In addition to one teacher from Class A, teachers from Classes B and C were also present, with over 20 teachers standing in rows outside the virtual domain. They had just received the news that this month's candidates seemed extraordinarily promising. Typically, the elimination rate for the assessment was as high as 85. Today, surprisingly, only 3 individuals had emerged so far. Such an exaggerated elimination rate meant that they wouldn't have to worry this month, or perhaps even this year, about whether Rongqing High could cultivate good candidates to rival other extraordinary academies. Every homeroom teacher hoped to at least have one of this month's promising candidates in their class, as they also had assessment tasks to fulfill. After all, it was incredibly difficult for postnatal talent to produce an extraordinary individual who could unlock the genetic locks. Even now, several homeroom teachers from Class C still had 0 results. The most excited on site were the various homeroom teachers from Class C. With less than half an hour left until the assessment ended, the elimination rate for the Clevel examination site was still 0. It was said that there were 19 students with Clevel genetic potential in the examination site, and everyone was hoping to secure these 19 individuals to boost their performance. If no extraordinary beings emerged from Class C this year, the homeroom teacher would be dismissed. Oh wait, to be precise, there were 18 individuals. After all, they had heard that among the Clevel genetic potentials there was one with a 0.92 chance of being extraordinary. That one was to be disregarded. Even if present, it would only drag down the class. Huang Ranran spotted her father in the crowd. Dean Huang had also arrived, and upon seeing his daughter covered in injuries, a flash of undeniable pain crossed his eyes. But he quickly suppressed it, revealing his usual teasing smile.
How is it? I said perhaps your talent is indeed stronger than other children, but when faced with real combat, even the strongest talent holds no significance. There is very little one person can achieve.
In truth, Huang Chuan's inner excitement was hard to quell. Ranran's strength exceeded his expectations. He had initially estimated that she would last about half an hour. Those sand-toothed tigers were all caught by him one by one, so he naturally understood what strength was. Thus, after half an hour of the assessment began, he stayed here. He remained there for 2 hours. But Huang Chuan did not feel it was long at all. Each extra minute represented that Ranran was becoming stronger. There were even moments when he doubted whether Ranran would pass the assessment. However, she eventually emerged. As a father, he was not disappointed but rather very pleased. He had never expected Huang Ranran to pass this A-level assessment. He only hoped she would mature a bit after this failure. Su Jinsong glanced at the time and rubbed his left hand's fingers.
2 hours and 37 minutes, that's already a good time. Report to Class A3 tomorrow.
He was the only teacher from Class A present, and the only one aware of the secret modifications to the A-level assessment. This time, the A-level assessment only required participants to last 10 minutes to meet historical standards. Huang Chuan also opened his arms to give his daughter a comforting hug. Who would have thought that Huang Ranran merely shook her head, saying,
"My strength can only be in Class B."
Then she bypassed Huang Chuan, saying,
"I'm going to rest, Dad."
Her mind still flashed with the scenes she had just witnessed.
Is there really so little that one person can do? The types of wounds on those sand-toothed tigers all came from the same person. No, it's not that one person can do little, it's just that she can do little on her own.
She felt her strength was not yet worthy of staying in Class A. Huang Ranran walked silently toward the school hospital, while Huang Chuan stood awkwardly with his hands outstretched.
Did this time go a bit overboard? This woman is so mystical,
Bai Shuang whispered.
Clearly, she didn't want the opportunity to be guaranteed a spot in Class A. She insists on holding on to this stubbornness. She has her own thoughts,
Liamo said, as he picked up a branch from the ground, gathering them together and encircling a ring of stones. They started a fire, and then Liamo used a knife to sharpen the branches he had collected, skewering pieces of freshly cut tiger meat. He placed it over the fire to roast.
You really have guts thinking about a barbecue in a place like this.
Bai Shuang was astonished at Liamo's daring, and after a few seconds of silence pointed at the fire.
I want that leaner piece.
Liamo was unfazed. After all, after such a long battle, his consumption was tremendous. The energy that the system couldn't replenish had to rely on food.
Let me taste it first. If it's good, I'll ask the security at the entrance to grill some more to take back. Security? Don't mind that.
The oil from the tiger meat slowly dripped down, turning golden under the charcoal fire, and the surface of the meat showed a crispy brown reaction. Bai Shuang, who had been hesitating whether to eat or not, felt her stomach rumble. The two completely ignored the surrounding carnage, and sat there drooling while staring at the skewers of meat over the fire. When the meat was finally done, before Liam could grab it, a tiny hand had already tugged at the wooden stick. A light blue shimmer flashed in the flickering flames. This girl actually used the eye of insight to snatch the food.
What do you know? This is about not missing the best time to enjoy it,
Bai Shuang declared assertively. The Santa tiger's meat was rich and fat, firm in texture, and the juices exploded in the mouth, making it even more flavorful than beef. Liam had only heard that the meat of demons was somewhat different from that of ordinary animals. He never expected it to taste so good. Looking at the pile of Santa tigers around, he thought that there would be enough food for his family for several months. Bai Shuang happily stuffed the tiger meat into her mouth and patted her slightly bulging stomach with satisfaction.
Aren't you going to eat any more?
Liam casually asked.
Half-demons and demons' meat can't be eaten too much at once, or it will cause qi and blood to backfire. Eating it occasionally is fine, but often will cause health issues.
Liam paused, realizing this. No wonder demon meat wasn't commonly sold. He thought such delicious food should be widely promoted. Most demon and half-demon corpses were used for leather or as cheap waste materials for burning. He decided it was better to bring back just a little for his family to taste. After quickly consuming some tiger meat, Liam felt his body begin to warm up. His exhausted strength was slowly returning. After mastering the Wuji boxing, his recovery speed was much faster than that of ordinary people. Now, after refining his bones, that energy would circulate in his body, unconsciously mending the depleted parts. Liam stood up from the ground, brushing the dust off his pants.
How much longer until the assessment ends?
He asked.
About 8 minutes.
Bai Shuang glanced at the time.
What are you planning to do?
She looked at where Liam was staring, her pupils gradually constricting. The blood of the Santa tigers had nearly stained the entire ground dark red. So much so that she did not notice a red line spanning their field of vision only 50 meters away from them, outside the level examination site. Is there still space within the virtual domain? The grade examination hall was far smaller than those for B and C grades. The difficulty was likely increased by reducing the arena's area. Liam had long noticed that red line upon which strange ripples undulated. It mattered not. He had originally assumed the virtual domain's arena was merely the combined size of the 3 examination halls. Yet beyond the red line of the grade hall, the expanse still stretched endlessly.
What lies over there? Hey! You're not thinking of...
Bai Shuang gasped, inhaling sharply. Liam said nothing. He untied the sachet fastened at his waist.
Hold this for me.
This item served as the certification for passing the assessment. It was also a life-saving tool. Liam unfastened it. This meant that if he encountered unavoidable danger beyond the red line, he would truly die. Die within the virtual domain. Yet his curiosity about what lay beyond was overwhelming. What if there were more half-demons like that? Others feared death. He feared it too. He feared his life reaching zero without having accomplished anything. One must take risks.
I'll go take a look and come back. Keep it safe for me.
The sachet was, after all, the token for passing. In the past, there had been students who cunningly removed their sachets to evade the strong attraction of half-demons. But they all perished within the virtual domain. Humans themselves possess an innate allure for creatures like half-demons and demons. Once the distance between them falls below 200 meters, the very scent of humans becomes a deadly temptation. After that, no one did it anymore. No one knew if passing without the sachet counted after the assessment ended. To be safe, he decided to let Bai Shuang hold onto it for now. Liam stepped across the red line. There was no tangible sensation. Before him lay an empty expanse, like a vast grassland devoid of any vegetation. It appeared tranquil and serene. Yet every fiber of Liam's nerves was taut. Now he had no immunity. If a creature like the shadow demon appeared, and he missed it even for a moment. A pierced heart, a shattered mind. That was something even the system couldn't repair. Death was not classified as an injury. Liam glanced back. He had been walking for about 2 minutes. The red line and Bai Shuang were no longer in sight. He hesitated, wondering whether to go back. After all, if he ventured further and encountered something, he wouldn't have the 6 minutes needed to return to Bai Shuang's side. In an instant, Liam's body snapped taut. An intense sensation of slaughter crawled up from behind, enveloping his entire skin. He turned, and a splash of red appeared on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, that red had halved the distance between them. white patterns draped like flowing clouds over the crimson fur. A white-striped blood wolf. A true demon. The blood wolf had already opened its gaping maw before him. Such speed. From the moment he saw it, Liam had only exhaled twice. And it was already upon him at nearly negative distance. Its mouth slathered with saliva, and the reek of blood gaped wide, aiming to bite his head off in one go. Liam's body didn't even have time to fully stretch. He forcibly channeled energy into his waist and abdomen, bending his body backward as much as possible in an incredibly brief span. A tremendous pressure bore down on his lower back. It felt like his kidneys were about to snap. He barely evaded the terrifying bite. Liam's movements didn't cease. While leaning back, he used the momentum to kick out at the white-striped blood wolf's belly. Energy surged instantly toward his calf and thigh. This strike also carried a dense, crushing force. He aimed to shatter the demon's internal organs with one kick, but his kick missed. The white-striped blood wolf, like him, curled its body midair precisely at the limit of Liam's kicking range. Man and wolf passed each other by. Liam supported himself with his right hand and executed a one-handed cartwheel to steady his stance. The white-striped blood wolf landed on the grass, rolled, and stabilized on all fours. Liam marveled inwardly at its terrifying muscle control. This was the second newborn-level demon he had encountered. After just one exchange, Liam felt the white-striped blood wolf's power. It was a might entirely different from the shadow demons. In comparison, the shadow demon was merely insidious. With its elusive, eerie teleportation and a body immune to direct physical attacks, it was as brittle as a thin cracker when faced with the countering heavenly flame. But this white-striped blood wolf was utterly different. It possessed a raw, pure physical strength. Beneath its thick fur lay a torso of steel and iron. If Liam, right after awakening his heavenly flame, had encountered this demon, he would already be a week dead. Even the heavenly flame might not burn through its hide. If Liam's talent happened to counter the shadow demon, then the white-striped blood wolf was the demon that countered his talent. This was troublesome. The creature was also watching him warily. A demon's biological alertness far surpassed that of half-demons. After just one exchange, the white-striped blood wolf sensed this human's danger, especially the faint, ominous threat emanating from his hands. It was a scent capable of instantly ending its life. Very dangerous. Tiny sparks flickered in Liam's palm. The next second he flashed before the white-striped blood wolf and slammed his fist down heavily. The white-striped blood wolf arched its body and stamped its foreleg, causing Liam's fist to smash straight into the ground, blasting a crater. Liam was fast, but the white-striped blood wolf was faster. Reacting a step later, it still managed to dodge. As it hung in the air, its eyes caught sight of one of the human's palms aimed directly at it. Crackling sparks flashed within his palm. The white-striped blood wolf braced itself, as if facing a great enemy. Its body twisted rapidly midair, like wringing a cloth, veering to the opposite side of Liam's raised left hand. Though it didn't know what the human would do, it had to avoid that dangerous scent. The next second, a sinister smile curled at the corner of Liam's mouth. Then his right foot met the white-striped blood wolf, which had twisted in the same direction midair. Bang! The wolf was sent flying backward, curling up as it skidded across the ground for a considerable distance. The white-striped blood wolf scrambled up from the sunken earth, shook off the mud, and turned its head to look at its left hind leg. The thigh muscles trembled uncontrollably. That kick had landed squarely on its left hind leg. A blow powerful enough to kill a half-demon sand-toothed tiger only left its leg numb. What a despicable human! The wolf's eyes fixed on Liam, who wore a faint, amused smile, and it let out a low, rumbling growl. Liam raised his hand again. Though he had said he wouldn't use his talent, he hadn't said he couldn't use it to intimidate. The demon's innate vigilance had instead become a weakness Liam exploited. See. The moment he raised his hand, the white-striped blood wolf instinctively began to roll sideways. In a state of mutual wariness, Liam's attacks indeed couldn't land on the wolf. But as the wolf tried to evade the Schrodinger's heavenly flame, its body stiffened. Seizing that opportunity, Liam flashed again, landing at the spot where the wolf would complete its roll. Another right roundhouse kick aimed at the wolf's left hind leg. He was targeting the lame leg. But the next moment, a searing pain shot up from the base of his shin. Bleached white bone was exposed to the air with 3 distinct claw-mark fissures on it. Damn, he had overplayed his hand. The white-striped blood wolf had turned his own tactic against him, lunging forward with a claw strike the instant Liamo attacked. Liamo bared his teeth, observing the white-striped blood wolf's smug expression. He silently complained in his heart, was it really necessary to make this early-stage minor monster so overpowered? Could this demonic beast truly be slain by those transcendents with merely a level 1 talent? Its hide was thick, its flesh tough, and its intelligence was not low. Liamo shook his right leg. The torn wound had fully healed. The white-striped blood wolf's pupils contracted, and its lolling tongue suddenly froze. Hadn't its strike landed? Why did this human's aura surge, then wane, then surge again? Had it missed? What had it grasped just now? The white-striped blood wolf raised its forepaw in disbelief. It licked the paw. The taste of human flesh and blood. Yes, that was it. Then it dodged, evading a sudden ferocious punch from Liamo. Liamo paid no heed to the white-striped blood wolf's thoughts. He had no time to waste. This place was completely unknown, and he lacked a life-saving sachet. If there were as many newborn-level demonic beasts as powerful as the one before him, like in the sea exam, even if he unleashed his heavenly fire recklessly, he might not escape. Since a single attack could be dodged, he would use a storm of relentless consecutive strikes to forcibly increase his margin for error. Missing one punch, Liamo immediately threw a second, then a third. Each fist gathered the gold-shattering force, and all the energy within his body. After tempering his bones, the energy flowing through his body could strengthen his entire skeleton, preventing his body from shattering under heavy blows. Liamo concentrated all his energy, effectively abandoning defense. Since the result of losing was death, this was a life-or-death battle. Hesitation and indecision were the greatest taboos in such a fight. What he needed was a single lethal blow. Liamo's punches grew fiercer. Each swing produced a whistling sound. The white-striped blood wolf dodged continuously, but Liamo's speed only increased. Several times his fists merely grazed its hide. Perhaps due to his combat experience, Liamo became more adept at allocating his energy. Now, with just a thought, the energy instinctively flowed to where he needed it. The white-striped blood wolf could no longer endure. It was by nature a bloodthirsty and belligerent creature. Constant evasion went against its instincts. It roared and swiped its claw at the human, who kept pressing close. It tried to swat away this annoying insect clinging to it. Liamo was indeed like an insect to this beast, a colossal creature over 3 meters in size. But the white-striped blood wolf didn't expect that this human wouldn't even dodge its claw strike. He merely grunted as the claw embedded itself into his torso, carving a massive wound, exposing the ribs and organs beneath the skin and flesh which still squirmed within his belly. Liamo only furrowed his brow slightly, then a smile spread across his face. Finally got you. He endured the attack, and his own fist landed on the white-striped blood wolf. Bang! 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 3 resounding thuds. In that brief moment of hesitation, Liamo delivered 3 consecutive punches to the same spot on the wolf. The wolf's brow bone. He had originally aimed for its eye. The white-striped blood wolf sensed the wind of the punch, and closed its eye just in time. The 3 punches directly shattered its brow bone. The crisp sound of cracking bone echoed clearly in the white-striped blood wolf's ear. It writhed on the ground in pain, then immediately scrambled back to its feet. It tried to open that eye, but the intense pain only filled its vision with red. Loss of sight. Before a premonition of doom could form. Its neck was seized by a hand, forcibly pinning it to the grass. The white-striped blood wolf couldn't see where Liamo was. It only felt the human sit on its body. Before it could move, fists rained down upon it like a torrential downpour. Its waist, belly, forelegs, hind legs, head. Liamo relentlessly pounded every inch of the white-striped blood wolf's body. His fists couldn't deliver a killing blow in one strike, so he had to throw each punch with maximum force, one after another. This was incredibly exhausting. But Liamo didn't even dare to gasp for air. If he interrupted the attack, the white-striped blood wolf would break free and pounce on him. He had to distribute every strike across the wolf's body, numbing it and rendering it immobile. Even so, the white-striped blood wolf thrashed, clawing at the ground. Its claws tore through Liamo's flesh several times, but he paid it no mind. Adrenaline made him forget the pain. His fists fell again and again. Liamo held his breath, his lungs feeling as if they were about to burst. But he never stopped swinging. Just like in that small, dilapidated wooden cabin long ago. To survive, he couldn't stop swinging his fists. Killed newborn-level white-striped blood wolf. Life 201 days. Only when this death notification appeared did Liamo's fist freeze in midair. He let out a long breath. The wounds on his body slowly healed. Liam O had never trained in the 52-style fist art bone tempering or the gold-shattering force. To him those things were like formulas that had suddenly appeared in his mind. Although he knew how to use them, he was essentially just following the guidance, copying the pattern. It was as if there was a template, and he just needed to trace the lines. But now those powers were truly integrated and understood. The 3 methods of strengthening the body, and the power used had truly become his instinct. He no longer needed to trace a template. His body would naturally use them like breathing. In terms of pure strength, the improvement might be small, but it would allow Liam O to strike faster and more fluidly than before. For the same movement, he could save about 0.5 seconds. In the midst of a life-and-death struggle, this time was absolutely fatal. Liam O half lay on the ground, exhaling deeply. The heavenly fire in his palm was almost ready to burst forth. The horizon before him was no longer a boundary of green and blue. It was a dark, oppressive mass. All demonic beasts. The number, he could see alone, exceeded 100. Among them were many auras surpassing the newborn level. Growth-level demonic beasts. He was in over his head. This was no time to hide his talent. Whether he could survive was the only question. The ground trembled.
Who in their right mind puts so many demonic beasts in the void domain? Are they insane?
Liam O cursed loudly. This was no assessment ground. It was clearly a subspace for raising demonic beasts. Suddenly the dense dark horde of demonic beasts stopped. No, to be precise, they didn't stop. They were blocked by something. A colossal, nearly invisible wall of air stretched across the land. It separated the seething demonic beasts. Liam O heard a stifled laugh beside him. He turned his head. Bai Shuang had somehow arrived at his side. She was covering her mouth, secretly giving him a thumbs up. Behind her was a group of people. The petite figure, like a little schoolbag, pattered over to him and crouched by his ear.
Impressive, cursing out Dean Huang right to his face.
Liam O looked up. A middle-aged man was raising one hand, maintaining that invisible wall of air. His face was dark. 5 minutes earlier.
Time's up.
Su Jinsong glanced at the timer, its numbers having just ticked over from 0001. He returned the timer to the cubic box and walked toward the virtual vortex of the Clevel examination hall. Suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder. Huang Chuan smiled, gesturing for him to follow.
Dean, are you going in person? Since I'm here, there's no reason to leave without a look.
At the end of the assessment, it was usually Su Jinsong who entered the virtual domain, sweeping through layer by layer to escort each student out of the examination halls. This typically took nearly 10 minutes, as he had to search for each student individually. The A-level hall was last theoretically scheduled for its final assessment 3 hours and 10 minutes later. But with Dean Huang it was different. As a top-tier powerhouse, with a talent spatial control grade A sequence rank 18, he could finish the task in just 2 or 3 minutes within the virtual domain.
Come on, let's go see these future prodigies together.
He had also learned of this year's staggering elimination rate. Even Huang Chuan, who usually paid little attention to post-natural transcendent admissions, found himself intrigued for the first time. These were his own designs. He knew well how difficult they were. Although Rongqing Experimental High was weaker than several transcendent training academies in neighboring cities, its assessments were the toughest. Only Huang Chuan was willing to nurture post-natural transcendence. He was one of the few who genuinely believed in their immense potential. After all, he himself was a prime example. Huang Chuan waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow.
Perhaps this cohort of post-natural transcendence will redefine what other academies expect.
Huang Chuan said calmly, though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Dozens followed him into the Clevel examination vortex. The scene shifted. The plastic track playground transformed into a forest of verdant shadows. The moment they entered the Clevel hall, Huang Chuan's smile deepened.
Dean Huang, why aren't there any students or semi-demons?
Usually upon entering the Clevel hall one would spot at least a few semi-demons alive or dead. Occasionally lucky students would be discovered by teachers right away, ending their assessment. Today was unusual. The Clevel hall was as quiet as a suburban night. Even the scent of blood in the air was faint.
Don't worry, they're clever. They've all gathered together.
The sachets were all crafted by Huang Chuan, each imbued with a trace of his power. The moment he entered the virtual domain, he sensed their presence. All 18 sachets were clustered together, their densities overlapping.
For clever students, sticking together is the easiest way to clear the challenge. Their strength isn't enough to confront semi-demons hidden. Scattered individuals face 5 or more enemies, the worst scenario. But when they gather, even if the semi-demons cluster, their numbers become a burden.
Huang Chuan analyzed with authority. As the strongest person present, everyone trusted his words implicitly. Yet he let out a sigh.
It's a simple survival rule. Even reindeer being hunted by wolves know that only by staying together can they increase their chances of escape. But humans find it hard to grasp.
Huang Chuan's assessment designs weren't just for the exceptionally powerful solo fighters. The front lines needed not only strength, but also clear thinkers, strong leaders, and adaptable individuals. Rongqing Experimental High was the only academy in the city, and its neighbors, that didn't use individual combat prowess as the sole criterion for admission. Every design of Huang Chuan had its purpose.
Enough talk, let's go see these kids.
His voice trailed off as he raised his right hand, fingertips lightly touching the space. The scene shifted again. The teachers behind him gasped. Was this the power of spatial folding? Many were experiencing something akin to instant teleportation for the first time. Huang Chuan folded the space before them, allowing everyone to shift several kilometers without moving a step. It was an unimaginable feat. If he could silently teleport them, he could just as easily destroy everyone in a spatial collapse. They wouldn't even have the ability to resist. Was this the strength of Rongqing's strongest post-natural transcendent? Yet their astonishment didn't last long. After all, Huang Chuan's power was well known. The teachers were more eager to see which promising new students they could recruit. All the class homeroom teachers were ready, secretly channeling their talents. Surely the students who had endured bitter battles were now despairingly yet hopefully waiting for their teachers to descend and announce the end of the assessment. They couldn't wait to make a grand entrance, rescuing those students from peril. In moments of crisis, when they saw the strong students of this age were the most impressionable, they were ready. Where were their new students? Where? They peered past Huang Chuan's stiff silhouette and saw a group of youths hand in hand dancing around a bonfire like a bunch of exuberant groundhogs. No burden to bear. It was all peace and tranquility. Around them lay patches of dried crimson and gruesome limbs and body parts. Those of semi-demons.
Ah, it's the teachers.
A boy happily in the midst of removing his shirt spotted them and instinctively waved the shirt above his head. A few seconds later he blushed and pulled it back on. Huang Chuan's stubbly middle-aged face froze. With a spatial fold, he instantly appeared before the bonfire, startling the students.
Did you all kill these semi-demons?
Though a suspicion had formed, he couldn't help asking. Su Guang shook his head.
No, brother did.
Huang Chuan's face showed shock, then he coughed.
If you killed them, just say so. Don't keep saying brother.
Su Guang shook his head again.
I didn't kill them. The brother who came with me did. Which brother? I don't know his name. Which one?
Huang Chuan pointed at the other 17 standing nearby.
None of them. Then where is he? I don't know.
Huang Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. A fine case of I don't know to every question. Never mind. He sighed. Let's check the Blevel Hall first. Another spatial fold. All the teachers appeared in the Blevel Hall. The students here were also huddled together, though not dancing around a fire. There weren't as many body parts around. They must have gathered later. Huang Chuan used spatial detection to scan the entire Blevel Hall. The semi-demons here were all dead too. He patiently questioned the students. The description was even more exaggerated.
A little red figure with a black backpack appeared, punched the iron-horned rhino a few times, and vanished.
Huang Chuan rubbed his brow. Su Jinsong counted heads.
The numbers don't add up.
Theoretically, the level hall should already be empty.
Of course I know the numbers are off.
Huang Chuan ground his molars.
I misjudged. There may be no strongest cohort of post-natural transcendence. We just happened to encounter a student with extraordinary innate talent.
Huang Chuan looked pained at the semi-demons he had painstakingly captured.
A spatial-type talent and extremely bloodthirsty. We're still one short,
Su Jinsong said. Huang Chuan examined a thoroughly dead Sanfang tiger, then glanced at Bai Shuang, who stood with her head bowed, looking lost.
You didn't do this.
Bai Shuang buried her face in her oversized clothes and nodded, like a fawn that had done wrong. Appearing in a grade exam site as someone from a grade site was inherently strange. If not for Li Mo's prolonged absence, she would have already fled back to the grade site. Who knew that waiting would bring a heavyweight? No one had mentioned the principal of Rongqing Experimental High School would come in person. Could a student like her who had half-cheated her way and still pass the assessment? Huang Chuan's mind wasn't on Bai Shuang. He frowned, sensing intently. Within the grade exam site, there was no trace left of the spatial energy from his sachets. The only detectable presence was right before him. He flicked his fingertip lightly. 2 sachets floated out from Bai Shuang's coat pocket, hovering in midair. Damn! Huang Chuan couldn't help but curse. Had that kid lost his mind? He turned to look at the other end of the grade site. Surely no one would be that foolish. He had clearly marked the ground with symbols indicating extreme danger. Any student who had studied the emergency protocol for superhumans would know that a wavy red line signified an absolute forbidden zone. That was a lesson for 9th graders. Huang Chuan took a deep breath. It couldn't be that exaggerated. No student would be stupid enough to ignore the absolute forbidden zone and take the risk of entering. Perhaps when crossing exam sites, it had resonated with his own spatial fold. He hadn't sensed it. After all, with so many people to fold space for a faint spatial fluctuation was easy to overlook. Those from higher grade sites couldn't directly go to lower grade ones. There was an invisible barrier of one-way channels. Semi-demons couldn't either. That student must have used a spatial talent to go from the grade site to the grade site for slaughter. That was the only possibility. As for the idea of fighting all the way up from the grade site, he hadn't even considered it. How could it be? Unless Huang Chuan woke up from a nap to find himself in another world. Did the person with you go back to the grade site? Huang Chuan asked Bai Shuang. She shook her head, pointing behind the wavy red line. Holy shit! Huang Chuan cursed again. This time he couldn't hold it back. Was that idiot insane? At such a young age, throwing away his life. The only life-saving item was left here. His fingers flicked up and down. The ground trembled beneath everyone's feet within range. They could barely stand steady. Huang Chuan activated both Space Fold and Space Exploration at once. The simultaneous unleashing of 2 supreme spatial abilities twisted the void itself, the virtual domain nearly unable to bear such immense spatial force. Huang Chuan was frantic. That brat better not die in the virtual domain. This was just an assessment, not a life-or-death battle. Dying in a place like this meant nothing. He'd have to pay compensation and handle public relations. What were young people thinking these days? The high-coverage spatial force found a living person's aura in the vast expanse in an instant. Space rapidly compressed, deformed, and then shifted. Before the person arrived, his voice reached their ears. Who in their right mind puts so many demons in the virtual domain? Are they out of their mind? Silence. Over 20 people stood together, as quiet as a self-study session under the watchful eye of the discipline director. Many teachers clenched their jaws tightly to keep from laughing out loud. This affected their year-end bonus evaluations. Li Mo turned to look at the middle-aged man, with a few white streaks in his hair and beard, muttering inwardly. Was this the principal of Rongqing Experimental High School? He hoped he wouldn't be given a hard time. Then he looked at the dense horde of demons blocked by an air wall. Such powerful ability. Though he didn't know the exact talent, it was definitely beyond level 1 or 2. Did you kill this? Huang Chuan looked down at the white-striped blood wolf on the ground, beaten into a postmodern artwork. He already had an answer in mind. After all, the deaths of semi-demons and other exam sites looked no different. Do I need to pay compensation? Li Mo's heart skipped a beat. He had gotten carried away in the slaughter and forgotten. Killing semi-demons in the exam sites was fine as it followed assessment rules. But here, it didn't seem to be within the exam site. If this demon was someone's pet, he would be in huge trouble. Huang Chuan paused, the praise he had prepared stuck in his throat. He slowly exhaled. No need. Su Jisong handed a document to Huang Chuan. As he flipped through it, he spoke. When did you awaken your talent? Li Mo's heart skipped again. Could he tell that? Before he could respond, Huang Chuan continued on his own. Is it Sequence 18's Space Mastery or Sequence 39's Element Stripping? With talents like those, why bother with the postnatal assessment? Any superhuman cultivation high school would admit you directly. Why go through all this trouble? Bored to death. Huang Chuan spoke without restraint.
Dean Huang, I haven't awakened any talent,
Liamo said weakly. He was making a last-ditch struggle. He was met with Huang Chuan's gaze, as if looking at an idiot.
Do you take me for a fool? Without a spatial talent, how could you wreak havoc from the Isekai'd to the Isekai'd? Speaking of which, do you have a grudge against demons? Did you go to the lower grade sites just to kill dozens of my semi-demons? Do you know how troublesome it is to acquire them?
Huang Chuan said irritably. From the Isekai'd site to the Isekai'd site. What was that about? Liamo was totally bewildered. Seeing Liamo's silent, Huang Chuan waved his hand.
Forget it, you'll be my student anyway. Killing them is no big deal. Your talent is impressive, though your genetic potential is only 60. Defeating a demon alone at level 1 is remarkable.
Huang Chuan praised sincerely.
Luo Fei right. From now on you'll study with Teacher Su in Class A3. Dean Huang, my name isn't Luo Fei. I'm Liamo.
Huang Chuan frowned. He glanced at Su Jinsong.
Wrong registration. Weren't there only 2 people in the grade exam? Why isn't he on the list?
Su Jinsong was puzzled too, rubbing his left-hand fingers. He had confirmed only 2 entered the Isekai'd site. The 2 of them dumbfounded searched through the document. They flipped through pages rapidly, finally finding the name Liamo in the Isekai'd exam personnel list. The last page, the last entry. Genetic potential 0. 92. Both froze in place simultaneously. In unison.
Holy shit! Your genetic potential is truly only 0. 92.
Huang Chuan's voice rose several pitches in disbelief.
I was merely reciting the official assessment. The instructor at the entrance did indeed state it as such. Didn't your own team test and report this figure to me? How would I know whether it's genuine or not? My predecessor never secretly retested it himself.
Huang Chuan scrutinized Liamo as if he were a rare priceless artifact, first from the left then from the right, as though determined to discern hidden patterns upon his very face. Muttering softly under his breath,
it makes no sense, none at all.
After all, genetic potential dictated both cultivation speed and innate talent. A person with such abysmally low potential would struggle even to master the foundational forms of martial arts, let alone slay a demon beast single-handedly.
Did you truly kill this white-striped blood wolf?
Huang Chuan still harbored deep skepticism.
Strike me with your full strength, give it your all.
Liamo uttered no reply. His golden shard force 5-2 martial form, perfected, and bone-forging energy converged seamlessly into his fist. Thud. A solid resonant impact landed squarely on Huang Chuan's abdomen. The very air trembled faintly in its wake. Yet Huang Chuan's expression remained utterly unchanged. No wonder, he was the academy director. Liamo detected no trace of awakened talent, no flicker of divine energy, no surge of innate ability, only raw, unadulterated physical resistance. The sensation of impact was undeniably real. To withstand such force meant his corporeal frame surpassed even that of the demon-grade white-striped blood wolf. As Liamo withdrew his fist, Huang Chuan slowly turned away and sighed deeply, then silently wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. What the hell? This was the power of a mere 0. 92 genetic potential. He had deliberately refrained from activating his spatial dominion talent to absorb the blow, otherwise Liamo's hand bones would have shattered instantly under the recoil. Yet what Huang Chuan hadn't anticipated was that the strike nearly forced him to vomit up his morning soy milk and fried dough sticks. Who in their right mind achieves such devastating power by mastering only one martial form, even augmented by bone forging? This impact rivaled that of a near second-rank innate muscle enhancement talent bearer.
Born with divine strength,
was Huang Chuan's final verdict. Having ruled out any awakened talent, this remained his sole plausible explanation. Though he'd never heard of such a phenomenon before, no alternative presented itself. He sighed again, long and heavy. Born with divine strength, capable of slaying a nascent-tier demon beast barehanded before awakening, such a feat alone marked him as a prodigy among his peers. Yet born with divine strength was no transcendent talent, it was merely an anomaly. Without a true transcendent gift, Liamo would remain indistinguishable among the masses. He could slay nascent-tier demons now, but 10 years hence, he'd likely still be limited to nascent-tier demons. Whereas transcendent cultivators, whether innately or post-awakening gifted, might already be confronting nirvana-tier demons on the front lines.
Still waters do not race ahead, they endure ceaselessly flowing.
Liam was undeniably formidable now, but with only 0.92 genetic potential, Huang Chuan saw no future for him.
Zhou Ping, your class hasn't had a student unlock their genetic lock in ages. Assign this boy to your cohort,
Huang Chuan said to the man whose face bore the most jaded, world-weary expression.
I'm sorry, son, but for your sake, C class will suit you better.
Huang Chuan exhaled heavily, his clouded eyes deliberately avoiding Li Mo's gaze. By objective merit, Li Mo's performance alone warranted placement in A1 class. Yet cultivation resources were finite. Investing vast resources into a child whose genetic potential measured only 0.92 would be profoundly unwise. Humanity was far from an era of peace, prosperity, and shared tranquility. The frontline's demand for elite talent and battle-hardened warriors grew ever more urgent. Huang Chuan dared not make such a decision, and certainly dared not trade the lives of frontline soldiers perpetually teetering on collapse for the sake of fairness. The world, after all, was inherently unjust.
C-class.
Liam scratched his head. Though he felt a quiet pang of regret at missing A-class, it lingered only briefly. Still, he remained indifferent. A-class and C-class held little practical distinction for him. All he'd ever sought was admission into the academy. After all, his original genetic potential assessment had taken place in the C-tier examination chamber. He'd merely hoped, foolishly, that slaying a nascent tier demon beast might earn him an exception. Evidently rules were rules, rigid, unyielding, and decidedly unaccommodating. In any case, his strength came solely from slaying demons. Surely both A-class and C-class offered opportunities to engage them. Zhou Ping was equally astonished. This Crimson Streak student's combat proficiency nearly rivaled his own, clearly A-class caliber, yet here he stood assigned to Zhou Ping's class. Yet a moment's reflection revealed Huang Director's intent. His class harbored virtually no students with viable prospects for transcendence. Compared to other classes, where at least a few aspirants were actively striving toward awakening, he could concentrate all available resources upon this single student. Should he awaken a talent, Huang Chuan would still insist he transferred A-class.
From now on you'll train under me.
Zhou Ping gently ruffled Li Mo's hair. His warm fingertips suddenly grew damp, and in an instant a gentle cascade of water descended, enveloping Li Mo entirely. Talent Aqua Spirit Rank 2 Tier D Sequence Rank 63. Li Mo's grimy soiled body was cleansed thoroughly through his clothing by this soothing current. In the next breath the water dispersed, transforming into vivid crimson droplets that fell silently to the floor. Li Mo looked down. His garments, once stained deep red with blood, now gleamed in their original unstained hue. Yet not a trace of dampness clung to his skin, only cool, breathable freshness. Within moments, teacher Zhou Ping had purified his entire body with water, and extracted every last drop of blood soaked deep into the fabric. Even the moisture itself had been drawn out completely.
Astounding control.
Liam marveled inwardly. Zhou Ping's talent appeared elemental, like his own. But Li Mo's celestial flame could never achieve such surgical precision. Zhou Ping smiled faintly.
Once you awaken your talent, I'll teach you how to command it.
Li nodded solemnly.
Given your performance in this assessment, you are granted one visit to the Spirit Aggregation Pagoda.
Spirit Aggregation Pagoda. Another unfamiliar term. Beside him, Bai Shuang clapped a hand over her mouth in audible astonishment. Even the nearby instructors exchanged awed glances. Clearly, this was no ordinary facility.
Thank you, Director.
Liam replied politely. Huang Chuan acknowledged him with a silent, measured nod. What a fine young man he was, serene in the face of injustice, composed in receiving reward, neither arrogant nor restless. Alas, his genetic potential was simply too low. Thus concluded the admission assessment at Rongqing Experimental High School. Night fell.
Were any candidates identified with the Celestial Flame talent during today's assessment?
A hushed voice answered a clandestine call at Rongqing City's Transcendent Cultivator Training Experimental Senior High.
None, only one exceptional candidate. Is his genetic potential exceptionally high? 0.92.
Silence stretched long and heavy on the line.
Are you mocking me? The perpetrator who attacked our organization must be located immediately. Only traces of celestial flame remained at the scene, likely the work of a rank I transcendent cultivator. No recent records of celestial flame awakenings have surfaced in Rongqing. It may have occurred later than usual, or he may be a post-awakening transcendent. Keep close watch for any late-blooming celestial flame awakenings among Rongqing Experimental High students. I'll contact colleagues in neighboring cities as well. Remember, devote no time to trivialities. Our organization's sole directive remains to locate the celestial flame transcendent cultivator. What are the conditions for advancing heavenly flame to level 2?
Lin Jinya, who was drinking tea, sprayed it all over Li Mo's face.
You're about to advance to level 2.
Li Mo's mouth twitched.
No, my cousin is about to advance. Brother, you're my brother. Not that old,
Li Mo said indifferently. Lin Jinya wiped the tea from his lips and handed a tissue to Li Mo.
The advancement of heavenly flame mainly requires finding a fire seed, a basic form of flame. Theoretically, heavenly flame is something without a fundamental material form akin to a spiritual manifestation that becomes reality through the use of eternal force.
Eternal force. Li Mo had come across this term online. After all, the driving energy of talents was eternal force, similar to the energy circulating in the body when using the 52-style fist technique. The ability to use talents was because this eternal force turned the impossible into reality.
Once you find a fire seed, the heavenly flame gains a true material form to inhabit. After completely merging the heavenly flame with the fire seed, you can break through to level 2. The methods of advancement differ for each sequence. Heavenly flame is both easy and difficult. If you just want a painless advancement to level 2, you can go to the Supernatural Management Bureau and exchange points for a mortal grade fire seed. That kind of seed offers virtually no power boost to the heavenly flame, but advancement is simple. Most heavenly flame holders use this method. If you want to be stronger, it gets very troublesome. Fire seeds are not traded on the open market. Apart from naturally occurring ones, most other fire seeds are held by aristocratic families. They only keep these seeds for their own descendants or successors. Naturally occurring ones are extremely hard to find. Who knows, maybe one appears only once every few centuries. Low grade, mid grade, high grade, and transcendent grade. These fire seeds have different levels, and their enhancement of the heavenly flame varies accordingly.
Lin Jinya paused.
Though it seems unlikely, I should warn you, for a level 1 heavenly flame advancing to level 2, the maximum energy a low grade level 3 seed can provide is its limit. A fire seed exceeding that value cannot be withstood by a mere level 1 supernatural's body. Forcibly absorbing it will cause your body to explode.
The grade classification of fire seeds was the same as that of supernatural techniques. Mortal grade, low grade, mid grade, high grade, transcendent grade, each stage divided into level 1, level 2, and level 3. Previously, Li Mo had learned Gold Shattering Force, which was a mortal grade level 2 supernatural technique. Compared to mortal grade fire seeds, which were necessities for advancement, supernatural techniques were far more precious. Even a mortal grade level 2 technique, like Gold Shattering Force, was worth dozens of times more than a mortal grade fire seed. But Li Mo had no intention of using a mortal grade fire seed for advancement. After all, who wouldn't want the best?
Is there a way to get a low grade fire seed?
Li Mo asked. Lin Jinya helplessly spread his hands.
I definitely can't do anything about it. I'm just a small level 1 officer in the Executive Bureau. Where would I have that kind of power? However, Rongqing Experimental High School should have one.
Li Mo was stunned.
Don't get too excited just yet. That kind of thing isn't so easy to get. The good stuff at Rongqing Experimental High School is all kept in a place called the Spirit Gathering Tower. Ordinary students can't enter. The items placed inside are the school's treasures. Each one given out is one less, so only the strongest among each year's new students is qualified to enter the Spirit Gathering Tower once. A student can only enter once. Getting that opportunity won't be easy for you.
Lin Jinya waved his hand. Li Mo might be quite formidable. But Rongqing Experimental High School was full of hidden talents. How could it be so simple to secure first place among the new students? Li Mo pinched his chin, his expression shifting slightly. So it was something that impressive. No wonder the other teachers had looked so surprised when they heard about it. Seeing Li Mo silent, Lin Jinya probably thought he was backing down from the challenge.
It's fine, fire seeds. I can't get them, but the Bureau can. About what I mentioned last time, have you considered?
Before Lin Jinya could finish his sentence, Li Mo had already closed the door and left.
Why are young people always so impatient?
What perfect timing. Li Mo left the Executive Bureau, hailed a taxi, and went straight to Rongqing Experimental High School. It was the weekend, so the students were off. After getting his student ID, this was his first time at the school. And it wasn't even for classes. Hard to imagine that in his past life, he hated going to school so much. Yet here he was so eager. Time waits for no one. A life of just over 3 years was not enough. Only by constantly getting stronger could he live longer. The longer he lived, the stronger he could become. Liam didn't want to waste his life on rest. After the school security guard confirmed his student ID and opened the iron gate, Liam followed the map and ran straight to the Spirit Gathering Tower. It wasn't what he had imagined. He had thought the Spirit Gathering Tower would be a magnificent towering structure. The kind of place that looked completely out of place with its surroundings, yet brimming with hidden treasures. In reality, it was just a small single-story building, only 3 or 4 meters high, with a small window that revealed nothing inside and walls painted with yellow paint. It looked like something from 20 years ago. There was also a security booth at the entrance. It blended perfectly with its surroundings. If not for the sign at the door reading Spirit Gathering Tower, Liam would have thought it was someone's illegal construction. Liam walked to the security booth and knocked on the window. Inside sat an old man with graying hair, looking even older than Huang Chuan. He was holding a phone, legs crossed, with a stray watermelon seed still stuck at the corner of his mouth. The screen displayed a game featuring a certain king and its title. The screen was dark, showing a death countdown.
State your business. We're losing.
The old man's face clearly showed impatience.
Sir, I'm here to enter the Spirit Gathering Tower.
Liam handed over his student ID. The old man didn't even lift his eyelids, nor did he take the student ID. He simply said flatly,
I suggest you come back after awakening your talent and reaching level 1 perfection.
It seemed he knew who Liam was. There were indeed very few students who could enter the Spirit Gathering Tower.
It's fine. You'll go in and try now.
The old man frowned slightly. He didn't say another word, because his character had respawned. His finger gently pointed at the red-painted wooden door. The unremarkable door began to spin, then twisted and converged. Finally, it transformed into a spatial vortex identical to the one in the examination hall. Another powerhouse with a spatial talent. Liam had wondered earlier, with the Spirit Gathering Tower just sitting there, and the old man engrossed in his game, couldn't anyone just walk in? So the secret was here. After thanking the teacher, Liam walked into the Spirit Gathering Tower. It was said that whatever happened inside the tower would not affect the outside world, and no one knew what went on in there. After all, the opportunity to enter the Spirit Gathering Tower came only once. Many students would use secret techniques their families were unwilling to share, making it a matter of family privacy. However, if they were about to die, they would be ejected from the tower, along with the tower's reward. Inside, Liam could use the heavenly flame without any restraint. His body slowly merged into the vortex and vanished. Li Moshan, sitting in the security booth, shook his head.
Rarely do I give advice because our names are a bit similar, but you just won't listen. You finally got a chance at the Spirit Gathering Tower, and you'll probably just end up coming out with some junk reward, like a few bottles of basic gene potions. Passing through the vortex, Liam felt his feet lighten, and a sense of weightlessness surged through him. Yet such a sensation could not unsettle him. He tightened his abdomen and landed steadily on the ground. It doesn't feel as solid as the void domain,
he murmured. Before he could lift his head, a black shadow suddenly flashed before his face, startling him. Instinctively, he swung his hand back.
What the hell was that?
The back of his hand struck something solid, but barely. Congratulations, examinee, for passing the first stage of the Spirit Gathering Tower assessment. A cold mechanical voice echoed around him. It was impossible to discern whether it was male or female, almost like an AI. The assessment consists of 5 stages in total. Note: starting from the 4th stage, the Spirit Gathering Tower's creations will become uncontrollable. Some demonic beasts may cause permanent damage. If you lack confidence, withdraw in time. The 2nd stage is now generating. Liam was slightly dazed. Was that the 1st stage? He hadn't even seen what it was. He hadn't put much strength into it. Liam looked around. Compared to the void domain, this place was more like a dedicated training arena. Beneath his feet were pristine white tiles. All around was nothingness, as if an invisible wall of air existed. This was likely a product of spatial talent. But it wasn't just one talent. A spatial-type talent couldn't create something resembling artificial intelligence. A person could possess multiple talents simultaneously. At the 3rd, 6th, and 9th levels of the primary talent, there was a chance to awaken a new talent. Liam couldn't discern which sequence of talents was mixed here. His understanding of this world was still too shallow. His thoughts didn't linger long. A phantom slowly took shape directly before him. It resembled a rabbit with its tail raised, its sharp front teeth as thick as thumbs, and its hind legs as bulky as a bull's tendon. It snarled menacingly. Its blood-red eyes glared at Liam. This semi-demon rabbit might even be stronger than the sand-toothed tiger. Liam sensed its aura. Such a tiny creature exuded a pressure more terrifying than the sand-toothed tiger. The little rabbit's hind legs suddenly contracted. Liam rubbed his fingers together. Heavenly fire shot forth, with a whoosh roasting the rabbit into dried shreds. Congratulations, examinee, for passing the second stage of the Spirit Gathering Tower assessment. The third stage is now generating. This time it was a shadow demon, an old acquaintance, and also a newborn level demon. However, the shadow demon's aura was far stronger. If newborn level demons had grades, the first shadow demon he encountered would be a first grade, and this one would be a second grade. But it didn't matter. Liam had plenty of experience dealing with shadow demons. The moment the shadow demon formed, Liam's heavenly fire had already reached its feet. He himself flew to the shadow demon's front. There were no obstacles here. The only shadows were his own and the shadow demon's. Heavenly fire pierced through the shadow demon, illuminating all shadows. His own shadow, moving at high speed, couldn't be infiltrated by the enemy. Indeed, battle experience was also part of strength. During his flight, heavenly fire gathered in his palm. 2 blazing flames sparked at the base of his hands. The moment he approached the shadow demon, the flames erupted violently like a brilliant supernova. Congratulations, examinee, for passing the third stage of the Spirit Gathering Tower assessment. The fourth stage is now generating. Liam exhaled. The assessment seemed easier than expected. In reality, the difficulty had multiplied starting from the third stage. For a creature like the shadow demon without a countering talent or battle experience, once it burrowed into the ground, the assessment would essentially be over. The shadow demon could emerge from his shadow at any moment and deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, first-level talents could rarely contend with newborn-level demons. The phantom of the 4 stages monster was slowly taking shape. The monsters here were likely generated by some talent, so killing them offered no life bonuses. It was a pity. The phantom gradually formed into a blue frog, its puffed cheeks as large as basketballs, the entire frog nearly a meter in size. Crucially, on its bumpy back were 2 vivid red circles. Deadly poison. Liam frowned. Warning: the poison arrow frog carries lethal venom. Contact will cause skin ulceration, corrode nerves at the wound, and permanently deprive the affected area of partial sensation. The prompt sounded again. It seemed this dead frog wouldn't be easy to deal with. He wasn't always lucky enough to face a countered opponent. This opponent was precisely the type Liam was ill-equipped to handle. Poison. Whether venom or spores, his heavenly fire would be severely limited. High-temperature flames would instantly vaporize such substances, turning the poison into gaseous particles dispersed in the air. That would only hasten his death. He couldn't use heavenly fire recklessly. Liam stared at the poison arrow frog. This demon's difficulty lay not only in its poison, but also in its raw strength, which seemed at the peak of the newborn level. It felt even stronger than the previous white-striped blood wolf. This was troublesome. Liam pondered. He wondered if using life force could cure the poison. Liam's thoughts were interrupted. A purple liquid struck him square in the chest, corroding a round hole. The skin on his chest began to fester, his fair flesh started to dissolve and peel, exposing the muscle tissue beneath. In an instant, Liam lost all sensation in his chest, as if carrying a piece of numb, rotting flesh. The speed was incredible. He hadn't even reacted before being poisoned. There was no pain, not even numbness. Pain and numbness could at least be endured to move. But the poisoned area lost all feeling. Nerves and muscles couldn't coordinate, making even the simplest control impossible. Repairing the damaged wound. Detected exposure to lethal poison. Requires payment of 48 days of life. Damn. Liam was startled. This was insane. 48 days. If he hadn't participated in the assessment, 2 more hits would have killed him. What a wasteful frog. Liam's alertness shot to its peak. Each poisoning cost nearly 50 days of life. That was a burden his life couldn't bear. Just as the poison arrow frog prepared to spit again, Liam blasted heavenly fire from both hands and vanished on the spot. Using the powerful thrust of heavenly fire, he instantly closed the distance to the frog. This time he saw its movement clearly. The frog's venom was spat from its mouth. When its cheeks puffed, it was accumulating venom. Liam threw a fiery punch, unleashing gold-crushing force, bone tempering, and the 52-style fist art slamming hard into the frog's head. The scorching heavenly fire instantly burned away the blue skin on its head. The immense force flattened its entire skull. But the frog's body was as soft as if boneless. Its deformed face rebounded to its original shape. It opened its mouth wide. A deafening croak erupted from its throat. Purple liquid surged, like a tide from the inner walls of its mouth, pooling at its pink throat.
Croak your mother!
A ball of heavenly fire shot from above directly into the frog's wide-open mouth. It was a concentrated sphere of heavenly fire. Within the high temperature lurked immense energy. Liam sidestepped and delivered a side kick, striking the frog's lower jaw with force. Its mouth snapped shut. Heavenly fire burst with dazzling light from the gap between its lips. Congratulations, examinee, for passing the 4th stage of the Spirit Gathering Tower assessment. The 5th stage is now generating. The maximum level of assessment demons is newborn level. The examinee is passed, and may choose to withdraw to receive the highest reward. Liam scratched his head. Wasn't the 5th stage of the Spirit Gathering Assembly assessment supposed to generate the demon closest to the examinee's own strength? Why did it end at the 4th stage?
Can I choose not to withdraw?
The examinee has chosen to forego automatic withdrawal, generating a non-assessment demon. A tearing roar nearly pierced Liam's eardrums. A terrifying pressure surged toward him like a monstrous wave. In an instant, Liam's heart rate soared past 130, the instinctive fear of a weaker creature facing a stronger one. A growth-level demon. What was that? Liam's expression shifted. What made his nerves tense was not merely the oppressive aura of the growth level, but something else. An eerie revulsion that sent chills down the spine. A fear akin to physiological repulsion. The mere sight of it felt like maggots crawling all over his body. Was this a demon? The aura emanating from it was nothing like that of a demon. Rather, it resembled a malevolent ghost from the depths of hell. Liam's expression froze. That purple-black ethereal figure, like an unformed shadow, condensed into solid form in the next instant. Its mottled purple body defied identification, resembling a reptile yet not quite. For arched limbs covered in scales bore bloody holes from which worm-like tendrils writhed. Its face had 2 eyes arranged vertically with a nose wedged between them, radiating a disquieting aura.
Human.
This creature could actually speak. Liam instinctively hurled a heavenly flame. The brilliant blaze illuminated the purple-black mass and struck the creature's body. Then it vanished. No damage. Liam swallowed hard. He hadn't held back. That was his most powerful heavenly flame, only slightly weaker than a condensed fireball.
A human with a flame talent. It seems you're unfortunate. Your talent can't counter me.
Liam's mind raced, searching for answers. What kind of creature was this? No matter how powerful a growth-level demon was, it couldn't speak human language. Not even the next-level Nirvana could achieve that. To enhance their predatory and pursuit abilities, their evolution focused on greater strength and power. While their brains grew smarter, they remained trapped by primal instincts. Such brain development wasn't enough to form a language system as sophisticated as humans, let alone speak. Unless this thing before him was an alien demon or alien beast. Though had never seen or heard of it, the feeling it gave him made Liam certain he was right.
Are you an alien demon or an alien beast? Alien demon or beast?
The purple-black shadow chuckled.
By your human terms, I'd be called an alien beast.
Liam nodded. It was his head thought. After all, this thing was hideous. Alien demon sounded far more grandiose. But why was an alien beast here?
I never expected a projection to reach your human realm.
The alien beast spoke slowly, lifting a forelimb with perfect balance, as effortlessly as a human raising a hand.
But my power is much weaker here.
Its 2 hideous eyes curved into crescent moons, purple pupils gleaming with eerie light. It seemed to smile.
Since I'm here, I might as well play with you.
Before it finished, Liam hurled another condensed fireball. The explosion was fiercer than before. A flash of light flared and smoke rose. The alien beast waved a forelimb, dispersing the smoke. No damage.
Such feeble power.
Its words dripped with mockery.
You must be a newborn among humans. Never entered the gray mist zone, have you?
Liamo remained silent.
Didn't your human strong ones warn you that mere talent can't kill alien beasts? You need talent that counters us.
The beast waved its forelimb, dispelling the last wisp of black flame from its scales. The explosion from the heavenly flame hadn't left a single mark.
As I said, your flame doesn't counter me, so it's useless.
The beast flicked its forelimb as it spoke. Liamo's pupils contracted. What happened? He felt nothing. It was as if the beast had made a meaningless gesture. But the next second his right arm went limp. Then agony struck. A familiar severed arm lay on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. An invisible attack. Spatial attribute. Liamo's scalp tingled. Of all times, he had to face the toughest opponent now. Did alien beasts have talents too? No time to think. He crouched, grabbed the arm, and pressed it to the severed shoulder. Life 17 days.
Limb regeneration.
The other was stunned.
Since when could humans do this?
Liamo didn't answer. His tension peaked. If that strike had aimed for his neck instead of his arm, head had been ejected by now. Adrenaline surged, sharpening his senses to an extreme. He could even hear his own heartbeat. But his thoughts slowed. How to win? Blank.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. This small space is sealed off. And the spatial fluctuations on you have been stripped away.
The beast said calmly.
Don't expect any human strong one to save you. Time and space are locked. What's happening here is mere milliseconds to the outside.
Its eyes rolled, expression unchanged, as if it had done something trivial.
So it's a sure death, huh?
Liamo finally responded.
Pretty much. If you entertain me enough, I might leave you a whole corpse. The assembled kind.
Liamo's lips turned purple from extreme tension, but his expression grew increasingly ferocious. Crushing gold force flowed, energies of the 52 style, and 73 style surged rapidly. For the first time, he felt the energy within him flow so clearly. As if entering a certain state. With a mere thought, the energy obeyed like a well-trained puppy. But Liamo's focus wasn't on that. This was his first true confrontation with death. Attacks that could kill at any moment, an inescapable space, a future with no salvation. Any one of these was to spare. All three struck at once.
In a doomed situation, there's no point in considering anything else.
Liamo showed no fear. His tongue slid over his lips. A savage grin spread across his face.
Even if it costs my life, it'll tear off one of your arms.
He spat the words through gritted teeth. His racing mind and body had lost control of his jaw. Saliva dripped down. Bang. Heavenly flame erupted from his palm. Liamo was thrown backward as an invisible sharp slash grazed his face. Blood dripped from the tip of his nose. Still a fraction too slow. Liamo wiped the blood trickling from the broken skin on his nose. The other party seemed startled that he had managed to dodge.
I should have slowed your time.
The strange beast spoke. Liamo remained silent. Instead, he detonated the heavenly flame once more, instantly closing the distance. He thrust both hands forward. A blazing inferno, like a dragon of fire, erupted. The heavenly flame was set to maximum output. The surging eternal force within his body rapidly depleted. It diminished at a visible rate. With a crisp clatter of hooves striking the ground, Liamo's scorching wave of flame dissipated instantly. An invisible wall of air materialized between them.
I see. You used compressed flame explosions in your palms to forcibly boost your speed. I thought my ability had failed against a growth stage body.
The beast had seen through Liamo's technique. The palms of his hands, still held forward, were charred black and raw. The torn flesh beneath was already cooked. A convergence of time and space abilities. Precise control. Liamo could already sense something was wrong with his body. Ever since the strange beast appeared, his body felt as heavy as lead. His mind was still racing, but his physical reactions were completely out of sync. The oppressive weight grew stronger with each passing moment. As time wore on, he would be completely frozen in time, becoming a motionless statue. Then he would shatter under the invisible air blades. Such a terrifying ability. For the first time, Liamo felt the true weight of helpless struggle. The beast's power crushed him like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. And this was just a weakened version. Even so, Liamo could think of no strategy for victory. With a crack, flames erupted from his palms again. The beast moved once more. This explosion was even fiercer. Liamo felt the bones in his hands splinter from the blast. He barely managed to dodge the void slash aimed at cleaving him in half. The heavenly flame burst repeatedly in the air with muffled pops. Small yet heavy. Liam had to use the least amount of heavenly flame to achieve the fastest speed in the shortest time. A single extra second of concentration would cost him his head. There was no fatal wound to teleport him out now. If that void slash struck him, he would die without a doubt. The pressure of death stretched Liam's nerves to their limit. A creature with no flaws left him, without even a glimmer of hope for survival. But waiting to die was not his habit. The heavenly flame exploded continuously. Several times his limbs were severed due to sluggish movements only to be reattached using his life force. In less than a minute Liam had already spent hundreds of days of his life. He began to grow familiar with the beast's movements. It seemed this space still imposed limits on the beast. That projection could not unleash its full power. It couldn't even leave its original spot. So every attack and defense the beast made relied on spatial abilities. Yet even that was enough to leave Liam at a loss. With a bang. What an interesting human! Liam's fist embedded itself into half of the beast's face. It felt like punching through a dozen layers of tightly bound rubber bands. Tough yet resilient. The punch wreathed in heavenly flame didn't even scrape the beast's skin. But he had struck it solidly. This time the air wall hadn't blocked him. He used micro-explosions of heavenly flame in succession, forcibly surpassing the intervals of the beast's spatial ability usage. The beast let out a cold laugh. The blow hadn't burned it, but it had ignited its fury. Little damage but immense humiliation. Even as a mere projection it refused to be touched by a human. The sound of invisible wind howled, as even sharper slashes were unleashed. As if to tear the void itself. But Liam was no longer in that spot. The next second his fist slammed into the beast's body again. After so many high-speed rehearsals, he had learned to predict the beast's attacks. It could control time, slowing his movements. So he had to outthink it. In battle, he must anticipate the next move faster than the beast. During that minute of constant rapid movement, Liam was tirelessly using his body to adapt to every attack and thought pattern of the beast. After hundreds of swings and failures with broken limbs, Liam finally deciphered the beast's attack rhythm and habits. He didn't even rely on the beast's gestures to predict where the next strike would land. Instead, he put himself in the beast's place. When would he want to strike, and where would the blow land? He predicted it all. Like watching a slow-motion replay, he saw every move of the beast land precisely where he anticipated. That was his moment to counter. Fists wreathed in heavenly flame fell like meteors. Just a mere beast. In the end, you're nothing but an animal. That clumsy thinking of yours, I saw through it in no time. Liam taunted relentlessly as he swung his fists. Indeed, no matter how powerful a beast was just a beast. How could it compare to scheming humans? The beast's vertical pupils widened and vein-like patterns bulged on its scale-covered face. It was genuinely angered. No beast could tolerate being called a lower life form by a human. It was the ultimate insult. Oh! Your attacks are nothing but tickles. As long as I wish I can crush you like a bug anytime. Screw your mother's spiral stink. Liam's sudden curse made the beast pause. The nonsensical vulgarity left it momentarily unable to grasp the meaning. Then it endured dozens more punches. You're just wasting your strength. You can never harm me. The moment your power runs out, it'll make you regret your arrogance. The beast couldn't parse the logic of Liam's words, and didn't know how to retort. It could only sneer, trying to break Liam's spirit with reality. Really? Why don't you check your shadow? Liam laughed as he fought. The beast looked down in confusion. Its phantom body was slowly fading. Liam's punches were not in vain. Each time the heavenly flame and fists struck it, its projection grew a shade thinner. Now it was as translucent as mist. At this rate, just a dozen more punches, and the beast would dissipate entirely. It was only a projection without true substance, whether formed by eternal force or some other energy. Maintaining it consumed power. Taking damage increased the consumption. Liam bet he could hold out until the beast's energy ran out. He was about to succeed. Liam swung another fierce punch. But his fist hit nothing. Was it over? Then a blow as heavy as a falling meteor struck him from behind. Liam clearly heard the sound of bones shattering inside his body. In an instant every bone, except his skull, was pulverized. Like 29 days, the broken bones cracked and healed again. A smile spread across Limeau's face. Just as he had thought.
Foolish human, you didn't really think I couldn't move, did you?
The beast's voice came from behind him.
I figured.
Limeau turned his head, flashing a bright smile. He raised 2 fingers slightly. The massive condensed heavenly flame he had hidden nearby exploded with a roar. The dark purple phantom was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Congratulations to the examinee for passing the 5th level assessment of the Spirit Gathering Tower. Limeau collapsed on the ground, completely drained of strength. Even the act of breathing felt like his entire body was shattering with pain. The beast had not only restricted his movements, but also the time it took for his bodily functions to recover. He felt as if he had sunk hundreds of meters to the ocean floor, his body subjected to extreme cold each additional second, drawing him closer to the gates of hell. After a fierce battle lasting several minutes, every step he took was a gamble. Walking on steel wires without any safety devices while jumping and flipping. His strength had long since been insufficient to sustain him, until he could shatter the beast's phantom with heavenly fire in his fists. From the moment he began to speak provocatively, his strength had reached its limit. The punches that followed were nearly gritted out through clenched teeth. If the beast had been a bit more composed, perhaps it would have noticed that Limeau's punches were becoming weaker. He was intentionally provoking the beast. Every movement of his body was designed to shift in all directions around the beast. He had never retreated, making it seem as if Limeau was confident that the beast could not leave its spot. Moreover, he wanted the beast to realize that its attacks were indeed effective. If it received a few more punches, it would be completely gone, all while trapped in a state of furious mockery. The beast would inevitably choose the most mocking way to retaliate. That method was to make humans pay the price for their arrogance. However, it underestimated Limeau and humanity far too much. From the very beginning, Limeau never believed that the beast could not move its body. How could a beast with spatial abilities be bound by spatial constraints? Limeau's wide-open back was a bait, enticing the opponent to utilize spatial folding to teleport behind him. To enhance this guidance, Limeau even adjusted the angles of his punches multiple times, ensuring that his strikes often landed near where his concentrated heavenly fire was located. In the end, the beast would surely attack him using the most direct physical means, just as Limeau did, abandoning its spatial and temporal powers in favor of a corporeal assault. This was when the beast would be at its weakest. It would absolutely be unable to block the explosion of his concentrated heavenly fire with its spatial powers. This was the trap Limeau had laid. A trap set from the very beginning. Like a spider weaving its web, waiting for its prey to fall, and step by step eventually being ensnared tighter in its struggles. When he finally reacted, he was already being devoured. Limeau gasped for breath. This had been too perilous. Each moment felt like a narrow escape from death. If there had been a single mistake in the middle, Limeau would have already been having tea with the king of hell. If the beast had not been provoked. If the beast had not moved, waiting for him to exhaust his strength. If the beast had chosen to use an air slash at the end, every misstep would have resulted in fatal consequences. Thankfully, he had won his gamble. Calculating the examinee's scores. Rewards issued: Fire Seed Extraordinary, Intermediate Level 2 Extraordinary Skill, Explosive Spear, Low Level 3 Gene Potion 100. Rewards have been distributed. Exiting the Spirit Gathering Tower soon. Please pay attention. Limeau felt a wave of weakness wash over his body. Before he could stand up, a golden orb of light flew into his palm. Detected examinee holding a cubic box, automatically storing items into it. In the next second, Limeau was weightless, hugging the orb. Thud, he sat down hard on the ground. The blinding sunlight made it impossible for him to lift his eyelids. Limeau took a deep breath. The feeling of breathing in fresh air was truly delightful. Just returning from the brink of death, life felt so damn beautiful. When he opened his eyes, he saw 2 pairs of eyes staring at him wide-eyed. Limeau Shan's eyes were fixed intently on Limeau, holding something in his hands. It was a vial containing a blue liquid shimmering with starlight. A full 100 vials. The gene potion is used to accelerate talent cultivation. This item is of extremely rare value. 1 vial of gene potion in the Extraordinary Management Bureau can be exchanged for 300 points. Meanwhile, the points for hunting a newborn level demon are only around 30 points. Class C can receive 1 vial per person each month, Class B 2 vials, and Class A 4 vials. Limeau's trip to the Spirit Gathering Tower was nearly equivalent to the entire share of potions for Class A for the whole year. Was he there to take an assessment or to stock up? Liam O'Shawn had never seen anyone take out so many gene potions from the spirit gathering tower. In previous years, a person taking 10 vials was already considerable, and 20 vials would be enough to boast about for a long time. What does this 100 vials mean? Did you give the spirit gathering tower a full donation? Moreover, in the past, the spirit gathering tower mostly provided these kids with extraordinary skills. At its peak, he had even seen low-level extraordinary skills appear. Yet he had never seen anyone take 100 vials of gene potions at once. Liam O did not notice the tears welling up in Liam O'Shawn's eyes. After all, the items in the spirit gathering tower were not conjured out of thin air. They were accumulated bit by bit by him, Huang Chuan, and some old comrades, although they were originally rewards meant for these children. But if your stockpile is suddenly emptied in one go, wouldn't you feel heartbroken? Liam O met Huang Chuan's eyes. He too was shocked at the hundreds of gene potions in Liam O's hands. However, that shock lasted only a few seconds. His expression quickly turned serious. He first checked Liam O's body, confirming he was fine before letting out a sigh of relief. What did you see in there? Huang Chuan sensed a trace of the beast's aura within the academy. He nearly jumped from his office chair, rushing over through space, folding. Upon arrival, he saw Liam O being expelled. That trace of the beast's aura also vanished. Liam O paused for a moment, then remembered that the beast had sealed time and space at that time. Indeed, Huang Chuan had come, but only nearly to collect his corpse. Liam O thought for a moment there was no need to hide the truth. After all, the beasts and demons were the enemies of all humanity. Concealing such matters would only accelerate the demise of society. Liam O recounted everything that had happened in the spirit gathering tower to Huang Chuan in detail. Of course, he omitted and simplified some parts, for instance, the part about him using his heavenly fire talent. You mean? You saw the projection of the beast, and then blasted it apart with a punch. Yes, more or less, Liam O nodded. Huang Chuan was silent for a few seconds, then sighed deeply, believing Liam O's words. It should have just been a newborn among the beasts that projected over from the gray mist area. Its strength significantly weakened. Fortunately, you encountered a relatively weak beast. If you had met one of the king-level ones, we would likely be visiting your home to pay our respects. Liam O nodded. The beasts were indeed formidable. Even now he still felt a lingering fear. This time was the Academy's oversight. In a few days they'll send you a piece of equipment as compensation. In the gray mist area, the dark purple air surged. A bolt of violet lightning shot out. The vertical-eyed beast slowly opened its eyes. Another beast knelt before it, trembling. My king, did you encounter the kings of other tribes in this projection? The vertical-eyed beast shook its head, expressionless. No, but I encountered an interesting human. Human? Are you referring to those weak beings that are only fit to be a meal? The kneeling beast laughed uncontrollably. How was his taste? Did you kill him with just one glance? Ha ha ha. The two vertical eyes suddenly emitted purple light, fierce as hell. The kneeling beast suddenly began to struggle, but there was no longer any space to resist. Its twisting bones cracked as it transformed into a cube of condensed meat. The vertical-eyed beast's forehead once again sprouted vein-like patterns. Indeed, I killed him the moment I saw him. Next time it will surely be the same. Liam O carried a black plastic bag, clanking as he walked down the street. If anyone knew what was inside, they would surely curse him for such a wasteful and ostentatious display. The bag was filled entirely with gene potions, their blue liquid sloshing within. These treasures, which others would cradle in their palms, and fear even to breathe upon, he simply hauled around, as if they were nothing more than cabbages. Liam O had tested them. Gene potions were not so fragile. It was merely that everyone imagined them to be too delicate. The bottles holding the potions were made of tempered glass, so tough that even a fall to the ground might leave no mark, let alone a few gentle bumps against one another. It wasn't that Liam O wanted to be so conspicuous. The space in his cubic box had been filled entirely by a flame. A spark named Extraordinary burned quietly within that 1 cubic meter. It seemed unremarkable, yet the spare clothes he had stored in the cubic box had vanished without a trace. He dared not store gene potions alongside that spark, so he had no choice but to carry them openly. Fortunately, Huang Chuan had given him a completely opaque plastic bag, preventing any startled cries from passers-by. Just 2 steps from home, Liam O spotted a familiar figure in the park downstairs. "What are you doing here?" he asked, looking at Li Wan, who sat huddled on a park bench looking aggrieved. "Don't you have a home? Mom and Dad aren't back today." "I know that," Liam O said, not understanding. "I didn't bring my keys." Didn't you bring your phone? I did. Then you forgot your brain, Liam said, glancing at Li Wan's even more pitiful face. Why didn't you call me? As if she had finally found an outlet, Li Wan jumped up and began choking Liam. I called. You didn't answer. Liam felt as if his brains were being shaken. He grabbed Li Wan by the collar, like a puppy with his strength. He could lift her with one hand. Liam checked his phone. There was indeed a missed call. He must have been too focused during his battle with the mutant beast. It seemed to be his fault. Liam slowly turned his head, looking away. He began to whistle. If he didn't admit it, it wasn't his fault. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Li Wan still pouting. All right, what compensation do you want? He flicked her forehead, unable to bear her Bambi-like expression. Li Wan winced, clutching her head. She was about to flare up, then seemed to remember something. Then teach me boxing. Liam was taken aback. Why the sudden interest in boxing? He recalled that after his former self had given up on the 52-style boxing, Li Wan had clamored to quit as well. In just one night, she had clearly mapped out her future path, declaring she would become a lawyer, a plan that coincidentally aligned with her past life ambition. Why the sudden change of heart? None of your business. Just say whether you'll teach me or not. Li Wan tugged at Liam's arm, her face once again morphing into a Bambi-like expression. Right here. Liam glanced at the surroundings. The park was spacious enough. Given that aspiring transcendence needed boxing practice, the park was larger than he remembered. It was also deserted at this hour, plenty of room to move. Then show me a set of boxing first. Liam rubbed his nose and sat on the bench where Li Wan had been, his expression inviting her to begin. Get up. Get up. Li Wan protested, pulling the reluctant Liam to his feet. That's no different from me practicing alone. Spar with me. What mischief was she up to now? Before Liam could speak, a flicker of a smile crossed Li Wan's face. A small fist suddenly appeared before Liam's eyes, swift and precise. Her movements were not those of a beginner, but of someone who had practiced thousands of times. Had this girl mastered the 52-style boxing to this extent? Liam was startled. He had thought Li Wan was just starting to learn. Li Wan's beaming face could barely conceal her pride. The dimples at the corners of her mouth deepened, and her expression practically screamed, praise me for being so amazing. Those 11 characters were the surprise she had prepared for Liam. Take that for not answering my call. But no matter how powerful the 52-style boxing was, it was still just that. However fast Li Wan's fists were, after witnessing the invisible, elusive spatial slashes of the mutant beasts, it felt like watching a slow-motion replay. Liam could even see the sweat on Li Wan's neck from the park's heat. With a simple dodge, he caught her slender arm in his palm. When did you practice? Why didn't you tell me? Before he could finish, Li Wan, failing her first strike, planted one foot, twisted her waist, and executed a contorted spinning side kick. Her long left leg shot toward Liam. Such flexibility. He caught it with one hand again and lifted her. Losing her balance, Li Wan panicked, but was hoisted up anyway, hanging upside down. After a few struggles, she gave up. She crossed her arms in defeat. I quit. Li Wan pouted, her face flushed red. Put me down, this is so embarrassing. Once back on the ground, she couldn't help but say, bro, you're such a freak. How can you be this strong? Li Wan couldn't understand. Hadn't her brother just enrolled in Rongqing Experimental High? He should be about the same level as her. Those two moves just now were clearly like an adult playing with a child. How can you be this powerful? Her small face was filled with immense confusion. Liam's expression said, if you're bad, just practice more, but he said you're pretty good too. With this skill, you could side up with me. He spoke the truth. Li Wan had likely achieved great mastery in the 52-style boxing, just one step away from perfection. When he had gone for testing, he learned that the requirement was either perfection in the 31-style boxing or great mastery in the 52-style. He had thought both needed perfection. Li Wan shook her head. Who wants to sign up with a freak like you? If you steal all the glory, you'll be left with nothing. She tilted her head, arms crossed. Wasn't this girl just over 15? Liam was secretly amazed. Li Wan wasn't the type for hard work and sweat like him. She hadn't sacrificed her life to skip classes. She had trained genuinely. Could it be that in this family, he was the one who had wasted his potential? Liam scratched his head. At this training speed, her genetic potential must be over 40. Take this. Liam fumbled in the black plastic bag for a moment, then pulled out 2 vials of blue liquid. Huang Chuan had warned him that gene potions couldn't be consumed carelessly. He had to fully digest the effects of 1 vial before taking the next. Otherwise the overwhelming energy would tear their bodies apart. Li Wan's eyes widened as she caught a glimpse of the bag's interior packed with blue vials.
This is called a gene potion. I know. You know this too.
Liam was astonished once again. He himself had only understood its purpose after holding it in his hands.
Bro, you really never paid attention in class, did you? Didn't they teach this in middle school? You were aiming to be a special talent.
Li Wan teased him, then scurried over to Liam in a few quick steps and opened the black plastic bag. The sea of blue nearly dazzled her eyes. Her shock lasted for almost 10 seconds. Then Li Wan's expression suddenly turned grave. She turned her head and looked at Liam with utmost seriousness.
Bro, did you find a sugar mommy? It's okay to live off a woman, but don't pick one too old.
Li Wan sized him up.
An old one you can't handle. What nonsense are you talking about?
Liam shot her a glare. Li Wan's eyes widened again.
You didn't find a sugar mommy.
Her breath quickened.
Could it be? You gave yourself to Director Huang. Bro, selling yourself is something we must never do.
Smack. Another resounding flick on the forehead silenced Li Wan's chatter. Liam sometimes truly wondered what went on inside the girl's head.
Take it and use it. Don't overthink. Come to me when you run out.
Liam ruffled her hair, as if trying to shake out all the dirty thoughts from her mind. Suddenly Liam felt a soft brush against his ankle. Looking down, a furry creature scurried past him.
Shout, Tizzy!
Li Wan's face lit up with joy. She crouched down and scooped the fluffy bundle into her arms. It was a small mixed-breed dog. Its breed was indistinguishable. Its fur was a bit dirty as stray dog.
Have you been rummaging through the trash again? I haven't seen you for days.
Li Wan pouted as she stroked its head. Their parents didn't allow pets at home. This little dog was a stray that lived under their building. Li Wan often fed it snacks like biscuits during her after-dinner walks. There were still biscuits in the cupboard at home.
Sorry I didn't go home today, so I didn't bring you anything to eat.
Li Wan whispered softly into Xiao Tuzi's ear, genuinely apologizing. Then she saw half a sausage extend to her hand. Both the girl and the dog were startled.
Why aren't you eating? Isn't this your favorite?
Li's movements were practiced as if he had done this countless times before. He knew Xiao Tuzi too. In fact, he had known it for years. In his past life, both he and his sister loved dogs, but their mother was allergic to dog fur, so they couldn't keep one. Thus, the siblings could only sneak downstairs to feed it. Liam remembered this little one loved sausages and biscuits the most.
Didn't you used to hate it?
Saying it was dirty. Li Wan looked at Liam suspiciously. What had gotten into him today? Liam said nothing, only smiled. Xiao Tuzi was also surprised. This human used to have such fierce eyes. But today, it was exceptionally gentle, as if they had known each other for a long time. Its hesitation lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. Then it succumbed to the temptation of the sausage, devouring it greedily. Liam even thoughtfully broke it into small pieces. Li Wan set Xiao Tuzi down on the ground.
Don't just feed Xiao Tuzi all by yourself. Give me some too.
Liam broke off half and handed it to her. The two of them crouched by the roadside quietly watching Xiao Tuzi finish the entire sausage bite by bite. It wagged its tail and stuck out its tongue at them. Then it lay down, rolled over, and exposed its belly. Out of habit, Liam reached out and rubbed it.
Where are your friends?
Liam remembered that Xiao Tuzi had several stray dog companions. In his past life, he had spent a considerable amount of his allowance on improving the lives of Xiao Tuzi and its friends. The convenience store owner nearby had gotten so used to seeing him that he would automatically add sausages and biscuits to the register when Liam walked in.
It has other friends.
Li Wan asked curiously. She had never seen them. Xiao Tuzi's wagging tail suddenly stopped. It turned over and sat up. Its dark pupils dimmed a color like the night sky. Li's hand froze. He pressed his lips together. Gently he stroked Xiao Tuzi's head, as if soothing an unhealed wound, his touch so light, it was heartbreaking.
I'm sorry.
In his past life, Liam had prepared food for them every day after school, rain or shine. A row of stray dogs could often be seen sitting at the park entrance wagging their tails at him. No matter if the sky was crimson or pitch black. But in this life before he had returned there was no him. And now there would be no row of dogs sitting at the entrance. Whether they had starved to death or perished in the harsh winter, he seemed to have forgotten that a precarious life was the fate of a stray.
Let's go home.
Liemo rubbed Xiao Tuzi's belly one last time, stood up, and bid it farewell. Li Wan reluctantly waved goodbye to Xiao Tuzi before catching up with Liemo.
When did you buy the sausage? Mom texted me this morning telling me to eat instant noodles with you at home today.
Liemo shook his phone.
Huh? Then you won't have any sausage to eat. No, that one was yours. You're the one who won't have any sausage to eat.
Liemo shrugged.
Bro.
Late at night, Li Wan hummed a pop song, snapped apart a pair of disposable chopsticks, picked up a sausage dripping with soup, and took a big bite. Liemo secluded himself in his room. He stared at the white flame before him. He could sense the scorching heat of the extraordinary fire seed, but it didn't seem as intense as the heavenly flame. Liemo hesitated about whether to absorb it immediately. After all, this was his first time advancing to level 2, and he had no idea what would happen in the process. This was his room. If absorbing the extraordinary fire seed caused too violent a reaction and burned the house down, that would be disastrous. But it was undoubtedly the safest place. Whether in the outskirts or at school, he feared exposing his talent of possessing the heavenly flame. Who knew if someone might want to harm him? After all, he carried a life on his conscience. It was only right to be cautious. For now, besides himself, no one knew he possessed a mid-tier level 2 fire seed. This object, which would cause a massive stir if it were known to the outside world, was burning right before his eyes. After much deliberation, Liemo slapped his thigh. Absorb it. Only a beaten toad dies of fear, not one that's scared. Whatever happens, well, deal with it after it happens. The previous beasts had almost given him psychological trauma. So this was the kind of enemy humanity had always faced. Completely invincible, with abilities that were unreasonably powerful. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. What if one day the beasts truly invaded human territory? Then, he wouldn't be able to protect anyone. Liemo took a deep breath. He raised his right hand, and a burst of flame erupted, guiding the white fire seed to slowly merge into his body. The instant the extraordinary flame entered his body, Liemo's features twisted into a grimace. This was far from devoid of heat. The temperature was intense enough to vaporize steel. Liemo felt as though his entire being had been set ablaze. A colossal surge of energy was striving to incinerate his meridian's flesh and bones utterly. The agony was utterly indescribable. Even Liemo collapsed to his knees, his fingers digging deep into his own chest. He yearned to tear open his skin and scrape the searing heat from within bit by agonizing bit. Crackling sounds echoed as he heard his own body being scorched. His form slipped entirely from his control. Even Liemo himself was unaware of his current state. Only heart-wrenching pain remained. His mind was unnervingly clear. The extraordinary flame seemed to cast a clarity spell each time he was on the verge of fainting from agony. A cool wave washed over his consciousness. He would regain lucidity once more, acutely perceiving the meridians within his body snapping from the heat and his bones melting. His flesh was charred. The flame named extraordinary truly seemed alive, rampaging unchecked through his body. The white flame even condensed into tentacle-like forms. It tore through his burnt flesh, burrowed into his bones, and reshaped itself into his skeleton. The pain persisted until nightfall. Liemo exhaled a turbid breath. His back was drenched in sweat as if he had bathed fully clothed. Talent Celestial Flame Level 2 Completion 0. 1 Flame Seed Extraordinary Mid-Grade Level 2. Liemo opened his bloodshot eyes. The entire ordeal felt like an illusion. His body bore no signs of having been burned. His 5 senses had markedly sharpened. With the elevation of his talent rank, his physical constitution improved. No wonder the system only allowed him to allocate points to his 4 basic attributes 3 times. In theory, 3 allocations marked the limit for an ordinary human. Only by continuously breaking through the constraints of talent rank could the limits of humanity be further expanded, allowing him to grow stronger once more. Now Liemo felt that if he encountered the white-striped blood wolf again, a mere ordinary attack would be enough to shatter its bones with ease. Just like striking those half-demons. None of this was the most crucial part. Liemo raised a finger, and a wisp of white flame, like a silken cocoon, rose upright. That was his flame, his celestial flame. The evolved celestial flame. Celestial flame extraordinary. The flame's temperature had roughly doubled. Such an enhancement was already extraordinary. But this was not all. The reason this flame seed was called extraordinary. Liam focused his mind. The wisp of white flame began to unravel, weaving and winding. It grew denser, eventually solidifying into a rope-like form. With a soft thud it shot forth. The instant it touched his desk, the white flame rope coiled around and bound it tightly. Then countless fine tendrils of flame burst from the rope, wrapping his desk in a cocoon of fiery threads. The violent flame had gained a control-type ability. Liam was somewhat taken aback. He had initially thought extraordinary would merely amplify his celestial flame's power. He had not expected it to develop in such an unusual direction. Crucially, the celestial flame's potency had not diminished. He could even regulate the temperature of the binding flames. In other words, this was not just a restraining flame, but one that simultaneously confined and continuously attacked its target. Liam had always felt his celestial flame's offensive methods were too monotonous. Now with extraordinary, he could devise far more versatile tactics. Not bad at all. Liam clapped his hands in satisfaction. Now if he encountered those assassins from the Blood Moon organization again, he was confident he could kill them all in an instant. With his strength further enhanced, Liam felt a greater sense of security. Next was the Transcendent skill. Transcendent skill low-grade level 3 explosive flame spear 0. Liam gazed at the words materializing before him. After the Spirit Gathering Tower assessment, the Transcendent skill had been imprinted directly into his mind. All knowledge of its usage was stored within his memory. This suited Liam's wishes. Although he had not learned it conventionally, he had learned it. While he could skip the learning process, a prerequisite was to thoroughly memorize the application method until a prompt appeared enabling the shortcut. If mere knowledge or a single glance sufficed to register in the system, he would have long since spent his days at the Transcendent Management Bureau or combat arenas watching others fight. Previously, memorizing the Shattering Gold Force alone had taken him 2 or 3 days. The exchange rate was 200 days 1. Frankly speaking, it was exorbitant. The mercenary merchant was bleeding me dry. The exchange rate for Celestial Flame Level 2 was even higher at 300 days 1. The later stages were increasingly difficult to upgrade. Staying at the academy would likely prove futile. In a few days, he would have to visit the Transcendent Management Bureau to accept missions, preferably ones teeming with demons. Life countdown 984 days 16 hours 52 minutes 14 seconds. Liam glanced at the countdown. That accursed beast had squandered many days of his life. Without hesitation, Liam nonchalantly allocated 800 days of life. All of it went into Explosive Flame Spear. Transcendent skill low-grade level 3 Explosive Flame Spear 4. A rat never leaves its grain overnight. Forget about talents for now. New acquisitions always warranted a try. Only one task remained: attempting to awaken his second talent. Logically, he should not have unlocked his genetic lock. His talent seemed more like a gift from a lottery. The more he practiced the 73-style cultivation method, the more Liam felt as though something was restraining his body. The 3 steps for a post-human transcendent were blood forging, bone tempering, and heart inquiry. He had completed the first 2. Only heart inquiry remained. Tomorrow, he would ask teacher Zhou Ping if he could attempt heart inquiry. Every day delayed was a day wasted. Liam's life was precious. It was also his first day at the Transcendent Academy. He ought to get to know his classmates. As he mused, Liam opened a bottle of Gene Potion. He downed it in one gulp. It was cool like mint water, with a hint of sweetness. Wasn't good medicine supposed to be bitter? The cool Gene Potion settled in his stomach. Liam felt nothing at all. He rubbed his temples. Though he had anticipated it, he still found it hard to believe. Gene Potions were useless for a genius with such pitifully low genetic potential. Should he give them all to Li Wan? That would probably make her nose bleed from the excess. It was too potent. Never mind, he would find an opportunity to sell them. It would be a nice windfall. Time to sleep early. The next morning, Liam sprang out of bed and rushed to Rongqing Experimental High School. As a model student of virtue, punctuality was his forte. He glanced at his phone while sprinting. 8:59. Class started at 9 sharp. With 3 kilometers still to go, Liam fell into deep contemplation. The most important thing in fighting demons is attribute countering. Although shadow-related talents are relatively weak at lower levels, when encountering a demon with shadow attributes, it's the perfect time to shine. The closed classroom door was shoved open with a slap.
Good morning, new classmates.
Liam raised his hands high and walked in enthusiastically. Dead silence. He had intended to greet his new classmates warmly, but instead faced an awkward freeze. Over 30 pairs of eyes stared at him in unison. Someone below covered their mouth, nervously wanting to laugh, but afraid to make a sound. Because the homeroom teacher Zhou Ping was standing at the podium holding a copy of
Advanced Demon Theory,
with a dark expression. Li's expression stiffened too. Wasn't this supposed to be after class? He had calculated that since he was already late anyway, he might as well eat a bowl of noodles first. Then he planned to slip in perfectly during the break between the first and second periods. But no, how could the Transcendent Academy also have overtime classes?
Well, traffic jam,
Liam muttered, forcing an awkward smile and offering a lame excuse. Zhou Ping ignored him.
Let's end today's lesson here.
The students below showed relieved expressions. Indeed, no one liked class in any world. Then, they cast grateful looks at Liam.
Follow me to the office,
Zhou Ping added with a dark face. Everyone then shot him sympathetic glances. Only Su Guan kept waving at him. He didn't expect to see an acquaintance in the class. Liam shook his head and flashed a bright smile. At least someone was keeping him from being awkward. Then he slumped behind Zhou Ping. The office door slammed shut with a bang. Liam instinctively straightened up. The ingrained fear from his past life hadn't faded. Although this was a transcendent world, which kid wasn't terrified of being called to the teacher's office?
Teacher Zhou, it's like this.
Before he could explain, Zhou Ping waved his hand.
No need to explain. Being late is being late. You're different from them. You only transferred to the transcendent class in your senior year. You've already mastered the basics. Coming here to learn again is just repetition, meaningless.
Liam breathed a sigh of relief. So being an old hand had its perks.
Then why did you call me?
Zhou Ping opened a drawer, revealing a tube of blue liquid.
Take this. Drink it here, then digest it slowly when you get back. This tube of Gene Agent Plus, the one the school distributes regularly, should get you through this month. From now on, come to me every month,
Zhou Ping said. Class CS monthly supplies were distributed uniformly on the 20th, Class B on the 10th, and Class A on the first day of the month. After all, the gene agents weren't produced by the Academy. They needed time and batches to exchange for large quantities, and the earliest ones naturally went to Class A first. It was still several days until Li's class received their resources. This tube was clearly the teacher's private favor.
Teacher Zhou, this.
Zhou Ping waved his hand.
Don't be polite with me. You're an adult now, different from those kids. You should understand that I'm doing this not just for you, but for myself too.
Zhou Ping had always been straightforward. Although Liam was his student, he didn't want to use flowery words to hide his selfish motives.
In this class, you're the only one with the best hope of becoming a postnatal transcendent. You're also my last hope. I don't want to lose this job. It's not because the salary is high, but because my 80-year-old daughter said her dad looks handsome as a teacher.
Zhou Ping took a sip of tea and pursed his lips. To this student, who had just arrived on the first day, he chose to open his heart. Liam looked at the tube of Gene Agent in his hand. He knew the value of this item. It wasn't cheap. For a transcendent teacher to obtain it, they would either have to spend a fortune or kill several newborn-level demons to trade for it. Liam knew Zhou Ping's talent well. The water spirit wasn't exactly a combat-oriented type. After all, not everyone could crush newborn-level demons with a level 1 talent like Liam. A level 2 water spirit would have to risk their life to kill demons in an infested area. And Zhou Ping also promised him an extra tube every month. That was a huge investment.
The teachers who were with me that day all thought you couldn't break through the postnatal gene lock. Frankly, Dean Huang sent you here with the same thought. But I'm different. I believe you can break through the so-called limits. After all, having 0.92 genetic potential standing before me is already a fact that defies common sense. I believe in you and am betting on your success.
Zhou Ping looked directly into Li's eyes. On that middle-aged, somewhat weary face, a certain confidence appeared for the first time. Liam opened his mouth to say something, but Zhou Ping interrupted him.
Take it. Believe in yourself just as I believe in you.
Liam actually wanted to say that he had a whole pocket full of these, enough to hand out 3 to every student in class A1 for a month's supply. But forget it. Since Joe Ping was giving it to him, he'd take it. Liam wasn't the type to hem and haw. After all, receiving a gene agent was like receiving money.
Teacher Joe, I actually have a question. Go ahead. How do you attain heart inquiry?
Joe Ping was taken aback.
Didn't your middle school teacher teach you?
Liam fell silent. Why did middle school teachers keep popping up?
He said the high school teacher would teach it.
Joe Ping adjusted his glasses.
Heart inquiry is actually simple. When you practice fist techniques, whether building blood or forging bones, isn't there a flow of energy in your body? Mobilize all that energy to your heart. Maintain it for 1 hour until your heart pumps the energy back to the rest of your body.
Joe Ping explained patiently.
Heart inquiry is a tedious yet simple process. It will be extremely painful, making you feel as if your heart is about to burst under the concentrated energy. Heart inquiry uses this repeated agony to strengthen your will until you awaken through the pain, and the locked genes in your body break their chains. The moment you feel the chain snap, that's when heart inquiry succeeds. But it's a long process. Heart inquiry can be repeated endlessly, but no one knows exactly when it will succeed. Unlike fist techniques where you can feel progress with daily practice, heart inquiry is just repetition, and more repetition. Until one day the shackles suddenly unlock. It's a completely unknown method with no foreseeable outcome. Some people succeed in just a month, while others spend their entire lives with a guilty heart. Only those with unwavering will and no hesitation can unlock the code locked in their genes. That is called heart inquiry.
Liam nodded vaguely as if he understood.
I roughly get it. Then Teacher Joe, please keep an eye on me.
Liam pulled a cushion off a nearby chair and tossed it onto the floor. Joe Ping looked puzzled.
What are you going to do?
Then, as if he understood something, his mouth formed an O shape.
You can't be starting to question your heart right now.
Joe Ping looked at Liam as if he were a fool. Usually people prepare for a long time before they begin to question their hearts. After all, questioning one's heart is an unknown process that can be extremely painful. Liam just finished listening and was about to start questioning his heart in the next moment. Moreover, a normal person would look for a place that is absolutely quiet and deserted, like a remote cabin, a forest hut, or the rooftop of an abandoned building, to question their heart. This, questioning one's heart in the office, is too casual. Although the door is closed, the noisy voices of students outside are overwhelming. Furthermore, the morning exercise music is still playing outside the office. It's even louder than a music concert. Is it really right to start questioning one's heart so roughly? Joe Ping began to regret it. He firmly believed that Liam was a genius from the moment he first laid eyes on him. But a genius can't be a fool. It was already too late to say anything now. After reaching level 2 of the water spirit, his perception of martial energy had become much clearer. The energy within Liam's body had already begun to move towards his heart. At this moment, he must not be interrupted. The process of questioning one's heart is extremely fragile. A massive amount of energy circled around his heart chamber. If something unexpected happened, it could truly burst his heart. Joe Ping had only one class this morning, originally thinking it would be an easy and pleasant workday, but now he was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He was even more nervous than during his first time sharing a room. If something stimulating happened, wouldn't his student be ruined? The key was that he had listened to his advice and started questioning his heart on the spot. He would have to take full responsibility. Joe Ping, as a teacher, was already silently cursing Liam in his heart. An hour felt as long as a century. Joe Ping's eyes were bloodshot, and his hand holding the teacup trembled incessantly. The tea inside shook and splashed out, only to be controlled back by his water spirit. His lips were pale as he stared intently at Liam. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more torment was left before it would end. All the energy gathered in Liam's heart was starting to become uncontrollable. If it continued like this, his heart would not be able to bear it, and his body would instinctively expel the energy. Joe Ping was guarding the office door. During this time, all the teachers and students who came in were glared back by him. It was the first time everyone saw Joe Ping, who usually always frowned and looked dismal, looking particularly fierce today, like a pit bull. For teachers were standing outside the door. They were all colleagues from Joe Ping's office. Everyone stared wide-eyed through the cracks of the door to see what was happening inside. When Zhou Ping glared them back, they were all confused and hadn't had a chance to react when Zhou Ping's next words extinguished their curiosity. Which kid is risking their life? Questioning their heart in the office. Originally, the teachers just intended to sit in the office for a couple of minutes. If they couldn't get in, they could go out for a snack. But now everyone stood in a line at the door wanting to see the outcome of this crazy student. Each one holding a teacup had forgotten to drink water, and was parched staring at the inside of the office. 3 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. With a crisp sound as subtle as a mosquito's buzz, it was insignificant amidst the noisy environment and the ringing of the class bell. Yet every teacher heard it. That faint sound, more subtle than a heartbeat, resonated like thunder. This is... The genetic lock has been unlocked. Just like that, it was unlocked so smoothly. Everyone originally came to enjoy the spectacle. All their expressions froze in unison as if their faces had been frozen. Until someone spoke.
Old Joe, how many times has this kid questioned his heart here? Once.
Questioned his heart for months.
Zhou Ping did not respond. He just raised a finger.
1 month.
Once. A deathly silence fell. Even Zhou Ping's breathing seemed to have stopped. One time questioning one's heart, and it succeeded.
Is this really human? Zhou Ping even doubted whether Li Mo had secretly prepared for years, and was just pretending. But Li Mo's clumsy way of guiding energy looked like it was his first time. And how could it be so coincidental? After guiding so many times before today, he just had to question his heart in the office, and miraculously succeeded right here. Zhou Ping gasped in disbelief. After taking a few steps, he found his legs were weak.
You succeeded in questioning your heart.
Even though he heard that long-awaited unlocking sound, it was still hard to believe. Li Mo stood up from the floor and patted his backside.
I should have unlocked it right. After all, I heard the sound. It was also his first time. He had no experience. It was just that the feeling that had been binding him all this time broke through. It felt like a wonderful energy was about to burst out of his body uncontrollably.
Just a little more guidance. The teachers looked at each other, wondering how a first-time questioning of the heart could succeed in such an environment. This can't be the reincarnation of an alien demon. Li Mo lowered his head, clenched his fist, and felt nothing special. It was just that when all the energy was guided to his heart, there was a bit of a sting. It was far from the experience of being crushed by a beast. That poisonous arrow frog hurt more when it shot him with poison. Did I really succeed in questioning my heart?
Let's find the Kailing Pearl.
Zhou Ping, excited, had a red neck and dragged Li Mo towards the door. He had bet right. He really bet right. Who said 0? 92 cannot become a postnatal extraordinary person. 1 day of questioning the heart. Just ask how awesome is that? Even the history books wouldn't dare write it like this. Let's not care if Li Mo just became his student today, and whether or not he attended his class. If you ask who his enlightenment teacher is, just say it's Zhou Ping. If Li Mo grows in the future, this will be his capital to brag to other teachers. The key is that he wouldn't have to worry about his year-end assessment. Zhou Ping dragged Li Mo, almost lifting him off the ground, as he rushed towards the Academy's resource library. He carefully selected and took out a Kailing Pearl. It is said that good pearls can awaken better talents. There is no scientific proof for this, it's just a rural superstition. But everyone believes in it. Then he dragged Li Mo quickly toward the Academy's arena. It was the most open place, and also the most suitable for awakening talent. Every year, students turning 15 years old, who want to enroll in Rongqing High School, will gather here to awaken their talents. Zhou Ping held the pearl tightly in his hand, fearing it would slip from his completely enveloping palm. How do you know his palm won't suddenly develop a hole? It's crucial not to make mistakes now. He carefully handed the Kailing Pearl to Li Mo. He stared intently at Li Mo, more nervous than Li Mo himself. What would he awaken? What would he awaken? Li Mo held the awakening orb unhurriedly. He knew how to use this object. Such profound memories floated just beneath the surface. At 15, Li Mo had gripped the awakening orb under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The orb remained utterly unchanged. Only the faces of the onlookers shifted. His parents' disappointment, his classmates' mockery, and the relief of those who also failed to awaken. The intense emotional waves of that memory left Li Mo momentarily dazed. Why should I care? I am a genius after all. He clenched his fist. With a sharp crack, the awakening orb shattered.
An awakening orb cannot be broken by brute force. At least not by Liam. There was only one reason for it to shatter talent awakening. A thread of supernatural power suddenly emerged within his body. Liam had sensed this power before, but this time it felt more intimate. An eerie pitch-black aura abruptly radiated from his being. It swept up like a storm on flat ground. The black aura gradually solidified, finally coalescing into an inky mass. A small dog. Liam stared at the shadowy creature no larger than the palm of his hand. It had no facial features, only a silhouette-like outline. From its rounded body extended 4 tiny limbs of shadow. 2 small triangles stood atop its head resembling ears. A tail formed of phantom shadows whipped around like a windmill. Talent Shadow Beast Level 1 Completion 0. 1 Ranked E Sequence 49. Liam crouched down and crooked his finger. The little shadow dog wobbled as it bounded toward him, frantically licking his fingers. Even its tongue was made of shadow. How to put it? Though it didn't look strong, it was rather adorable. He had always liked dogs anyway. A shadow beast, huh? Joe Ping's voice came through. His perpetually grim face furrowed again. Is it weak? Liam asked, stroking the little shadow dog's head. Though its sequence was higher than Skyfire's, its rank was D. It's not weak, Joe Ping said, rubbing his chin. Strictly speaking, talents have no inherent strength or weakness, and the rank order isn't purely based on power. It's usually assessed by overall metrics, like growth potential, power, versatility, and adaptability. Elemental talents, like my water spirit, typically don't exceed rank. Elemental talents start weak, level up slowly, and have obvious traits, so they can counter only a limited number of aberrations and beasts in the gray mist zone, hence the rank. But at high levels, some talents with high sequence and rank might not necessarily defeat an elemental talent user. As a talent with shadow-like attributes, Shadow Beast theoretically offers many combat options. It's a versatile ability, and the Shadow Beast evolves according to its master's personality and preferences. It adapts perfectly to the user's habits and combat techniques, making it one of the easiest talents to master. But it has a fatal flaw. Joe Ping paused and let out a long sigh. Shadow Beast has the slowest growth rate of all talents, a precipitous cliff-like slowness. Liam's hand stroking the little shadow dog froze. Unlike other talents, Shadow Beast doesn't level up steadily by cultivating eternal force. Joe Ping pointed at the little shadow dog. It needs to eat. If it doesn't eat, it starves. Starvation causes the talent to degrade, potentially severely damaging or even destroying it. Its main food source is eternal force. Joe Ping rubbed his stiff face. His emotions today had been a roller coaster. A shadow beast consumes an enormous amount of eternal force daily. Superhumans with low genetic potential can't generate enough eternal force in a day to feed it for even one meal. It's said that many superhumans who awakened the shadow beast talent ended up being devoured back into ordinary people. Liam looked at the little creature in his arms. His head throbbed. Seriously? I awakened a money-sucking beast. It looks all cute, but apparently it's an insatiable black hole. So Shadow Beast is also known as the ordinary among superhumans. Or rather, the super beast of burden among superhumans. After all, you have to cultivate non-stop only to watch your cultivation level dwindle. Cultivate without pause, lose half your progress. Joe Ping looked at Liam with sympathy in his eyes. A super strong physical talent, a genetic potential of only 0.92, a successful heart-questioning yet awakening the most infamous useless talent. What's going on with this student? Is his life only about extremes of 0 and 100? Where's the middle ground? Joe Ping's worries completely failed to reach Liam's ears. Hearing that his strength wouldn't be too weak was enough to reassure Liam. Just consuming some eternal force. No big deal. What's wrong with my own son eating a bit more? Besides, my eternal force isn't earned through hard labor. If worse comes to worse, Dad will just kill a few more demons for you. Liam cradled the little shadow dog lovingly in his arms. It felt cool, quite different from a real puppy. I wonder if it can befriend Little Earth. From now on you'll be called Little Black. The little shadow dog's wagging tail froze midair. Then it drooped slowly. Don't like it? Even if you don't like it, you're still Little Black. I like it anyway. Liam pinched the little shadow's dark head. The massive shadow gave up, struggling. Little Black it is then. It resumed wagging its phantom tail, and licked Liam's fingers incessantly. Liam looked curiously at the ring-shaped cube on his finger. After 2 seconds of silence, a flash of blue light appeared,
and a bottle of blue liquid materialized in his palm. "You want to eat this?" Little Black immediately sat up in his palm, ears perked high, its tail whipping with a whooshing sound. The kid is really hungry. Liam-O didn't hesitate. He uncorked the bottle and poured it into Little Black's mouth. The translucent blue liquid fell into the black shadow and was quickly swallowed by the darkness. Then Little Black let out a long, satisfied burp. It zipped into Liam-O's shadow and began to sleep soundly. Liam-O could sense the change in Little Black's state through their faint connection. After drinking the genetic potion, Little Black's body was visibly growing. When it first awakened, it felt to Liam-O like a newborn puppy. Now it seemed at least a month old. Such astonishing growth rate. At this rate, Little Black might soon rival a newborn-level demon. And this is the weakest growth potential. Liam-O glanced at the Shadow Beast talent panel. Level 1 Shadow Beast required the same talent points as Level 1 Skyfire. 20 days of 1 conversion rate. It shouldn't take long to max out. For Liam-O, life expectancy wasn't a problem right now, as long as he had enough to survive. After all, there were plenty of demons to kill, an endless supply. And if that wasn't enough, there was the Grey Mist Zone. That ugly beast, Liam-O looked forward to facing it, he'd in one day turning its hideous form into delicious days of life. A talent that could grow without relying on life expectancy. What a steal. Zhou Ping watched as Liam-O fed the expensive genetic potion he had just given him to the Shadow Beast and fell into deep thought. Extraordinary Management Bureau. Liam-O typed a few words into the computer search engine. Instantly, a myriad of messages popped up on the browsing page. After filtering out several adult websites and game promotions, Liam-O found the information he sought. He stroked his chin. The Extraordinary Management Bureau routinely accepted task commissions related to supernatural incidents. Registered extraordinaries could earn corresponding rewards and points through these commissions. In the extraordinary world, the purchasing power of money was far inferior to that of his past life. Even a millionaire could only purchase items related to low-level extraordinaries. High-tier extraordinary artifacts were uniformly managed and sold by the Extraordinary Management Bureau in the form of points. Points were the hard currency among extraordinaries, obtained through completing bounties, slaying demons, trading, and other means. Do you need 2 people to team up to accept a mission? This was a mandatory requirement of the Extraordinary Management Bureau. Regardless of the mission's level, it could only be taken by a squad consisting of at least 2 people. Extraordinaire was a profession yearned for by every human heart. But this world was not so beautiful. As the profession with the highest mortality rate in the world, the Bureau had such rigid regulations. It was also a hope that if someone met with an accident during a mission, at least the other person could carry the deceased's will to their family. Although most of the time in missions where death occurred, it often ended with both perishing. This tradition still continued. 2 people flashed through Liam-O's mind. One was Lin Jinya, the other was Bai Shuang. That old fellow Lin Jinya kept calling him every now and then inviting him to join that so-called executive bureau. Liam-O, who was used to freedom, had no intention of bothering with him again. As for Bai Shuang, that girl was a bit too clever. He always felt that being with her would lead to being schemed against. It would be best to choose someone obedient and pleasingly naive. Liam-O was very confident in his own strength. But when it came to others, it was different. He was someone who would charge into a horde of demons without hesitation. If he encountered someone with their own ideas, if they didn't follow his plan in a critical moment and died beside him, his conscience would be troubled. Had better think it over more. Under the lamplight, a small black dog emerged from Liam-O's shadow, then jumped into his hand, wagging its tail. Hungry again? Liam-O took out a bottle of genetic agent from the cubic box. The little black creature gulped it down in 2 mouthfuls. This tiny thing had an astonishing appetite. It could drink 2 bottles of such genetic agent in a single day. Originally, Liam-O had planned to sell some to ease the financial pressure on his family. Now, with Little Black, the remaining genetic agents on hand seemed insufficient. But the effect was also remarkable. Liam-O felt that after another day or 2 of feeding Little Black's strength would reach the semi-demon level. He had only awakened this morning, and without consuming any of his life days. The more Liam-O looked at his good son, the more he found him pleasing. Eat more. In the future, go kill demons for your dad to prolong his life. Raising a child ensures security in old age. The next morning, as soon as he arrived at school, Liam-O was taken by Zhou Ping to Principal Huang Chuan's office. Upon hearing that Liam-O had awakened, Huang Chuan was first startled. When he learned that the awakened talent was Shadow Beast, his stubbly face crumpled together. He had originally planned to throw Liam-O into Class A once he awakened. Why did he awaken this? He had kept him out of Class A precisely to avoid wasting resources. Now the situation was dire. He had awakened the most wasteful talent in history. It was said that no one had ever managed to surpass level 2 with this talent. The only level 2 Shadow Beast extraordinaire. After pouring all his resources into it, he dropped to level 1 in half a month. In 3 months the talent's foundation was damaged. Huang Chuan rubbed his temples in frustration. What was wrong with this student? Did his life only have extremes of the best and the worst? Huang Chuan could only wave his hand and let Liam-O remain in Class C, granting him all other privileges equal to Class A students except for resources. Although it didn't sound great, it was the best Huang Chuan could do. Frontline resources were extremely tight. The rising king-level stars among the demons and beasts were suffocating them. All resources were squeezed out. Humanity could have produced more powerful beings, but the demons and beasts occupied too many resource territories, preventing humans from developing steadily. Even at a representative academy like Rongqing, experimental high-class A students could only get 3 bottles of genetic agent per month, far from meeting the supply needed for body absorption. Thus, they had to tilt resources as much as possible toward those most likely to become immediate combat power. Even so, the top students still received very few resources, and powerful geniuses were often targeted for assassination by the Blood Moon organization. Internal strife and external threats. Nearly 60% of human geniuses died at the hands of the Blood Moon organization before they could fully mature.
First, go get a suitable extraordinary technique for yourself.
Huang Chuan asked Zhou Ping to take Liam-O to the Library of Privilege for Class A students. Extraordinary techniques were not created out of thin air, they were skills forged from the insights of past powerhouses into their own talents. In theory, in this age of human peril, such techniques should be openly taught to all. But they were still restricted, only learnable through family inheritance or authorization from certain academies. And even then, they weren't widely taught, only the most outstanding students could learn them. Liam-O followed Zhou Ping as the teacher explained information about extraordinary techniques.
Extraordinary techniques are further divided into special talent techniques, enhancement talent techniques, and universal techniques. Simply put, they are either special abilities related to talent affinity or pure amplification. Universal techniques don't make specific demands on talent. Generally, they are methods to enhance talent cultivation speed, similar to fist techniques. I suggest you pick a universal technique first,
Zhou Ping said to Liam-O.
Why? Because you have no background.
Zhou Ping patted Liam-O on the shoulder and let out a sigh.
Though it's frustrating to say, talent does have a genetic inheritance aspect. Most students who enter Class A come from families with extraordinary backgrounds and not weak ones, at least having produced level 3 or above extraordinaries. So they have their own family heritage. Perhaps even before awakening their talents, they had already started practicing techniques from their families that could enhance the speed of cultivating eternal power. The mortal grade 1 universal techniques in the library mean nothing to them. You're different. You have no background, you probably never learned a universal technique before. For you, this offers the best cost effectiveness and is the most suitable for your current situation. I've already thought ahead for you. If you want something for steady long-term growth, you could choose wheeling.
Liam-O interrupted Zhou Ping.
No, teacher Zhou, I don't want a universal technique. I want something ferociously powerful.
Cultivation. Cultivation was out of the question. He would never cultivate in this lifetime.
Zhou Ping, what do you want from me?
Su Jinsong was stopped midway, utterly bewildered. Class A and Class C rarely mingled. Their WeChat messages still lingered on the line.
Now we're friends. Aren't you a moon shadow talent? I figured you'd be the only one with shadow-related extraordinary abilities.
Zhou Ping scratched his head sheepishly.
What did your water spirit turn into? Black water?
Su Jinsong looked at Zhou Ping in confusion, then glanced past his awkward, dejected face at the student standing behind him, the one had met just a few days ago. His expression shifted slightly, disbelief written all over his face.
No way. He awakened. Holy shit.
Su Jinsong blurted out a curse.
How long has it been since your heart inquiry? And he's already awakened.
He remembered seeing this student last time when he had just finished forging his bones. Are you telling me he succeeded in heart inquiry and awakened today?
What talent? Same as Moon Shadow. Why didn't Dean Huang assign him to our class? Keeping you in class C to retire.
Su Jinsong was full of questions. Forget about the 0.92 genetic potential for now. To succeed in heart inquiry in just a few days. A student like this was good enough to be a promising seedling in his class.
Well, actually no. He awakened the shadow beast.
Zhou Ping explained.
Oh, I see.
Su Jinsong's expression softened a little. Then he let out a sigh.
What a pity.
He glanced at Zhou Ping, then at Liu Mo.
You want to learn shadow-type extraordinary abilities, not the universal ones. I recall you don't have any family legacy, do you? Teacher Su with my genetic potential learning universal abilities wouldn't do much good anyway.
Liu Mo scratched his head. He was speaking the truth. It was indeed useless. A genetic potential so low that even drinking genetic potions felt like plain water. Relying on cultivation to improve his power had probably be drained dry by Xiao He before he even died of old age.
Moon Shadow and Shadow Beast are fundamentally different. The abilities I know mostly don't match your talent, since yours leans toward beast taming, while Moon Shadow is more about assassination and offense. However,
Su Jinsong's tone shifted.
There might be one you can learn.
He rubbed his fingers together.
But in a way it's not exactly a standard extraordinary ability.
A hint of pride crept into Su Jinsong's expression.
Because I created it myself.
When Liu Mo heard there was no suitable ability, he felt a pang of disappointment. He was very interested in extraordinary abilities. Unfortunately, the library had no abilities for shadow beasts at all. There were a few for heavenly fire, but he couldn't reveal that talent. Besides, they were all mortal rank far inferior to the blazing flame spear. He wanted abilities related to shadow beasts more. After all, his talents were his own. He couldn't play favorites. He also didn't want to rely on luck, like seizing the initiative, to kill shadow-type demons next time. He wouldn't always have the chance to kill shadow tribute demons before they slipped into the shadows. Now that Su Jinsong said there was one, he had to learn it. Who cared if it was self-created? Regular troops had their tactics and militias had theirs. Why rank them as superior or inferior? Liu Mo nodded without hesitation, his face full of anticipation.
I call this self-created ability Double Shadow Hands.
As Su Jinsong spoke, his entire body began to dim. His chestnut-colored pupils were gradually shrouded in black mist, with occasional sparks of light flickering through. Like stars in the Milky Way. His shadow began to blur. The boundary between his body and shadow grew hazy, as if the shadow was drawing closer to him, or he was sinking into the shadow. Li Mo's eyes widened. It was his first time seeing a human use shadow-type talent. The last time the assassin who attacked him was killed the moment he appeared, so he hadn't had a chance to observe carefully. Eerie and mysterious, completely different from the feeling of shadow demons. Su Jinsong didn't fully sink into the shadow. He simply turned around his body, twisting, while his shadow remained unchanged in place. He plunged his hands into the shadow. The pitch-black shadow crept up his arms, like rose vines covering them from the forearm to the elbow joint.
This is the shadow hand,
Su Jinsong said calmly. In an instant he vanished from his spot. Then Liu Mo felt a chill run through his body, as a soft aura seeped into him from his shoulder. He couldn't move. Liu Mo felt an ice-cold hand on his shoulder, the frigid touch transmitting through the palm into his body. His body felt as if it had frozen stiff.
Such a powerful ability.
Liu Mo couldn't help but praise. This turned a moving target into a stationary one in an instant.
There's more to it.
Hearing Liu Mo's praise, Su Jinsong's voice carried an unmistakable hint of joy. If Liu Mo could turn his head, he would see Su Jinsong's face that said,
"See. Pretty awesome, right?"
The hand on his shoulder slowly released him. The icy sensation vanished abruptly. Liu Mo was about to turn around. The next second, a chill suddenly touched his neck. His eyes widened in shock, because he hadn't felt anything at all touch his neck. Yet that same icy sensation appeared out of nowhere on his neck. This time it wasn't as intense. Under this cold pressure his body could barely move. It was as heavy as if his whole body were filled with lead. He turned his head with difficulty. Su Jinsong smiled, his hand resting on the ground. That pitch-black hand was precisely covering the neck of his shadow.
This is the second ability of Double Shadow Hands. Besides directly affecting the body, it can also transmit through the shadow to the person.
Su Jinsong released his grip on Liu Mo's shadow's neck.
but the effect through the shadow is only about 30 of the direct effect on the body. It should barely count as a mortal rank second-level extraordinary ability.
Su Jin-song rubbed his nose. He hadn't yet registered the ability's rank with the Supernatural Administration Bureau. Li Mo's eyes burned with enthusiasm. Forget the rank, this ability was even better than had imagined. Freezing restraint, and it could directly affect the shadow. Maybe after mastering it, he wouldn't need concentrated heavenly fires and tense light to dry out shadow demons next time. He could just grab them and tear them apart. Seeing Li Mo so eager to learn, Su Jin-song held nothing back. He patiently explained every technique he had developed for this ability. He even proposed a theory on how to adjust the compatibility of double shadow hands for the Shadow Beast talent versus Moon Shadow.
That's about it. With diligent practice, first get the shadow to attach to your hands, and gradually you'll adapt.
Li Mo eagerly summoned Xiao Hei from his shadow. Su Jin-song's pupils contracted. When did this kid awaken? And why did the Shadow Beast faintly exude the pressure of a half-demon?
Don't worry if you fail the first time. I tried hundreds of times myself.
Su Jin-song started seeing Li Mo's eagerness. His voice cut off abruptly. The little black dog simply barked twice, then transformed into a blob and shot toward Li Mo's hands like a projectile. Li Mo's arms instantly turned pitch black.
What the hell?
Li Mo didn't catch Su Jin-song's words. He didn't ask if he had succeeded. The floating text before his eyes had already given him the answer. Extraordinary ability, mortal rank 3rd level, double shadow hands 0. 1. One level higher than Su Jin-song had anticipated. It has been a week since the awakening, and Li Mo has been continuously familiarizing himself with this new awakened ability. The Shadow Beast is more complex compared to the Heavenly Fire. Heavenly Fire is like liquefied gas stored within one's body. One merely needs to open a vent, and the gas will gush out on its own. However, the Shadow Beast is different. Little Black resembles a newborn infant despite having the form of a small dog. It can't even manage the basics of pouncing and gnawing. Throughout the week, aside from attending classes, Li Mo spent most of his time practicing combat with Little Black. Indeed, his practice yields minimal results. Li Mo raised his head, and a silver-gray building rose abruptly before him. Like a grand tower, it stood out amid the towering structures within a radius of several hundred meters. Beneath the massive edifice, even the entrance resembled ancient Roman architecture divided into dozens of entryways. The central entrance bore the words Extraordinary Management Bureau in large characters. This is the largest Extraordinary Management Bureau in the entire Chuan Province, the headquarters in Rongqing. Here one can undertake tasks published across all cities in Chuan Province, and the rewards redeemable with points are the most abundant. Suddenly a shadow leaped, and a black silhouette appeared on his shoulder. Its round head rubbed against Li Mo's ear. Li Mo skillfully took a vial of genetic serum from the cube box and fed it to Little Black. Dad's inventory has already been depleted by 1/3. You must exert yourself and nourish yourself later. He rubbed Little Black's head, and a look of enjoyment filled its pitch-black face. Crossing through the entrance, the hall of the Extraordinary Management Bureau, resembling a plaza, was almost filled with people. Although the total number of extraordinary individuals is quite rare compared to the overall population, this place gathered most extraordinary individuals from an entire provincial administrative region, making it overcrowded. Fortunately, this is indeed a service center of a first-tier city. Hundreds of uniformed staff members orderly guided each extraordinary individual to handle relevant business, avoiding excessive crowding or long wait times. This truly is a world where extraordinary individuals reign supreme, Li Mo thought. Despite the crowd, the staff service attitude and quality nearly rivaled that of a high-end car dealership in his past life. The daily foot traffic at the Rongqing headquarters exceeds 10,000. Hello, please register as an extraordinary individual. Li Mo took out his student ID from the cube box and handed it to the staff at the counter. The student ID contained key information about his talent level and class. The staff smiled as they took his card and handed him an extraordinary individual registration form. The registration form contains simple family information and inquiries about any criminal history, resembling the process of opening a bank account in his past life. Just fill out this form. The staff member, a beautiful young lady with a sweet voice, said to Li Mo with a smile. The standard registration process for extraordinary individuals involves many steps, including, but not limited to, background checks and strength tests. Only after comprehensive evaluation can one officially register as an extraordinary individual. However, since Liamo used his student ID from Rongqing High School for identity verification, the information specified on this ID already represented his strength and authenticity. No one would be foolish enough to forge an Extraordinary Individual Academy student ID for registration. After the uniformed young lady received the completed registration form from Liamo, she returned his student ID. Along with it was a black emblem and an ID magnetic card. This is your level badge and points redemption card. You can undertake corresponding tasks based on the badge level, and points gained from completing tasks or defeating monsters will be recorded on your points card. The points card requires simultaneous holding of the card and triple authentication via iris and fingerprint before items can be redeemed, so you need not worry about loss or theft. The young lady patiently explained to Liamo. It's even more convenient than expected. The registration process was completed swiftly. Do you have a fixed task partner? Liamo shook his head. Among the extraordinary individuals, he knew the only ones he was slightly familiar with were Bai Shuang and Lin Jinya. Bai Shuang is currently the most suitable for him. However, she already knows a lot about him, and Liamo didn't want to reveal more of his methods to that girl. One must always guard against others. Until complete trust is established, Liamo does not intend to let anyone know all his methods. He still bears the blood of the Blood Moon organization on his hands. We can help you recommend some freelancers. Freelancers are those who have registered at the Extraordinary Management Bureau, but also lack fixed partners. After all, extraordinary individuals do not always have the time to undertake tasks together. When partners have other commitments, they will change their status to freelancers. Individuals, like Liamo, who do not have partners are also freelancers. Please tell me the characteristics and information you need in a partner, and it'll help you filter suitable types. Liamo stroked his chin, pondering for a few seconds. Obedient with a solid foundation, and will hide and shout 666 when encountering danger. The young lady who was inputting the data paused momentarily. What kind of good person would fill in their characteristics like this? Usually people look for those with specific talents or special skills. Obedient will hide when facing danger, and has a solid foundation. What kind of characteristics are these? A tour guide. This person must be crazy. Thanks to her professional demeanor, the young lady's expression remained unchanged as she stubbornly input the characteristics Liamo required into the database. On her first day of work, her supervisor had told her that no matter how unreasonable the customer's requests might be, she should try to accommodate them as much as possible. There really is one. A small exclamation arose from the work counter. She never expected that such abstract conditions would actually yield a match. Moreover, the recruitment declaration explicitly stated not good at combat will go home in the rain, runs faster than a rabbit when in danger, and shouts that the boss is amazing when winning without effort. As expected, neurotics in this world do not appear alone. Do you need me to directly contact the other party? Yes. Liamo slightly lamented the efficiency of the Extraordinary Management Bureau. He thought it would be difficult to find someone. After all, these were the conditions he had carefully considered. His teammate doesn't need to be too strong. It's quite enjoyable and quick to complete tasks by relying on a strong partner. But he fears that the partner might steal his kills. Only the creatures he personally defeats will contribute to his vitality. If a level 4 or 5 partner with a talent like Heavenly Fire were to appear, it would be impressive. However, after a single fiery punch, all his prey would be gone, and whom would he complain to? Liamo only needs a psychic. Someone like Su Guang would be excellent. If not for the fact that he hasn't become an extraordinary individual yet, Su Guang would have been his first consideration. A decent person would keep praising him without stopping. After an exhausting battle, there is still emotional value. The other party happens to be at the Extraordinary Management Bureau. Suddenly, the young lady who had just made contact spoke up. Here I come, here I come. A clear voice squeezed through the crowd. Arms like lotus roots waved high in Liamo's direction. I'm over here. I'm over here. The voice bounced joyfully, and clearly like the wind blowing across the sea in spring. Hello, my name is Su Ding. Su as in slowly waiting and Ding as in waiting. Her denim shorts reaching only mid-thigh paired with a simple white t-shirt accentuated her figure perfectly. Her long legs were so fair they seemed to glow. She stepped into white sneakers like a girl who had just walked out of a manga. Beneath her strikingly extraordinary appearance lay a pair of peculiar eyes. Gray eyes. Liamo swallowed hard, and took Su Ding's outstretched hand. Liamo. He hadn't expected a randomly matched stranger to rival Yang Yueshua in beauty.
Let's confirm first.
Su Ding tilted her head, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders swaying.
Though my talent is heavy metal, I have absolutely no combat ability. Heavy metal is.
Hearing Liamo's question, Su Ding blinked and looked toward the staff member at the counter, as if confirming, is this person really my partner? Isn't the first step before confirming a partner usually to understand their talent?
It's the break talent at sequence position 42 heavy metal. But I haven't mastered it at all. Rather than using it for battle, I'm better at quickly peeling apples with a fruit knife.
Su Ding gestured in the air. As if afraid Liamo wouldn't understand, she casually pulled an apple and a fruit knife from the backpack on her back. In just 4 seconds, she had peeled the apple completely clean.
Quite an impressive skill.
Liamo paused for a few seconds before slowly uttering the words. Though it seemed of little practical use, he genuinely found it remarkable.
Right.
Su Ding's eyes lit up, as if she had found a kindred spirit, and she shoved the apple into Liamo's hand. She giggled and shook her head. But soon she composed herself and asked,
"Are you sure you want to team up with me? Can you shout 666? Of course, bro."
Su Ding tossed her head, clenched her little fist, and tapped it against her forehead.
"I may not have much else, but I'll bring the emotional support. That's enough."
Liamo didn't ask further, and directly handed his black iron emblem to the staff. The black iron emblem held the bearer's information, and once scanned it could be registered on the Transcendent official website by an administrator. Su Ding also took out her black iron emblem. While waiting, she leaned in, and a faint scent of gardenia wafted into Liamo's nose.
"Are you really sure? I'm genuinely not good at fighting."
As if repeatedly confirming that Liamo would regret it, Su Ding asked cautiously,
"Is heavy metal's combat attribute that poor?"
Liamo didn't answer directly but shifted the topic.
"Not really. If anything, the heavy metal talent is far more powerful than many others in the early stages. Because it's inherently a combat-type talent. If someone skilled in swordsmanship, blade techniques, or throwing weapons awakened at their level 1 combat power would be enough to kill some newborn-level demons. But I'm not good with any blades. I can't get used to them, and I don't want to practice those boring weapon techniques. They take too much time."
Su Ding lowered her head and fumbled in her bag. Then she pulled out a cold pitch-black instrument.
"A pistol. So I usually use this."
Firearms existed in this world, but things like guns were only somewhat effective against half-demons or newborn-level demons. For growth-level or even nirvana-level demons, brass bullets couldn't even pierce their armor, let alone using firearms to fight the aberrant beasts and monsters in the Grey Mist Zone. But those with the heavy metal talent were different. Under the influence of heavy metal, a brass bullet could easily blast through over a dozen centimeters of steel plate, delivering lethal damage to demons. Even so, people with a heavy metal talent rarely used guns. One reason was that firearms were still restricted weapons in this world. Though ineffective against demons, they posed a lethal threat to humans. Another was that brass bullets were too small to carry much of heavy metal's eternal force. Compared to weapons like swords, they had an advantage at low levels, but became far less effective later on. A blade enhanced by heavy metal could even generate a gust strong enough to deflect bullets.
"Shouldn't a gun make you quite formidable?"
Liamo had almost no understanding of the talent sequence chart. His knowledge was fragmented, limited to his past lives' understanding. Su Ding shook her head.
"I can't aim."
Well, that explained it. Liamo finally understood why Su Ding was so insecure, repeatedly asking him right from their first meeting if he truly wanted to team up with her. Possessing an ostensibly impressive talent, but utterly lacking combat ability. Indeed, if it were any other transcendent desperate for a powerful warrior, and they got a frail scholar instead, anyone would feel cheated. Unlike Bai Xuan, who acted first and explained later, Su Ding seemed the type to stick to her principles. Clear-eyed like a fresh graduate, Liamo smiled knowingly. This was exactly what he wanted. Clear eyes, no combat power. Leaving aside whether she could provide emotional support through words, her appearance alone was already a delight to Liamo's eyes.
"From now on, when we're on a mission and danger comes, just hide behind me."
Su Ding snapped to attention, placed her small hand vertically at her forehead and saluted.
"Yes, boss."
Then she let out a long sigh of relief. After confirming their partnership, Su Ding clutched her black iron emblem, the corners of her mouth unable to stop lifting. It seemed she had been searching for a partner for a long time.
Liam, what kind of mission should we take?
The mission board was filled with a dazzling array of tasks. On the smart screen, each page listed 5 missions, with thousands of pages in total. No wonder professional transcendents hadn't yet saturated the field. The tasks seemed inexhaustible. Just filtering through them would take a considerable amount of time. But Liam had already decided on his mission.
Likely Shadow Fiend appearance at Pushing Road in Lichuan City. Investigate the abandoned factory on Pushing Road. Points 40. Your talent is related to shadows.
Su Ding leaned in. A glass bottle of cola with a straw had somehow appeared in her hand. She offered it to Liam's lips or eyes, asking if he wanted some. Liam waved his hand. There was a faint red lip print on the straw.
Shadow Beast level 1 talent.
Liam had no intention of using his Heavenly Flame talent. Black level missions didn't require it. Xiao Hei was sufficient. So he didn't hide the fact that his talent was Shadow Beast.
Wow! You don't have to start marveling just yet. A Shadow Beast user. It's amazing you can even come out for missions. Let's take a selfie so I can show off to my friends.
As she spoke, Su Ding opened the rear camera and flashed a peace sign. She snapped a photo in the blink of an eye, then noisily slurped her cola.
I didn't expect you to know how to drive.
Liam sat in the back seat watching Su Ding in the rearview mirror as she hummed a tune with pouted lips.
Of course I do.
Su Ding's eyes darted proudly toward the license hanging conspicuously on the passenger seat.
Your big sis here is already 20, a veteran driver with 3 years of experience. I can handle any road no matter how rough.
Liam had just learned that Su Ding was 2 years older than him. Judging by appearances alone, he looked older than her. Perhaps it was the result of his past excesses. Lichuan City was over 40 kilometers from Rongqing adjacent to it, and the drive took an hour. Liam glanced at the map. In 10 minutes they would enter Lichuan City. The road had been smooth all the way. Human territories were not entirely safe zones. The vast expanse of land made it impossible to completely purge all demons from human domains. Apart from areas protected by city guarding arrays, small sections between neighboring cities were prone to demonic encounters. Thus many people avoided traveling between cities unless necessary. Liam had chosen this mission precisely because it involved such an inner-city journey. Moreover, their destination, Pushing Road, lay outside the city guarding array's range. These were the most likely places for demons to appear. Relying solely on mission rewards was far from enough for Liam to upgrade his current abilities. Several of his abilities were crying out for enhancement. A black iron level transcendent couldn't venture into demon-concentrated areas or take on sweeping missions like Isekai'd. So his short-term goal was to complete missions efficiently and raise his emblem rank while incidentally slaying any small demons that crossed his path. The more the better. Liam's gaze pierced through the windshield. The buildings outside had almost vanished, replaced by small dirt mounds and hills. Greenery dominated most of the view. Such places were the most likely for half-demon beasts to suddenly emerge. Su Ding floored the accelerator. This green-plated Tesla had already hit 120 kilometers per hour. Even so, Liam felt the car remain steady in the back seat.
You're a good driver. Of course.
Su Ding's lips curled back to her ears, revealing a set of pristine white teeth.
I've trained hard. Not just on flat roads. I could make my passengers sleep soundly even on a downhill mountain road. Then why not practice your marksmanship?
Liam asked curiously.
Don't like it.
Su Ding's smile faded as she pursed her lips.
Life is short and not wasting time on meaningless things.
She paused and added,
Really short. Then why did you register as a professional transcendent?
People like Su Ding who had great talent but no desire to cultivate were rare, but not non-existent. After all, awakening one's talent was a universal event at age 15 regardless of actual or nominal age. Mentioning this made Su Ding grind her teeth in frustration, her cheeks puffing out.
I want to see the ocean. They say a life without seeing the ocean is incomplete. But coastal cities are swarming with demons. The Transcendent Administration Bureau stipulates that only transcendents with at least a gold emblem can go to the coast. Last time I struggled all the way there only to be stopped far inside the city limits. I didn't even catch a glimpse of the sea.
Su Ding grew more aggrieved, her fair face flushing pink. Then she deflated like a punctured balloon.
I had no choice but to register as a professional transcendent, hoping some kind soul would take me under their wing and help me reach the gold emblem level. That way I can finally see the ocean I've dreamed of. It's only 6,000 cumulative points. I can do this.
Su Ding steeled herself with a burst of determination.
But without gold emblem level strength, the seaside is still dangerous.
Su Ding glanced at Liamo in the rearview mirror, then returned her gaze to the windshield. She muttered softly, sounding pitiful.
Just one look would be enough. I'd run far away after seeing it.
Liamo watched her pitiful demeanor and rubbed the tip of his nose. He didn't know what to say. Soon the car entered Lichuan City, and Su Ding slowed down.
Want some tofu pudding?
Su Ding suddenly asked while driving.
No. How about a spicy rabbit head?
No thanks.
What about some baboji chicken?
With every shop they passed, Su Ding fired off a soul-searing question. In just 5 minutes, Liamo had heard the names of 10 different foods.
You're hungry, aren't you?
No, Su Ding said seriously.
I ate before I left. Then why? Craving.
Half an hour later, Su Ding patted her round belly with a satisfied burp. Her once form-fitting white t-shirt now bulged slightly. A faint blush crept across her face.
Ate a bit too much.
Liamo had originally wanted to finish the mission quickly and leave. But to avoid Su Ding's endless nagging, he gave in. He also bought some local specialties for Li Wan.
We're here.
The Tesla came to a steady stop on the outskirts of Puxing Road. Liamo opened the door, and a mix of earthy mud and dust hit him. This area had been abandoned for a long time. A few low-rise buildings with peeling walls stood near the roadside. Puxing Road had originally been inhabited. But after the city center of Lichuan established its protective array, the residents moved away, leaving only these old, weathered houses. However, the road itself was still in use. Some residents of Lichuan City, worried about demon attacks while driving on this road, had jointly issued a mission to the Transcendent Administration Bureau. Liamo called out to Su Ding. He spotted a narrow path worn by footsteps in the muddy ground. Further in there should be a town. It also held the abandoned factory that was their target. The two of them walked across the soft mud, passing several overgrown abandoned fields. Finally, they saw the abandoned factory. Several sheets of hard iron surrounded its perimeter, forming a small barrier. The iron sheets were wrapped with coils of wire now rusted a dark red. Rust covered the factory's exterior everywhere. Wild weeds grew unchecked. The surrounding silence was eerie, like a haunted sight from a classic horror film. Liamo was a staunch atheist, but the world he now lived in was entirely different from his past life's worldview. Could places like this really be haunted? Su Ding, however, showed no unusual signs, though she had silently moved behind Liamo. She shuffled closer in small steps, her small hand somehow clutching the hem of Liamo's shirt. She kept her head down, staring at her shoes, the muddy ground, and the weeds. But she refused to look at the gloomy factory.
Could you slow down a little?
Su Ding whispered, trembling. She feared that speaking any louder would attract something unclean. Liamo walked ahead. The air was dry. With every step, choking dust invaded their nostrils. In the center of the dilapidated factory, a ceiling of iron plates had rusted, leaving cracks in its surface. Light seeped through the gaps, illuminating the floating dust in the air. Once inside, it wasn't as terrifying as it seemed. It was noon, and the sunlight bathed the factory, making it quite bright. Even the shadows were faint. This was good for Liamo and his companion. If a shadow demon truly lurked here, the weak shadows would greatly diminish its power. Liamo did not let his guard down. Xiao He, hiding in his own shadow, was fully alert, ready to spring out the moment it detected any shadow demon nearby. The last encounter with a shadow demon at the chemical plant left a deep impression on him. It appeared without warning, killed and vanished. Back then, he was merely lucky to survive. This time there were only 2 of them. A 50% mortality rate. Liamo dared not gamble.
So, is there a shadow demon here?
Su Ding whispered in Liamo's ear. Liamo frowned and nodded. The reason he was so vigilant was that the moment he stepped inside, he sensed a dense aura of shadows. That aura irritated his nose. Since awakening, he had been able to perceive shadow-related presences. This was the most intense shadow aura he had ever encountered. It was like rotting meat buried deep in the soil, suddenly exposed to the air. He worried that what lurked here might not be a newborn shadow demon, but a growth stage one. A newborn could not have left such a massive mark in this place. This was no mere trace. The entire factory was saturated with the scent of shadow erosion. Liamo felt a flicker of doubt. had the mission been assigned incorrectly. Shadow traces of this magnitude should not be within the scope of a Black Iron Emblem quest. He pushed the thought aside. This was his first mission, and he was unfamiliar with the depths of such matters. In any case, caution was paramount.
Who goes there?
A sudden hoarse shout from behind made Liam-O already tense jolt. The next second, a pair of slender arms wrapped around his waist. Softness and the scent of gardenias pressed against his back.
Help, 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 help.
Su Ding clung to Liam-O from behind, muttering like a rapid-fire string of pearls resembling a frightened sloth. The voice hadn't come from Su Ding. Was there someone else here? Liam-O patted the thin arms encircling him. They didn't budge. He sighed silently. With sheer effort, he used his back to hoist Su Ding up and turned him around. The person standing behind him wore a security uniform and appeared to be in his 30s. His chin was unkempt with untrimmed stubble. A pair of deep-set small eyes were wide open, clearly angry. A superhuman.
Move along, move along. This isn't the place for that sort of thing.
The man in the security uniform cast a lecherous glance. He didn't bother hiding his gaze as he looked at Su Ding. It was as if he instantly understood what Liam-O and Su Ding were there to do. A man and a woman. Clearly a young couple. Coming to this desolate spot, they must be seeking thrills.
It's fine, it's just a person.
Liam-O patted Su Ding's hand again and turned his head to speak to her. If this woman didn't let go, she'd squeeze his waist down to the thickness of a thigh. Su Ding finally released her grip. A faint blush crept across her face.
Brother, can I ask you something? Who the hell is your brother?
The security guard showed no intention of communicating. He raised the baton in his hand, signaling for them to leave immediately.
Don't think I don't know you youngsters love seeking thrills, but don't pull that shit here. Get the hell out.
He urged them away without mercy.
Otherwise, if you get beaten, you'll have to take it.
He raised his arm baton again, clicking his tongue impatiently.
Well, we heard there's a demon around here. What demon? I haven't seen any. Don't waste my time or else.
The guard's voice abruptly ceased. After the clear sound of a bullet being chambered, Liam-O turned in surprise. Su Ding now held a black Glock 17 raised high. The dark muzzle aimed at the guard like a cold, venomous snake. Such things were useless against demons, but no one was unafraid of firearms, be they superhumans or ordinary people.
You'd better tell us everything you know.
Su Ding had shed her timid demeanor. Her grip on the gun was as standard as a battle-hardened soldier's.
Or do you want to test my aim?
Her expression was icy. Her curved finger twitched slightly. Was this the same lively, cute girl from before? Liam-O swallowed hard. Had it all been an act? Su Ding didn't spare him a glance. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the guard, like a leopard locking onto its prey.
Don't shoot. He'll tell you everything.
The man was instantly terrified. His legs trembled uncontrollably on the verge of kneeling. Clearly, he wasn't made of tough stuff. He didn't even consider finding cover and turning the tables like in the movies. He obediently dropped his baton. His plump face turned pale, his lips purple.
You're looking for the shadow demon, right? Follow me.
Liam-O had only mentioned a demon, not a shadow demon, yet the man blurted it out directly. It seemed the man truly knew the shadow demon's whereabouts. Liam-O looked at Su Ding with surprise. Was it really that simple? He had expected to put in more effort.
How did you know he had info on the shadow demon? Because I'm smart, duh.
Su Ding stuck out her tongue at him.
Who in their right mind would come to a place like this in the middle of nowhere? Someone here must be staying on purpose. And he's an ordinary person. In superhuman fights, unless it's a specific talent, few like using weapons, let alone batons. For an ordinary person to be here, there are only two possibilities. 1, they're an idiot. 2, they have a secret.
Su Ding grinned, shaking her head, as if to say, aren't I amazing?
If he hadn't cooperated, would you have actually shot? Hard to say, I can't aim anyway. Your stance didn't look like someone who can't aim.
I was bluffing. When the guard turned around, Su Ding mimicked the gun-holding pose again.
I learned it from movies and practiced hard. I might not hit the target, but the pose is always cool.
Su Ding's little tail was practically wagging with pride.
Sister, this way, this way.
Wang Mang bowed deeply as he guided Su Ding.
I still prefer you the way you were before.
Su Ding strolled leisurely beside Liam-O, hands clasped behind his back, lips curled upward in quiet amusement. Her small hand secretly clutched Li Mo's sleeve. Li Mo held his hand steady, gazing intently at the ground. Indeed, he could now see and sense shadow essence more clearly than ever before. Yet something felt profoundly off.
There it is!
Wang Mang's voice dropped to a hushed whisper, his finger pointing toward a dark corner, where shadows pooled thickly. A pitch-black shadow demon stood motionless within the gloom, still and solemn as an ancient monk in deep meditation. Wang Mang quietly retreated several steps behind. He was but an ordinary man. Even knowing of shadow demons' existence, he remained utterly unprepared. The sight still made his knees tremble. Su Ding withdrew even faster, light as a hair, gliding silently into the sunlit zone without leaving a single trace of footfall. Just as her self-introduction claimed, she truly excelled at fleeing. Xiaohe had already emerged from Li Mo's shadow, its 4 tiny shadow-formed legs gripping tightly onto Li Mo's shoulders. This was its first true battle, and it too was trembling with nervous anticipation.
Go!
Li Mo commanded in a low, sharp voice. Instantly the dog-shaped Xiaohe leapt forward. Its diminutive frame shot forth, like an arrow loose from a bow, blurring toward the shadow demon in a streak of ink-arc speed. Midair, that palm's eyes silhouette swelled rapidly, expanding with terrifying momentum. From its shadow-woven body erupted a guttural bestial roar, raw and primal. The aura of a half-demon surged forth violently. And yet all this had transpired in barely 1 week. Xiaohe had already attained the strength of a half-demon, a feat bordering on myth for a shadow-taming beast whose innate talents rarely accelerated so swiftly. Worse still, it was no weakling among half-demons. Were Xiaohe thrust into the previous Tierra examination grounds, Li Mo would confidently wager it could carve its way through 30 sand-toothed tigers encircling it, alone. Yet by the standards of full demonification, Xiaohe might only match the caliber of lesser half-demons, such as the white-striped blood wolves. Its true advantage lay in sheer versatility of assault. Startled by the sudden thunderous roar, the shadow demon attempted to dissolve back into the darkness, only to be slammed down hard onto the floor by a colossal claw descending from above. Xiaohe's claw spanned a full meter across, an illusion forged from pure shadow. Thick, dense shadow flesh clamped down upon the demon, while the shadow-taming beast's power severed its connection to the ground shadow, denying escape entirely. The shadow demon writhed in furious resistance. Demon beasts possessed intellect, and it sensed clearly the half-demon level aura radiating from Xiaohe. As a being of superior rank, it seethed with outrage. How dared a mere half-demon challenge a newly ascended demon? Yet the massive claw held it for only seconds. Such crude restraint could not bind a creature of its stature. In response, the demon conjured a pair of dagger-like shadows, 2 razor-edged blades wielded by a spectral samurai. It slashed downward toward Xiaohe's giant claw, only to strike empty air. The meter-long limb vanished instantly. Xiaohe shrank once more, back to its palm's-eyes puppy-like form, and let out a series of high-pitched eager barks. Woof! 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 Its tail wagged furiously.
Well done,
Li Mo said, his voice arriving just as his figure closed the final few paces between them, having crossed over 100 meters in near silence. Xiaohe had served merely as a tactical feint, to immobilize the foe in an instant. Real devastation would come from Li Mo himself. Whoosh! Xiaohe's form dissolved into a jet-black blur, surging toward Li Mo's outstretched hands. Shadow flooded over his arms, staining them obsidian black. Mortal rank 3rd tier twin shadow hands. Ink-arc tendrils coiled playfully around his fingertips. Li Mo clenched his fist and struck, a blow carrying such ferocious momentum that the wind screamed in protest. Pack! It landed with the wet hollow pop of a water-filled balloon slapped hard. The shadow demon poised to strike Li Mo shattered into countless fragments of dissipating darkness. Shadow demon neophyte slain. Lifespan 293 days. Li Mo paused, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected a single punch to obliterate it so completely. Shadow demons possess no physical substance, only formless essence woven from darkness. Thus conventional physical force could not touch them, yet paradoxically their lack of corporeality rendered them inherently fragile. Many Rank 1 students bearing Shadow Affinity talents trained extensively against them to hone their abilities. So long as one mastered Shadow control, subduing or slaying them posed little difficulty, though they remained perilous to those lacking such affinity. But Li Mo was no ordinary talent. He was a monster who could bludgeon even the toughest, most hideously resilient beast demons to death with bare fists, with his golden shatter strength fully unleashed. How could any greenhorn shadow demon possibly withstand such overwhelming force?
Incredible.
Su Ding's voice rang out brightly, as she bounded and clapping enthusiastically.
So the shadow-taming beast really is this powerful. Clearly those online rumors claiming its awakening is akin to spending 15 years' worth of effort to buy literal excrement are utter nonsense.
Su Ding mused aloud. Outside the door Wang Mang froze, his expression flickering wildly between shock, dread, and disbelief.
Damn it! What is this man? How can he be this strong? Didn't the last few transcendent cultivators fall effortlessly before it?
Wang Mang nervously rubbed his fingers together. Guarding these shadow demons was his sworn duty, and he'd intended for this one to slaughter both youths. He'd done this many times before. This particular demon was no weakling. It far surpassed the one Liam had faced earlier. Indeed, it was the most unruly of them all. Fearing it might one day snap and kill him, Wang Mang habitually lured unsuspecting transcendent cultivators here, offering them up as sacrifices to sate its bloodlust. Of course, he dared not sacrifice every visitor. Too many deaths would inevitably draw scrutiny from the Transcendent Cultivator Administration. He selected only the stubborn, the disobedient, the ones who refused warnings. Until now it had always gone smoothly. Wang Mang knew nothing of the administration's insignia rank system. Yet those who came here were seldom formidable. They typically floundered, agonized, resisted, regretted, before the shadow demon tore their hearts from their chests. Who was this guy? So overwhelmingly powerful, he seemed ripped from another narrative altogether, though Wang Mang understood nothing of quest tier classifications. Even in online games, players rarely strayed far from their level bracket. No veteran would waste time delivering milk to village elders in beginner zones. What now? One shadow demon was already dead. How would he explain this to his superiors? Perhaps
Senior Cultivator!
Wang Mang suddenly called out, drawing Li Mo's and Su Ding's attention.
Thank the heavens, you've finally arrived.
Tears and snot streamed down his face as he rushed forward like a drowning man spotting salvation.
Truth is, there's more than one shadow demon here. I withheld that truth earlier, fearing for your lives. Never imagined you'd be this formidable senior cultivator. This factory holds my deepest childhood memories. I cannot leave it. Yet it's grown too dangerous. Could you please purge these shadow demons for me?
Wang Mang collapsed to his knees, weeping uncontrollably, as he clung desperately to Li Mo's leg, burying his face deep into Li Mo's trousers. Don't mistake killing one shadow demon for true strength. Your end draws near.
Brother, it's right down here.
Wang Mang swallowed hard, pointing at a massive alloy door embedded in the ground. Beneath it lay a basement. As Liam approached, he felt that eerie aura of shadows. The thick alloy steel plates could not conceal the traces of those shadows. A powerful shadow demon lurked below, at least at the growth level. It was just as he had suspected from the moment he entered the factory. Liam sensed that the traces in the factory were not left by merely one shadow demon. How could the Transcendent Guild assign a mission with such a discrepancy? Fighting one shadow demon versus two was a world of difference. Their ability to slip into the shadow realm and emerge from any random shadow was utterly unpredictable. One had to keep constant watch. A single moment of distraction, and the shadow demon would vanish from sight, only to reappear from the most lethal angle for a fatal strike. The traces left in the abandoned factory suggested at least 10 of them. Such a number would be deadly even for most Black Iron Emblem Transcendents of level 1. Even a level 2 Transcendent could fall victim. There was likely at least one growth level among them. With so many shadow demons, and the mismatch with the mission from the Transcendent Administration Bureau, a dark thought crossed Li Mo's mind. What should he do? Should he venture deeper? Liam stared at the dark alloy plate. The best course now was to leave immediately and contact the Bureau to dispatch stronger Transcendents. At the very least, they needed a Shadow Tribute Transcendent above level 3 like Teacher Su Jin's song. But that would mean missing the optimal moment to strike. He had come for more life days. And if his suspicions were correct, if he didn't deal with this now, he would be in great danger.
Su Ding! Here!
Su Ding scurried over with quick steps.
Wait in the car. If I'm not out in 30 minutes, drive straight back to the headquarters and contact the Administration Bureau. Send more Transcendents, at least level 3 with Shadow Affinity.
Liam leaned close to Su Ding's ear and whispered his instructions. Seeing Li Mo's serious expression, Su Ding dared not keep his playful attitude. He said a quick, "Okay," and dashed out of the factory in a flash. True to his reputation as an escape artist, he fled without a moment's hesitation. That was for the best. Liam wouldn't have to worry about dragging others into danger.
You should stay far away too,
he said, glancing at Wang Mang. Wang Mang nodded wisely, and also ran out without looking back. He was just an ordinary man, well aware of how fearsome shadow demons could be. He had no desire to die in a demon rampage. All he wished now was for this unknown man, who looked like a student, to perish at the claws of those shadow demons soon. That way, he could have an explanation. Watching Wang Mang disappear, Liam stared at the alloy plate again, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Boom! Su Dang, who had barely gone any distance, stumbled as a deafening explosion rocked the ground. The blast, like a chemical plant explosion, made the hillside tremble. Su Dang turned around. Strange white flames erupted like a boiling volcano under the blazing sun. The very air shimmered with heat.
Damn it!
A furious curse came from within the pillar of fire. The white flames scattered, and Limo's figure flew backward through the air. Just before hitting the ground, he shot white flames from his palms, using the thrust to steady himself. The roof of the abandoned factory had already been burned through by the scorching fire. The entire factory was engulfed in a sea of flames. Within the blazing inferno, countless dark shadows stood like a grand revelry of phantoms. The basement held not just 10 odd shadow demons. The number before him was no less than 30. And each one was at the newborn level. Amid the dense shadows, one dark silhouette was particularly distinct. Its blood-red eyes met Limo's gaze from across the flames and shadows. The oppressive aura of a growth level being swept over him like stagnant air. Liam hadn't opened the basement door. Fighting shadow demons in that dark, damp space would be like trying to outdunk a basketball legend. Entering meant certain death. He chose a simple scientific method instead, blasting through the ground with heavenly flame. With luck, he might burn them all to cinders in one go. The idea was ideal, but reality was harsh. At least so far there had been no notification of kills. And he had struck with all his power. Forget the growth level. Even newborn level demons couldn't withstand a punch from his dual shadow hands. How could they endure his level 2 heavenly flame?
Growth level is damn annoying,
he cursed under his breath. He had heard that a higher level demon leading a group could amplify their combat power exponentially. But he hadn't expected the effect to be this remarkable. The growth level demon must have sensed the immense energy as Liam condensed his heavenly flame. It had ordered all shadow demons to retreat into the shadow realm in advance. Creatures with intelligence were the most troublesome. Having evolved to this state, couldn't they just rely on instinct? The sun blazed fiercely. Shadows under such intense light were less distinct in daylight. Shadow demons couldn't cast shadows of their own under sunlight. They needed physical objects to cling to. This weather put them at a disadvantage, exactly why Liam dared to strike. But the next moment, his smile faded. The shadow demons showed no intention of attacking him. Even when they saw Liam, they remained still. Until Liam noticed the heavy shadow chains binding each of them. Those chains imprisoned them, confining them to the shadows, or within a mere meter of it. Just as he had suspected, these shadow demons hadn't migrated or wandered here on their own. They had been deliberately bound to this place. Just like the chemical plant last time. Under the sunlight, those shadow chains were snapping inch by inch. The shadow demons within the flames began to riot.
If there were things like that, why didn't you say so earlier?
Liam cursed. At Rongqing, experimental high school sunlight streamed through the glass window into the dormitory. The bedding was warm and soft under the sun. The person lying on it was holding a book, ready to enjoy some leisure time. Suddenly the phone on the table rang.
Coordinates located. Heavenly flame manifested.
The caller said only those 2 phrases before hanging up. The figure in the room shadows shook his head. Another interruption to his pleasant afternoon. He would make sure the one who killed his subordinate died a miserable death. Regret ever being born. A glint flashed between his fingers. A blood moon coalesced onto the mask in his hand, eerie and terrifying. After a moment's thought, he put the mask away. The restless shadow fiend surged like a river of shadows rushing toward Liam. White flames instantly enveloped him. He had no idea where these shadow fiends would emerge from. If even one of the dozens of shadow fiends slipped through his blind spot and emerged from the shadows on the ground, it could pierce his heart in an instant. The celestial flame, extraordinary, burned with extreme heat, its white almost corporeal flames capable of blocking the attacks of newborn-level shadow fiends. Fortunately, he had upgraded his flame seed at the spirit gathering tower earlier. Otherwise, relying solely on the incorporeal celestial flame would have been utterly insufficient to block the shadow blades conjured by these fiends. As long as this celestial flame defense held, he wouldn't have to worry about a newborn-level shadow fiend suddenly appearing behind him and turning him into a pincushion. The key was that growth-level shadow fiend. It had not yet moved. Under its command, the other newborn-level fiends surrounded Liamo. It was testing him. It would wait until it found Liamo's only flaw, then strike like lightning. Liamo didn't believe this layer of celestial flame could block a growth-level shadow fiend's attack. His entire focus was fixed on that growth-level shadow fiend. As long as it didn't move, he dared not act rashly. The white flames blazed fiercely. The shadow fiends on the perimeter had completely turned the area around Liamo into an abyss of darkness. The moment their shadows touched the extraordinary flame, the fire's light would sear them. Weakened by the sunlight, their defenses were even lower. They seemed in no hurry to attack, merely encircling him in silence. The growth-level shadow fiend seemed highly adept at fighting humans. It understood that the flames had to be precisely controlled, enveloping the entire body. This required immense concentration. That way Liamo would be unable to spare any thought for attacking. He was like a turtle retreating its head and limbs into its shell. But a turtle hiding in its shell incurred no extra cost. Maintaining the celestial flame, however, drained Liamo. He should have just had Su Ding contact the Supernatural Management Bureau directly. Why had he been so greedy for those extra days of life? The shadow fiends could afford to wait, but Liamo could not. Although Su Deng would contact the Bureau in 30 minutes. It was uncertain when the agents from the main office would arrive. He had better be able to hold out until then. And if his guess was correct, this was likely the territory of the Blood Moon Organization. From the moment he saw the traces of shadow fiends, and this scene resembling their imprisonment, Liamo had already suspected it. The incident at the chemical plant was no accident. The Blood Moon Organization was definitely capturing shadow fiends with premeditation. As for their purpose, Liamo was unclear. But now, he was setting off firecrackers right on their turf. He had even killed their people. The Blood Moon Organization's members were probably already on their way. That group who killed for amusement was far more terrifying than the shadow fiends. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would be for him. Through the gaps in the celestial flame shroud, Liamo stared at that pair of blood-red eyes. Fine. Since you won't attack, you'll make the first move. The layers of celestial flame suddenly vanished. Xiaohei, perched on Liamo's shoulder, let out a low hoarse roar and transformed into a shadowy mass that surged toward his hands. The moment the twin shadow hands took form, Liamo thrust out his arms, firmly gripping the heads of two nearby shadow fiends. He twisted them violently left and right. Like a giant windmill, he spun the bodies of the shadow fiends, slamming them into the surrounding fiends and sending them flying. The knockback fiends fell into the shadows, only to leap out from the nearest patch of darkness. But just as their bodies emerged, a spear of light pierced the sky, shooting forth like a bolt from the blue, pinning a shadow fiend to the ground. The white flame transformed into an arrow that pierced the air, penetrating that newborn-level shadow fiend. Burst! Liamo uttered softly. The flames pair erupted with a blinding white light. A massive shockwave exploded in the air, sending the shadow fiends that had just emerged from the shadows flying. Shadow Fiend Newborn killed life 256 days, a clean, decisive strike. Such was the power of the low-tier level 3 explosive flame spear. It far surpassed the condensed celestial flame bombs he had used before. The key was that he didn't need to compress it. It could be mass-produced. Dozens of white explosive flame spears floated in the air. With a flick of his finger, Liamo controlled them, like countless arrows loosed from a bow. They shot with pinpoint accuracy toward the dozens of shadow fiends. The fiends frantically dove into the shadows. But the explosive flame spears were too fast. Even as the shadow fiends reacted, two were still pierced by the spears pinned firmly to the ground. Burst! Shadow Fiend Newborn killed life 263 days. Shadow Fiend Newborn killed life 242 days. One explosive flame spear in the air streaked past the many shadow fiends. It aimed straight for the one watching from a distance, the greatest threat to Liamo, the growth-level shadow fiend. The explosive flame spear was already incredibly fast, barely perceptible to the human eye. Yet the growth-level shadow fiend easily caught the spear as it flew toward its face. The long straight spear was firmly gripped in its shadow-conjured hand. With a gentle squeeze it snapped the spear in two. Even broken it bursts. Bang! The white flame exploded into a ball. The explosive flame spear cared not whether it was broken by hand or by any other means. Once launched, you were going to take the hit. It was that unreasonable. As the fiery shockwave dissipated, one of the growth-level Shadow Fiend's shadow arms had vanished. Its crimson eyes blazed with even greater intensity. It was enraged. This human had actually managed to wound it. Those blood-red eyes fixed on Liam-O. He was raising his hand, slowly extending a third finger. Like watching, huh? If you're not convinced, come at me. The Shadow Fiend didn't understand the meaning of Liam-O's words or gestures, but it could read the emotion. It was mockery. How dare a mere weakling treat it like this? It was the king of these Shadow Fiends. Being trapped here had already driven it to the brink of fury. It could sense the aura of the shadow beast within Liam-O's body. So faint, it was pathetic. With such strength, he wasn't even worthy of licking the shadows beneath a Shadow Fiend's feet in the Shadow Realm. How dare he? Liam-O paid no heed to the growth-level Shadow Fiend's inner turmoil. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 more explosive flame spears shot toward it. But the next second the growth-level Shadow Fiend vanished. The 3 spears struck a newborn-level fiend instead. What happened? Liam-O's eyes narrowed, and suddenly a chill ran down his spine. Xiao Hei's roar was so piercing it threatened to tear his eardrums. The threat of death flooded every nerve and pore of his body. The celestial flame erupted violently from the palm of his left hand. The recoil forced his body to twist. In the span of a single breath, the left half of his body, from shoulder to hand, went completely numb. A black shadow descended without resistance from above. That blade had been meant to cleave his entire body in two. Even the white celestial flame wrapped around his back was severed effortlessly, like cutting through sponge foam. There was no pain as he had imagined. The shadow's unique numbing and paralyzing properties left the wound without much discomfort. Liam-O grabbed his dangling left hand with his right, twisted his body, and retreated, putting distance between them. What just happened? He hadn't seen it slip into the shadows at all. Liam-O's forehead veins twitched as he gritted his teeth against the pain, forcing the half-severed arm back into place. The agony of his shoulder wound being pierced by his own bone continuously amplified in his mind. Fortunately, the pain was soon replaced by a numbing sensation. The mending would take some time. The flesh had already fused, but the nerves had not fully healed, leaving Liam-O temporarily unable to use his left hand. The vermilion eyes of that growth-level shadow demon seemed to reveal a mocking grin. It swung its arms, which had morphed into blades. Always resorting to dirty tricks, no wonder you're as black as this. The Shadow Realm was inherently a type of space, so Liam-O was not surprised that the Shadow Demon could execute a skill akin to spatial displacement. He just hadn't expected it to have no cast time. No wonder even Level 2 Transcendence struggled against growth-level demons. From the recent situation, it appeared the growth-level Shadow Demon could swap positions with other Shadow Demons within a certain range. This elusive ability made Liam-O curse inwardly. Fortunately, it seemed the demon could not use it consecutively. If it could, it wouldn't have stopped after a single slash. Earlier, it only had its minions surround him. A growth-level Shadow Blade could already breach Liam-O's heavenly fire defense. If it could chain the ability, it would unleash a relentless series of crescent strikes, putting on a facade of mockery to cover its cooldown. Admittedly, the intelligence of these demons sometimes impressed Liam-O. But such petty tricks were useless. White flames wove into a rope, silently latching onto the growth-level Shadow Demon's body. Seeming to sense the scorching aura of the flames, the Shadow Demon let out a piercing shriek. Why does it sound like a fox? Liam-O quipped, dodging a newborn-level Shadow Demon lunging at his side. The next second, the growth-level Shadow Demon violently shook its body. The white flame rope snapped instantly, as brittle as a biscuit. Its eyes once again gleamed with mockery, as if to say, "You think this can hold me? I don't need to trap you, just to attach to you." The shattered fragments of extraordinary heavenly fire did not vanish, they clung to the Shadow Demon's body like a persistent curse. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Liam-O quietly sensed the residual traces of heavenly fire. The extraordinary flame was indeed a mid-tier ember. The growth benefits it brought were immense. Both its materialization and strong adhesion greatly enhanced Liam-O's strength. For opponents like Shadow Demons who relied on unpredictable attacks and movement as threats, Once tainted by heavenly fire, they would be permanently exposed to Limeau's perception, no matter how they moved, even beyond sight, smell, or hearing. Limeau could precisely locate them, unless their speed surpassed his perception. A growth-level demon could not achieve that. However, this technique was somewhat troublesome. It required pre-refining the extraordinary ember to exponentially enhance the fire's stickiness. This was Limeau's own innovation. In a way, it could be considered a transcendent skill. Its tracking ability was exceptionally strong.
The GPS tracking system is ready. Let's see where you can run this time.
Limeau sneered, as a white explosive flame spear materialized from thin air.
You're already caught.
1 spear. 2. 5 spears. 17. A total of 17 white spears hovered in midair. This was the limit Limeau could control at once. Overdrawing the heavenly fire left his face somewhat pale. But it didn't matter. He'll shoot you dead. The spears pierced through the flames, hurtling straight toward the growth-level shadow demon. The void rippled, having learned from its previous bitter experience, it wouldn't fall for that again. The shadow demon directly vanished into the shadow realm. A swift shadow dodge. It passed through layer after layer of shadows carrying boundless killing intent. The sharp shadow blade in its hand aimed to sever the human's head the moment it leaped out of the shadow world. A shadow leap. The growth-level shadow demon's vermilion eyes reappeared in the real world. The razor-sharp shadow blade traced a perfect arc in the air. But what loomed before its eyes was not Limeau's figure, but a white spear aimed directly at its eye.
I told you, you're already caught. What are you running for?
Limeau's icy voice came from very close by. But the growth-level shadow demon could no longer hear it. The explosive flame spear detonated the moment it neared the demon. Immediately after, 16 explosive flame spears tore through the smoke, blasting in one direction. 17 consecutive explosions rang out. Killed shadow demon, growth level, life 698 days. Limeau had already heard the announcement by the 6th blast. Since he was already at it, it felt satisfying to hear them all. He also cleaned up the remaining newborn level shadow demons. Without the growth level shadow demon's command, these newborn level shadow demons were no match for Limeau. Wherever the extraordinary heavenly fire passed, not even a trace of shadow remained. The method was quite brutal.
Shadow demons are a type of formless life form. The extraordinary heavenly fire can harm them, and it's not just due to materialization. Perhaps it's more like some absolute will.
Limeau murmured while burning with heavenly fire. He had previously thought his heavenly fire couldn't kill shadow demons, because it was merely illusory energy. Only after using dual shadow hands did he perceive the peculiar nature of shadow demons. It was like a rule: only shadows could touch shadows, only the same substance could touch the same substance. But extraordinary heavenly fire forcibly assimilated the shadow into the same type of matter as the fire. Once the fire adhered to the shadow demon, he could even grasp the fire-coated part of the shadow without using dual shadow hands. Indeed, the extraordinary ember was more than just turning white. It lived up to its name. After casually killing the last newborn level shadow demon, the entire factory fell silent. Life countdown: 9,096 days, 16 hours, 25 minutes, 16 seconds. That was quite a boost. Indeed, only battle could rapidly enhance oneself. But now, he had many skills to upgrade but few resources. Limeau was momentarily torn over how to allocate points. Heavenly fire, explosive flame spear, shadow beast, dual shadow hands. All were crying out to be leveled. He could even spend 6,000 days of life to draw a new talent. But he felt he might not be able to sustain them all. Every skill was precious. Obviously, investing in heavenly fire and explosive flame spear would significantly boost his strength, but that would make his attack methods monotonous. Pure brute force would struggle in certain specific environments. For instance, a few newborn level shadow demons had just attempted to flee. It was Xiao He that burrowed into the shadows and forcibly dragged them out. See, heavenly fire was ineffective there. What if a growth level shadow demon tried to escape next time? That would be nearly 700 days of life lost. After much deliberation, Limeau decided to allocate points to Shadow Beast first. Talent: Shadow Beast, level 1, completion 99. 9 life, 2,000 days. What? It charges me 20 days even for less than 1 completion. Rip off. Transcendent skill, mortal rank, level 3, dual shadow hands, completion 100 life, 1,000 days, life countdown 6,096 days, 16 hours, 24 minutes, 47 seconds.
Limeau,
A familiar voice came from beside him.
Teacher Su.
Su Jinsong looked around, his brow furrowed. The moment he saw Li Mo, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Li Mo was taken aback, then let out a sigh of relief.
Su Deng's efficiency is truly reliable. It hasn't even been half an hour, and he's already notified someone to come to the rescue. Teacher Su, it's all right now. I thought there might be shadow fiends here, so I had my task partner find help. Turns out there wasn't a single shadow fiend. We were tricked by the mission.
Li Mo fabricated the story flawlessly. He certainly couldn't say he had just brutally slaughtered over 30 shadow fiends, including a growth level 1. How else could he conceal his true strength? Su Jinsong was also stunned for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as you're safe. I thought it was something serious. A young girl called me in a panic saying you were in danger, so I rushed over.
Su Jinsong looked around.
Are you here alone? No, there was a boy passing by just now. A boy? Yes, he was handsome, dashing, elegant, and stunningly beautiful. Eat this spear.
Li Mo suddenly roared. A white flaming spear shot through the air like a bolt from the blue. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It rained down like a meteor shower. There was no warning. It detonated the moment it was raised. By the time Su Jinsong tried to move, it was too late. Countless ropes of white flame, like steel cables, bound him tightly. Even if he broke one, new ones would immediately take its place. The flames blazed fiercely on his body. The burning might not have been as painful for a shadow fiend. But for a human, it was a different story. The searing fire against his skin was unbearable for anyone. Before he could even scream, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes. Then a chain of explosions. Killed a level 3 transcendent life, 553 days life countdown, 6,649 days, 16 hours, 22 minutes, 1 second.
TCH.
Li Mo clicked his tongue. Even a level 3 transcendent was worth only this much. He exhaled a turbid breath, then his legs gave way, and he sat down on the ground. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. That was a level 3 transcendent. The moment Su Jinsong appeared, Li Mo's mind nearly exploded. Someone from Rongqing Experimental High would never show up in a place like this. It was still class time. He himself had taken leave. Why would a teacher from class 3 of grade 8 come all this way for no reason? Was he on a field trip? And he came to save me of all people. Su Deng didn't even know which school I attended. How could he have so precisely called teacher Su Jinsong, who just happened to have a level 3 moon shadow talent, and was free? There was only one possibility. Teacher Su was a member of the Blood Moon organization. Connecting this with his talent, Li Mo finally understood how so many shadow fiends had been captured. A growth level shadow fiend was not something that level 1 shadow talent he had encountered before could restrain. Capturing them alive was far more difficult than killing them. But with Su Jinsong it was different. A level 3 transcendent was on par with a Nirvana level demon. Though he couldn't defeat one, it was not something a growth level demon could challenge. Capturing them alive would be a breeze. From the moment he saw Su Jinsong, Li Mo had been condensing the extraordinary fire seed and silently conjuring explosive flame spears in his blind spots. If Su Jinsong hadn't been unsure whether Li Mo was the heavenly fire transcendent, he would have killed him instantly. Li Mo didn't know the exact gap in strength between a level 3 and a level 2 transcendent. But he knew the difference between level 2 and level 1. His current self could take on a truckload of his level 1 self. Good thing he was smart. He launched a combo with lightning speed. If that combo had failed, he might have really kicked the bucket. That was close. Even so, he had nearly reported to the King of Hell. Li Mo wiped the blood from his face. A clear knife wound ran across his cheek. He staggered to his feet. Xiao He ran over, a dark dagger clutched in its mouth. That was the weapon Su Jinsong had hurled at Li Mo while enduring the flame-searing pain, just as the explosive flame spear attacked him. Even in that state, he had still delivered a fierce strike. Li Mo only saw a dark blur graze his face, and it was already too late to react. Luckily it missed. Otherwise he might have met Su Jinsong again in the afterlife. It was a silver-white dagger. Yet it emanated a dark aura. The moment he grasped it, Li Mo felt the eternal power of the shadow beast within him begin to surge. The black crystal on the hilt glimmered. He didn't know what creature's crystal core had been made into this dagger, but it resonated with his shadow beast. He felt the shadow intensity of the shadow beast increase, by at least 25. What a treasure. This was an extraordinary artifact, the same type as the fire-attributed ring on Li Mo's hand. Both could directly amplify their corresponding talents. Extraordinary artifacts were tools used by transcendents in this world to strengthen themselves. There were pure amplification types like these, and also those with special functions. The cube box was essentially a type of extraordinary artifact. A 25 boost meant this crystal core came from at least a growth level demon. Li Mo had just killed over 30 of them, and not a single one had dropped this. No wonder it was so valuable. As his heavenly fire level increased, the fire ring Linjinya had given him had decreased its boost to heavenly fire from 30 to about 18. This dagger's 25 boost showed its extraordinary nature. No wonder it belonged to a level 3 transcendent. They always had the good stuff. Li Mo reached into Su Jinsong's completely charred clothes. A light touch turned them to ash. He rummaged around a bit. Li Mo found the cube box he had been longing for. He probed it with his consciousness. Inside lay a mask with a blood moon pattern. So it really was the Blood Moon organization. A few vials of gene serum, some spare clothes, lesson plans, and a pile of human severed hands. Li Mo frowned disdainfully, shaking the severed limbs out of the cube box. Every single one was a left hand. No wonder he always saw Su Jinsong rubbing the fingers of his left hand. Was this a fetish? Unless he was someone with 3 heads and 6 arms. Su Jinsong had killed at least 50 people. I guess this counts as delivering justice. Li Mo sighed. These Blood Moon members were all quite twisted. He never expected that an expert from the Blood Moon organization had been hiding right beside him. Good thing he had concealed his strength. He remembered that Su Jinsong had been present during the entrance exam. If he had revealed his heavenly fire power, then Su Jinsong might have killed him the very night he returned home. Being cautious was the right choice. This world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Wu Jiao's face was still vivid in his mind. But constantly hiding like this left him uneasy. He needed to think of other ways. Li Mo took out his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang a few times before connecting. What? Have you decided to join the execution bureau? If I join, can you guarantee my safety? There was a silence on the other end. Where are you now? I'll bring my people over immediately. Li Mo hung up the phone. He let out a long sigh of relief. At least for now he was safe. He used the cubic box he had taken from Su Jinsong to store the body. The cubic box could not contain living creatures. Corpses did not count. He silently tucked the ring-shaped cubic box into the inner pocket of his coat. This cubic box was much larger than the one he had seized last time. It had a full 10 cubic meters of space. It was considered the only valuable contribution from that pauper Su Jinsong. Is it over? A furry head poked out from the ruins. Why didn't you go to the car? Su Ding was actually nearby, her head drooping, as she looked around to confirm there was no danger before slowly shuffling out. It was too far, and I was a bit scared, so I didn't dare to walk a few more steps. Besides, I haven't exercised in ages, so I got a stitch in my side after running a bit. Li Mo's eyebrow twitched. Just because of that. Su Ding's face was indeed a bit pale. This girl was usually too lazy. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Li Mo couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He would have to make her exercise more before the next mission. You saw everything. Su Ding's eyes darted around, feeling guilty, as she looked elsewhere, her lips twisting. No, I didn't see anything. What is there to see? The scenery here is really nice. Look, the sky is so sky-like, the grass is so grass-like. All right. Since you saw it, just don't tell anyone. Li Mo waved his hand. Do you mean the part about you killing someone, or? Don't say anything. Oh. Su Ding nodded, frantically afraid that if she reacted slowly, Li Mo would casually kill her too. That guy was from the Blood Moon organization, Li Mo explained. That's really something. You're not surprised. Li Mo raised an eyebrow, as Su Ding's reaction was calmer than he expected. A look of lingering fear appeared on Su Ding's face. I've already been surprised. She then pointed at the pile of left hands on the ground, indicating she had seen that too. I occasionally do some good deeds to rid the world of evil, Li Mo continued. As expected of you, boss. Su Ding didn't hesitate to show her quality of cheering him on. She made sure not to let Li Mo's words fall flat. Oh, right. Liam snapped his fingers, conjuring a fireball. It shot swiftly toward a certain spot in the ruins. A scream was heard as the fire landed, quickly dying down as the flames completely scorched the person's throat muscles.
That security guard named Wang Mang was the one who tipped them off,
Liam explained once more.
That's really bad.
Su Ding nodded.
Let's finish the mission quickly.
Su Ding let out a couple of yelps and pulled out a small black box-shaped device from her pocket. This was the detector issued by the Transcendent Management Bureau when taking on missions. Once inserted into the ground, it would scan a spherical space within a 500-meter radius. If there were still demons, the device would show red. If there were none, it would show green. This thing emitted a kind of radiation that was harmless to humans, but extremely repulsive to demons. Once covered by the radiation, even demons within the range would quickly flee. For elusive creatures like shadow demons, if they were startled, they would be even harder to catch. That's why Liam and the others hadn't used it from the start. Moreover, the radiation lasted only a short time. Even if it drove away the demons in the area, they would return after a while. Usually Transcendents taking on missions, like Liam and his team, would thoroughly eliminate all demons first, then use the device to scan and double-check. The device would send the scan results to the Transcendent Bureau's central system in real time via the cloud. Once the detector turned green, the Bureau would simultaneously confirm the mission's completion. This saved them the trouble of going back to the Rongqing Bureau to settle the mission. After patiently waiting for a minute, the indicator light on the device changed from gray to green. It meant there were no more demons in this area. Liam felt a vibration in his pocket. He pulled out the black iron emblem, which had a small LCD screen. It displayed his points in real time. Black iron 106040, the black iron emblem had two records. The first number represented his current points, and the second represented his accumulated mission points. The current points could be transferred and used to exchange for items from the Transcendent Management Bureau. Only the accumulated mission points could be used to upgrade the emblem. To some extent, this restricted disciples from aristocratic families from using others' points to forcibly raise their emblem level and recklessly take on high-level missions. The emblem also automatically recorded the information of demons killed by the holder. It was said to contain a trace of transcended power from some talent. The blood and chi of demons slain by the holder would be absorbed and converted into points. Liam had killed a total of 30 newborn-level shadow demons, each worth 30 points. Adding the 120 points from the growth-level shadow demon and the 40 points for completing the mission, he was now a wealthy individual with 1060 points. Which Transcendent at the same emblem level as him could be as rich. After all, not everyone could single-handedly take down over 30 newborn-level shadow demons plus a growth-level one. Even two people couldn't. This trip was incredibly fruitful. Liam took stock of his spoils and no longer lingered. He and Su Ding drove away from the abandoned factory, leaving behind only Wang Mang, who was said to have childhood memories of this place forever remaining there. Ever since killing people from the Blood Moon organization, Liam no longer felt much burden about taking lives. Although Wang Mang was just an ordinary person, he worked for the Blood Moon organization. It couldn't have been Su Ding who leaked the information about his heavenly fire to Su Jinsong, could it? With only two other people present besides himself, it was hard for Liam not to guess who informed Su Jinsong. Wang Mang's call had nearly cost him his life. He deserved to die.
Head to the center of Lichuan City. There's a coffee shop there with decent coffee.
Liam had previously spoken with Lin Jinya on the phone, leaving the address of that coffee shop. The reviews on a certain app were okay. He wasn't foolish enough to wait for Lin Jinya and the others at the abandoned factory. Who knew whether other Blood Moon members or Lin Jinya would arrive first? Su Ding was unexpectedly deflated like a punctured ball, muttering softly,
I ate too much before. Didn't bring enough money. I'll treat you. Awesome. Boss is generous.
She instantly regained her energetic demeanor, shaking her head and swaying the steering wheel, her furry head bobbing along with the car ornament.
Aren't you curious why I hide my strength?
Su Ding paused, pouting as she looked at Liam through the rearview mirror.
You wouldn't kill me to silence me now, would you? Just kidding.
Su Ding stuck out her tongue.
It would be a lie to say I'm not curious. Everyone is curious about other secrets, but since it's a secret, it's something you don't want to tell. Someone as perceptive as me naturally pretends not to know.
Su Ding whistled, gazing at the scenery through the windshield.
I just need to know you're a good person. Why do you think that? Because you accompany me to buy good food, promise to take me to see the sea, and are even treating me to coffee. If that doesn't make you a good person, then there are no good people in this world. It's actually quite tasty.
Liam set down his coffee cup. The coffee was a pale brown, slightly bitter, with a hint of acidity. In his past life, he had pulled all-nighters cramming for exams, relying on 2 or 3 cups of coffee daily. He was a seasoned coffee connoisseur. The acidity and bitterness of a medium roast balanced perfectly. It was clear the owner was someone who meticulously brewed coffee. The coffee beans must have been special, as Liam tasted a faint fruity note for the first time. He had ordered an Americano, yet it carried a peculiar grape aroma.
It's so good.
Su Deng's mouth was stuffed with cream cake, barely registering what Liam said. She just kept shoveling spoonfuls into her mouth. Liam gazed out the window. This was the main thoroughfare of Tachikawa City's central district. Large commercial streets and malls stood directly opposite the cafe. A massive LCD screen loomed over the mall, nearly spanning its entire width. Light and shadow flickered across the screen. A short-haired girl radiating youthful vitality held a bottle of basic potion.
You know her?
Su Deng suddenly asked. Her plate of strawberry cream cake was spotless, not even a trace of cream left. Liam even suspected she might have bent down to lick the plate when he wasn't looking.
She's sort of an acquaintance.
Liam's gaze returned to the LCD screen. The enormous display showcased the girl's smile. Holographic text floated above.
Lin Yulian, the strongest prodigy of the new generation at Tachikawa Academy, recommends the Lin Group's latest development.
An unmistakable advertisement.
Your childhood sweetheart.
Su Deng's eyes sparkled with gossip. The trope of a mysterious, powerful youth pretending to be a loser only to surpass his genius childhood sweetheart. That's how it goes in novels.
Not close.
Liam calmly dashed Su Deng's hopes of digging up gossip. He did know this Lin Yulian. But that was from his past life. Back when he had an artistic flair, the new high school freshman who joined his music club was Lin Yulian. They hadn't had much interaction. He only remembered her as quite rude, not liking to look people in the eye. His current life's memories also seemed to contain traces of Lin Yulian. The Lin Group had once had a brief collaboration with his father's factory. They had met as children. It was merely a nodding acquaintance. He just hadn't expected this former junior to be in Rongqing no longer. Instead, she was in Tachikawa City, as a transcendent, even helping her father advertise. In this world where might made right, extraordinary talent paired with the title of genius girl was indeed eye-catching. Lin Yulian was also the sweet-looking type. The basic potions she endorsed sold like hotcakes. When Liam and Su Deng were shopping earlier, they had seen many people carrying potion bottles with the Lin Group logo. Transcendents with cubic boxes usually stored items in them. Seeing them carried so openly meant the product was a massive hit. The strongest prodigy of the new generation. Liam took another sip of his coffee. Suddenly, a sharp alarm siren blared, its tail drawn out like a lightning bolt tearing through peace. Liam instinctively went on full alert, even as celestial fire began to kindle in his palm. Then from outside came the familiar middle-aged man's voice.
Everyone inside freeze. Enforcement Bureau business.
The voice boomed through a megaphone. In the next instant, figures flickered into the tiny cafe. Within just a few breaths, the already cramped space was packed with dozens of people. Each exuded an overwhelming pressure. At least level 2 transcendence. Liam sensed the surging waves of eternal power. His heart sank. Damn. He had been so focused on catching his breath that he forgot to tell Lin Jinya during their call that he was already safe. His conversation with Lin Jinya had indeed been misleading. After all, that call had come out of nowhere. He had started by demanding the Enforcement Bureau guarantee his safety, then made the unusual request to join them. Lin Jinya sensed something was wrong the moment he answered. Liam was responsible for several Blood Moon operatives' deaths. From Lin Zini's perspective, Liam must have been in a crisis he couldn't handle. That's why he had pinned his hopes on a professional like Lin Jinya. Lin Jinya immediately led his convoy, speeding and breaking traffic laws to rush over. Sirens blared all the way, as if afraid of being a step too late to save Liam. Bang. The cafe door was kicked open.
Liam, it's okay. I'm here. Everyone else stay still. Enforcement Bureau business.
Lin Jinya, pistol in hand, scanned the room with a stern expression. Finally, he spotted Liam, who had buried his head in the seam of his pants. He let out a sigh of relief.
Is this safety drill really this realistic?
Liam slowly raised his head, forcing a stiff smile, as he muttered. Lin Jinya looked baffled. What safety drill? What was he talking about? Then he saw Liam frantically winking at him. After several long seconds, Lin Jinya finally caught on. Damn, it was a false alarm.
Ahem. Drills have to be taken seriously, right? Alright everyone, no need to be tense, it's just to raise your awareness. Everyone did well.
Lin Jinya forced a stiff smile, cheerfully explaining to the bewildered civilians crouched on the floor. The dozen or so transcendents he brought were equally confused. Weren't they told there might be blood moon experts here? They had come fully armed. Some had even prepared to die in the line of duty. A drill. Lin Jinya coughed twice more.
The Enforcement Bureau team did great too, very immersed in their roles, very responsible. Clearly well trained. But I thought there was blood.
Lin Jinya smacked the guy on his helmet-covered head.
See, still not out of character.
Then he draped an arm around Liam, laughing and heading out. Liam tugged at Su Ding, who had buried her head even deeper. She was genuinely scared. They left behind a cafe full of stunned customers, and the barista still holding a cup. Was there a safety drill today? No one had informed them. Once inside the Enforcement Bureau vehicle, Lenzini's stiff expression finally relaxed.
What the hell happened?
Liam shrugged. He handed his cubic box to Lin Jinya, signaling him to take a look. Lin Jinya warily probed the box's contents with his mind.
Holy shit! Crescent moon!
Lin Jinya couldn't help cursing in the car. A blood moon mask appeared in his hand. It belonged to Su Jinsong.
You ran into a blood moon assassin at least level 3, and you fucking killed him. You can tell that just by looking.
Liam was somewhat surprised, as he hadn't even gone into detail yet. How did he know it was a level 3 transcendent? Could the Eye of Insight even discern the level of the dead?
Nonsense, can't you see this big half moon?
Lin Jinya pointed at the mask in his hand with exasperation.
What do you mean? It's just...
Lin Jinya paused mid-sentence, his eyes glancing at Su Ding sitting beside Liam.
Wait outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with Officer Lin.
Su Ding nodded obediently and opened the car door. Just as she stepped out, she hesitated and pulled back.
Huh? I want another piece of cake.
Her eyes were pitiful. Liam's expression froze, then he transferred 50 to her.
You really are a good person.
Su Ding happily hugged Liam, pressing her cheek against his, then quickly pulled away. Only Liam was left in the car, his face slightly flushed. Lin Jinya squinted and craned his neck.
Your girlfriend. Mind your own business. Go on. The Blood Moon organization has a clear hierarchy. The low-level grunts with little merit usually wear masks with a crescent moon like a waning moon. These are the masks uniformly worn by those below level 3 transcendents.
Lin Jinya raised the mask and pointed at the half-moon emblem.
A moon of this size half is called a quarter moon, worn by at least level 3 transcendents. The highest level quarter moon the Bureau has executed was level 6. As for anything above a quarter moon, no one has ever seen one. In theory, there should be gibbous moons and full moons. But so far we've never captured members of the Blood Moon organization at those levels. So you're saying that anyone who has seen a gibbous moon or a full moon is dead?
Liam rubbed his temples. He had initially thought that taking down a level 3 transcendent from the Blood Moon organization would be a significant blow to their key combat strength. But it turned out to be just a grunt. A level 3 transcendent had no dignity at all. So he would have to face gibbous moons and full moons in the future.
Forget it, let's get down to business. I've been thinking about what you mentioned before, joining the Bureau. I can consider it. But I need the Bureau to guarantee my safety. At the very least, even if I don't hide my abilities, I won't have to worry about being targeted by the Blood Moon organization.
Liam lowered his voice to a whisper. He was already an extremely cautious person. Anyone else in his position might have been killed by a cunning old fox like Su Jinsong at the academy long ago. Who would have thought that a quarter moon level transcendent from the Blood Moon organization was hiding right in Rongqing High School? No wonder the Blood Moon organization could so easily kill those unseasoned prodigies. The moment Liam used his heavenly flame, someone came sniffing around immediately. He couldn't hide it forever, could he? He didn't want to have to guard against not only demons but also mask-wearing fanatics of unknown levels, when venturing into dangerous demon-infested territories. He had no idea how his current strength compared to others his age. But at least, he had the potential to be nurtured. Originally, Liam had planned to find a powerful patron once his strength had developed. He didn't want to expose his secret of gaining life by killing demons, and using that life to strengthen himself. So he had to demonstrate enough value. No one would go out of their way to protect a useless person. At 18 with a level 2 heavenly flame and a level 1 shadow beast, and having solo killed a growth level demon, could that barely count as a minor genius? Lin Jinya was the first to extend an olive branch to him. He had previously looked down on the Bureau, given its many rules and restrictions. But now who was he to pick and choose? A single spark from his heavenly flame, and someone would be chasing him with a blade. After hearing Li Mo's request, Lin Jinya fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke slowly.
I don't think it will achieve the effect you're hoping for. After all, you killed a quarter moon, not some easily replaceable crescent moon. The resources required for the Blood Moon organization to cultivate a pawn are immense. I suspect you're already on their internal bounty list.
Liam scratched his nose awkwardly. This wasn't what he had wanted. If someone came to kill him, he couldn't just offer his head, could he? Things had come to the worst possible outcome. He would have to be on guard every single day.
Even if you join the Bureau, I doubt it will change your situation much. The Blood Moon organization is already at odds with the Bureau. The Bureau's deterrent power over them is negligible. It's like an enemy whose hatred is already at 85. They won't care if it rises to 90 or 95. Even if you join, if the Blood Moon organization wants you dead, they'll find a way. Besides, the Bureau is a public institution. It has powerful members, but not many. They're usually bogged down with official duties. By the time anything happens, your body might be cold before they even arrive. As for the high-level transcendents in the Bureau, they need layers of approval to act. Grass could be 3 feet tall on your grave before the approval goes through.
Lin Zini's words were crude but true.
After all, you're only a level 2 transcendent. At the end of the day, you're still at the bottom of the power structure in this world. The danger you face doesn't qualify as the highest alert for the human realm. Some words are harsh but real. Like that saying from the Blood Moon organization, a genius is only a threat when they've grown up. Comparatively, I still think it's better for you to keep your heavenly flame talent hidden. At least it will take the Blood Moon organization some time to find you.
Lin Jinya sighed. As a first-class officer of the Bureau, he felt helpless. His duty was to protect every citizen of the human realm. But with his power, he simply couldn't. A level 3 eye of insight could only do so much. Liam lowered his head, rubbing his palm. It wasn't that he didn't want to hide the heavenly flame. But the heavenly flame was his true source of power. If he wanted to rapidly improve his abilities, he couldn't keep it sealed away forever. No matter how strong the shadow beast was, it was just a functional talent. When it came to area effect destruction, the heavenly flame was unmatched. Only by killing demons could he grow quickly, and that required quantity. What could be better for racking up numbers than this simple direct AoE? Plus, several people already knew about his heavenly flame. Lin Jinya by Shuang Su Ding. None of them seemed like bad people, but this effect would inevitably spread. If one person knew, a second would know, and it would spread from 10 to 100. Some might keep a secret, but certainly not everyone. Liam knew clearly that a true secret should be known only to one person. Everyone else who knew would have to die to keep it permanently. That was the real reason he was weighing whether to expose the heavenly flame.
It's a shame. I'm really worried about my safety. After all this time, the assassin was a teacher from our own academy. If it weren't for my brilliant caution... Wait, what did you say?
Lin Zini's eyes suddenly lit up as he interrupted him. Chengdu Shirgao. Principal's office. Lin Jinya lounged with his legs crossed, savoring Huang Chuan's fine pure tea. As the tea broth slid down his throat, his eyes lit up. Without a word, he scraped some more tea crumbs into his own thermos. So, who might this be? Huang Chuan's temples pulsed with veins, as he forced a smile looking at Liam. Stop breaking it off. That pure cake is worth hundreds of thousands. Though for someone of his stature, hundreds of thousands was trivial. But he couldn't let someone treat it like a potato they were digging into. Who the hell was this guy anyway? He walked in without a word, opened the cabinet where Huang hid his tea, and precisely found the most expensive piece. Then he started pouring himself tea. Huang racked his brain, had never seen this man before. He acted as familiar as a relative. If it weren't for the fact that he was following his own student, Huang would have slapped him out long ago. Executive Bureau First Class Officer Lin Jinya. So, Huang Chuan didn't get it. No matter your rank, you can't just waltz in and swipe his good tea. Even your Chengdu Bureau Chief couldn't do that. Nothing, just introducing myself. Huang Chuan suppressed the urge to swat him away. After all, he was now a teacher, and had to set a good example for his student. Losing his temper casually would tarnish his image of lofty grace. He'd deal with him later. And you? What brings you to the principal? Huang Chuan shifted his gaze to Liu Mo. Liu Mo exchanged a glance with Lin Jinya, who nodded at him. The next moment a charred corpse materialized in the principal's office. Xiao Su. Xiao Su. How could this be? Huang Chuan's face drained of color. He instantly recognized the body. Before Liu Mo could even react, Huang Chuan was already beside Su Jinsong's corpse. Short-distance spatial teleportation. Truly worthy of a principal. Given Liu Mo's current reaction speed, he hadn't even caught a trace of spatial distortion before Huang completed the teleportation. Huang grabbed Su Jinsong's shoulder, but due to carbonization he accidentally snapped off his entire left hand. Who did this? Huang Chuan thundered, bewildered. This was a teacher from his academy killed without a sound. He would never forgive the culprit. The space around him warped with his fury. Principal Huang, calm down. Lin Jinya took another sip of tea, speaking calmly. Then he gestured for Liu Mo to produce another item. A mask stamped with a vermilion crescent moon materialized in Liu Mo's hand. Liu Mo handed the mask to Huang Chuan. Taking it, Huang's expression shifted from confusion to shock, staring at the mask in disbelief. He glanced at Su Jinsong. Having navigated the supernatural world for decades, he quickly grasped the implications. The Executive Bureau, the Blood Moon Organization, Su Jinsong. These three elements appearing together made the truth obvious. Did my father send you? Huang Chuan sighed. He thought he had evaded everything only to be caught by this accident. Who knew when the Blood Moon had planted a pawn in his academy? This was a monumental blunder. Exaggerated, it could even implicate Huang Chuan as colluding with the Blood Moon Organization. Of course, no one would go that far. After all, Huang Chuan's identity was far more than just a principal of Chengdu Shigao. No matter how I flee, I can't escape. Huang Chuan let out another long sigh. Through the window he gazed into the distance at the familiar campus. I wish I could see this view a few more times. His eyes shimmered with reluctance and sorrow. Stop wallowing in melancholy. Lin Jinya interrupted, unable to hold back. What? Aren't you sent by my father to take me back? If I knew your old man, would I still be a first-class officer? Lin Jinya snorted, annoyed. Huang Chuan paused. That made sense. His father was a powerhouse stationed in the Gray Mist Zone. Even if he sent someone, it wouldn't be just a first-class officer from the Executive Bureau. Anyone connected to his father would at least be on his level. A level 5 supernatural being serving as a first-class officer was as absurd as a college student being a kindergarten class monitor. Then what's this about? Your students run into some trouble. Huang Chuan slowly turned his gaze to Liu Mo. He had found it strange from the start. Not to mention that Liu Mo was a student. Logically, matters concerning the Blood Moon Organization were usually confidential. Publicly, they only warned ordinary people and supernaturals to beware of those wearing Blood Moon masks. But when real Blood Moon incidents occurred, the Executive Bureau would immediately seal the scene with the highest level orders. This was to protect ordinary people and average supernaturals. The Blood Moon Organization specifically hunted those who knew their secrets. Huang Chuan's pupils contracted. Was this kid a survivor of a Blood Moon incident? Seeing no other choice, Liu Mo recounted his encounters with the Blood Moon Organization in full detail. From the chemical plant to the present incident. However, he omitted some key steps. For instance, that he had single-handedly killed the Shadow Demon, the 3 Blood Moon members, and Su Jinsong. In each telling he emphasized the presence of a powerful ally, like Wu Jiao or Lin Jinya. He painted himself as someone who tried hard but didn't contribute much. The art of storytelling. Huang Chuan grew more astonished as he listened. He had already been shocked to learn Liu Mo possessed a second talent. Now awakening and fighting a novice level, then immediately taking on 3 level 1 supernaturals. Barely surviving the rookie phase, he faced a level 3 supernatural during an iron rank mission. Any other supernatural would be long dead by now. Yet this kid was still kicking. And had he awakened 2 talents before level 3? Unheard of. If Liam-O were a natural-born supernatural, it would be in his file. So he must be a late bloomer. A late bloomer awakening 2 talents at once. Truly those who awaken later are the ones with great fortune. Huang Chuan himself was a late bloomer. Though in Liam-O's story a powerful figure was always by his side, during each crisis surviving battles above his level already spoke volumes. Liam-O narrated vividly. At that moment Officer Lin was incredibly brave, bang with his gun, and Teacher Su was done for. Lin Jindia nearly spat out his tea. This kid could really spin a tale. He didn't expose Liam-O. Everyone had their own way of surviving. Liam-O's caution was exactly why he was still alive. So what you're saying is you provoked the Blood Moon Organization's higher-ups, and want my protection. Huang Chuan summed up Liam-O's underlying message after listening. Huang Chuan interlocked his fingers, resting his chin on his hands, as he pondered in his office chair. Protecting the students of his own academy was after all his duty as the dean. But it was clear that Liam-O wasn't seeking that kind of nominal protection. What he wanted was a relationship of absolute significance. A bond so formidable that even the Blood Moon Organization would have to weigh the consequences before making a move against him. The Transcendent Academy was merely a path for mediocre transcendence. It offered them a chance to carve out their own transcendent lives within the human domain. In truth, over 80% of true transcendent powerhouses dwelled in the Grey Mist Zone. That place was both a purgatory and a paradise for transcendence. Countless resources intertwined with endless warfare, where rebirth was forged through slaughter and death. Every transcendent who entered the Grey Mist Zone was a prodigy of the human domain. Yet upon arrival they became but one among the masses, often perishing within days. Even so, countless transcendents flocked there with fervent desire. However, those who managed to enter the Grey Mist Zone all shared a common trait. They possessed a legacy, be it a family inheritance, a clan tradition, or the backing of a top-tier commercial empire that nurtured superpowered elites. Given the scarcity of resources in the human domain, independent cultivators could scarcely hope to step into the Grey Mist Zone. What Huang Chuan now had to consider was whether to publicly declare Liam-O as his direct disciple. The term direct disciple carried immense weight. In the world of transcendence, it signified absolute recognition, marking one as the heir to one's legacy. At times, a direct disciple could be even dearer than one's own child. Huang Chuan had never taken on a direct disciple before, not due to a lack of suitable candidates. Rather, he had never made up his mind. By his strength, he should have long since departed for the Grey Mist Zone. His father had already paved the way for him there. But Huang Chuan had no desire to go. He was never one for battle. He had witnessed the bloodshed and horror of the Grey Mist Zone. It wasn't a fear of death, but rather, he couldn't bear to see familiar faces sharing barbecue in the morning only to be draped in white shrouds and sent to the funeral parlor by nightfall. That was why he defied his father's objections to return to the human domain and become a teacher. He married and had children. After Huang Ranran was born, his reluctance to engage with that world only deepened. Thus, he never forced Huang Ranran to hold herself to the same rigorous standards as him, whether she ended up in Class A or Class B. As long as she lived happily, that was enough. So despite possessing immense power, he had never trained a true warrior. His teachings here merely cultivated flowers in a greenhouse. These children, who would be terrified at the sight of demons, could never truly stand against real demonic beasts. Once he accepted a direct disciple, it meant he would have to train Liam-O with the intent of sending him to the Grey Mist Zone, setting aside the issue of Liam-O's low genetic potential. Just hearing about the troubles Liam-O had stirred up gave him the feeling that within days he might be forcibly sent back to the Grey Mist Zone because of this direct disciple. What a headache. Huang Chuan massaged his temples. Why did he have to encounter such a massive problem at a time like this? He glanced at Su Jinsong's corpse lying on the floor, gritting his teeth in fury. That little bastard, why did he have to come and cause him trouble? If it were just Liam-O encountering this, he could still fudge things. But the key issue was that there was an official from the Enforcement Bureau sitting right here. Huang Chuan shot Liam-O a glare. Hadn't he always emphasized, when in trouble go to the teacher, if the teacher can't handle it go to the dean? So why had he gone straight to the Enforcement Bureau? Gazing at Lin Jinya, who sat leisurely in his chair, Huang Chuan thought to himself, should he just kill him to silence him? Having survived years in the gray mist zone, he didn't rely solely on his father. Never mind, he was supposed to be a man of integrity now. With that thought, Huang Chuan let out an even heavier sigh. Lin Zhenya and Liu Mo sat to the side staring at each other in bewilderment. Neither of them was in a hurry. After all, the corpse was right there. Once he reported this, Chengdu Experimental High would certainly be shut down. Did Dean Huang think he could enjoy a peaceful retirement? He'd be buried under a mountain of complaints from parents, eventually forced to slink back to the gray mist zone in disgrace. Lin Zhenya was well aware of Huang Chuan's background. Everyone in the Enforcement Bureau knew. Transcendents from the gray mist zone were covered by an immunity clause. Even if they killed someone by mistake, the case would be handled directly by the gray mist zone. It wouldn't go through the Enforcement Bureau at all. Everyone who came down from the gray mist zone had a file. Huang Chuan's background was even more formidable. He was the child of a level 8 big shot in the gray mist zone. That was precisely why Lin Zhenya had brought Liu Mo to see Huang Chuan. Once Liu Mo became Huang Chuan's direct disciple. Before the Blood Moon organization could make a move against Liu Mo, they'd have to consider whether they could take on Dean Huang, who at level 5 had slain a level 6 transcendent. And then, they'd have to consider how many of their strongholds that level 8 big shot from the gray mist zone could tear apart if he stormed into the human domain from the front lines. He wasn't in a hurry. After wrestling with the decision for a long time, Huang Chuan finally broke the silence.
Agreeing to your request isn't out of the question. But you'll have to prove your strength first. 1 month from now, Chengdu Experimental High will participate in the Sichuan Province Higher Education Exchange Tournament. There, use all your power to lead the team to victory. Then he'll accept you as my direct disciple.
Huang Chuan looked at Liu Mo, his tone serious. This was nearly an impossible condition, given what he had heard about this student named Liu Mo. He was merely at the level of an ordinary genius. There were several such students in their school. Chengdu Experimental High hadn't placed in that exchange tournament for years. Resources from the gray mist zone were distributed based on the academy's ranking. That was why the school's resources were becoming increasingly scarce. The scarcer the resources, the weaker the students' combat abilities. The weaker their combat abilities, the fewer resources they received. It had become a vicious cycle. After over a decade of accumulation, students from other academies had far surpassed the top students of his current cohort. Moreover, representative schools from several cities boasted prodigies with leaps and bounds ahead talent. For instance, that super prodigy from Lichuan City, Lin Yuelian. Having awakened her talent less than 6 months ago, she had already advanced from level 1 to level 2, and then spent 3 more months improving. It was said she could now slay growth stage demons alone. Before her level 2 talent had even peaked, she could already kill growth stage demons. Such strength left her peers far in the dust. Right now, the freshmen in his class A were still struggling to cross the threshold to level 2. This year's exchange tournament happened to fall a month before her graduation, so she would also be participating. For Liu Mo to win the championship was about as likely as a fool's dream. Huang Chuan intended to use this to dissuade Liu Mo. It was best for him to back out now, before he had fully revealed his strength. If he exposed all his power at the exchange, and still failed to win, he would lose both the fish and the bear's paw.
Fine.
Liu Mo agreed without a second thought.
What? Aren't you afraid of not winning and exposing your strength?
Huang Chuan was stunned by Liu Mo's decisiveness.
Those freshmen are only 15, and just recently awakened their talents, right?
Liu Mo asked. Huang Chuan nodded. Anyone over 16 who entered a transcendent academy could hardly be called a prodigy.
Then it's fine. An Ultimer dealing with a few brats shouldn't be a problem.
Liu Mo rubbed his nose, looking unconcerned.
Hesitating in fear of wolves ahead and tigers behind will only get you devoured by both. I don't like that. I'd rather fight to the death to take down the wolf or the tiger. If I get killed in the process, then so be it.
Liu Mo's expression was no longer that lazy, carefree look. He was serious. Every step he took was to survive. Yet he had never stopped because of the fear of death. Whether it was talent or the system's rotation that was truly formidable, it was undeniable that without him repeatedly walking the tightrope of death's edge, he would not have grown so quickly to his current level of strength. While other students were still struggling with their arduous cultivation, Liu Mo was already crossing tiers to battle demons and monsters. How could a flower nurtured in a greenhouse ever compare to the blood-soaked Manjusaka?
Very well then. I look forward to receiving a satisfactory answer from you.
Huang Chuan said no more.
Oh right. This is for you.
He pulled a black wristband from his desk drawer. It was impossible to discern its material. The entire band was pitch black. It somewhat resembled a shadow. Liam O took the wristband the moment it touched his hand. He felt a chilling coolness, like when Shuang Ying's hand seized a shadow. It truly was an item with the properties of a shadow.
This is the compensation I promised you from the last Spirit Gathering Tower incident. The promised transcendent artifact. This thing is called the Flash Shadow Wristband. After using it, you can leave a shadow on the ground. Using it again allows your body to swap places with that shadow. It can be used a maximum of 3 times per day. The effective range is about 100 meters.
Huang Chuan gave a brief introduction. Liam O drew in a sharp breath. Wasn't this the exact ability of that growth-level shadow demon from before? He had coveted this ability ever since his encounter with that demon. That sudden, unexpected vanishing trick was enough to turn the tide in many disadvantageous situations. If it weren't for his own ability to deduct life for recovery last time. Fighting a growth-level shadow demon with one hand was almost a delayed death sentence. This showed just how powerful the ability was. Liam O fastened the wristband around his wrist, caressing it with affection, savoring the cool sensation against his skin. The more he touched it, the warmer he felt inside. After obtaining the Flash Shadow wristband, Liam O left the dean's office with Lin Jinya. Huang Chuan remained seated, his head bowed, the wrinkles on his face tightening and loosening in a troubled expression.
Forget it. Taking on a direct disciple isn't so bad either. Isn't life full of unexpected changes that bring pleasant surprises?
He opened a drawer which contained another transcendent artifact. Judging by its appearance alone, the energy emanating from this artifact was not as powerful as the Flash Shadow wristband. This was the artifact Huang Chuan had originally prepared for Liam O. It was a transcendent artifact that could amplify jumping power by about 20%. Its effect was far more lackluster than the Flash Shadow wristband. This artifact was originally the year-end award for the outstanding teacher Su Jin Song. Pairing the Flash Shadow wristband with a Shadow Tribute Transcendent could sometimes produce unexpected results. It was extremely rare. He had gone through immense trouble to acquire it. Giving it to that kid with only a level 1 Shadow Beast talent would be a sheer waste of a divine treasure.
I almost forgot he also has the Gold Devourer talent.
In truth, the moment Liam O agreed without hesitation, Huang Chuan had already decided to take him on as a direct disciple. His earlier words about failure leading to a lack of protection and the exposure of his trump card were just meant to scare him. Huang Chuan would never allow his own student to truly fall into danger. He had intended to dissuade Liam O, but he hadn't expected Liam O to agree so readily.
Ah, Su, why did you have to go and get involved with the Blood Moon organization?
Suddenly filled with frustration, Huang Chuan vented his anger on the charred corpse. The space around it compressed violently, and the entire corpse quickly shrank into a small black cube. Then it dissipated into the void.
I need to start seriously studying how to mentor a direct disciple. Maybe I should try to set him up with Ran. A son-in-law is also a kind of close relationship. No, I can't let that brat off so easily. By the way, isn't there a reward from the Executive Bureau for killing a level 3 transcendent from the Blood Moon organization?
Lin Jinya, who had just reached the school gate with Liam O, stumbled.
You've already fleeced your dean. Now you're setting your sights on the Executive Bureau,
Lin Jinya said in exasperation. This kid was truly greedy.
Theoretically, there is no reward. The Executive Bureau does not encourage ordinary citizens to engage the Blood Moon organization in battle. Everyone is advised to run away upon encountering them. You know what those people from that organization are like. Killing one is like getting stained with blood. It takes ages to wash off.
Lin Jinya paused.
Internal personnel do receive rewards. However, most of it is in the form of merits or points, similar to the Transcendent Administrator Bureau's credit system. We also obtain resources by completing missions within the Bureau. If you hand the mask over to me, I might be able to get you some things. It just depends on what you need. Materials for promoting my Shadow Beast to level 2.
Liam O said after a moment's thought. That was indeed what he needed most recently. His Shadow Beast's level 1 talent had already been maxed out. The air fell into silence.
Damn!
Lin Jinya lit a cigarette and took a long hard drag, finishing half of it in one go.
Comparing people really is infuriating.
Didn't you just awaken your Shadow Beast? How many days has it been? Half a month. And now you're telling me that not only is your heavenly fire at level 2, but this gold devourer is about to reach level 2 too. What are you feeding it? Gold fertilizer. Lin Jinya took a deep breath.
The condition for promoting the Shadow Beast to level 2 requires a core from a newborn level Shadow Tribute Demon. Actually, the core from that Shadow Demon you had before would work. However, different types of demon attributes are inherited by the Shadow Beast. Cores from different original demons also lead to varying degrees of growth after promotion. It's the same principle as the Fire Seed.
Lin Jinya explained.
What kind of Shadow Demon attribute do you need? Just find something suitable.
So far, he hadn't thought of any area where he was lacking. Heavenly Fire could make up for offensive power. Double Shadow Hand provided control. Little Black could hold enemies at bay, and with the Flash Shadow Wristband, he had 3 displacements.
As long as it's strong enough.
Lin Jinya glanced speechlessly at Liamo. How was this any different from a client who didn't know what they wanted?
I'll look into it for you when I get back.
Liamo handed him the crescent moon mask. It was useless to keep it on him. After that they parted ways. Back home under Li Wan's adoring gaze, Liamo laid out a large array of snacks from Leeching City. He had bought these on the side while shopping with Su Ding. Su Jinsong's cube not only had more space, but also had the effect of preserving freshness and temperature. Level 3 transcendents were indeed something else.
Bro, you're my god.
After basking in his sister's admiration, Liamo locked himself in his room. Life countdown 6,649 days, 8 hours, 46 minutes, 17 seconds. It was time to get down to business. Liamo had never used these massive accumulated life days for stat allocation until now. Having confirmed Huang Chuan's intention, as long as he won the championship, he would no longer have to conceal the strength of his heavenly fire. That meant he needed a new trump card. He would never allow himself to be in a passive position with all his cards revealed. Pay 6,000 life days to draw a new talent. Draw. Pay 6,000 life days to draw a new talent. Draw. Life 6,000 days. Searching talent sequence database. Compatibility. Physique matching. Genetic potential matching. Match successful. Acquired talent illusory eye level 1. Grade B sequence position 28. Truth and falsehood interweave reality and illusion shift between the twin pupils. A new eternal force gradually began to coalesce and take shape within Liamo's body. Having awakened 2 talents, Liamo perceived this fresh surge of power with even greater clarity this time. It was unlike the eternal force of the Shadow Beast, which had emerged from the depths of his very being. The eternal force of the illusory eye seemed to materialize out of thin air within his internal organs. It converged, condensed, and finally surged in a cyclical flow throughout his body. The moment the illusory eye awakened, Liamo felt his cognition suddenly sharpen. His eyesight, hearing, and sense of smell all experienced a marked enhancement. He could perceive the world with greater subtlety and detail. In the past, while reading novels, he had often encountered a concept known as spiritual power. Now, he could feel it more intuitively. The illusory eye should be a talent belonging to the spiritual domain. Liamo slowly channeled the eternal force into his pupils. His vision suddenly began to blur. The next moment, color shifted. A drastic chromatic distortion appeared in Liamo's field of view, an intense sense of incongruity permeating his perspective. It was as if 2 negatives of different colors were superimposed. Every object in his sight had a ghost image. Liamo walked over to the mirror. He touched his left cheek. The left eye embedded in its socket had actually turned a shade of pink. He closed his right eye. The pink left eye vanished, replaced by a world tinted almost entirely in pink. Closing his left eye and opening his right, the world reverted to its original colors. Opening both eyes, the world of 2 underlying hues overlapped once more. So this is the illusory eye. Compared to the Shadow Beast and the Heavenly Flame, this talent was more difficult to fathom. Liamo still hadn't figured out the specific usage of this talent. The extracted talent didn't carry that innate instinctual feeling within his body. Illusory eye. Illusory eye, as the name suggests, it should be related to illusions, right? Liamo pondered. Could it conjure a bottle of cola? He urged the eternal force within him. Mobilizing the eternal force to leave his body was not simple. But as a possessor of the Heavenly Flame talent, he was long accustomed to this projection of eternal force outward. Liamo was astonished to find that the eternal force, originally a colorless and formless product of consciousness, was now visible to him. The stream of eternal force emanating from his body was ethereal like a ribbon of mist. It bore a pinkish filter. As he manipulated it, it gradually coalesced into a cylindrical shape, merging, and finally taking the form of a bottle of cola in his imagination. A bottle of cola truly appeared in his vision. Moreover, unlike other real objects, this cola had no ghost image. It was only visible to the eye that saw normal colors. In the pink world, this object did not exist at all. It seemed the illusory eye also possessed the ability to distinguish illusion from reality. What a formidable talent! Liam had originally thought himself a well-rounded warrior. He had forgotten his weakness in the spiritual domain. Now with the advent of the illusory eye, even this flaw was compensated. Liam reached out to grasp the conjured cola. The moment he touched it, the cola dissolved into a puff of pink mist and vanished. It was indeed an illusion. No. At the moment of contact, Liam could feel a tangible sensation. That meant objects condensed by the illusory eye could potentially manifest a real tactile sense. It was just that he could not channel enough eternal force, and his level was too low. Liam marveled inwardly. If the illusory eye were upgraded to a sufficiently high level, couldn't he conjure anything he desired? Indeed, keeping the life extraction talent was the right choice. His combat options had multiplied. Though the illusory eye was weak now, it was already capable of many things. For instance, suddenly creating two Liamos in the midst of battle. Whether facing humans or demons, they would hesitate. That brief moment of hesitation would be enough for Liam to thrust his blazing flame spear into their mouths. Life 400 days. Talent illusory eye level 1 completion 20. 1. Without hesitation, Liam allocated all his points to the illusory eye. For the blazing flame spear, or level 2 heavenly flame, this amount of life force was negligible. He was well aware of the cask effect. He kept just over 200 days to scrape by for a while. All he needed to do next was prepare well for the so-called Academy Exchange Tournament. Liam took a shower, changed into his pajamas, and continued to research his newly acquired talent. For the following month, Liam's life became a monotonous routine: home, the Supernatural Administration Bureau, and mission locations. He was so busy, he didn't even have time to visit Rongqing No. 10 High School. In his relentless effort to upgrade his black iron insignia, he could only continuously accept and complete missions. The 300 cumulative mission points took Missouri a full half-month to finally advance to the bronze insignia. This damn system. To advance to the silver insignia required 2,000 cumulative mission points. Liam worked his fingers to the bone, but only managed to reach 1,400. Most missions for the bronze insignia were worth around 100 points, a little over double that of the black iron. His luck hadn't been as good during this period. Areas rampant with demons were only accessible to those with gold insignia, and above, which required a cumulative total of over 6,000 points. That was where Liam could truly improve. However, the gains over these past few days were not insignificant. Working non-stop, Liam had raised the illusory eye's completion to 87. He had harvested a total of 900 points, which added to his previous 1040 gave him 1940 points. There was still a long and arduous road ahead. The levels of demons available for missions under the black iron insignia were simply too low. Most were half demons. He had thought the abandoned factory incident was the start of his meteoric rise. He hadn't expected it to be the peak. If he could experience a few more incidents, like the abandoned factory, he might even reach level 3 heavenly flame. Time to grind. Hurry up and reach gold. What troubled Liam most wasn't the speed of his advancement, but the little glutton within his body. Xiaohei, who consumed 2 gene potions daily, was a constant drain. The 100 bottles he had obtained from the Spirit Gathering Tower were nearly depleted. Good grief, his earnings couldn't keep up with his spending. His current points were only enough to buy 6 bottles. That was a 3-day supply. Xiaohei couldn't possibly drain him dry if it ran out of dog food, could it? He had to hurry and get through that exchange tournament. Once he became Huang Chuan's direct disciple, he would first ask his conveniently available teacher for a few hundred bottles of gene potions. There was no time to lose. Calculating the day, today should be the day to finalize the official team members. The exchange tournament was scheduled for 3 days later. The competition would be conducted in teams of 6. In truth, earlier team practice would be more beneficial for synergy. However, the purpose of the exchange tournament was to select individuals of absolute strength, not teams that scraped by on teamwork. They wanted to assess the overall strength of an academy. It was also a simulation of actual combat conditions in the Gray Mist Zone. The Gray Mist Zone required the ability to coordinate at a moment's notice with powerful yet unfamiliar supernaturals. Because you could never be sure if your familiar teammates would live to see the next day's sun, Liam turned off his phone alarm. He got out of bed. Today it was time to go meet those teammates.
Young Master Wang, rest assured, I will ensure the Academy gives you an explanation.
The middle-aged man standing beside Wang Yao clad in a black suit comforted him.
Exactly. Brother Wang, you were clearly the rightful candidate for this exchange meet. It's utterly unfair to have a slot suddenly parachuted in. Yeah, unfair.
Amidst the bustling crowd, voices rose in fervent cries. These were Wang Yao's followers. As the young master of the Wang family in Rongqing with formidable cultivation talent, and ranking 5th among the new generation students at Rongqing Experimental High, he naturally attracted many followers. People are drawn to strength. By following Wang Yao, even if they couldn't cultivate much on their own, they would be content with the scraps he might toss their way after he became a high-level transcendent. The martial arena of Rongqing Experimental High was packed. Originally, only the 5 participants for the exchange meet needed to show up for Dean Huang to brief them on the details. But Dean Huang had suddenly announced that the number of exchange slots had been reduced from 5 to 4. For years, the Academy had sent 5 participants for the team battles and the inter-academy exchange. The inexplicable loss of 1 slot spoke volumes. Someone had pulled strings to secure a spot. Such practices were common in other academies, but unprecedented at Rongqing Experimental High. The key issue was that Wang Yao, ranked 5th, was displeased. Though the exchange rewards meant little to him given his backing from the Wang family. He could forfeit the slot, but he couldn't tolerate its absence. Spoiled by his family, he refused to accept this, and even summoned his steward. In other words, he called for parental backup. Everyone was eager to witness this drama. The other selected participants were also present, exchanging silent glances. No words, no communication. They too were there to watch the spectacle. The top 4 among the new generation of Rongqing Experimental High were Xiao Yuan, Kai Wenyu, Huang Haotian, and Su Liang. Each stood behind a transcendent protector hailing from different backgrounds. All 4 were shrewd. If Wang Yao succeeded in his protest, one of them might be replaced. Now they each had a backer present. Either Wang Yao would fail or the parachuted newcomer would be sent packing. As the pride of Rongqing Experimental High, they had some connections among themselves, and were naturally exclusive. The newcomer was a complete stranger. Why should they fight alongside him? Moreover, Rongqing Experimental High had ranked last in the exchange tournament every year. Stuffing it with a crony would only seal their defeat. Their thoughts converged. The student named Wang Yao, arms crossed, wore a scowl as he stared at the open gates of the arena. His sharp, angular face was tinged with a pallor, a sign of overindulgence. The Wang family's talent was formidable. He had awakened the direct lineage's ability sequence 71 grade talent Thunder. In terms of sheer destructive power, this talent surpassed Heavenly Fire. Its classification as grade underscored its potency. At least in the early stages of awakening, it held a massive advantage over other talents. However, Wang Yao was the archetypal spoiled brat. Except when forced to cultivate by his family, he spent his time in debauchery, relying on his clan to supply high-grade gene potions to compensate for his lack of effort. He merely coasted along. That was why he ranked only 5th. With a bit more diligence, his thunder talent could have secured him a spot in the top 3. Yet he never saw it as his fault. Today was no different. The number of slots had been announced half a month ago. Whether 4 or 5, the strongest always prevailed. Falling just 1 rank short, he was unwilling but unable to defeat the top 4. So he vented all his anger on the unseen newcomer. If he couldn't have it, neither should anyone else. That was the way of Wang Yao, the young master of the Wang family. He was already furious after nearly being defeated by a girl from Class B. He had planned to intimidate her with his family's influence, but discovering she was Dean Huang's daughter, he let the matter drop. Now who was this nobody daring to rise above him? The more he thought about it, the louder the knuckles of his fingers resting on his arm cracked. After a long wait, someone finally appeared at the arena's gates. Dean Huang entered first, visibly startled by the crowd of students inside.
Why aren't you in class? What are you all doing here? Dean, today is weapon day. No classes during the day.
A timid voice answered from the crowd. The Transcendent Academy had 8 weapon days each month for students to practice their talents independently. Lately Huang Chuan had been preoccupied with planning the direct disciple training program. He had simply forgotten.
All right.
The crowd's attention didn't linger on Dean Huang, instead it shifted past him to the gate behind. The protagonist they awaited wasn't him. Everyone held their breath, eager to see what extraordinary being had prompted Dean Huang to bend the rules for the first time. The arena fell so silent that only heartbeats could be heard. Then Liam O shuffled in hands in his pockets, a half-eaten fried dough stick dangling from his mouth. He looked up, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, then stepped back out to double-check the sign.
This is the arena, right? I didn't get lost.
Weren't there supposed to be just 5 participants? The crowd here could fill a truck.
What's going on? Ignore them, just curious students.
Huang Chuan said flatly, signaling Liam O to come in. Liam O's gaze swept over the crowd, then lingered on the stewards.
Good heavens! Are these also students? Never underestimate a middle-aged man's ambition.
He took a bite of his dough stick and hopped onto the arena platform.
And here I thought I was already the ultimate. Didn't expect there to be veterans. This is getting me pumped.
He mumbled between bites, every word sincere. The stewards standing nearby darkened their faces. If not for their master's silence, they would have personally taught this brat a lesson. Huang Chuan tapped Liam O on the head, signaling him to watch his tongue.
Those are your teammates for the competition, and the ones beside them are their family protectors.
A single glance told Huang Chuan the situation. He knew Wang Yao's temperament well. He had anticipated this scene when he made the decision. But he hadn't expected Wang Yao to be so unambitious. With a genetic potential of over 70 in Thunder, the best early development talent, he still only managed 5th place. Su Liang, ranked 4th, was inferior in both genetic potential and talent. Sigh. Sometimes one had to admit that there were indeed gaps between people. A gifted person unwilling to work hard yet still stirring up trouble. In contrast, Liam O's genetic potential was a mere 0. 92, yet he had pushed his talent to level 2. Entirely on his own. Thinking about it, this cheap direct disciple of his was quite diligent. Still, he was just a child. A little emotion was normal. Having been a teacher for over a decade, Huang Chuan knew such petty grievances were easy to soothe. For these noble scions, it was merely a matter of face. As long as he gave them enough respect, the matter would blow over.
1, 2, 3. 6. Weren't there supposed to be 5 participants? Is the extra one a support staff or a cheerleader?
Liam O blurted out abruptly. Liam O asked with earnest sincerity, completely oblivious to the tension crackling in the air. The concept of family honor had yet to fully take root in his world. To him, the exchange tournament was merely about stepping up, throwing a few punches, and then heading home. It was not much different from completing a mission. As for academy glory or reward resources, none of it held much significance for him. Once he could enter the demon-infested grounds that only golden emblem bearers could access, why would he need training resources? Standing on the stage, he still wondered, had the exchange tournament been prepared so thoroughly? He recalled Huang Chuan mentioning that there were no substitutes in the tournament. So why were so many people gathered here? They must be support staff then. Perhaps there was even a cheerleading squad. The only girl standing there with her slender waist and long legs would surely make a fine cheerleading captain. As for the men, they could probably do it too, right? The one beside her, who looked even frailier than himself, had his nostrils flared and arms crossed. Was he clinging to the last shred of male dignity? To be honest, if it were Liam O, as long as the compensation was sufficient, that bit of male pride would mean nothing. Liam O studied these people curiously for a while. When he finally spoke with startling candor, many students below the stage couldn't help but chuckle. But they dared not laugh. Who could miss the bulging veins on Wang Yao's forehead? Liam O's words were spoken without malice, yet to Wang Yao, they sounded like the ultimate mockery. His face darkened completely. Everyone could only cover their mouths, stifling their laughter. The offspring of noble families had immunity. Even if they committed murder, their clans would find a way to cover it up. These students dared not provoke Wang Yao lightly. As Liam O sized up the participants, they sized him up in return. In terms of appearance, there was nothing particularly special about Liam O. Nor could they sense that aura of extraordinary genetic potential. He wore a cheap hoodie and shabby sneakers. After his family went bankrupt, Liam O had sold off all the luxury items his predecessor had bought, using the money to support the household. He had never been particularly materialistic, so his attire was rather casual. Everyone silently reached the same conclusion. He was definitely connected. After all, high genetic potential was evident from the outside. That irresistible charm that drew people in was a result of natural selection in human genes. Liam possessed none of that. But he was undeniably handsome, with clean-cut tousled hair, jet black pupils, and a high-bridged nose. Liam resembled the handsome protagonists from Korean dramas in his past life. It was just that his predecessor had overindulged a bit. Now that his body had fully recovered, coupled with the cleansing of eternal power, his physique had also improved. Naturally, his facial features became more defined.
Dean Huang, our Wang family cannot simply ignore what was just said.
The middle-aged man standing beside Wang Yao finally spoke.
Is this a provocation against our Wang family? The child is young and ignorant, he was just joking.
Huang Chuan spread his hands. As the dean, he despised such tattling, but he had to maintain appearances. The middle-aged man chuckled, deciding not to press the issue further, and shifted the topic.
In previous years, the exchange tournament had 5 slots, and students earned their spots through hard work. There's no dispute there. But this year, suddenly appointing a slot internally, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Youngsters are always competitive.
The steward echoed Huang Chuan's own words back at him. Oh, so they were unhappy with me being an outsider. Liam finally understood the situation. But he couldn't be bothered to explain. He would just follow the teacher's arrangements. He was only here to go through the motions. Huang Chuan stood to the side, frowning at the middle-aged man. After all, he was a 5th-ranked transcendent. Few dared to speak to him like that. He then glanced at the arrogant Wang Yao. Birds of a feather flock together.
So what do you propose?
Huang Chuan tossed out the question, too weary to think of a solution himself. There had been a more peaceful way to resolve this. But Huang Chuan was now irritated by this unremarkable middle-aged man. To be honest, even if he were being unfair, so what? A 5th-ranked transcendent wasn't someone to be trifled with. Even if your entire Wang family showed up, if I said I was putting someone in, I would do it. SSSHHH. A bolt of lightning flashed abruptly. It shot toward Liam without warning. Liam's pupils contracted. The lightning unleashed from the fingertips of the boy with crossed arms struck straight at him. It aimed precisely for his heart. A lethal strike. Liam had never imagined that someone would dare to kill him in front of so many people. The fleeting lightning bolt, crackling with electricity, passed through his body and struck the wall behind him, blasting a massive crater with spiderweb-like cracks. If he hadn't awakened his illusion eye and enhanced his senses, that strike would have pierced his heart clean through, leaving him dead without even knowing why. Just like Su Ji-song, the human body was fragile. Even with a difference in rank, there was always a chance that a higher-ranked transcendent could be killed by a lower-ranked one. Liam had killed Su Ji-song precisely through a surprise attack. This stranger, whom he had never seen before, was trying to kill him. Even Huang Chuan was stunned. He had sensed the lightning attack and the direction it was aimed. Shocked that such a young man could be so ruthless, he tried to block it with spatial power. But his power met some resistance. That obstruction lasted only an instant, allowing the lightning to slip through. A nameless fury ignited in his chest. Huang Chuan narrowed his eyes at the middle-aged man. The man's face was pale. That power certainly wasn't his. It must have come from a family transcendent artifact. Activating that artifact was aimed at him and the student under his charge. Were they insane? Just for an exchange tournament, they would risk offending him to kill this student. Was such a trade worth it? Huang Chuan recalled a letter from his old friend in the Gray Mist Zone not long ago. His friend had mentioned some friction between his father and certain noble families. He hadn't paid it much mind, knowing his father's temper easily attracted enmity. Now it seemed it was more than just friction. The nameless fire still smoldered in his chest. The Wang family's move was aimed at him. They were flexing their muscles, issuing a warning, telling him not to act rashly. In the eyes of those noble families, Huang Chuan had come down from the Gray Mist Zone to claim resources from the human domain, to grab a slice of the already meager pie. It had been fine when Huang Chuan kept a low profile. But now that he was openly placing students, those people felt threatened. And when threatened, they struck back. What a noble family. Humanity was already teetering on the brink, yet they still fought among themselves. Huang Chuan let out a bitter laugh. Just as he was about to speak, Liam, who had been standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. Having just narrowly escaped a lethal blow, he showed no anger, no hatred, no agitation. He was as calm as still water. Expressionless, he gave Wang Yao a thumbs up.
Impressive. Then he stretched lazily. As I recall, the Academy's rule is that the strong take precedence, right? Then it's simple. Not convinced.
Liemo extended a finger and beckoned to Wang Yao.
Come up and try.
Then he turned to the other four.
Don't pretend. I know you're not convinced either. All of you come at once.
Arrogant. That single thought rose in everyone's mind simultaneously. Liemo clapped his hands. He walked to the very center of the arena. His height was only 178 centimeters. Yet he possessed an aura of looking down upon the few figures on the field.
Hurry up, I'm pressed for time.
Seeing them frozen in place, Liemo urged.
Are you sure?
Kai Wenyu asked incredulously.
You want to take on all 5 of us alone? Do you think you're... Fight if you're going to fight, or shut up and get lost.
Liemo grew annoyed by her hesitation and cut her off directly. Wang Yao was the first to lose his temper. Having suppressed his rage all along was torturous enough. Now with such blatant provocation, fury flooded his mind. He had wanted to kill Liemo from the start. His family had made it clear they would handle the aftermath. As a spoiled scion, he now only craved to shatter the other's bones with his thunder. A sharp crack exploded. An intense aura of thunder enveloped Wang Yao. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Arcs of electricity swirled around him like a magnetic field. Wide-blue arcs of lightning coalesced in his palms. Hands were the easiest organs for releasing the power of eternity. Whether heavenly fire or thunder, both began their release from the palms. Wang Yao constantly urged the lightning to multiply. A low growl escaped his throat. Thunder power maximized. At that moment, he resembled a wildly unstable transformer. Anyone who approached or touched him would be detonated. All the thunder would instantly pierce through Liemo's body. Unless his bones were forged from steel, they would be blasted to smithereens in a flash. Wang Yao was still gathering power. He was determined to kill Liemo. Though they bore no prior enmity, Liemo had usurped his position and insulted him. Such trivial reasons were enough for Wang Yao to kill him several times over. The surrounding students watched the stray sparks of electricity. Their hearts trembled with fear. Was Wang Yao insane? They knew the terror of thunder talent with such intensity. Was he trying to commit murder? The blazing arena evoked no change in Liemo's expression. He snapped his fingers. A pitch-black puppy leaped out from his shadow.
A shadow beast! Oh my god! How can a waste talent like a shadow beast be used? Is he going to fight thunder with a shadow beast?
Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Using a shadow beast against thunder was as absurd as trying a fair duel with a broom against someone wielding a gun. If not for the lethal amount of electricity Wang Yao was releasing, they might have laughed at Liemo's move. But soon their expressions changed. That shadow beast, no bigger than a palm, leaped down from Liemo's shoulder. Then its body expanded rapidly. Even its form transformed. The dark shadow condensed and enlarged. Finally it resembled a mighty lion, fully 3 meters in length. A deafening roar erupted from its jet-black body. A true lion's roar. The aura of a newborn-level demonic beast pressed down, like a weight, turning all students' faces pale. Everyone usually trained their talents in solitude, burying themselves in hard practice. When had they ever faced a real demonic beast? Even their assessments only involved half-demons. The pure bloodlust and killing intent from the demon made some people unable to stand.
A newborn-level demonic beast. A level 2 shadow beast.
Someone muttered, face ashen. They finally understood why Liemo could become this transfer student. A level 2 talent. And the hardest to train, shadow beast. That alone explained much. So far no new student had reached level 2 talent among the Transcendents. The roaring little black directly blasted away the surrounding thunder. Lightning had little effect on shadows. Only the intense light dimmed its shades slightly. But the effect was negligible. An enormous claw swept down. It paid no heed to Wang Yao's explosive thunder. With a sudden swipe, Wang Yao and his thunder were sent flying backward. The arc shattered in the void. They didn't even have a chance to explode. Then he crashed heavily into the wall. Wang Yao's body went limp. He slowly slumped to the ground. More breath out than in. Silence. A deathly stillness fell over the arena. Someone swallowed hard, looking at Liemo, who was gently stroking the shadow lion's head. His expression was calm and indifferent, as if he had casually swatted a fly. One slap. Wang Yao, the young master of the Wang family, was defeated in a single blow. Now he lay on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. The middle-aged man who had been standing beside Wang Yao flashed to his side. He examined Wang Yao's body with all internal organs shattered. His lips turned purple. When this got back to the Wang family, he feared he wouldn't leave with his body intact either. The middle-aged man's face twisted with pale fury.
How dare you!
Flames erupted from his palm hurtling toward Liamo like a fire dragon.
Oh, still heavenly fire!
Level 2 heavenly fire. Liamo was all too familiar with it. Then with one slap, he dispersed the blazing flames. That flame was clearly an upgrade from a mortal-grade fire seed. Before the extraordinary, it was as warm as bathwater. This was suppression at the level of the fire seed itself. Fear flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. Unlike Shadow Demon's thunder couldn't affect Shadow Beasts, but attacks could directly target the Shadow Beast's master. The user of a Shadow Beast had a physical form. He had unleashed heavenly fire as fast as he could. How could the other have casually dispersed his full-powered heavenly fire?
How is this possible? It hit you, not me, right?
Liamo sneered coldly. Little Black extended its sky-covering claw. Knowing he was outmatched, the man instantly wrapped himself in heavenly fire, hoping its radiance would keep the Shadow Beast at bay. But Little Black was Liamo's Shadow Beast. Liamo was familiar with heavenly fire. Little Black was even more so. That enormous claw didn't strike the man. Instead, it completely engulfed him. The pitch-black shadow blocked all light, including the heavenly fire. The black claw condensed into a dark sphere. It kept shrinking, then slowly revealed the man's figure. The shadow's paralyzing properties numbed his entire body, rendering him immobile. The heavenly fire could barely function. He was firmly gripped in Little Black's grasp. He couldn't even struggle.
All right, don't actually kill him,
Wang Chuan reminded him.
Teacher, a bit too late.
Liamo had Little Black release its grip. Apart from what was exposed, the man's body from the chest down was twisted into a long, thin spiral. He was deader than dead. Wang Chuan's expression stiffened. Didn't this kid know to leave some leeway for future encounters? And when had this kid's Shadow Beast reached level 2?
You killed Wang Yao. The Wang family won't let you off.
Kai Wenyu, a fellow contestant, spoke with a trembling voice. She hadn't expected Liamo to actually kill someone. They were all students, though they might say someone deserved death, they never truly acted. Judging by Liamo's expression, this wasn't his first time.
And the Shadow Beast counters Wang Yao. By attribute, he was our main offensive force. Without him
Kai Wenyu's words caught in her throat, because Liamo was already frowning and directing Little Black toward her. Terrified, Kai Wenyu clamped her legs together and immediately bowed her head to apologize.
I'm sorry.
She nearly wet herself in fear. With just a glance from Liamo, the remaining 4 dared not move an inch. They scarcely dared to breathe. Even the butlers beside them stood ramrod straight. The experts arranged by their families to accompany them were only at level 2. Such a level could resolve many matters among students. Yet, who would have known that this newly emerged freshman would turn out so formidable? Everyone stared in terror at the pitch-black Shadow Beast, now no bigger than a palm-sized puppy. Though Xiaohei wagged its tail and licked Liamo's fingers. But this was the very Shadow Beast that had just killed one man on the spot and left another's fate hanging in the balance. And this kid was feeding it something. A gene potion. Was that how it was meant to be used? Liamo paid no heed to the stares. He merely said calmly,
Anyone else have objections?
Dead silence.
If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Oh, by the way, you on the ground over there. Next time you want to kill me, send someone stronger. This one's cost performance is appallingly low.
Liamo grumbled a couple of remarks. That middle-aged man, even in death, had only added a little over 200 days to his life. He must be considered a rather trashy level 2 transcendent. Those previous level 1 transcendents from the Blood Moon organization had each contributed over 100 days. He had thought killing him would max out the Phantom Eye. The exchange rate for a level 1 talent was 20 days to 1. Now the Phantom Eye's completion had reached 97. After greeting Huang Chuan, Liamo popped the half-eaten fried dough stick back into his mouth and swaggered out. Thankfully it hadn't gone cold. Huang Chuan didn't stop him. After all, there was a huge mess left behind for him to deal with. Maybe he should reconsider whether to accept him as his direct disciple. Before he had even become one, he had already landed him in a major predicament. A sense of unease gnawed at him. Huang Chuan rubbed his slightly thinning temples. Maybe if he didn't win the championship, he just wouldn't accept him after all. But his strength just now. There was a real chance he could win. Huang Chuan let out another long sigh. Ever since Su Ji-song the corpse had arrived, his sighs had been unending. As Liu Mo walked out, he casually observed his surroundings. Only after confirming no one was nearby did he silently pull out his phone. He dialed the number.
Officer Lin, I killed someone. What the hell?
Liu Mo heard the sound of water spraying on the other end. He wondered if it was the pure tea Lin Jinya had swiped from Huang Chuan's office last time.
Someone tried to kill me, so I killed them,
Liu Mo replied simply. He had just seen the notification. Killed level 1 transcendent life 134 days, it seemed that nameless classmate of his was also dead. Truly a pity. Liu Mo silently raised the Phantom Eye talent to 99. 9. At least his death had served a purpose. Life countdown 192 days 14 hours 57 minutes 13 seconds.
Was the dead person of high status?
Lin Jinya massaged his temples. This kid really knew how to stir up trouble.
Probably. Something like the Wang family, not too familiar. The Wang family of Rongqing. Are you insane? Well, he's dead anyway. Officer Lin, is there any place that's desolate and teeming with demons? I'll go lie low there. A place like that should be rarely visited. Maybe the Wang family will forget about me, and I can make a comeback.
There was a moment of silence on the other end.
Make sure there are plenty of demons. I won't feel safe with too few.
Liu Mo emphasized again.
And not too strong. Growth level should be about right. Was Dean Huang present when you killed him? Yes, why? Then it's fine. Since he was with you, it means he tacitly approved of your actions. Otherwise, if he disapproved, killing someone right under his nose is something only a handful in the human domain could achieve. Ah, I see.
Why do you sound disappointed? Liu Mo hung up. He hadn't expected his alternative plan to fail. Since there was nothing to worry about, he would just take things as they came. After all, he had already killed the man. He wasn't in a hurry. That Wang family. Could it be more terrifying than the Blood Moon organization? Being hunted by one organization was a hunt. Being hunted by two was still a hunt. It was probably about the same. So he would just focus on preparing. He might as well check the promotion conditions for the Phantom Eye when he got back. Liu Mo cheerfully made his way through the streets and alleys. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he deliberately took a detour through several blocks. He arrived at that familiar street. That familiar steamed bun shop. In fact, Martial Day wasn't exclusive to Transcendent Academies. Many schools now implemented this self-training day to give students aspiring to become postnatal transcendents enough time to practice fist techniques. For instance, the high school Liu Mo had attended also had Martial Day. Since there was no school in the morning and Yang Yueshua hadn't learned any fist techniques, she naturally came back to help her mother tend to their steamed bun stall. The image of that independent and resilient girl occasionally flashed through Liu Mo's mind. He had long wanted to come and see her. After all, she was the first person he had met after transmigrating. Moreover, in his past life, Liu Mo had always held a favorable impression of Yang Yueshua. It was just that in this life, he had been far too busy. Now that he had some free time, of course, he would come to see her. No sooner had he taken a few steps than he saw several thugs standing by her family's steamed bun cart. They wore tight pants and were as skinny as matchsticks. Yang Yueshua kept her head down, her hands clutching the corner of her apron, as if she wanted to bury her entire face in her chest. Why did this girl always run into these kinds of scenarios? Liu Mo strode forward. Just as he was about to shout a warning, he recalled his previous bitter experience. So he put on a gentler expression as he approached. Hearing footsteps, Yang Yueshua looked up and saw Liu Mo. A look of aggrieved plea flickered across her face, but it was quickly suppressed. Not everyone was obliged to help her. Having started helping her mother run their small stall at a very young age, she had long grown accustomed to the fickleness of the world. Especially this man she barely knew. Although he had almost done that to her, she had also stabbed him in return. Yang Yueshua lowered her head again. Liu Mo didn't notice these subtleties. He simply walked up and patted her on the shoulder.
Do you know me? Who the hell are you?
The thug with a pointed face asked, bewildered and impatient.
You dare act so tough without knowing who I am?
Liu Mo backhanded the man, sending him flying. The two other thugs stood their mouths agape and eyes wide, not even registering what had happened.
Xiao Hei!
Liu Mo called out, and Xiaohei leaped out from his shadow. It instantly switched to its battle form.
A transcendent.
These thugs were ordinary people. They had never seen such a spectacle. They fled and panicked, tails between their legs. Xiaohei reverted to its palm-sized puppy form and wagged its tail at Liamo. Then it dove headfirst into Yang Yuexu's arms. She let out a startled cry, but instinctively cupped her trembling hands to hold Xiaohei. Its small pitch-black head nuzzled against the curves concealed beneath her clothes. It was said that shadow beasts were influenced by their master's preferences.
What brings you here?
Yang Yuexu's voice still trembled with lingering fear yet carried a hint of pleasant surprise.
I brought you something to eat.
Liamo flicked his finger. A strawberry cream cake landed steadily on the wooden table where the steamed bun stall was set up. It was a whole cake. The piece Su Ding had eaten earlier was barely a sixth of this one. Yang Yuexu's gaze fell upon the cake, her expression momentarily frozen in surprise. She pressed her lips together, slightly chapped.
How did you know today is my birthday? Just know it.
Liamo replied without explanation as birthday candles kept emerging one by one from the cubic box, until exactly 18 stood firmly in place. He then took out a lighter from his bag and lit them one by one. Though using heavenly fire would have been more convenient, he preferred this sense of ritual. Of course he remembered Yang Yuexu's birthday. In his past life, at this time every year, he would secretly pick out a gift and have the butler drive him to school by 5 in the morning. Then he would quietly place the gift in Yang Yuexu's desk, whispering a soft,
"Happy birthday."
In that past life, the girl might never have known who sent those gifts that appeared every year during the first 2 years of high school. Liamo had never signed his name. His youth, like most people's, died in a silent, unspoken crush. But this year was different. By a twist of fate, he had crossed paths with Yang Yuexu as someone he would never have met in his past life. In a rather peculiar way. Perhaps after experiencing several near-death events in a row, Liamo had grown bolder.
"Won't you sit down and make a wish?"
Yang Yuexu wiped the sweat from her hands, carefully pulled up a small stool, and sat beside Liamo. She stared at the candles, lost in thought.
"Why are you spacing out?"
Liamo poked her arm.
"It can't be that this is your first birthday celebration."
Yang Yuexu snapped back to reality.
"No, it's just. This is the first time I've celebrated a birthday with someone other than my parents."
Liamo tapped his fingers. In his past life, the boys who liked Yang Yuexu could fill an entire street in Rongqing. He had thought this girl surrounded by admirers was never lonely. Yang Yuexu clasped her hands together, her slender fingers aligned like the flickering flames of the candles. Then she gently blew them out.
"What did you wish for?" "It won't come true if I tell you."
Yang Yuexu pouted slightly, then used a modeling knife to start cutting the cake. The blade sank softly into the cream.
"I wished that you will become a very powerful person in the future. Why are you making a wish for me?"
Yang Yuexu placed a slice of cake onto a plate, then swept more than half of the strawberries from the top layer onto that same plate, handing it to Liamo.
"You're celebrating my birthday for me. Wouldn't it be selfish if I only wished for myself?"
She looked at Liamo with a smile. The wind blew through her long hair. It rose and fell with the swirling fallen leaves, her heart pounding. Yang Yuexu scooped up a piece of cake, put it into her mouth, and gently licked the cream from the corner of her lips.
"Actually, I thought today was going to be a terrible day. Mom forgot my birthday because of Dad's situation. And then I ran into those thugs. They wanted me to go eat with them, and when I refused they just sat here and wouldn't leave. I was really scared."
Yang Yuexu pursed her lips. She wasn't wearing much makeup, but the pale skin around her eyes was visibly reddened.
"I'm so glad you came. And you brought me such a delicious cake."
Yang Yuexu put another piece of cake into her mouth. Even with the cake filling her mouth, a slight tremor was unmistakable.
"Thank you."
Liamo didn't reply, a faint smile lingering on his face. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he truly didn't know how to respond to such heartfelt words spoken from the depths of emotion. Could it be that she's falling for me? What should I say? Actually, I'm the slow burn type. He somewhat regretted that in his past life, his mind had been filled only with burying himself in books. This was the moment for a suave and ambiguous declaration to pave the way for a happy future. Instead, all he could do now was stuff cake into his mouth. Why is this cake so sweet? 2 minutes of brief silent eating, and the entire plate of cake was reduced to just a smear of cream on the plate. Yang Yueshua had barely taken 2 bites at the beginning. Liamo devoured the rest by himself. Yang Yueshua bit her spoon and asked with a smile,
"Are you hungry? Want me to get you some steamed buns?"
Liamo waved his hand.
"By the way, have you ever thought about becoming an acquired transcendent?"
Yang Yueshua shook her head.
"After I didn't awaken any talent before, I considered taking that path, but after my dad broke his leg, I completely gave up on the idea."
Yang Yueshua's gaze fell on the leaves on the ground, her eyes unable to hide their dejection.
"And I'm already in my senior year. The college entrance exam is in 3 months.
In this world, everyone dreams of becoming a transcendent. Yang Yueshua was no exception. It was just that her family's circumstances wouldn't allow it. If Liamo's father had gone bankrupt a few years earlier, his family probably wouldn't have bought the 52-style fist technique for his past self. After all, a single manual cost $50,000. For ordinary working-class families, this price was hard to bear. Moreover, most acquired transcendents progressed more slowly than innate transcendents. Genetic agents, aside from those exchanged at the Transcendent Administration Bureau, were prohibitively expensive on the outside market. Even after taking them, the effects weren't immediate. Money was needed everywhere. But none of this concerned Liamo, because he didn't need it. All he had to do was kill monsters and farm life points. After a moment of thought, Liamo took out a copied edition of the 52-style fist technique and 2 bottles of blue solution from the cubic box.
"Take these."
Yang Yueshua frowned.
"No need, I can't use these things anymore."
Unlike Liamo, who was practically illiterate about such matters, she naturally knew what the 52-style fist technique and genetic agents were and their value. She and Liamo had only met a few times. Their relationship wasn't at that level yet. She couldn't accept this gift.
"This isn't payment, it's an investment,"
Liamo said, wagging his finger.
"What do you mean?" "It'll be advancing to the gold insignia soon. After that, some missions in demon lairs require teams of 5 or more. I've been looking for suitable teammates. If you can become an acquired transcendent, you might be able to help me out."
Liamo said this with a completely straight face.
"But there are only 3 months left until the college entrance exam. Isn't it said that if you haven't awakened your talent by the time the exam is over, you've lost your chance for good? There are still 3 months left, aren't there? Don't worry. Look at me, I only became a transcendent not long ago. And am already this powerful. They say that the closer an acquired transcendent gets to adulthood, the easier it is to awaken high-sequence talents. And cultivation speeds up like a rocket."
Yang Yueshua's eyes sparkled as she listened.
"Really? Of course. And even if you don't awaken, learning some fist techniques is good. At least you won't have to worry about being bullied by those thugs."
Liamo was of course bluffing. He was simply trying to find a way to give her the fist technique and genetic agent as a form of penance for the incident right after he had transmigrated.
"Thought that he'll take them. He'll definitely train hard."
Yang Yueshua hugged the brand new copy of the 52-style fist technique, her eyes shimmering with stars.
"Happy birthday,"
Liamo whispered in a voice only he could hear. This was this year's birthday gift. 3 days passed swiftly. Before he knew it, the day of the exchange meeting had arrived. The event was held in the largest exhibition center in Rongqing. The vast hall was divided into 5 sections, each featuring a circular platform with a diameter of 200 meters. Today, student representatives from 7 cities neighboring Rongqing would come to compete. Including Rongqing Experimental High School, there were a total of 8 teams. They would vie for supremacy on these platforms. The victorious academy would receive the largest share of resources transported from the Gray Mist Zone. The winning students would each be awarded a self-selected growth stage demon core and the opportunity to choose a low-tier second-grade transcendent skill. This was a stage coveted by almost all freshmen, except for Liamo. He had never bothered to learn about this exchange meeting. If not for the conditions Huang Chuan had set, he would not have even searched for information about it online. But upon hearing that the prizes included a growth stage demon core and a self-selected low-tier second-grade transcendent skill, his eyes gleamed with greed. Forget about becoming Huang Chuan's disciple for now. He truly wanted that low-tier second-grade transcendent skill. Skills like Shattered Gold Force Twin Shadow Hands and Explosive Flame Spear were all exceptionally useful. If not for the Academy's restrictions, he would have wanted to add all the Academy's transcendent skills to his personal skill list. The Rongqing International Exhibition Hall was already packed with people. The freshman exchange meeting was one of the more popular events in Rongqing. Many of these newly awakened transcendent individuals had already amassed their own followers. Take Lin Yuelian of Lichuan City for example. Most of the crowd here were her fans. Some had even traveled long distances just to catch a glimpse of her. Such students were not uncommon. Even Wang Yao, if he were still alive and participating in this competition, would have had a considerable number of fans. Everyone enjoyed watching talented newcomers rise. It was human nature to admire strength, especially talents like Lei Ting's, which inherently exuded a high level of prestige. Once it unleashed thunder and lightning crackling loudly, the mere sight of it was enough to make one's blood boil. Liu Mo was lost and the crowd jostled from person to person. He was completely disoriented, swallowed by the sea of people, unable to find any entrance or exit. Was there no designated assembly point for the contestants? The competition was set to start at 9 o'clock. It was already 8:50. If he kept pushing, he would end up directly on the platform. Wasn't there supposed to be a waiting area? Where were you, principal? His phone had even been knocked out of his hand in the crowd. Inside the rest area.
You're saying you still can't reach Liu Mo, are you?
Huang Chuan asked with a darkened face. Xiao Yuan nodded innocently. The 5 people sitting in the contestants' rest area remained silent. Typically the participants in such competitions were from prestigious families. Their stewards naturally knew the path reserved for contestants. Moreover, every contestant was nervous, and would arrive early to familiarize themselves with the venue. When the contestants' private cars entered the exhibition hall, the venue hadn't yet gathered such a large crowd. They had arrived early to warm up and keep their bodies in optimal condition. Every year Huang Chuan followed the same routine, arriving just in time, giving everyone the necessary instructions, and preparing to begin. But he had forgotten. Liu Mo was not from a prestigious family. He wasn't in the habit of arriving early. He had set his alarm precisely, caught the bus, and sat steadily all the way to the exhibition hall. He hadn't even set aside time to warm up. Then he had been swept into the crowd alone. Damn it. Huang Chuan dialed Liu Mo's number repeatedly. But the calls wouldn't go through. The atmosphere in the rest area grew stiflingly heavy. No one dared to complain. They had all witnessed firsthand how formidable Liu Mo was. He had killed a steward and his young master right in front of another steward. To this day, the Wang family hadn't dared to utter a single word. They themselves had only survived because they hadn't spoken out of turn back then. Who knew if gossiping about him now would get them killed? That guy was utterly ruthless. If the team wasn't complete, the worst-case scenario would be fighting 4 against 5. Losing was the worst that could happen. Offending that man could cost them their lives.
Excuse me, let me through.
Liu Mo, his face flushed red, slowly squeezed through the crowd. After an almost suffocating struggle, he managed to reach the viewing area of Section C.
Stop pushing, this is already a good spot to watch.
A nearby uncle grumbled discontentedly.
Uncle, are you here to watch the Rongqing Experimental High School competition too?
Liu Mo asked curiously. He had given up on finding the rest area. After all, once the fight started, everyone would be on this platform anyway. He had just asked around and confirmed that this was the platform for Rongqing Experimental High School, so he had squeezed his way over. Along the way he had seen many people holding various cheering signs. There were many unfamiliar names. He only recognized Lin Yuelian, and her name appeared on the most signs.
Madam, here to see Lin Yuelian. Isn't Lin Yuelian in Section A? Couldn't squeeze through.
Liu Mo had thought the uncle was here to cheer for Rongqing Experimental High School.
If there's nothing to see, I'll just watch a bit here. I can catch the finals later anyway. What if she doesn't make it to the finals?
The uncle glared at Liu Mo angrily.
Kid, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say things you shouldn't. Are you a hater or something? If she can't get in, are you saying you can? I'm telling you, I've been her fan for 10 years. These kids can't handle her. Isn't Lin Yuelian only a freshman this year? None of your business.
Liu Mo shrugged, a bit embarrassed.
Let's watch some easy matches first. What do you mean? Is this your first time watching a match, kid?
The uncle looked puzzled.
Don't you know Rongqing Experimental High School is the weakest team? In previous years, they always got beaten badly, setting new records for the fastest elimination every time. This year it's probably going to be tough too. Last year they were eliminated in 1 minute and 13 seconds. Let's see if they can break that record this year.
The uncle squinted, looking at the platform.
I don't think so,
Liu Mo said, stroking his chin.
Why is that? Because I'm here this year.
Liu Mo raised a finger, and pointed to himself.
Kid, don't make me laugh. No matter how bad they are, they're still transcendent beings. If you go up there, you'd probably get torn apart.
As he spoke, the uncle handed his bucket of popcorn to Liam, gesturing for him to have some. He rather liked this young man.
Later, come cheer for Leander with me.
Leander. Liam shuddered. That way of addressing her. He casually tossed 2 kernels of popcorn into his mouth to calm himself. The countdown had already begun on the screen. After a 30-second countdown, the contestants would have to take the stage. Liam grabbed handful after handful of popcorn, stuffing them into his mouth.
Hey! Don't eat it all!
He needed to eat a few more bites before the match started. He still hadn't seen his teammates. As the countdown ended, the platform trembled. The ground split open in the middle, and 9 figures slowly rose from below. Damn, it was a lifting platform. No wonder he hadn't seen anyone.
Uncle, I might not be able to cheer for Leander with you. I have to go up and fight a couple of rounds.
Liam crunched down on the popcorn, leaped with force, and jumped onto the platform, leaving the uncle behind, popcorn falling from his mouth without him even noticing. A figure abruptly leaped onto the competition platform. Both the event organizers and the contestants were taken aback. Before the match officially began, the defensive array barrier on the circular stage had not yet been raised. Anyone could jump onto the stage. Yet no one would do so, for they would be thrown out of the arena like a fool. Liam scratched his nose and landed steadily. Upon seeing him, the 4 from Reincarnation Experimental High breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, this guy had made it in time. Otherwise, they would truly have to fight 5 against 4. Their opponent was Sunanjiang Extraordinary Experimental High School from Yinshan. Xiao Yuan remembered this academy well. From the competition details he had reviewed earlier, this school had won the exchange tournament championships 3 and 5 years ago. Their combat style was renowned for fierce and aggressive attacks. Last year, it seemed Reincarnation Experimental High had been eliminated by them, setting a record for the fastest elimination at 1 minute and 13 seconds. Last year, their captain was a Heavenly Flame talent. It was said he had already reached the pinnacle of a level 2 extraordinary. When he had just advanced to level 2 Heavenly Flame, his flames alone had suppressed the senior students, leaving them unable to lift their heads. This year, it was said his younger brother would be competing. According to the contestant promotional video, his younger brother was even stronger than him this year. He was also a Heavenly Flame talent extraordinary, a level 2 extraordinary. The only level 2 in their entire team was Liam. The other 4 were still stuck at the peak of level 1. Although the Heavenly Flame talent was only a crank when everyone's talents were still at low levels, such a talent was a formidable weapon. Liam had previously taken down Wang Yao's steward, who also possessed the Heavenly Flame talent. But that was only because he had struck when the steward was unprepared. Now this was a match where everyone was on high alert and fighting with full force. For a talent like Shadow Beast, gaining an advantage against Heavenly Flame was exceptionally difficult. Talents with Radiant attributes had a certain advantage over Shadow attributes. This battle would be tough. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth. Year after year, Reincarnation Experimental High ended up at the bottom. They didn't mind being last. But driven by youthful pride, standing on this stage, Xiao Yuan and the others were the cream of the crop among their peers. Naturally, they were unwilling to be inferior to others. Moreover, their relatives and friends had come to watch today. Everyone was waiting in anticipation to see their performance. No one wished to be defeated under such widespread attention. Adrenaline surged. Even if the gap in strength was immense, they would give it their all. Liam stood up from the ground.
Sorry I got lost.
Xiao Yuan gave an understanding nod without saying much. What a joke. He dared not say anything more. They were already at a huge disadvantage. If he said another word, it might become a 4 vs 6 match. Liam rubbed his pocket. Under Xiao Yuan's puzzled expression, he pulled out his right hand. He opened it to reveal 4 pieces of popcorn in his palm.
One for each, don't be greedy. Sponsored by a kind soul.
The 4 fell into a brief silence, then each silently took one. Liam clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction. This could be considered a social gesture, couldn't it? The 5 opponents stared in bewilderment. Team leader Wu Yin pointed at Liam, frowning, and asked the organizers,
"What is this?"
The host, who had just finished a conversation with the grim-faced Huang Chuan, explained to Wu Yin.
"This is a contestant from Reincarnation Advanced Experimental Extraordinary Training Academy. He didn't join the stage earlier because he was in the restroom. The match hasn't started yet, so he still qualifies to compete.
Wu Yan nodded and said nothing more. His heart was racing. The heavenly flame in his palm was already eager to be unleashed. This was his first official match. Though his elder brother had fallen in the semifinals last year, he was determined to surpass him no matter what. His nervousness didn't stem from seeing Rongqing Experimental High as a real threat, but from how to defeat them with the least effort. The exchange tournament was held in a single day, meaning they might have to fight up to 3 matches. If they exhausted their energy at the start, even if they scraped into the finals, they would shatter like an empty bottle against a full one. Fortunately, they had drawn a lucky lot. Everyone knew Rongqing Experimental High was the weakest among all academies with no level 2 talents yet. If there were any, word would have spread long ago, like Lin Yuelian from Lichuan City. Everyone attended school to compete for resources, or to temper themselves. No one would hide their strength. There was a fundamental difference between level 2 and level 1. These 5 opponents, he could handle them alone. The key was how to do it efficiently. Let the match begin quickly. He would finish it in an instant. The high temperature of level 2 Heavenly Flame was enough to incapacitate level 1 Extraordinaries instantly. Even those with flame attribute talents couldn't withstand it.
The 47th Sichuan Provincial Extraordinary Training Academy Exchange Conference will commence in 30 seconds. The spatial type specialized array barrier is rising. Contestants must remain within the competition stage. Non-contestants, please stay away from the stage. The spatial type specialized array barrier can withstand a full force strike from a level 3 combat type extraordinary. Contestants may attack with full power. The competition credentials are equipped with anti-spatial energy. Once a contestant receives an attack exceeding their physical limit, the anti-spatial energy protection mechanism will activate. It will absorb the damage and eject the contestant from the spatial specialized barrier.
The host continuously broadcasted the relevant details through a loudspeaker. These points were clearly stated in the pre-competition instructions. Repeating them merely filled the 30-second countdown before the match began, so it wouldn't feel empty. The numbers on the big screen grew smaller. The noise on the field dwindled. Spectators in different zones held their breath awaiting the start of the match. That moment of tension and blazing confrontation. The 30 seconds before the match were also the final adjustment period for the contestants. Once it hit 0, the calm lake would stir into towering waves. Liemo looked at Xiao Yuan, who seemed to want to speak.
Is there something you want to say? Shouldn't we discuss a strategy?
Xiao Yuan only then remembered this issue. In previous years, contestants would gather before each match to practice and coordinate their talents and extraordinary skills, to achieve a result where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. But they had always coordinated with Wang Yao. This person named Liemo, they had only met him twice. Once on the day Wang Yao died. And now, because of nervousness, Xiao Yuan had never thought of it until now. The reason they had all arrived at the competition venue 2 hours earlier than usual was to practice with this barely familiar teammate. But now that they met again, there were less than 30 seconds left before the match. Liemo paused, then a look of sudden realization dawned on him.
Oh right. I don't even know your names yet. Let's all introduce ourselves.
At this moment, the countdown had dwindled from 2 digits to a single digit. Not only were the members of Rongqing Shigao astonished. Even the 5 from Sun Nanjian Academy standing opposite wore expressions of disbelief. What self-introduction? What nonsense was Rongqing Shigao up to? They were on the verge of channeling their eternal power from their dantian to their throats. Meanwhile, the others were preparing for self-introductions. How did Rongqing Shigao select their team members? No wonder their results were so poor every year. They couldn't be a randomly selected group, could they? How could they compete without coordination? A multitude of questions swirled in the minds of Sun Nanjiang's members. What was even more astonishing was that the individuals across from them were genuinely starting to introduce themselves. It was the one who had instructed them to do so. After each introduction, they had to run over to shake hands with others. Wu Yan had already lost interest in what Rongqing Shigao was trying to do. He exchanged glances with his teammates. After months of collaboration, they had developed a tacit understanding. That person's talent was Tree Shadow. At the instant the battle began, his seed would instantly take root and sprout on the battlefield, tightly entangling everyone from Rongqing Shigao. Wu Yan would immediately ignite those branches with heavenly fire. With their 2 abilities combined, They wouldn't even need to use extraordinary skills to eliminate all opponents from Rongqing Shigao, minimizing consumption while allowing the other 3 teammates to retain their stamina. Wu Yen fixed his gaze on them, his palms heavenly fire already sparking.
So your name is Wenyu. What a lovely girl. Once I get a new phone, I'll add you on WeChat.
The guy across was trying to get close to the only girl in the team with bright sparkling eyes.
Oh no, time's up. Sorry buddy, let's get to know each other after the match.
Liemo regrettably nodded at Huang Haotian. The countdown on the big screen abruptly changed from 1 to 0. The battle commenced. The heavenly fire in Wu Yan's palm exploded like a bomb. In that fleeting moment, a cold slimy substance slid across his neck as if something had licked him. But that tongue was larger than that of an ordinary pet. Moreover, this was a competition. Why was something licking his back? A bone-chilling cold spread from his neck to the soles of his feet. It was not just cold. Wu Yan suddenly felt his body turn icy and numbing. It felt as if he were submerged in water filled with ice cubes. His muscles slowed down, and even the eternal power surging within him began to dwindle. Roar! A deep growl erupted from behind him. Goosebumps instantly covered his skin as Wu Yan stiffly turned his head, forgetting to unleash the heavenly fire. A massive shadow nearly 3 meters tall stood amidst the 5 of them. Its pitch-black body resembled the projection of a monstrous beast from a fantastical map, carrying the pressure of a newborn-level demon. The low growl reverberated like a beast crashing down upon him. Why? Was there a demon here? The immense presence of the small black creature made Wu Yan instinctively forget about the Wang beast talent. He even forgot that there were other talents capable of controlling demons. The key was that the appearance of the small black creature was too abrupt. Even extraordinary beings with contract characteristics would have their demons by their side at all times. They at least had some psychological preparation. To have a powerful demon appear out of nowhere like this would leave anyone's mind in chaos.
Tree!
Wu Yan finally reacted. He shouted loudly. The heavenly fire danced in his palm. The non-physical heavenly fire couldn't attack the shadow, but the shadow could attack him. Thus, he had to quickly order his teammates to wrap everyone in branches, and then use heavenly fire to block, to stop this newborn-level shadow demon's attack. However, he had issued the order too late. When the small black creature appeared beside everyone, it had already knocked the tree shadow talent extraordinary being away. The attack of a newborn-level demon was not something an ordinary level 1 extraordinary being could withstand. Just one collision had already exceeded the limits of his body. That individual hadn't even registered what had happened. It wasn't until he groggily stood up outside the spatial defense barrier and looked toward the battlefield that he realized what had occurred.
Wang beast!
The Wang beast could also participate in the exchange meeting. A level 2 Wang beast. The small black creature arched its back like a lion. The massive claw formed from shadows magnified out of thin air, matching its body length like an overwhelming wave. The enhancement from the shadow crystal core was perfectly manifested in the small black creature. A 25 increase in shadow strength was equivalent to a 25 boost in the small black creature's power. Even more, as the beauty of the numerical value was one aspect. The small black creature could perform more shadow transformation operations. The giant claw seized one of the random minions nearby. He didn't even know the name or what talent he had. In the moment that such a large shadow claw grabbed him, all the shadow power surged into the unfortunate individual's body. Now the shadow strength of Liemo. A level 1 extraordinary being infused with a massive amount of shadow power would have their eternal power stop functioning for at least 3 seconds. The small black creature picked him up and slammed him into the ground. Then it raised him again and smashed him against another person nearby. However, as it squeezed, it was left empty-handed. Another one was eliminated. The small black creature transformed its claw into a hammer, clenched its claw, and with a bang knocked another one away. Within several breaths, and Nanjiang's numbers had been reduced by half. Wu Yan stood frozen in place. Just a second ago, he was contemplating how to minimize consumption. Now, he was struggling to even consider advancing. Only 2 people were left on his side of the battlefield. There were still 4 opponents who hadn't made a move. The key was that without the Eye of Insight, he couldn't discern the fluctuations of eternal power from the Yuang beast talent. He didn't even know who was controlling this crazed Yuang beast. Moreover, was this truly the strength that a Yuang beast should possess? A newborn-level demon, no matter how powerful, shouldn't be able to instantly dismantle their well-coordinated team of level 2 and level 1 extraordinary beings. How could Rongqing Shirgao have such a formidable competitor? Shouldn't such strength be heavily promoted to become a star player? Just like that Lin Yulian. A flood of questions surged into Wu Yan's astonished mind, overwhelming his brain. Of course, he wasn't the only one left stunned. The 4 from Rongqing Shirgao were also in shock. They had never anticipated such an opening. It wasn't that they didn't act. They just didn't react in time. They only saw the countdown of the match just ending when the shadow of the captain across jumped out, the very shadow that had instilled psychological fear in them. And then in an instant it grew larger. By the time they realized only 2 from the opposite side remained. All 4 pairs of eyes were focused on Liamo. They couldn't even utter a word. No wonder they didn't need to discuss tactics. It felt like the other side was just playing a casual game. Was this what it felt like to win without effort?
It's alright, small black, just focus on taking down the one that looks strongest. There's no need to deal with the minions, they're not demons.
Liamo stood in place, calling out to the small black creature. The small black had grown accustomed to targeting the weaker minions first during their missions, leaving Liamo free to deal with the strongest. After finishing off the others, it would then take care of the weaker ones one by one. Instinctively it first controlled Wu Yan, clearing the minions. Upon receiving the signal, Xiao He, who was about to raise its paw to swat away the last level 1 student from Sunnanjiang, immediately turned and pounced on Wu Yan, completely ignoring the other's existence. The student, still under Xiao He's intimidating presence, had not yet recovered from his tense state. In reality, most academy students had never truly fought against demons. Not everyone was like Liamo, who seldom trained in the conventional sense, but spent all his time either battling demons or on his way to battle them. Those who could reach the pinnacle of level 1 transcendence as freshmen and stand out to become exchange competitors were no slackers. They might be adept at face-to-face combat against humans. However, when confronting demons, students without prior experience would see their combat effectiveness drop by at least 30%. This was an instinctive fear of large and unknown creatures. The oppressive aura Xiao He exuded was far more powerful than that of a shadow demon. This was also why most contract-type transcendents were highly sought after in the early stages. They inherently held an advantage in confrontations against humans. Even a half-demon was formidable in battle. Not every academy like Rongqing Experimental High School was wealthy enough to use half-demons as a screening method for selecting postnatal transcendents. They also disdained the tedious effort of seeking out postnatal transcendents. The efficiency of nurturing innate transcendence was over 10 times greater than that of postnatal ones. This was precisely why Rongqing Experimental High School's resource acquisition had been declining year after year. There was only one exception during the 9th exchange tournament. Back then, Huang Chuan, who had just enrolled after descending from the Gray Mist Zone, single-handedly suppressed all other academies, earning recognition for the strength of postnatal transcendence. It was after that tournament that Rongqing Experimental High School began to recruit postnatal transcendents in large numbers. Under the fear induced by Xiao He, the student, who had just escaped danger, couldn't even activate his talent. His mind went blank as he watched Wu Yan grapple with Xiao He. Wu Yan finally managed to break free from the calming effect that had invaded his body. Overflowing eternal force transformed into scorching heavenly flame, surging toward Xiao He.
"Ooh, a Loter fire seed!"
Liamo commented from the sidelines, watching the spectacle. Judging by its intensity, it was likely Loter level 1. Not being mortal tier was already impressive. Such a grade of heavenly flame couldn't be exchanged at the Transcendent Management Bureau. However, such flames were useless against Xiao He. Lacking extraordinary properties, the heavenly flame remained in an energy state. Energy state entities, no matter how scorching, could not incinerate a shadow beast. His opponent clearly had no experience compressing heavenly flame. Li Mo's method of compressing high-energy heavenly flame into explosive spheres was not something everyone could replicate. A single mistake could cause the heavenly flame to become unstable, blowing oneself to pieces. Only someone as carefree as him with a system to reduce health and regenerate would dare such fine manipulation. Uncompressed, heavenly flame erupted with flames too dim to inflict substantial damage on Xiao He. The creature, originally close to 3 meters in size, only shrank slightly. Bracing against the flames, it swiped its claw at Wu Yan. Wu Yan abruptly redirected the continuous stream of fire towards the ground, using the recoil to propel himself away. He dared not face Xiao He's claws. A single slap would end the match. While distancing himself from Xiao He, this maneuver also aimed to close the gap with the Rongqing Experimental High School team. He had already identified the master of the Shadow Beast. After all, when Xiao He appeared, only one person on the field maintained a calm expression. Everyone knew to defeat a summoner, attack the summoner first. Attacking the summoned beast was foolish, since he couldn't deal with the troublesome Shadow Beast. Then eliminate its master. The heavenly flame was generated extremely quickly. The Shadow Beast surely couldn't keep up. But just as he landed using the heavenly flame and prepared to charge at Liu Mo, a heavy blow struck his back. A solid mass slammed into him and vanished instantly. The moment it hit, he heard a desperate voice from behind.
"Sorry, Captain."
The Shadow Beast had actually grabbed his teammate and hurled him over. If it couldn't outrun him, it used a projectile. Xiao He was no novice in combat. Wu Yin stumbled and fell to the ground. A level 2 Transcendence body wasn't much tougher than an ordinary person's. Moreover, he hadn't practiced bone tempering or similar techniques. The collision had left him dazed and disoriented. However, thanks to that impact, he was now only 10 meters away from the Rongqing Experimental High School opponents. Enduring the pain, Wu Yin scrambled to his feet and unleashed a torrent of flames towards them. Maximum output heavenly flame. He would turn the tide at the last moment. As the most talented student from Sunnanjiang, he refused to fall in his very first match. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. His heavenly flame hadn't completely engulfed the Rongqing Experimental High School students. Not only that, there wasn't even a trace of flame before his eyes. The eternal force within him drained away, like water from a shattered bottle.
What is Wu Yin doing? Performing acrobatics with his heavenly flame behind him. You don't get it, he's been hit by someone's talent. Sequence 81, the extremely rare grade talent disarray. Understand. So powerful.
Someone in the audience recognized the talent. Wu Yin on the field also realized what had happened. But it was too late. Kai Wenyu raised her hand, crossing her index and middle fingers, her face pale. Controlling such a massive amount of heavenly flame into disarray, especially against someone a level higher, caused her eternal force consumption to be 3 times Wu Yan's. But that brief moment was enough. That enormous fearsome Shadow Beast now brought an overwhelming sense of security. It scurried on its short legs, covering ground in giant strides towards Wu Yin. Eliminated. Wu Yin was aware of this talent. Kai Wenyu's disarray was infamous among other academies. While not exceptionally strong in unknown combat, it possessed the power to turn the tide in team battles. This rare talent also garnered Kai Wenyu many supporters. Most of Rongqing Experimental High School's fans were hers. Wu Yin had been wary of her all along. Before the match began, he had even considered this girl his biggest threat in the tournament. That's why he aimed to finish the match as quickly as possible. The user of disarray surely wouldn't activate it at the start. But Liu Mo's Shadow Beast had completely thrown him off. He had completely forgotten that besides the Shadow Beast, the Rongqing Experimental High School team still had 4 unused talents. Extreme stress had simplified his thinking, sealing his defeat. As his body began to turn translucent, until a force expelled him from the light barrier, Wu Yin flew through the air, a profound question forming in his mind. In the final moment, when he unleashed the heavenly flame, he saw the person with the Shadow Beast talent seem to have already assumed a lunge and fist-throwing stance. Perhaps he had misseen it. How could someone with a Shadow Beast that powerful want to engage in hand-to-hand combat? Although heavenly flame users didn't undergo physical training, their activity during battle undoubtedly exceeded that of summoner-type talents, like the Shadow Beasts. It was like an athlete fighting a humanities student. It must have been a hallucination. As Wu Yin flew out of the arena, the match ended. 27 seconds. When that number appeared on the match screen, Sector C fell as silent as a funeral hall.
Holy shit! How the hell can a human hit such speed? Is that guy from Rongqing Experimental High a freshman? Are you sure he's not some senior student pretending to be young? He's so handsome he'll give you a free. That guy looks like he's already an adult, right? An adult beating up kids.
After a brief silence in Zone C, the venue erupted into thunderous cheers. When Xiao He vanished into Liu Mo's shadow, the audience finally realized where that massive black shadow had come from.
Shadow Beast. Wasn't that supposed to be the most useless talent? It's even a level 2 Shadow Beast. Didn't everyone say Shadow Beasts were notoriously thankless and stuck at level 1 for life? Bro, are you on something? Take me with you. I've got talent. Look at my pointy head.
Everyone was stunned by this brutally straightforward fighting style. What made it even more shocking was that this battle was fought with a shadow beast, a talent that had been universally criticized. In the past, when a child awakened a shadow beast, families would seek out a master to exorcise it.
Something's wrong here. You're telling me this talent is dominating the arena. And aside from Kai Wenyu's single strike,
it was almost entirely a one-man show by that shadow beast. Or rather a one-beast show. The die-hard fans of Rongqing Experimental High felt their tensions melt away. Now they were breathing with their noses held high. Last time they were eliminated in 1 minute and 39 seconds, suffering a humiliating defeat. They'd been mocked for an entire year. But this year, haters speak up. 27 seconds. Even Lin Yuelian hadn't finished her fight yet. By the way, who the hell is that guy? Everyone's attention focused on Liu Mo. He looked unfamiliar. He was unnaturally strong. There was no news about him at all. A genius had appeared out of nowhere. He was a bit older though. But don't say he's 18. Even if he were 81, everyone would still call him a beast. The organizers would never let returning seniors participate in the freshman exchange. So he was definitely this year's freshman. If you got the skill, crawl your way into Rongqing Experimental High at 18 too. Oh, and you'd have to break through to level 2 within a year. Not just the die-hard fans of Rongqing Experimental High, but even some of Sun Nanjiang's most fervent followers were now secretly snapping photos of Liu Mo. He might become a big shot in the future. Better get a keepsake now. Liu Mo stood at the center of the arena, basking in all the praise and fervent cheers. His gaze flickered past the woman who offered a freebie. A hymn. A cardinal sin in warfare. He adjusted his mindset. To be honest, he had overcomplicated the match. It was easier than fighting demons. He had thought the students from these academies would be more formidable with their combined skills. But after experiencing it, the intensity was just average. To be cautious and avoid any surprises, Liu Mo had even hidden Xiao He in Wu Yan's shadow the moment he jumped onto the stage. Judging by what just happened, even if Xiao He had been unleashed openly, the opponents wouldn't have stood a chance. They were too fragile. The light barrier surrounding the arena slowly descended. Suddenly a figure leaped onto the stage. His body was rigid, his back as straight as a steel plate. His eyes were as sharp as swords. His short hair was slicked back, his face clean shaven. He exuded an indescribable authority. Like a soldier who had long danced with death, he looked Liu Mo up and down. His stiff expression suddenly tightened, and he forced out what could only be called an ugly smile.
Kid, how old are you this year?
It was like watching an amateur do a raunchy dance. A burly, hairy-legged uncle.
18.
The man nodded. He didn't say anything more. He turned and jumped off the stage. That man must have had a special status. A non-competitor jumping onto the stage without being warned or expelled. It meant the organizers recognized his face at a glance. Liu Mo paid no attention to this small incident. After a while, another wave of thunderous gasps swept through the venue. It came from Zone A. The zones were separated only by a few massive non-soundproof panels. Noises from other zones could be heard clearly. So the match over there had ended too. Lin Yuelian had claimed victory with overwhelming dominance. 1 minute and 3 seconds. That was already an astonishing speed. If not for the freak of nature that was Liu Mo, she would have been the one to set the new record. The two most predictable zones, Zone A and Zone C, had both ended at breakneck speed. The difference was, one was expected. The other was absolutely insane. No one could have imagined Rongqing Experimental High advancing in such a manner. From today onward, Liu Mo's name would officially make waves.
Oh right, what's your name again?
Liu Mo remembered the important matter. Good thing the match ended quickly enough. He could still recall the names of the few people he had just asked. He headed back to the lounge. Wang Chuan's old face had relaxed considerably. Before the match, he had worried that Liu Mo might embarrass him. After all, he had already decided to take him on as his direct disciple regardless of the outcome. Forget about embarrassment. He was itching to go out and announce their relationship right now. As the dean of the academy, he usually appeared calm and composed. But enduring a streak of over a dozen losses had left a knot in his heart. Even the deans of other academies always greeted him with forced smiles. Their words were laced with mockery. Things like,
post-awaken superhumans are just a trap.
And,
A single case doesn't prove anything.
And so on. Now look at this. Huang Chuan stared at Liu, continuously stroking his chin. He nodded as he looked. The more he looked, the more refined the kid seemed. Ren wasn't exactly losing out. Post-awakened superhuman. Shadow beast. Beating the crap out of your early-stage talents. And heavenly flame. Bullshit flame. Get hit twice on stage, and you're done for. Hey. Didn't this kid also have the heavenly flame talent? Holy shit. The more Huang Chuan thought about it, the more alarmed he became. How could anyone cultivate like this? He was certainly Mo wasn't a natural superhuman. He had already checked Liu's awakening records from back then. The genetic code in a human body reaches a critical point at age 15. At 15, the genes are in an extremely unstable state. Contact with a spirit awakening pearl would instantly trigger that instability, awakening the talent. If contact with the pearl didn't trigger an awakening, then they weren't a natural superhuman. As for later awakenings, such cases were extremely rare in history, and those people were collectively called post-awakened superhumans. They were usually forced to unlock their genetic locks by some major event. It was the same principle as unlocking through martial arts. In other words, Liu naturally possessed two talents in his body. Heavenly Flame was forcefully awakened first, followed by the Shadow Beast. This perfectly aligned with Huang Chuan's theory. He had always believed that genetic locks weren't meant to bind humans, but to restrain those overly powerful talents. Talents so powerful that the human body might not be able to withstand the abilities triggered by the Spirit Awakening Pearl. That's why certain codes locked these genes away. They would only be unlocked gradually once the human body adapted.
Brother Mo, is this it?
Su Liang said with a beaming smile, holding a black Android phone in his hands.
Impressive.
Liu clicked his tongue. This guy named Su Liang possessed a talent called scent tracking. It was an ability that allowed him to discern an opponent's weaknesses and evade damage by sensing their breathing during combat. Liu weighed the phone he had just retrieved. It could be used for finding objects too. This ability was incredibly convenient. As a perception-type talent, scent tracking functioned similarly to the insightful eye, though it had more limitations. Cultivating such an auxiliary talent was inherently difficult. Yet this Su Liang had managed to qualify from Rongqing Experimental High School with the fourth best result. He had even outperformed Wang Yao, who possessed the Thunder talent.
No trouble at all, Brother Mo. Just give me your orders. From hunting treasures and tracking beasts to finding lost underwear, I can locate it for you in no time.
Su Liang held his hands together, a bright smile spreading across his face. Compared to the silence of the other three, Su Liang was clearly more sociable. Trample on the weak. Cling to the strong. Su Liang understood this principle well. Not to mention, this guy had just single-handedly taken on Xuanan River's 5 strongest freshmen with his Shadow Beast without even breaking a sweat. Who else would you stick close to if not him? His strength far surpassed the guy named Wang. They weren't even close. There was no deep-seated grudge between them.
Come on everyone, don't be so gloomy.
He had only been intimidated by Liu's glare once before.
We're all teammates here, teammates. Our bond was strained by some petty troublemakers before, and I didn't get to talk much with Brother Mo. Now's the perfect chance to get acquainted.
Su Liang pulled out his phone and lit up the screen.
Brother Mo want to add me on WeChat.
There was already a small WeChat group for the team, but Su Liang still took the initiative to ask Liu. He opened his QR code scanner and sidled over with a grin. When it came to social graces, Liu smiled knowingly. He didn't dislike this kind of person. Moreover, from his perspective, these people were still children. After scanning the QR code and adding him as a friend, Su Liang gestured to the others with his eyes. Taking the cue, everyone pulled out their phones and added Liu one by one. The atmosphere in the lounge eased considerably. Liu got a general idea of their abilities. Xiao Yuan level 1 peak sequence, 63 water spirit. Kai Wenyu level 1 peak sequence, 81 chaos. Su Liang level 1 peak sequence, 85 scent tracking. Wang Haotian level 1 peak sequence, 71 thunder. The thunder talent had such high base stats. Among nearly 1,000 freshmen at Rongqing Experimental High School, 2 of the top 5 possessed thunder. Liu sighed inwardly. The intervals between matches were very short. There were only 10 minutes of rest between each round. The duels tested not only overall strength, but also the endurance of the contestants' eternal power. There was no time to discuss or exchange strategies. Their talents were difficult to synergize. So Liam chose to play on his phone. Once the matches began, the instructors were not allowed to intervene in the lounges. In other lounges, team members were encouraging each other. They discussed tactics for their next opponents. Teammates who had expended too much energy in the previous round were hurriedly recovering. Only in Zone CS Rongqing Experimental High School Lounge 4 people sat with their heads down watching one person scroll through his phone. None of them had expended much energy, and they had no tactics. Third, they weren't familiar with Liam yet, so they could only silently stare at the man grinning at his phone. Liam deftly swiped away dozens of missed calls. Several messages popped up on WeChat. Liwan bro, there are so many people, where are you? Liwan, which zone are you in? Liwan bro, why did you jump from the audience seats? Liwan bro, can you stop staring at the girls in other teams? It's so embarrassing. There was also a sticker of a small bear collapsing on the ground. Su Ding, still as handsome as ever, little bro. She had attached a candid shot of Liam commanding Xiao He. His expression was relaxed with a hint of suave charm. Still as handsome. Liam hadn't expected Su Ding's photography skills to be top-notch. He hadn't thought she would come to watch the match. Just 2 days ago, she had messaged him asking why he hadn't been taking on missions lately. Liam casually explained that he had a match to play, and was taking a couple of days off. She had actually come all the way here. It seemed she didn't have much to do. No wonder, she was always available for missions. Then there was Yang Yueshua. Liam cautiously opened their chat history. Yang Yueshua, good luck. She had attached a selfie. In her school uniform, she looked vibrant and youthful with a school track field in the background. She was holding 2 oddly shaped steamed buns in the photo. The buns even had the characters, "add" and "oil" on them. They had puffed up and deformed, but the words were still barely recognizable. Liam knew her bun-making skills weren't great. These 2 were a big improvement. She must have made them with care last night specifically to cheer him on. Liam savored the photo for a moment longer. So cute. He put his phone away. A broadcast sounded in the lounge. The other 4 all jolted upright. They walked to the competition area in a daze, standing shoulder to shoulder with Liam. They felt like they had rested, yet also like they hadn't. Liam yawned. He was a bit sleepy. The ground trembled. Then it slowly rose. The view of the lounge descended. Cheers and shouts suddenly erupted. As the platform fully rose and aligned with the arena, the cheers reached another crescendo.
Liam, Brother Mo crushed them. Great God of Shadow Beasts, let these out-of-towners feel our strength.
Liam's name resounded throughout the venue. The audience section in Zone C suddenly became several times denser. Spectators from other zones crowded over. The organizers had originally expected this phenomenon to occur in Zone A, where Lin Yuelian was competing, so they had only added seats for Zone A. But after Liam emerged as a dark horse, spectators from finished matches in Zones B and D flocked to Zone C. Even a wave of people came from Zone A, drawn by the commotion. Zone C was even more lively than Zone A. The organizers scheduled the arenas based on when matches ended. An arena that finished early would become the stage for the next match. Because arenas could be damaged or dirted, the organizers could promptly repair and clean those in zones that finished early. The semifinals were held in 2 venues, Zone A and Zone C. Liam scanned the crowd searching for Li Wan and Su Ding. But there were too many people. Oh! And a few other girls were quite pretty too. He sensed a fiercely hostile glare. Liam instinctively looked in that direction, and saw Li Wan staring at him with wide eyes. This. Could she sense it too? Was it because his illusory eye had enhanced his spiritual perception? Liam hadn't expected Su Ding to be right beside Li Wan. The 2 familiar faces were squeezed together. Liam waved at them. Li Wan glanced at Su Ding beside her, then back at Liam. Her fierce glare seemed to demand an explanation. What's going on here? Are you dating someone and not telling your sister? Liam was stunned. How did they even know each other? Then he remembered that his WeChat moments had a photo of him and Li Wan together. Su Ding must have recognized her.
Liam, the match is about to start. Oh, right.
A faint voice came through. His opponent couldn't help but remind him. Everyone was feeling tense. Why were you acting like a celebrity at an event here? The students from Rongqing Experimental High directly ignored Li Mo's behavior. Their own tension was enough, they decided to let him be. The opposing team captain meant well. They were from CS City Academy, separated from Rongqing by Lichuan City. It was a city perched high in the mountains. There was a demon-infested area that Li Mo yearned for nearby. The closer a city was to such a region, the more likely demons were to cross over and invade. The students of Sia Academy had encountered demons before. Thus their captain felt some confidence facing Rongqing Experimental High. The overall strength of Sunanjiang Academy was not weak. But they had been caught off guard by the demons. It couldn't be helped, fear was something to overcome in battle. Sia Academy's captain Huang Kejiang had watched Li Mo's match videos in the lounge. The network was not restricted during breaks. Schools often had students film other academies' battles and send the footage to their competitors. This was a tacit tactic in exchange matches. Rongqing Experimental High also did it. Li Mo was busy looking at photos privately sent by Huang Chuan. He hadn't opened them at all. Although the Shadow Beast's talent was niche, it wasn't without countermeasures. Huang Kejiang had already formulated a plan. The longsword in his hand gleamed with a sharp silver light. The match began. Xiao Hei from Li Mo's shadow leaped out and expanded rapidly. This time it did not emerge from the opponent's shadow. After all, he had exited from the lift platform with no chance to secretly slip into another shadow like before. Xiao Hei roared and charged toward the Sia Academy group. Huang Kejiang paused his long sword. The silver light intensified.
That's heavy metal,
Su Liang whispered behind Li Mo. Huh? This kid. He's quite perceptive. Li Mo cast an appreciative glance. Su Liang knew from Li Mo's look that he hadn't researched the opponent's talent. Seeing Li Mo's bewildered expression, Su Liang quickly explained. So this was what heavy metal looked like. Speaking of which, in over a month of missions with Su Ding, he had never seen her fire a single shot. But heavy metal was useless here. You can't cut a shadow with a blade. Huang Kejiang demonstrated this. A faint darkness slowly rose on the surface of his silver longsword. Li Mo vaguely sensed a trace of shadow energy.
Moon Shadow,
Su Liang quickly explained. The opponent had a transcendent with shadow talent. It seemed to be at the peak of level 1. The Moon Shadow talent allowed one to manipulate one's own shadow, wrapping it around any part of the body. It also enabled brief entry into the shadow world. Su Jisong had invented the transcendent technique Dual Shadow Hand precisely due to the nature of Moon Shadow. Huang Kejiang swung his long sword. The fierce blade struck like a thunderbolt, cleaving toward Xiao Hei. Level 2 heavy metal. The blade instantly became heavy and dense, slamming into Xiao Hei with immense pressure. A twarm-length longsword carved a 2-meter gash. Xiao Hei's entire shadow flickered as if it might shatter from that single strike. Li Mo felt the eternal force within him draining rapidly. Shadows couldn't be physically harmed, but they could be dispersed. Restoring and maintaining it required injecting more eternal force. Xiao Hei's body wavered, then suddenly shrank and retreated as Huang Kejiang's second strike came. It carried even more ferocious power. As a shadow beast, it could sense the lethality of each blow. Once Li Mo's eternal force was depleted, it could no longer maintain its form.
Now!
Huang Kejiang shouted. Countless branches erupted from the ground. Each branch was faintly coated with moon shadow, entangling Xiao Hei in the void. Xiao Hei struggled desperately in the air. The power of a level 2 shadow beast was immense. It could easily shatter these branches. Level 1 tree shadow couldn't fully restrain Xiao Hei. But every time a branch shattered, new ones rose immediately. The chaotic branches completely bound Xiao Hei in place. Moon Shadow blocked Xiao Hei's escape into the shadow world of the void. The opponent had trapped Xiao Hei with just 2 level 1 students. Li Mo's eyes widened slightly. They were quite skilled. He hadn't expected the shadow beast to be so easily controlled. Restraining a level 2 transcendent with 2 level 1s, this tactic was practically genius. By using powerful slashes to force Xiao Hei to shrink, and then continuously generating branches to limit its movement. They had even accounted for the small space of branches blocking Xiao Hei's expansion. The Shadow Beast's expansion wasn't true growth. Instead, it continuously absorbed eternal force to form shadows and reconstitute its body. So when Xiao Hei grew to 3 meters, it was because Li Mo supplied that much eternal force. Now the branches and Moon Shadow had isolated those shadow portions. Every time Xiao Hei tried to absorb, the Moon Shadow-laced branches shattered at first. Liamo stroked his chin, pondering how to break free if this happened again. Suddenly the growing branches began to twist. They grew in reverse directions. Kaiwenyu had activated disarray. But the chaotically growing tree shadows quickly withered, replaced by new branches.
No good, I can't disrupt this composite talent,
Kaiwenyu said with a grimace. Though talents had countermeasures, they weren't absolute. Abilities, like disarray, had limits. Once they exceeded her level, their effectiveness became negligible. Su Liang drew his pistol and fired twice. Both shots were blocked by Huang Keqiang. The pistols used in matches were specially made, loaded with potent anesthetic rounds. After all, this was only an exchange match. Real copper bullets couldn't be used to keep the anesthetic from detonating during the gunpowder explosion. These special pistols had slower bullet velocity and shorter trajectories akin to arrows. Huang Keqiang blocked them easily. That was why, as a heavy metal wielder, he chose a long sword over a pistol. Too many restrictions, and he was accustomed to the blade. Xiao Yuan and Huang Tian exchanged a glance. Their talents couldn't support Liamo. Looking at Liamo, he was clearly at a loss. This man probably never imagined his foolproof talent could be restricted. He was so flustered, he was frozen, rubbing his chin. Xiao Yuan raised his hand, and turbulent water formed from nothing. The water, conjured from eternal force, gathered into a tidal wave, crashing toward the Sia Academy group. But that wasn't all. A crackling roar like an engine's rumble erupted. Blue lightning suddenly spread, clinging to the wave. This was their bonded combination technique. They had practiced it countless times in private. The power of this water and lightning fusion could even rival a level 2 transcendent. Accompanied by the surging tide of thunder, the air churned violently. The powerful current evaporated moisture, adding a layer of dampness to the entire space. The combination of thunder and water amplified the might of both talents exponentially. The color drained from Xiao Yuan and Huang Heotian's faces. Achieving a synergistic use of talents was no easy feat. This technique was several times more difficult than layering moonlight over tree shadows. The unstable thunder clashed with the gentle water spirit, and Xiao Yuan had to exhaust all his strength just to stabilize the water flow and prevent it from evaporating, let alone adjusting the direction of the already mixed thunder water to avoid harming allies. Huang Haotian also had to prevent the thunder from scattering, his eternal force constantly surging at his fingertips. Using thunder to guide thunder, this was a skill they had practiced for a long time. Being able to present it like today was the fruit of countless days and nights of effort. The thunder water hurtled towards Sia Academy. Huang Keqiang's expression shifted slightly at the sight of it, but he was not overly surprised. Unlike the students from Xuananjiang, he had never underestimated Rongqing Experimental High School from the start. Since they had emerged from 1,000 contenders, they must have their strengths. This talent combination had not exceeded his expectations. If both of them were level 2 talents, the Thunder Water would have essentially sealed Sia Academy's defeat. But unfortunately, they were only level 1. The power of the Thunder Water might easily kill a novice-level demon, but it was useless against him. The long blade in his hand gleamed with silver light once more, this time even more dazzling. Facing the overwhelming Thunder Water, Huang Keqiang merely held his long blade horizontally before him. Twisting his waist and applying force with his wrist, he traced an arc through the void with his blade. Huang Keqiang's movements were slow, like a replay in slow motion. Yet the air around that long blade began to ripple. A blade as long as 2 arms, he swung it with a weight that felt like 1,000 jin. The heavy metal talent infused the blade, but this talent was not merely about increasing weight, it altered the very properties of the metal. For instance, a brass bullet that could barely pierce alloy, once strengthened by heavy metal, could easily tear through thick steel plates. The metal within this blade was also responding to Huang Keqiang's will. Facing the thunder water about to crash upon him, he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he actively struck at it with his blade. The moment the blade contacted the thunder water, the luster of heavy metal blazed to its peak. Huang Keqiang let out a loud shout, stomped his front foot, twisted his body, and arched his back. Rotating his wrist outward, veins bulged like coiling snakes on his forearm. The thunder water was forcibly shifted midair, following the trajectory of his blade. That long blade seemed to plunge into sticky rice cake. As Huang Keqiang spun his body, the rice cake rotated along with the blade. In the end, he redirected it back with a technique of borrowing force.
Damn! Sequence 20 amplify.
Li Mo's ears suddenly rang with the sound. Su Liang was dumbfounded. He said he felt something was off. Sia Academy should have had a formidable level 1 peak powerhouse, who hadn't shown up, replaced by a new face. Yet this newcomer unleashed the hardest talent to counter. Xiao Yuan, Huang Haotian, Kai Wenyu, and Su Liang all turned pale. If the thunder water landed on them, they would be eliminated in an instant. They knew exactly how powerful that thing was. Even with Xiao Yuan's water affinity and Huang Haotian's thunder affinity, they couldn't withstand such a mixed talent attack. Losing to their own ultimate move would be too humiliating. Xiao Yuan, Huang Haotian, and Kai Wenyu gritted their teeth, summoning their nearly depleted talents. Especially Xiao Yuan and Huang Haotian, the thunder water had already drained most of their eternal force. Now they had to spend even more to dispel the stone they had lifted themselves. With the combined effort of the three, the thunder water completely dissipated 2 meters away from them. They panted heavily, their bodies like dried-up wells. It was over. This match was lost. Was the semi-final their limit? They stared reluctantly at the figure hidden behind the 4 from Sia Academy. It was a girl in a uniform with white socks and a skirt. With almond-shaped eyes and willow-like brows, she arched them provocatively at them, hands behind her back like a princess surveying the battlefield. In truth, the delicate fingers behind her back glowed with a faint halo.
What is Amplify?
Liamo asked, unashamed to inquire. Su Liang glanced at Liamo. This guy was truly not nervous at all. They were on the verge of being wiped out. Oh well, he must have given up already. After all, his shadow beast was still struggling to free itself from the branches. He had probably abandoned the match by now.
Sequence 20, a rank talent, simple and pure amplification. At level 1 it boosts allies by 25. That girl is probably already at level 2, otherwise she couldn't have boosted their overall strength as much. At least a 40 increase.
Su Liang said unwillingly. Liamo nodded. He wondered why every opponent was so fierce. He had fought against Tree Shadows before. The Blood Moon Organization's Tree Shadow Transcendent was quite formidable, but not to the point of completely suppressing Xiao He like this. And that heavy metal so easily deflecting their hard-earned combined attack. This wasn't the performance of a level 2. Li Mo's heart skipped a beat. How could random passers-by almost match his strength? So they had a cheat. The 5 opponents didn't rush to attack. 2 were controlling Li Mo's shadow beast, 1 was supporting, and Huang Kejiang was still catching his breath. That last slash had cost him dearly. Rongqing Experimental High had essentially lost 3 members already. They were in no hurry to crush their opponents. The remaining talent was Concealment, an assassin-type talent perfectly countered by Su Liang. Each member of Sia Academy had their role. They were the elites of Sia City. Naturally, they knew what to do and what not to do. Now they just needed to wait for their strongest fighter to recover and then secure the victory easily. The battle against Rongqing Experimental High had drained them more than expected. They needed time to recover, especially since the next match was against Lin Yuelian. That would be a true hard fight. The title of Valkyrie wasn't just for show.
Any ideas left, Brother Imo?
Su Liang asked quietly. Though he felt the outcome was sealed, he had thought of a dirty trick.
If we have no backup plan, let's surrender. That way their rest time will shorten and their win rate against Lichuan City's Hongwan Academy will drop again.
Su Liang gnashed his teeth viciously. Liamo squinted his eyes, looking at the Sia Academy group.
Do you think they have any other tricks?
Huh? Liamo asked abruptly. Su Liang looked confused.
If they have no more tricks, I'm done playing with them. Brother, I was just asking casually, but you really have a backup plan.
Su Liang was stunned.
Don't tell me that ferocious Yuang beast as fierce as a father isn't your entire strength. Of course.
Liamo snapped his fingers.
It was too easy when I fought against Jiangnan before. The tension was completely gone.
He was just pondering that he hadn't really fought against any extraordinary beings. Aside from those few from the Blood Moon Organization. Liamo wanted to see how capable these younger extraordinary beings really were. And how impressive their talents were. He had intentionally stayed on the sidelines, not really engaging. At the moment, the fingers snapped. The pair from Sia Academy, the Tree Shadow and Moon Shadow duo, suddenly changed their expressions. The Moon Shadow branches, which had been under their control, suddenly began to crumble uncontrollably. It was as if a powerful force had forcibly smashed through them. The speed at which the branches were destroyed exceeded that of their generation. The Yuang beast they had confined suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. That aura continued to ascend. In the void it generated a pressure stronger than that of a newborn level demon. It faintly reached the growth level. Xiao He roared among countless branches. Just the roar shattered those branches to pieces. A massive amount of shadows instantly converged within its body. The black shadows swayed, resembling a colossal beast that devours the heavens and swallows the sun. Xiao He's body did not expand to 3 meters. Instead it stopped swelling at about 2 meters. The originally ethereal black shadows began to fluctuate, like fiercely burning black flames. Burning shadow, this is not an extraordinary technique, but a power inherent to Xiao He. Previously Liamo had used the crescent moon mask to have Lin Jinya acquire a crystal core that could upgrade the Yuang beast. Lin Jinya gave him a crystal core from a demon called Flame Shadow Demon. This type of demon does not precisely belong to the category of shadow demons that lack a physical form. Instead it is a being that burns with flames with only a layer of shadow covering its waist and spine. Flame shadow demons are extremely rare, only occasionally found near volcanoes. Even obtaining a crystal core from them is exceedingly difficult. Such things are hard to acquire, even by the Extraordinary Management Bureau, highlighting the importance the Execution Bureau places on Crescent Moon. A level 3 extraordinary being trading for a Flame Shadow Demon crystal core is justified. The Flame Shadow Demon has a unique trait: it can ignite the shadow on its body with its flames. Once the shadow starts burning, its body will shrink. However, both its power and speed will significantly increase. After Xiao He absorbed the Flame Shadow Demon's crystal core and achieved a level upgrade, it gained the Flame Shadow Demon's abilities. The moment the shadow ignited, its strength would soar to the level of a growth stage demon. It could even confront a growth stage demon Hedon. The downside is that it consumes a lot of energy. After using it for 3 minutes, it would require 2 bottles of genetic potions to replenish energy. Typically Liamo would refrain from using this ability. His resources were already quite depleted. But now it didn't matter. Liamo wasn't a fool. He knew that no one would genuinely want to help him without reason. Although Huang Chuan agreed to make him a direct student, it was primarily due to the threat posed by the Blood Moon organization. This relationship is the least stable. It tests a person's sense of justice. If Liamo were in Huang Chuan's position, he wouldn't just protect him. For Huang Chuan, having Liamo die at the hands of the Blood Moon organization would be the most advantageous outcome. It would preserve the secret while eliminating a burdensome direct descendant. Only by genuinely demonstrating enough strength can one evoke a sense of affection from the other party, transforming helplessness into a genuine desire for oneself. Only then could he be at ease. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set a threshold for himself to win the championship at the exchange meeting. This time Liamo planned to use all his abilities freely except for the ability of the Illusion Eye. He didn't aim for victory, but for overwhelming dominance. Xiao He's massive claws had already come crashing down. That was no longer the claws of a newborn level being. Previously Huang Kejiang could slice through Xiao He's body with a single strike. Now that was impossible. At the moment, the long sword clashed with Xiao He. The tremendous shockwave sent him flying. Even after a 40 enhancement, he couldn't withstand the powerful strike of the Yuang beast. His internal organs trembled. The continuously generating branches exploded into powder with just one swipe. They couldn't even get close to Xiao He. The girl named Jiaoke, whose talent was enhancement, changed her expression. Because Xiao He was now rushing towards her direction. The first to be eliminated in a team battle must be the support. Although she had seen demons, she had never faced a growth stage demon. Xiao He's ferocious aura frightened her, causing her legs to clamp together. Her face turned pale, and her calves felt weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Be careful, Emogu." Su Liang raised his hand and fired 2 shots. But the bullets were blocked midway by inexplicably generated branches. "The hidden extraordinary being is coming." Su Liang was somewhat anxious. He could smell the position of the opponent. But he just couldn't hit. Just when he finally saw a glimmer of hope, the opponent was about to take out their C position. The student from Sia Academy with the hidden talent finally made a move. Even though he could send out the opponent's position, he had to act. Otherwise, that monster Yuang beast would truly annihilate them. Moreover, he had feelings for Jiaoke. He couldn't let the Yuang beast eliminate his goddess. The student with the tree shadow talent also reacted quickly. Even as Xiao He was charging at him, he understood his teammate's intentions, abandoning the obstruction against the Yuang beast to buy time for his teammate. The decapitation plan is now. "Where is he?" Liemo, lacking such talent, could only helplessly ask Su Liang.
Left, left, left. Emo could quickly dodge.
Su Liang shouted hoarsely. That feeling of watching hope shatter right before his eyes. He panicked. The kid.
Left.
Liemo frowned. He didn't dodge. Instead, he directly turned and punched fiercely into the air.
Huh? Did I hit?
A slightly surprised voice escaped Liemo's lips. He waved his fist. That feeling of having hit something without seeing anything. It felt a bit strange.
What the?
Su Liang was dumbfounded. Not. Brother. The spatial light screen trembled. A transparent figure slowly appeared. Then it flew out of the light screen. Are you a summoner? Isn't the Waying Beast a type of summoner? Aren't summoners notoriously weak? Tell me, did you just eliminate a body enhancement extraordinary being with one punch? Su Liang squinted at Liemo, who was still disdainfully shaking his fist.
Emo God!
He called out in awe. How on earth is this a human? Do you really have a weakness? The Waying Beast is chasing after a whole team. It's invincible in close combat. What else do you need? Just give the championship to you.
What the hell is that? Is that a living transformation? Isn't that the hidden talent Chution Wolf? I heard he previously took down a demon close to newborn level strength using body techniques and stealth. He lost in close combat. Not lost, he was killed in one punch. What the hell, Emo God is impressive. How can he be so fierce in close combat too? You're right, but that's Emo God for you.
The audience in the stands, confused, only saw Liemo casually throw a punch, and someone flew out. Their eyes were about to pop out. In reality, Liemo had merely thrown a casual punch infused with the power of shattered gold and the 7-3 style of boxing. It wasn't really close combat. Only when there is back and forth can it be called close combat. What kind of close combat is it to win in one punch?